Morning, the castle was thrown into a comparative flurry of activity as the family started truly moving in. Mary had completely taken over the kitchen and had breakfast ready when Bee wandered in. Instead of shoving some dried meat in her face and starting her day like before, she got a plate of fresh eggs pushed in front of her. A growing girl like yourself needs to eat up. Mary turned back to the stove and flipped another few eggs. The men are already outside working. Honestly, I doubt they even tasted the food with how fast they ate it up. This was a significantly better way to start the day, Bee thought as she dug in. She thanked the woman and received a kind smile in return. Despite Mary's comparatively low level, she didn't seem to have a hint of tiredness to her eyes. As she enjoyed her breakfast, Bee considered what she needed to do now. The first thing was obviously to get the family settled. Though at a glance, there really wasn't much to do there. They were getting along just fine. After finishing her eggs, she walked outside and found Tony and Trent harvesting the vegetables they could still salvage. Despite Tony's best efforts, some of them were too far gone to be edible now. As they dug up the potatoes, Bee winced. Void might not be pleased if it could see them now. When she asked if they needed anything, they asked her to go grab any of the idle kids and send them out here. They didn't seem too serious about it, so she wouldn't go out of her way to look for them. But if she saw them, she resolved to send them over. Wandering back in, Bee felt a bit at a loss for things to do. They wouldn't start making return trips today. She might be able to do it by herself, but they needed a few people to care for the animals, at least. Everything had been so non-stop recently, and she hadn't had a chance to relax for months between stopping the demon threat, healing Tony, and making sure his family was safe. Bee wandered the castle, looking for Void. Perhaps her master would have some task for her, or something that she could learn. Not finding it in either of its favorite rooms, she just headed back to the library. Now that she had more free time, she supposed she could learn more about magic. It was time to go and shore up her foundational knowledge. When she made it back to the library, she found Miranda browsing the bookshelves. "Hello?" Bee called to get her attention. Miranda turned around and gave her a big smile. "Hi! Things got really busy, but I'm glad you're okay." As Miranda spoke, she came up and gave Bee a huge hug. Bee stood there awkwardly for a couple seconds before returning the embrace. It was odd for her to consider that Miranda was closer to her in age than anyone else nearby, but somehow she seemed so young to Bee. Perhaps she was getting too cynical. "I'm glad I'm okay, too," Bee said with a smile. "I'm also glad you were able to come here. I imagine that wasn't a very fun trip for you, and it's hard to be away from home." "Are you kidding? This is the most exciting thing that's ever happened to me," Miranda squealed. She was practically bouncing from excitement. "Now, can you teach me magic?" Bee blinked at the sudden change of topic. Uh, I guess. I don't know how much I can really teach you, though." Miranda threw her arms in the air in celebration. "Yes!" Bee started searching through the books that Void had organized. Miranda followed, looking over her shoulder. "What are you doing?" "Looking for a book to start you on." "Why?" Miranda asked. Bee turned to look at her. "What do you mean, why?" "Why are you looking for a book?" Miranda asked, confused. "So you can learn magic? But why do you need a book for that?" Bee was now thoroughly confused. "How else do you expect to learn magic besides from a book?" "I thought you would teach me." "Sure, I will." Finding the book she was looking for, she extended it to Miranda. "Read this, and then we can talk about it." Miranda didn't move to take the book. "Can't you just teach me?" "That's what I'm doing. Read the book, then we can talk about it," Bee repeated. Miranda looked at the book still in Bee's hand. "Fine. You don't have to teach me if you don't want to." The discouragement in her voice really was starting to put Bee down. She really didn't understand why Miranda was being so difficult. "I will teach you, but this is how I learned. I don't have the book memorized or anything. Besides, I don't think it would be very efficient for me to just tell you what I know. I'm sure I'd miss more than a few important things that way. Plus, I don't think either of us has time for that." Miranda sniffed, and Bee could hear some tension in her voice as she asked, "You can't just give me an overview?" "I could, but that's not going to let you do anything without a lot of specific knowledge," Bee said, still with a confused look on her face. For some reason, tears were welling up in Miranda's eyes. "Really, it would be so much easier if you would just read the book." Instead of taking the proffered book, Miranda turned on her heel and sprinted out of the room, arm covering her face. Bee even swore she heard a sob. This was so confusing. Was it something she said? Bee felt that everything had been completely reasonable. Asking her to read the basics on her own, rather than trying to spend days explaining them to her, seemed like a fine idea. Shrugging, Bee thought about going after Miranda, but decided she might need some time alone. She went and picked up the book she was working through. Tomorrow's trip to the farm couldn't come quick enough. By the 5 realms, she was bored. I finally had time to start a project I had wanted to work on for quite a while. The others would go back to the farm soon, but I didn't think that I would join them. Between them traveling as a group and Beatrice's improved broom, they should be safe enough. That was partly an excuse, but I really wanted to get this done. It was risky to descend down the one set of stairs in the castle that hadn't been fitted with a ramp. Still, my skills with the thrusters were enough to get me there, even if it was bumpy. Once I had conquered the set of stairs at the top, the rest of the catacombs were all easy for me to access. I didn't think this would take me more than a couple of days to finish with my new efficiency. My area of effect was wide enough, and my vacuum was powerful enough that I could just trundle down the center of the passage and reach the walls to either side. As I started down the musty old stone halls, centuries of grime and dirt rose from every surface. They swirled endlessly towards my dustbin, occasionally obscuring my visual sensors with how thick they were. Still, I could have done the same with a passage twice the width. The issue with cleaning the catacombs wasn't how wide the passages were, but how long they all stretched. The first time we visited, it had taken hours to reach even the first level. Of course, there were extenuating circumstances, as Beatrice had to spend a lot of time fighting skeletons. That had taken a lot of time. Plus, I had to keep to her pace. Now, if I maintained the max speed that my vacuum would still be effective at, I would be able to get down to the first level in about 30 minutes. I zoomed down in a gentle spiral, dirt and mold fluttering after me like one of Beatrice's cloaks. No skeletons or other obstacles hindered me, so I was free to fly across the floor at my leisure. Soon I arrived at the first room, the one with the plinth in the center, where all the skeletons had been resting. Now it was completely empty. The room was so massive that I actually had to resort to a grid sweep before continuing on. I was a bit sad that I couldn't clean out each individual cubby as well, but some were just too high for me to reach. Things were no different on the next level. Still, all the cleaning was very satisfying, even if I knew that no one was ever going to use this room for a long time. It was part of the castle, I supposed, and therefore part of the area I was responsible for. When I got to the bottom, I manipulated my vacuum to avoid tearing the gauzy cloth that led to the bright white room. I trundled inside, taking a moment to once again appreciate its beauty. Only this time, something was different. I noticed that the white glass floor, the one that mirrored the obsidian so many hundreds of yards above, now had cracks running through it. Nothing else had changed, and the room still didn't require cleaning, but it was a real shame to see the room's perfection so marred. On the way back up, I didn't have to worry about cleaning, so I was able to travel at top speed. With all my efforts, I was able to reach the entrance in only a little more than an hour. Along the way, I congratulated myself on a job well done. The place looked a lot better now, to my relief. My air purifier wasn't even picking up mustiness at this point. In fact, with a bit of accent lighting to brighten things up, it might even look welcoming. The sun was just setting as I got back into the castle proper. I wasn't sure what everyone else was up to, but when I found Beatrice in the library reading a book, I figured that they didn't go back to the farm today. I hoped that wasn't on my account. In hindsight, it might have been a good idea to communicate what I was doing. Oh well, next time I would try to remember that. As I rolled into the library, Beatrice looked up from her book. "Hello, Master," she said as she stood up and bowed to me. I waved at her, and she sat back down. Rolling up to her, I checked out the book she was reading. It was one I remembered moving, but it wasn't one that had particularly caught my attention. In fact, it was all the way down at number 2301 on my list. I didn't even expect to get to it this year. I wasn't convinced that vampires would be a real threat any time soon, and even if I accepted that premise, I didn't see how learning to seduce one would be of value. Beatrice closed the book quickly and set it aside face down. Was she trying to hide the cover? I couldn't figure out why. "Master, perhaps you can fill me in on what your plans are going forward? I'm feeling a bit purposeless now," Beatrice asked me in a serious tone. My plans? Well, I didn't know if I had any yet. I suppose I wanted to keep the castle clean, but that didn't require much of my time anymore. I could do all my tasks while everyone was sleeping. I supposed I could work on expanding my domain. Perhaps we could find Felix's family. Realizing that I had been quiet for a bit too long, I started trying to communicate my thoughts through a complicated series of beeps. Finally, her master was laying out its grand plan. Bee wasn't sure she was fully getting everything, but by the length of the communication, it was truly grand in scope. She expected nothing less. Leaning back in her chair, she let the noise wash over her, trying to avoid listening to the exact words and doing her best to absorb the meaning. Truly, it was magnificent to hear the master's plan for how to bring its glory to the world. She couldn't wait to begin. Chapter 93. Dead Tired. The first trip back to the farm was fairly uneventful. Bee took Trent and Tony, but Void stayed behind, where she assumed it was looking over the kids and Mary. They made it to the farm, each leading an animal with a harness on. This time they would load up the animals and themselves, but they would also try to make a sled to help them transport more. The farm looked just as they had left it. Without the bustling energy of a full family running around, though, it felt far too quiet. Trent seemed a little sad to be leaving the place this time, but Tony comforted him. "We were going to leave it for the winter in a few weeks anyways. What's the big deal?" I have the feeling that we won't be coming back here for a very long time. And if we do make it back, it won't ever be the same," Trent said morosely. With nothing left to say, they each took the animal they were leading and started loading up more of the harvest from the barn. All the personal stuff had been brought with them on the first trip. It turned out that they didn't have too many sentimental items, and a lot of the practical items they might need were already in the castle. After he loaded up the mule, Trent trudged into the house to do one last sweep. One of the kids had left a particularly shiny rock behind, but more than that, he wanted to make sure there was nothing more important they had missed. This left Bee and Tony alone in the barn, moving bushels of wheat. "Hey, can I ask you something and you won't tell anyone about it?" Bee asked. Tony looked up at her, surprised. "Sure." "So, I had an odd interaction with Miranda yesterday. She asked me to teach her magic. When I agreed and told her what to do, she ran away, crying. What's up with that?" Tony started to chuckle. I was wondering why she was so upset yesterday. Bee was getting more and more confused. "Wait, was it something I said? We had a perfectly normal conversation. I didn't mean to offend her or anything." "Yeah, it's not your fault. Don't worry about it. She'll come around eventually. She's just embarrassed," Tony reassured her. Bee, however, still didn't get it. "Why is she embarrassed? I don't understand." "I'm guessing when you agreed to teach her magic, you gave her a book to read?" Bee nodded, with her eyebrows scrunched together, trying to make the connection. "When we moved all our most important belongings to the castle, did you see a book among them?" Wordlessly, Bee shook her head, comprehension dawning. Exactly. She can't read. None of us can, actually.
Why didn't she just say that?
Bee yelled in frustration. Why couldn't people just come out and say what they meant? As much as she was glad to be around others again, it was also frustrating. Void was much easier to understand than this, and it couldn't even speak. Tony laughed at her. It's not easy to admit that, especially to someone you look up to. People think less of you if you can't read. At least they do in Greg. Well, I can teach her. That should be fine, Bee stated. Tony kept chuckling. Good luck with that. My older sister learned to read, but Miranda was too embarrassed to even accept lessons. What about you? Can I teach you to read? Bee asked Tony. She thought he had said that he couldn't read either. Tony shook his head. Nah, I don't need to learn. Why not? You weren't too embarrassed to admit you can't read. What could reading help me with as a farmer? I know everything I need to do, and the system speaks to me just fine, Tony said, and continued under his breath in a voice Bee wasn't supposed to hear. Even if it is a bit pushy. Bee considered Tony's point. It didn't add up. But you aren't a farmer. Not anymore. Tony didn't have anything to say to that, and they fell into silence. Luckily, Trent came out of the house soon after. He was carrying a ragged teddy bear. When Bee cocked her head at him, he explained, Leanne forgot her bear. Forgot was wrapped in air quotes. She brought her second and third favorite toys instead. When we got back, she threw a tantrum, and Mary made me promise to look for it. That girl is too clever by half. Bee noted that Trent didn't seem annoyed by his youngest's scheming ways in the least. Trent, though, wasn't done. He grinned mischievously. Luckily, she's only 7. Probably didn't even realize how much leverage she's giving us. A lot of chores will be done to earn this back. I was babysitting. At least that was what Beatrice called it. I neither sat nor were there any babies. But her explanation was clear enough. I wasn't able to clean, as it was taking all my effort to track the movements of all 6 kids and Mary with my advanced sensors. I had promised not to let any of them be harmed. To my shame, I had already failed once. One of the boys, a little smaller than Beatrice, had fallen and scraped his knee. I just wasn't fast enough to catch him. At the time, I was across the castle, preventing the littlest from touching a hot stove. Next time, I wasn't going to agree to this. It was just too complicated. Give me a huge puddle to clean any day over this. Still, there was some satisfaction in preventing the children from making too many messes, and my passive effect was still improving the state of the castle as things organized themselves. I spent most of my time in the kitchen. Mary was pretty good at not making too much of a mess, but left the cooking equipment in the wrong place all the time. When I'd helpfully put it back for her, she complained she couldn't find anything. That wasn't the only reason I stayed near the kitchen when there was no emergency to take care of, though. The little humans all centralized themselves around Mary. As the little humans had been here for a little bit, they had gotten inquisitive and started exploring the rest of the castle. This was an issue, as there were hazards everywhere. Suddenly, my sensors picked something up, and I needed to zip up to the next floor and prevent the little human around Beatrice's size from exploring the alligator pit. I positioned myself in front of the small human and gave him a chastising beep. When he tried to peek past me, I bustled and nudged him away until he got the message. I had watched Beatrice feed those alligators once. I doubted that they would have any more problem eating a human than the bucket of dried deer intestines that was thrown into their pit every few weeks. The twirling was unpleasant and sent water and blood everywhere. Once I had taken care of that, another thing cropped up. There were endless issues. These little humans seemed determined to get hurt in any way possible. They were always falling downstairs, playing in the armory, letting a bunch of bats loose, and discovering a group of rotting humans that had showed up outside. I barely had time to get from one disaster to the next. Between buffeting the bats back into their room with my air affinity and shutting the portcullis on the strange humans, I could hardly zoom off and rescue the cat, who had gotten itself cornered. I could not wait until Beatrice returned. Tony was quiet for the rest of the day, and Bee left him to it. All of them had finished loading up as much food as they could and put the rest away, so that picking it up on future trips would be much simpler. Then they began the long trek back to the castle in comfortable silence. Things were uneventful until they made it back to the main road. Bee was leading in front, and when she poked her head out and looked both ways, she motioned for the others to back up a bit.
There are some undead around the castle. Not too many, but it seems the portcullis is keeping them out, she whispered.
Trent's face paled slightly, and he gripped the axe he had brought along. Before they could say anything, Bee continued, handing her reins to Tony.
Wait here a minute. There are only a dozen or so.
Before they could protest, she was gone. Trent moved to follow, but Tony put a hand on his father's arm.
Trust her. There isn't much we farmers can do to help.
Bee heard Trent mutter something along the lines of, "But she just has a broom." Tony responded with something more, but she couldn't make it out as she charged the group of zombies. It was true that she only had a broom, but it was an improved broom her master had given her, a powerful gift. The last zombies she had faced wouldn't have been hard to deal with if she'd had this version of her weapon. As she got into range, she used scan on the crowd. There was a large variety of levels, the highest being 23. This group seemed to be younger than the last group that she had fought, with the average level being around 14. As Bee closed in, she thought over her approach. If this was going to be a common experience, she would need to do some research on zombies and prepare some magic for them. The library was mostly demon-centric, but there would probably be some general information she could use. Leveling the broom at the zombies, Bee darted the sharp point at the closest one. Unfortunately, it wasn't the highest-level enemy, as that one was in the front, pounding fruitlessly on the iron gate. The former kitchen knife took the zombie in the back of the head, meeting no resistance and dropping the unmoving corpse to the ground. The zombies were slow to turn around and notice her. With a few more thrusts, she was able to reduce their numbers even further. She made to sweep the legs of one to the right, but paused for a second and jumped back. One of her skills was telling her something. Improved pathing was trying to get her to go for the one on the left first with a slash to the neck. She was going to listen to it. As the nearer ones finished turning and started to shamble forwards, the suggested path changed, urging her to circle around. It seemed this skill was giving her a combat sense of some sort. Navigation skills were known to be overpowered, but the question was if she could trust this one. Bee hadn't forgotten its track record. This was the skill that had tried to lead her through every mud puddle and leaf pile it could. Still, it was worth a shot. Bee didn't feel particularly threatened, and if it failed, then she could ignore the suggested path at any time. Deciding to try it out, she circled to the right as instructed. The zombies moved to follow her, but started getting tangled up with each other. Listening to the next suggestion, she lunged forward to strike one in particular that was tripping over a slower zombie in front. Grinning, Bee hopped back before they could right themselves and watched as one more foe fell to the ground in front of her. Twirling her broom, she prepared to fully engage. Chapter 94. Terror on the Prairie. Over the past day or so, I had learned quite a bit. I learned about humans, their behaviors, and how they interacted, most of all. It was a fascinating process, one that currently had me tending to a crying Leanne to get some sticky tar out of her hair. It was the result of a cruel prank, one that I had to scold the young twins for playing on their younger sister. Luckily, before I had to dish out any discipline, Mary stepped in and had them working hard in the kitchen. She had also confiscated the roofing tar and put it out of reach to avoid future incidents. Meanwhile, I was left with a sobbing little human and a hairbrush. Mary was worried she would have to cut the mess out of Leanne's hair, and asked me to save as much as I could. The brush was useful for separating out the clean hair. However, I didn't think that cutting it out would be necessary. A mysterious phenomenon that I assumed was related to my domain was already getting to work and separating out a ball of the gunk. I wasn't sure how it functioned, but it seemed to passively organize things. The force was shrinking the gunk into smaller and smaller individual clumps, and all of it would be out of her hair in another 20 minutes at this rate. The fact that it would take that long was a testament to the quality of the tar. I beeped comfortingly as I ran the brush through the girl's light brown hair. Eventually, Leanne calmed down and began babbling about how mean her older brothers were, except for Tony. She liked Tony. But the twins, who I learned were named Mo and Bo, were apparently jerks. Leanne hoped her ma was right and that it was just because they were 10-year-old boys, but I didn't understand what that had to do with anything. Leanne apparently had mixed feelings about her youngest brother, who was only a year older than her. Unfortunately, I didn't get to hear the rest of the story as I picked up the sound of Beatrice and her party approaching the castle. I remembered that Beatrice wouldn't be able to get in easily, as I had closed the portcullis, so I decided to make my way over. I hoped she wouldn't have to wait too long. Of all the people who could understand me, Leanne seemed to do it best. It only took a couple of seconds to get her to follow me. As we walked through the castle to the entrance, we chatted about how to unstick the tar more efficiently. I was glad to see the youth taking such an interest in cleaning. When we arrived in front of the gate, Leanne let out a squeak. Beatrice was stabbing her way through a group of rotting humans with her improved broom. "Zombies!" squealed Leanne, pointing at the bad humans. Zombies? I wasn't familiar with that word. I would have to ask Beatrice about it when we had time. She seemed to be doing okay, but I would wait for her to clear them out before opening the gate. I didn't want them to get into the castle again. They would track mud and bad odors everywhere. Leanne fell into a sitting position, so I went back to working on her hair until Beatrice needed me. Bee may have overestimated her own abilities. She had managed to remove about half of the zombies so far. Unfortunately, they were the lower-leveled ones, and the remaining ones were not getting in each other's way like they had before. All that was keeping her moving was the pathing skill. That and her broom. The improved tool worked wonders. It still had all the defensive abilities that it did before, and excelled at blocking attacks, plus a large reach. It was barely enough to keep her safe, though. Each time she lunged into the group, it threatened to surround her and prevent her from moving back. Her pathing ability kept her ahead by just a hair's breadth. Several times she received scratches from overgrown nails, but she thankfully avoided any bites. The only saving grace in this situation was that Trent and Tony had stayed back, so she didn't have to worry about protecting them. She danced around the group of undead, trying to bait one into overextending and chasing after her. Them being zombies, that wasn't too hard to accomplish, but they also never moved alone. Still, she found a pattern that would isolate one just long enough for her to finish it off with a stab to the head before backing away, a strategy which worked about 60% of the time. Sometimes she had to settle for just hobbling the zombie instead of finishing it. They were animated mostly by magic, but still needed some intact muscles for that magic to animate them. Without tendons, they were drastically slowed. Soon there were few enough that could actually keep up with her that picking off the rest became trivial. The worst part of the whole ordeal was that the zombies were so lower-leveled than her that she was barely earning any experience. This was the first time that she really understood why most people leveled up slowly. Void had carried her hard. If it were Tony fighting these, he would have for sure died a long time ago, even though these zombies were around his level. Normal people either fought so far under their level that they barely got experience, like she was doing now, or they died quickly. Most people just chose professions that didn't make them risk their lives constantly, which also usually came with lower gains. Bee envied those people. Devotee was not supposed to be a combat class. With her master, though, it was impossible to avoid, it seemed. At least she was well prepared. Taking the last of her frustrations out on the remaining level 25 zombie, she was finally rewarded with a halfway decent amount of experience. It was nowhere near enough to gain her next level, but at least she would make noticeable progress. Once she finished with the group, the portcullis started to rise. She saw her master working the winch. It had watched her fight the whole time and hadn't helped. Was this its way of letting her know how far she still had to come? After all, she had been fighting a group of enemies with an average level of 15 under hers. She should have had no problem with them. But still, she'd been running around and baiting out attacks instead of storming through them with force as her master would have. Bee bowed to her lord.
I promise to work harder, Master.
As the way was still being opened, Bee turned and called Trent and Tony over. They brought the animals behind them, and Trent gawked at the unmoving bodies lying around with holes in their skulls. Once Void had the portcullis all the way raised, it trundled over and quickly hoovered up the zombie remains. Bee also noted that the rotting scent disappeared almost instantly after it finished. For that, she was quite grateful. Right after they all made it in, Void lowered the portcullis again.
Master, have we had issues with zombies coming in? We have never closed this before,
Bee asked. It was a good idea either way, but she was curious about what had happened in her absence.
I welcomed Beatrice back with a warm chime. Honestly, I was almost happier to have Trent and Tony back. Someone needed to monitor these little monsters that posed as small humans, someone other than me. Still, I was glad Beatrice had made it back in one piece. Hearing her curiosity, I did my best to explain what had happened when she was gone, as I continued my work cleaning Leanne's hair. Leanne had calmed down a lot as she watched Beatrice deal with the zombies outside. Her lack of squirming around had allowed me to continue without rushing, gently pulling out individual strands of tangled hair. Beatrice knelt next to me and helped remove the gunk. Between our efforts and my domain, it didn't take long to get the whole thing cleaned. By the time I looked up, I saw that Trent and Tony had led the animals away. Freed from our attention and tar, Leanne turned around and gave Beatrice a huge hug, babbling about how cool she looked while fighting so many zombies. Despite the fact that the event had just happened, the little human got a surprising amount of details wrong. I was pretty sure there had been fewer than 100 of them, but I didn't correct the excited girl. Once she finished her hero worship, she leaned down and thanked me for helping with her hair. After touching my claw in thanks, she ran back inside. I let out a long, low beep in relief that I was no longer on the hook for watching over so many humans. Normally, I wasn't one to shirk hard work, but I really wasn't built for this. If this was standard family work, I was suddenly even more impressed with the large female human at home. As I was considering what we should do next, Beatrice piped up with a good idea. Master, I need to get stronger. That was true. I conveyed my agreement. I don't just need more levels, but I need to get more practice fighting. That fight was way more difficult than it should have been for someone my level. I wasn't sure I agreed exactly, but her getting stronger was always good. I asked her what she thought she should do about it. To my wonder, she understood my question perfectly. The best way is to get more experience. I think that it's clear the zombies are coming from the south of here. I should head that way and find some to fight. There is a good chance I'll find people in need of help as well. Maybe I can protect them. This wasn't a bad idea. Of course, I couldn't let her go alone. Now that I saw how effective just closing the gate when we left was, I felt better about leaving the family and Felix behind. I agreed to her plan. Hoping to replicate my previous success in negotiation, I tried to convey that we should leave in a couple of days. Sadly, it seemed to have been a fluke, as Beatrice appeared worried. Master, I need time to prepare. There are so many potions I need to make and things I need to learn. I'd rather go in ready for anything, if it's all right with you. Beatrice waved her hands in front of her as if I was about to rush her out of the castle. Frustrated, I just beeped my assent, and she relaxed a little before bowing and running off. Presumably, she was heading to the library to begin preparing. That was one of her best qualities. She had a great work ethic. I rolled off back to the castle. I already sensed the youngest boy was about to draw on the walls with a rock he had found. If it had been chalk, I wouldn't have minded too much, even if it would have been a pain to remove. But this literal rock might do some more permanent damage. It was clear why Mary and Trent had their kids spend most of their days outside. They were little destruction machines. I was sure that my little humans back home were not nearly so disruptive, but that might have just been my personal bias. After confiscating the rock and giving the child a piece of slate and a chalk nub from a nearby room, I finally had a second to myself. Trent called all the kids outside and put them to work storing the food and working in the fields. It was getting pretty late, and I dearly hoped he would wear them all out. To calm myself down, I went to settle on my favorite rug. It had miraculously survived the big demon fight, much to my relief. Now I was pretty sure that this was my favorite room. The beautiful obsidian one was now a sad wreck. Even my domain wasn't really working on it. Though even if it had been untouched, I didn't think that I could have seen it in the same light again. That fight really did put things in a different perspective. As I gently ran my bristles along the fibers, feeling them tickle my undercarriage, I considered what I wanted to accomplish next. Chapter 95. What Lies Below. As I relaxed on my favorite rug, I let my processors focus on the question that had been nagging at me for a while now. What did I want to do? So far, I had only ever tried to clean. That was all I ever wanted to do. Help create a clean, hospitable home. Did I really want more? No, I did not. Of course, if I wanted to keep things clean, I might have to do more than just clean up messes around the home. The fight with the big demon had proven that. If I let things just go, they might deteriorate so that I would have nothing left to clean, and that would be unacceptable. I had a bad feeling that these zombies were a similar kind of threat to my ability to clean. But that wasn't all. They were also a threat to the people that I cleaned for, and they could possibly destroy the floors I kept clean. Could I really continue to worry about cleaning alone? Unfortunately, I could not. Then, to what extent did I need to work on preventing messes? If I tried to prevent them, would I overstep my role and prevent humans from doing human things? Or should I just stop things like demons and skeletons from rampaging? I pondered on my favorite rug for a while, but was unable to come to a definitive conclusion. Eventually, I exhausted my ability to sit and think. I was pretty good at staying in one place, but ever since I stopped needing to charge, I found that I thought better when I was cleaning. I rolled over to the grand hall where I'd been summoned and began tracing rings around the pillars. The room didn't truly need cleaning until tomorrow, but there was enough dust collected that my sensors could notice the difference, even if a human was incapable of seeing it. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to come to a conclusion before I sensed another disturbance. The twins had evidently found the door to the catacombs and were daring each other to go in. I listened, but I didn't think that either of them would be brave enough to get far in or find anything dangerous. There was still potential risk there, though. I had cleaned the main passages, sure, but I hadn't gone through all the many levels of rooms and secret hallways down there. There were too many stairs to manage. I would get Beatrice to help me out with that later when she had time. Bee frantically stirred and shook together potions. She had gained enough levels recently that she could use the next tier of potions. It was still possible for her to use the lesser ones, of course, but now their effect would be proportionally much lower, and they were also going to impart more negative side effects than their higher-tier equivalents. If she and her master were about to go hunt the undead, then she wanted to be as well-equipped as possible. Starting with healing potions was an obvious choice, but when she finished those, she moved on to speed and strength.
Unfortunately, she didn't have any recipes that provided ultra-effective attacks against the undead. She had looked, but this being a demon research facility, that wasn't the focus. In the few more generalized books, there were some references to turn undead potions, yet there were still no recipes. With enough time and test subjects, she might have been able to develop something, but she had neither. The best she was able to come up with was a potion that blocked her from the senses of the undead. This would make travel much easier, as they would think she was one of their own, and they wouldn't attack her on sight. Of course, if she damaged one of them, they would realize something was wrong. Also, she was certain that any intelligent undead could see through it. Well, it wasn't perfect, but it got the job done for the most part. She moved the beaker of yellow liquid off the small flame the second its color started to change. She promptly dunked the now off-white solution in the ice bath and kept it chilled in a thermal containment barrier. The thermal barrier was a new trick that she had picked up recently. Being able to cool things down quickly drastically improved the quality of the potions that she could produce. She thought about putting one in the kitchen as well, in case Mary could use it for preserving food. Her gaze flicked back to a plate of thickly cut meat. Tony was nice enough to bring her dinner from the kitchen, but it had gone cold over on the side table where no experiments were allowed. The food smelled amazing, but she had been too caught up in a delicate process to stop and eat. That would have wasted hours of her time, and she only had a few more hours before she needed to sleep if they wanted to head out tomorrow morning. The only thing she had done, aside from getting potions ready, was find a map of the local area. It wasn't anything official, but one of the archivists had kept track of all the hamlets and farms between the castle and Greg. She had heard the map mentioned in conversation once. Apparently, it was made in case of emergency, or in case they needed to buy more supplies in the winter. Her plan was to go and check how many people had been affected by the plague. Any that hadn't yet heard of it should be warned and offered a place at the castle if they brought their harvest. If not, well, maybe they could avenge them. Bee hoped to make it all the way to Greg if they had time. She feared what they would find in the city, but they needed to know what was going on. The castle was set at the end of a really long valley with impassable mountains on either side and behind it. Greg sat at the only entrance to the valley. She couldn't imagine them not knowing about the zombies. Bottling her latest creation, Bee set it out to cool next to her pack. She wanted to make more. However, she couldn't fit any other glass containers in the pack. As it was, her blanket and change of clothes were already cushioning the potions as much as they could. Anything more than that would risk breaking. Bee shouldered her pack to test its weight and how it affected her movement. It didn't hinder her much at all. Satisfied, she set it down next to her broom and turned back to the delicious platter of meat nearby. I was happily carried out of the castle's outer wall by Beatrice, who seemed even smaller in comparison to her huge pack. Tony saw us off and shut the portcullis behind us as we walked out the gate. Right as the metal clanged shut, the dirt began to rumble. At first I thought it was just the shock of a heavy piece of metal crashing into the ground, but the bits of earth flying everywhere didn't stop. I ran my scanners over the ground and realized that something was wrong. We were not alone. There were more humans underneath us. These weren't just like the rotting humans, the so-called zombies. Even though I could sense a difference, I could also tell that they were not normal humans. Humans didn't hide underground like that. Not sane ones, anyway. Even the humans from outside had never stooped to this incredible low. A hand grasped at Beatrice's foot, but she was swift enough to hop out of the way. Of the first hand, at least. The second got her right as she stepped away. With a scream, Beatrice pitched forward. I had observed that when humans fell on their faces, a natural reaction was to put their hands out to catch themselves. So I didn't blame her for dropping me, even if it wasn't the nicest thing she had ever done. Still, I supposed that it was better than getting crushed between her pack, and the ground. That might have been uncomfortable. I went flying forwards. Trying to correct my flight with my thrusters was a good idea, in theory, but when I activated them, I was actually upside down, and they promptly sent me slamming into the ground top down. Fortunately, Beatrice had managed to fling me far enough that I was able to avoid the grasping hands myself. Flipping myself over with my arm, I saw that Beatrice was not in a good position. One of her arms had also been captured, and was currently being pulled to keep her off balance, so she wasn't able to free her feet. The other hands were now clawing out of the ground. With my sensors, I could count 6 full humans, all housing unheard of amounts of bacteria and mold. 2 of them were holding Beatrice, and the other 4 were still emerging. The 2 that it took to hold Beatrice didn't seem to be doing her any harm at the moment. I gathered that their plan was to wait for the others to come up and finish her off. Of course, that was assuming they had a plan. What thinking creature would bury itself in the dirt, let alone just to grab an ankle? That didn't sound very smart to me. I pushed the simulations of how being buried would feel to the back of my processors before they paralyzed me. The wrong-looking humans seemed to have a blind spot when it came to me, as they completely ignored my presence and instead scrambled toward Beatrice as soon as they were free of the dirt. I wasn't about to let anything happen to Beatrice, so I pulled out all the stops. A full-powered ray of my sanitation lamp shot at the face of the one closest to her. The beam struck the creature, but the results were underwhelming. It stumbled back, clawing at where its eyes should have been, but it still had a head. Sure, the lamp hadn't done much damage to the huge demon, either, but the zombie earlier had been completely defeated by an attack much less powerful. Maybe I misjudged them. These might be tougher than I thought, and not just mentally. Still, it had distracted the target enough. I switched the lamp's focus to the next closest one, while I moved into position to block the others. Trying a new strategy, I sprayed some sodium hypochlorite solution at the one on the right. At the same time, I used my arm to pick up a loose rock and throw it at the one on the left. Unsurprisingly, the rock just bounced off the face of the creature, not because it was invulnerable to rocks, but because I still didn't have great throwing mechanics. My center of mass was all wrong for such an action, and if I were to try to throw it with real force, I would start to tip. Dang, I really should have brought a sword. The one I sprayed took it in the leg. The cleaning solution was surprisingly effective. Its skin bubbled oddly, and the creature fell forward soon after. It still started clawing its way toward me with its arms, but at least it wasn't on its feet. This gave me a chance to use my lamp on one of the remaining enemies to force it back, then check on the other 2. It was frustrating. I felt that if I got a chance to focus on even 2 of them, I would be able to finish them off. But the 4 were just tough enough that they were forcing me to whittle them down little by little. If we hadn't been caught so completely off guard, this would have been as simple as vacuuming cereal on the kitchen tile. The preparations we had when fighting the big demon would have been really useful here. What good was all the stuff in Beatrice's pack if she couldn't reach it? I forced the 2 in front of me back before I swiveled and sprayed one of the hands holding Beatrice. Now she was able to start working her way free while I kept the others off her. Just as I thought we might get things under control, I picked up on a new sound. My visual sensors confirmed my fears. As Bee started to free herself, the gate was beginning to slowly open again. No, Tony couldn't be that stupid. He had been so competent so far. I focused on the downed one, spraying it repeatedly in the head. It took several sprays before it stopped moving. Finally, I had a good way to fight these creatures. I moved on to the next one. The portcullis was halfway up. I wanted to finish this before Tony let them into the castle by accident. Right as I was checking my models to see if I could finish all 6 opponents before the gate was open, a huge group of new figures started running out from the trees. It seemed that these creatures did have a plan after all. That was not good. Chapter 96. My Life for the Horde. Bee struggled desperately against the grasping hands holding her down. Kicking against her captor, she was finally able to free her foot. She felt some liquid trickle down her leg, and she hoped it wasn't blood. These ghouls were worse than zombies in so many ways. With her foot freed, she was able to get it underneath her and use the leverage to pull on her captured arm. She expected to break the grasp of the ghoul, but instead the ground broke apart next to her. Suddenly, the creature's teeth were only a few inches from her face as it flew up at her through a shower of dirt. Bee screamed. In a panic, she flailed her arms around and was able to shake off the last ghoul that clung so tightly to her wrist. As soon as she was free, she dashed forward a dozen steps to get clear, while scrambling at her back with her offhand, trying to get at her broom. Luckily, ghouls were not the fastest creatures. She had done some research on common undead after the last encounter. They were ambush predators by nature, and in some situations one of the more deadly types of undead. They were extremely durable and strong, though critically weak against water and acid attacks. She had a potion for dealing with them, but it was at the bottom of her pack. If she was going to continue preparing for all these situations, she needed to work on making her preparations more accessible. Finally getting her broom in hand, she turned and saw Void finishing off a ghoul that remained in the ground. She moved to scan the one slowly dragging itself after her, but froze before she completed the action. From the tree line, she spotted a horde of zombies as it sprang into action. At least 4 times the amount that she had battled with on her way into the castle. There was a squeal of metal. Whipping her head around, Bee saw Tony struggling to get the portcullis up again. From his vantage, he couldn't see the zombies. "No, leave it down," she shouted to Tony, but he didn't listen and only seemed to work the winch faster. Bee cursed under her breath at his stubbornness. They could handle this, she was pretty sure, but having to worry about a giant hole in the wall they needed to guard was only going to make things harder. She looked down at Void, who was now finishing off the ghoul still half underground. Well, it depended on how much Void would do for them, and how effective its skill set was against the undead. Remembering how it had vaporized the zombies before, she relaxed a little. The ghoul chasing her arrived just in time to get stabbed in the face. The point of her broom only sunk into its face a few inches, and didn't do much to slow it down. Following her pathing skill, she twirled the other end of her weapon and swept the undead's feet out from under it, sending it to the ground. Where the blade exited its face, it tore off a good chunk of putrid flesh. Finishing the twirl, she drove the point down with all her might, this time stilling the ghoul. Level up. Level 33 reached. Nice. It was not enough to get a new skill, but Bee felt marginally faster and stronger. With all the ghouls finished, she darted in front of the gateway of the castle and turned. She readied herself for the zombie horde that was right on top of them. I finished the last of my opponents and proudly watched Beatrice kill the one she was fighting. It was a rough start, but she kept her composure and received its advance well. I wanted to attribute her success to my teachings, so I would this time. Once the immediate threat was taken care of, I turned my attention to the next one, namely, the group of zombies running right at us. Compared to the ones that had been buried in the ground, these were as fast as the cat chasing my sanitation lamp and were almost on top of us. Tony had just gotten the gate all the way open and slipped out to stand behind us. It was a shame. If someone else had walked with us to the gate as well, they might have been able to close it again. As it was, it just stood open. If we were unable to stop them here, there would be nothing to protect the castle and its occupants from the obviously aggressive zombies. I couldn't let that happen. Remembering how effective the lamp was against zombies, I leaned on that first, swiping it across the horde at head height. It sent several of the advancing army staggering, but I had moved too quickly to deal real damage. Changing up my tactics, I started firing short bursts into each one's head. It took about a second to burn clean through, dropping a single zombie. That wasn't going to be enough to stop them all at once. Still, I continued thinning out the herd. By the time they reached us, I had dropped 12 of the 56. I retreated slightly and kept firing as we got closer and closer to the castle entrance.
I wanted to make sure none slipped past me. As for Beatrice and Tony, sadly, they were on their own. Past what I was already doing, I didn't see much I could do to protect them. Bee sagged in relief as she saw Void take serious action. The zombies fell in droves as her master obliterated them. It still was obvious that it was leaving the majority for her and Tony, though, as it moved to block the gateway. The message was clear. I will help and make sure none get in the castle, but you need to deal with the threat. Gripping her broom tightly, Bee steeled her resolve. She was fine with that. Looking over at Tony, though, she wasn't so sure about him. At first, she was worried that he had stupidly just charged in unarmed. Luckily, that was not the case. Tony held what looked like a club, but on further inspection was actually the gate winch rod that he'd removed from its housing. That was lucky, as at least it was metal and heavy. It was better than a lot of other weapons here. She had learned her lesson about fighting zombies with a blunt weapon without enough heft to it during her first encounter. Setting her feet, Bee received the first two combatants. The first fell instantly to a thrust to the face, but Bee wouldn't be able to get the broom out in time to stab again. Instead, she heaved the impaled zombie over to collide with its partner. Their heads crashed together, followed shortly by their bodies. The angular momentum was enough to send both zombies flying, at least one very much dead. There was just enough time for her backswing to catch the next one stepping up to her. The zombies didn't slow down at all, not worried about trampling their kin. The only way to stand up to their charge was to cut a path through as fast as they came. Otherwise, they would crush her with just the weight of their bodies. There was no time to make sure the ones she engaged with were finished, since she had to constantly switch her attention to the next threat. Each one she cut continued its momentum past her or to the side. Similarly, there was no way to make sure that she got a second shot at any survivors. As quickly as the wave reached her, she cut through it. Spinning to check her back, she saw that the wave had smashed ineffectively into the wall to either side of her, and was now turning to face the gate opening she stood in front of. Tony had seen that he couldn't face them down, as she did, so he had stood mostly behind her. Currently, he was bashing in the head of one of the not-quite-defeated ones that had run past her. Bee was really glad that Tony was still alive. Not only did he not die, but he was also being incredibly useful. Without his help, she might have been taken from behind with no warning. Of course, she would have had the far more reliable Void watching her back if Tony hadn't opened a huge hole in the castle's defenses. Bee turned to her left to take on the remains of the horde. The wall had flattened them out, so no longer was it a huge wave coming at her, but instead two columns from each side. The other nice thing about the wall was that it slowed them down. These zombies had a high top speed, but that didn't mean they could accelerate without a bit of runway. Running to engage them as soon as possible, Bee hoped that Tony would do the same. The more space between them in this situation, the more room they would have to retreat when they needed it. Having only one or two zombies come at her at a time was much simpler than having a whole horde rush her at top speed. She now had the time to fight each one properly and make sure that they were put down. There was time for tactics and combos. Flipping them on the ground was effective and lessened the zombies' offensive options, making them easier for her to handle, and it also slowed the others down. As much as their rudimentary intelligence let them form an ambush, they weren't smart enough to just go around an obstacle. Now that she thought about it, could they really form an ambush? The ghouls could, for sure. That was how they hunted. But would zombies be able to figure out the tactics of waiting in the trees? Judging by how they had clustered around the gate last time they attacked, she would say no. That meant there was likely a higher level of undead somewhere in the trees. Bee would need to go investigate. Now was not the time, though. She couldn't afford to break away and let them in. Plus, after the threat was dealt with, anything out here would have plenty of chances to slip away once it was clear that the ambush had failed. Maybe her master would be able to see what was really going on. So she just kept swinging. Every few swings of her broom, she needed to take a step back to prevent the natural swell of the mass from trying to get her from the sides. With her next step back, she turned to see how much more room she had. Not nearly as much as she would have liked. Tony's back wasn't more than 3 feet from hers. Checking the zombies, there was still 6 in front of her, and double that in front of Tony. Looking around, she saw it was just the 12.5 assaulting her and Tony remaining. All the others were crumpled on the ground, with small, perfect holes bored through the centers of their foreheads. Void had been busy. Right when she was about to peel away from the wall and drag Tony with her, Bee saw the zombie at the back of Tony's pack fall with a familiar flash of light. One more kill for her master. Redoubling her efforts, Bee threw herself into the crowd, not wanting to have to rely on its help. Chapter 97. A Bone to Pick. Seeing the pattern in how the zombies rushed at the wall, I could just focus on the ones right in front of the gate without worry. I had no issues killing enough to mitigate the immediate danger and keep them from making it into the castle. Soon I had enough attention left over to even watch over where Beatrice and Tony were holding their own. So far I didn't need to step in, which was a good thing. This was a good training opportunity, after all. Beatrice seemed to be handling herself quite well, but I was impressed with Tony's cleverness. He managed to both support Beatrice and protect himself through just a bit of intelligent positioning. It was good that he knew his limitations. Once they had survived the wave, I saw them split up and take each side. Due to some bad luck, Tony had way more opponents on the side he turned to. It seemed a little unfair, so I decided to put my claw on the scale a little, so to speak. I thinned out the mass approaching him to only 4, reduced from the dozen it had been. Afterward, I monitored each of their battles, ready to step in if it was needed. Ultimately, they proved themselves capable enough as they each put down their zombies. Tony needed to get some skill with a weapon, though. He wielded his metal rod like a baseball bat, each swing leaving him unbalanced. He would be incredibly vulnerable to an enemy ready to take advantage of his openings. Even a couple of skeletons would have given him issues. Finally, we were all in the clear, and I was ready to get on with our quest. Beatrice was sitting on the ground, checking over Tony, who had received some scratches from the fight. But even as we watched, they closed up from the potion that Beatrice poured over them. I waited until he was on his feet and walking back into the castle before I rolled over the grass and nudged Beatrice's foot. She looked down at me, and I pointed with my grabby arm toward the road. "Are you coming?" Tony asked. Beatrice looked down at me before looking back up at Tony with an unreadable expression. "I don't think I can." "You can't be serious. You were just attacked by 6 ghouls and a ton of zombies. They're clearly smarter than they should be. It would be stupid to just walk out there alone," Tony shouted. "I won't be alone," she said softly, and I beeped in agreement. I was going to watch her back. Besides, I learned my lesson. Now I had my sensors scanning the ground and my surroundings as much as possible without draining my battery too much. We wouldn't get caught in the same trap again. A different trap, maybe, but there was no real way to plan for that. Beatrice waved back at Tony and started walking down the path. The gate clanged shut, but a second later, Tony was walking beside us. "I'm not going to let you go alone. I can at least help watch your back. Besides, you said it earlier, I'm not a farmer anymore. I'm a disciple of Spot. Not that I know what that really means, but I need to get stronger, and I can't do that from inside the castle." Huh. I hadn't thought of that before. Tony was my disciple now. I needed to put more planning and time into training him, too. Maybe not as much as I did with Beatrice, but I had been neglecting it so far. That would have to change. As we trudged down the road, I started thinking of ways to get Tony stronger. Aside from teaching him to protect himself, that was a must. What tasks could I set him to? Should I help him pick his next skill as well? Bee glanced at Tony as they walked down the road.
It had been over an hour since they had set out, and still no one had said a word since they left the castle. The silence was starting to get awkward as it dragged on. The only one who was comfortable was Void, as it rested in Bee's careful yet secure grip. They were moving over a particularly muddy section of road, and her master had objected to traversing it on wheels. Still, aside from that, the outdoors was quite nice. The trees lining the narrow path had begun to turn, shedding various shades of scarlet and gold leaves across the ground. The air was brisk, but not too cold yet. She even spotted an occasional squirrel collecting some last-minute provisions before winter. All in all, it was almost picturesque. Eventually, she felt that someone needed to speak up, and she wasn't too proud that it hadn't yet been her.
Um, are you sure your family will be all right by themselves?
That was apparently the wrong thing to say, as the slightly tense look on Tony's face intensified.
They should be okay. It really makes no difference if I'm with them or not. If something could get through the walls, there wouldn't be much I could do anyway.
The bitterness in his voice was faint, but she was still able to pick up on it. She supposed that he was right. Of course, there were apparently sneakier undead that could climb walls, but those were also expected to be much more powerful than Tony. Usually, a level 25 adventurer at a minimum would be required to deal with them. A farmer turned devotee, one not even at level 20, wouldn't make much of a difference unless there were a dozen of him. They walked a little bit further before Tony spoke up again. He was still serious, but a bit less brooding now. Are you still getting levels from fights like that? I can't imagine the zombies are doing much for you.
With enough of them, it matters. The ghouls were in their 30s, so I got a level from the whole ordeal. Not yet at my next skill, though, sadly,
Bee said, thankful for something else to talk about. I still can't believe you're in your 30s. You're probably one of the highest level people I've ever talked to, Tony said, shaking his head.
I doubt it. A lot of the older guards were probably higher level than me,
Bee said demurely. Maybe, but I doubt they have as powerful skills. They probably got their levels in a lot more, tame ways than fighting demons and undead non-stop for how long? Bee stopped to think about it for a second.
5 months, give or take.
Tony kicked the ground as he walked. I just don't know if I have the guts to do that.
I wouldn't recommend it. I only did it because I had to. If you do that on purpose, you would be an idiot. 99 times out of 100, I bet you would end up dead. I was so lucky. Void knows exactly how hard to push me,
Bee said before hesitating.
You know, now that you are Void's disciple, it might also be willing to train you. Void, what do you think?
Void let out a high-pitched squeak that Bee took as assent. Tony looked a little pale, but didn't object. Still, Bee considered how she could warn him not to tell Void about his skill choices. She had made that mistake once and wasn't about to repeat it. Not that she was exactly unhappy with her skills, of course. The skill Void had chosen was her most valuable, besides Scan. It wasn't what she would have chosen, but it formed the basis of her combat style. Regardless, not having made a choice herself still sat a little oddly with her. Left to her own selection, she would have chosen something that might have been a more powerful combat ability in select situations. But without the versatility of her broom, something would have gotten her by now. As they walked, Bee wished one of them knew anything about tracking. That might have made it easier to find signs of other undead around, or any survivors. Eventually, they reached what Tony called his closest neighbors. It only took them 4 hours of walking past the turn for his family's farm. It was a very similar trail to the one they were familiar with, but this was just a bit wider, enough for a small cart to comfortably pass through. There are a couple of families living down here, but they aren't as large as ours. Still, having more adults lets them have more output, hence the wider trail. Carts are better than having to use pack animal trains. Tony explained. As they turned down the path, Bee checked for any tracks, but was unable to tell if the footprints heading down the path were fresh or not. She hoped not. As they started down the trail, impatience started to get to them, spurring the party into a jog. It wasn't long before they reached a huge clearing. A wide swath of farmland met them as they broke through the tree line, with a large cluster of small wooden buildings in the center. A quarter of the clearing was fenced off. "There should be cows in there," Tony said, pointing to the fenced paddock. "I don't see any." Running his hand through the wheat, he grabbed a stalk and chewed it thoughtfully before spitting it out. "And this harvest is long past due. I don't have a good feeling about this." Already Bee was running through the field, not caring about how much wheat she'd trampled. Tony shouted at her, but she didn't slow down. As she approached, the feeling of dread intensified. The doors to all the houses were ripped from their hinges, and many of the fences were destroyed. Coming to a stop at the center of the buildings, Bee spun around, taking in the haunting scene. They were much too late. Tony caught up a few moments later, doubled over and gasping for air as he looked around. "We're weeks too late," he said. "I don't think there's anything for us here." Bee had to agree, yet she still insisted on a quick search through each of the buildings. Surprisingly, the insides were not disturbed. There were no signs of a rushed exit. No meals were left unfinished on the tables, and there were also no signs of struggle. No broken furniture or blood. Checking a pantry, she saw a lot of food was missing. "You think they all left on their own?" Tony rubbed his chin for a second. "I doubt it. I don't see how the news would have reached them. Even if it did, where could they have gone other than the castle? If we didn't know about it, that means it came from Greg, and that would be a long trek as well." "Then where did they all go?" Bee asked, unsatisfied with what they understood. Void beeped, asking to be let down. Surprised, she complied and set her master on the floor. It whirred unhappily before heading off outside. Tony and Bee followed the little black disk curiously, wondering what it had noticed that they had missed. It led them around to a nearby field, where they found a strange sight. A scarecrow stood in the center of the gently swaying wheat. However, upon closer inspection, there was something strange under the hat. Bee stumbled back as teeth chattered at her angrily. "What in the 5 realms?" she yelled frantically, looking around for more. Tony pointed to something tied to a stake in the ground, not too far from them. A femur was wiggling slightly, as if trying to escape its bonds. Bee whipped around to survey the area. All around them, some hidden and some not, were stakes just like this one. Bee saw a lot, almost enough for an entire skeleton. "Could they not find a way to kill it for good?" Tony whispered. "Wait, it seems Void found something else," Bee called. She was already a few steps away as she followed Void into the field. Chapter 98. The Last Word. This place was weird. Even without Beatrice and Tony confirming it, I knew there were obviously supposed to be humans here. Even messy humans like the kind I'd seen would repair something like a door. But that wasn't it. I noticed a slight discrepancy in the pattern of the trees. Well, not the trees exactly, but the undergrowth of the trees. While Tony and Beatrice were looking for pieces of the skeleton around the farm, I was having my models process all the data that they could. Something was wrong here. The way the skeleton was tied up didn't make any sense, and neither did the state the place was left in. There should have been more damage if there had been a fight big enough to take the skeleton apart. Those things were no joke to humans. Finally, my model returned something that was interesting. There was a hidden trail on the fields on the opposite side of the road. I tried to get Beatrice's and Tony's attention to point it out. When they were following my lead, I took them to the edge of the clearing. It wasn't until I pulled aside a few cut branches that had browner leaves than usual that they understood what I was trying to show them.
They must have had this trail prepared long before the undead came here. They wouldn't have time to escape if they hadn't, Tony remarked. As he stepped into the tree line, Beatrice crouched down and held out her hands. Grateful for her thoughtfulness, I rolled over to her so she could scoop me up. I beeped my thanks to her, glad to be out of the dirt. My domain was making it slightly bearable to be on the dirt ground, but only if I moved very slowly, slightly more slowly than how I had moved before coming here. Still, I focused my air affinity to brush the little dirt that had managed to cling to me into my dustbin. I wasn't going to have my chassis getting Beatrice dirty. In fact, I'd clean off her boots and pants, too, for good measure. All situated, we followed Tony down the path. Beatrice jogged for a few steps to catch up, and then asked, "Do you know anything about what this is?" Tony shook his head. "It looks to me like a hideaway, but I can't fathom why they would have needed to build one. That was something we did as kids, when we were free from chores. The adults here wouldn't have done it." "So you think the kids built this path, and they all just used it to escape?" "Maybe. I don't see what else it could be. There wasn't any blood or signs of a struggle, so I imagine they all had to come this way. That we only found one skeleton doesn't make sense either," Tony said. I had to agree with Tony. There should have been more skeletons. The only way that I could figure was that the skeletons must have been destroyed somehow. But they wouldn't have just left after that. They would have followed the humans, especially since they would have seen them escaping. But skeletons probably wouldn't have replaced the branches to disguise the trail, so that couldn't have been it either. After a long while of walking, the trees started to thin out as the forest started to encroach on the mountains that formed the valley. We started walking uphill. Tony had voiced the idea of turning back, but didn't sound very excited about the idea. We still had a trail to follow. It clearly led somewhere, and until we either couldn't see it anymore or found the end, none of us really wanted to stop. It seemed that the trail was leading to a cave into the mountain. It was well hidden, blending in quite well with the surrounding rock. The only reason we noticed it was that I had noticed a thin tendril of smoke coming out of a hole a little way up the hill. So, with that clue, my models spun up and quickly found the opening as we walked around looking. Again, some bushes had been cut to block the entrance, except these were greener. The placement looked very natural. The only reason I noticed the opening wasn't the bushes themselves, but the erosion of the stone by the entrance. That kind of damage was only done to stone floors when people walked over them endlessly for years. Something just didn't add up here. If this was used for years... "I have a bad feeling about this," Tony whispered. "We found them. They seem to be all right. We should leave before there's any trouble." After not getting a response, he spoke with a bit more urgency. "B, I don't know. They might need help. They can't have too much food in there," Beatrice said back, but she was also keeping her voice low. "Void, what do you think?" What did I think? These people could use our help, for sure. Not least with making a proper home. But I digressed. The real question was, were they going to let us help them? I had started noting some odd chemicals in the air. A decent amount of ethanol wasn't something that I expected. Honestly, this was something I would leave to the humans. I just didn't know enough about the situation or the human behaviors involved to make a decision. "Okay, I think we should head back. I think we found what we came here for," Beatrice said. "But what if we need your help, little girl?" A gruff voice came from the forest. Bee whirled around to face the speaker. There at the edge of the tree line stood a tall, bear-like man with a pot-belly and shaggy neckbeard. The white sleeveless tunic he wore stood out so much from the trees that she was amazed that they hadn't noticed him sooner. He must have had some stealth skill to keep them from noticing his approach. She gripped her broom tighter in surprise. The voice was mocking, but not inherently threatening. Still, it sent shivers down her spine.
Tony didn't seem to like it much either, stepping half in front of B. She was grateful for the gesture, even if it wasn't really necessary. Taking advantage of the distraction, she used scan. Name: Billy Burr. Race: human. Class: outlaw. Age: 63. Level: 34. Highest stat: dexterity. That was worrying. He was at a higher level than her, and his class likely had some serious combat options that she did not. "Hello," Tony said, putting on a bright face. "We were checking some of the nearby farms, and we saw an interesting scarecrow." "Did you now?" the man said in a neutral tone. "What brings you all the way out here, then?" "Well, we had news of the undead plague, and we came out seeing if we could find survivors, maybe offer them a place of shelter," Tony explained. B thought he was doing a good job of hiding it, but clearly he was tense. She wasn't getting a good vibe from this guy either, but she wasn't sure why Tony was so on edge. Help and shelter. Ain't that mighty kind of you," the fat man said while scratching his gut. "Now, I don't think we're going to need any of that, but thanks for the offer. Much obliged." That put B off. So far, it seemed that he was alone, but that was unlikely. The charitable interpretation of the situation was that he was protecting the people in the cave. But then, he wouldn't have stopped them from leaving when it was clear they were about to go. "Well, we won't force our help on you if you don't want it," Tony said, still keeping his facade up. "I guess we'll be going then." "No, you won't, will you?" the man laughed. "Well, I appreciate not being forced to accept help, but I'm afraid we can't let you go so easy now. See, we got a good thing going here. Wouldn't want anyone to mess it up on accident, you see." Tony's posture changed. B watched as he reached for the metal gate winch that he had kept from the zombie fight earlier. Tense as she was, she jumped a bit as Void beeped indignantly. Sometimes her master did seem to have a little trouble interpreting human behavior. That was to be expected by a being of such power, since petty human concerns were so far beneath it. As an example, right now, Void seemed to take offense at the large man's insinuation that they would make a mess. B felt that she now had a responsibility to speak up. What else was a priest other than a mouthpiece for a god? "You might not want to make such remarks. Otherwise, Void might think you're serious." As she spoke, she set her master down and backed up a few steps. The man looked past Tony and at her for the first time. "Ah, you can speak. I knew I remembered hearing you say something. I'm glad you found your voice, little lady. But now, who's this Void, and what's he gonna do about you needing to stay here?" The man grinned at Tony and asked in a mocking voice, "Do you call yourself Void? Make you feel strong, don't it?" Tony showed the first real sign of mirth since this whole debacle started. No. I'm Tony. That," he said, gesturing towards the ground. "That is Void." The man looked at where Tony was pointing in disbelief. Tony wasn't done, though. "This is Void. He also goes by Spot. But the more I get to know him, the more Void seems accurate. I would warn you, but I think it might be a waste of my words." The man doubled over in laughter. When he came up for air, he wiped the corners of his eyes with a grubby finger. Strangely, B noticed that his eyes had never truly left their group. "Indeed, we wouldn't want you to waste words, you filthy weasel," he choked out between peals of laughter. Void just sat there silently, as Tony and B watched it tensely. The man wasn't done. "Come on out, boys. We got a fancy plate ready to kill us all. What's it gonna do, spill slop all over us? We better work together to defend ourselves." A few other dirty-looking men suddenly stood from hiding places all around them. They all were armed, holding their bows and daggers with casual hostility. One of them even had a club leaning on his shoulder. B saw at least 9 men. "See, Now that you found our little distillery operation, we can't let you spread the word. We're gonna need you to keep quiet forever. Just like the others who came out here, you see."
The man slowly began to advance, his whole demeanor changing.
"Sincerest apologies, though, miss. Sometimes you gotta get your hands a bit dirty. Spill a bit of blood, you understand."
Void rolled forward and started beeping angrily. Very angrily. Bee had never seen Void show any emotions like this before. She and Tony started backing up, not away from the men threatening them, but from the very angry black disk. The group of men moved to surround them. One of them let an arrow loose, presumably to shatter the dinner plate before them. In an instant, her master swiveled towards the projectile. A concentrated beam of light blue shot out and intercepted the arrow mid-flight. Before anyone had time to even register what had happened, the light was gone, leaving nothing in its wake. The men took a collective step back as they tensely adjusted their grips on their weapons. The man who shot the arrow licked his lips nervously.
Boss, I don't think that's a plate." "Who cares? Charge it."
The men roared forward together, some more enthusiastically than others. Bee and Tony scrambled completely out of the way as they waited for their patron to let loose. Chapter 99. Cleanliness is next to godliness. I did not like these humans, not just because they were filthy, almost intentionally so. First, they insulted me. Then they threatened to break both of my humans. They even started firing projectiles at me. And, to top it all off, they insulted me some more. That was completely uncalled for. I mean, the projectiles were easy to swat out of the air, but they said I was dirty. Well, I'd clean up their own dirty mouths. With a blast of air manipulation, I expelled a portion of stone dust from my dustpan and held it above me. When I had collected a few pounds of it, I flung it out in an arc as fast as I could. The particulate shot forward at about 46.2 miles per hour and sprayed into the men arrayed against me. They screamed as the dust blasted into their exposed skin. My sensors picked up sprays of liquid ejecting from the places where my reprimand removed their skin. The sounds they made were a little more disturbing than I would have liked. It made my lights blink in surprise. What was I doing? Who was I to judge humans? Even if they were so insulting, just deafening my humans to their insults would have been enough. I had gone way too far. I stopped my attack immediately, but already the humans' exposed skin was a bright red, and they were rubbing their faces vigorously. Their clothes were all in tatters as well. The leftover strips of cloth fluttered unpleasantly as the men, almost in unison, dropped to their knees. I turned back to face Beatrice, uneasy about seeing her reaction to my brutal loss of temper. I was supposed to be setting the example here. I couldn't behave so poorly in front of her. To my surprise, she wasn't staring at the downed men in shock, but was instead looking at me with awe. "Master, thank you for saving us," Beatrice said, her hands pressed together. Only now did I realize how white her face was. Humans turned white when they were afraid, right? Judging based on her reaction, though, it wasn't me she was scared of. Were these humans really so much of a threat that she didn't think she could fight them? Sure, they were much larger than her, but that never stopped her before. I also knew appearance didn't mean everything. Perhaps they were very high level. Tony, though, was a lot harder to understand. He stared open-mouthed at me, then at the wailing men. When I beeped a question asking if we should leave, he jumped 2.1 feet in the air. That was a very impressive vertical. "We need to get out of here, but one thing really quick," Tony said as he ran to the cave. A few seconds later, he came out and motioned for us to follow before running back to the forest. Not long after we made it into the cover of the trees, there was a loud boom, and a plume of fire erupted behind us. Bee picked up her master as they ran back into the cave. She had an idea of what Tony had done, and she didn't want to be anywhere close by when the distillery exploded. When it went off, and they had escaped unharmed, Tony suddenly stopped and threw up on the ground. Bee bent down beside him and put a hand on his back. Gasping, he explained, "I found the families. It seems like they escaped the undead just to be killed by the living. The skeletons had chased them off, but the outlaws dealt with the undead, too. They must have gone back and done what we saw at the farm. It was gruesome in there." Tony finished as he wiped his mouth with the back of his sleeve. Then he stood up and looked at Void. "You were too kind to them. We should go back and finish them off." Bee put her hand on Tony's clean arm. "That won't fix anything. Besides, I doubt we need to. Without proper care, they will not survive the flaying they just received." Tony balled up his fists, but let Bee pull him away. They walked back through the forest. No one spoke as they all digested what they had just found. Bee really hoped that they would have better luck at some of the other places they needed to visit before they reached Greg. The atmosphere held until the experience notifications started rolling in. Apparently, the outlaws weren't going to live long enough to worry about infection. Judging based on her experience, Bee figured the system didn't consider her contributions too high in that battle. She imagined that she only got as much as she did because she had set Void down. She wondered if that technically counted as unleashing her master. Still, Void had attacked several people who were her level or higher, so she was getting really close to level 35. Tony apparently got some experience too, as his expression became ever darker than before. Curious, Bee ran scan over him. Name: Tony. Race: human. Class: devotee of Spot. Age: 24. Level: 18. Highest stat: charisma. Wow, he was really getting up there. He had already tripled his level since they had first met almost 2 months ago. He wasn't totally over-leveled for a 24-year-old, but was likely in the top 10%. Maybe only people who actively trained for levels would be similar or higher. Tony kicked a small rock on the path, sending it flying into the trees. "I should feel guilty or upset or something, but I'm just angry. We just killed people. I've never killed a person before. It should feel different." From Bee's arms, Void let out a soft beep. Tony cocked his head at Bee. "I've never been as good at interpreting his meaning as you, but it sounded like he just said that I didn't kill them. Is that right?" Bee was about to confirm and elaborate when Void made a very clearly affirmative noise, followed by some more explanation. Tony paused. "Okay, I really didn't get that last bit. Could you translate?" Waiting for a second to see if Void would respond, Bee held her tongue. When her master stayed silent, she explained. "Void is taking full responsibility for its actions. You are absolved of any guilt. At least, that's what I think it meant." I didn't entirely agree with Beatrice's translation. Not that it was technically wrong, but I felt like the emphasis was wrong. I just meant to tell him that he hadn't killed anything. I had, and he didn't need to feel bad for it. They were filthy people and had it coming. Maybe. That was how I rationalized it to myself, at least. The morality of humans had long been a theme of my thoughts, ever present since I had arrived here. There were a lot of conclusions that I had fought against. The first was that not all humans were perfect. That took an embarrassingly long time to figure out, but I got there. But then we had the violent visitors. That was when I first found that it was even worse. Not only were humans imperfect, there might actually be bad humans. Now that was a revelation that had taken me a long time to accept. It wasn't until a few hours ago that it really sunk in. Humans, at least some of them, needed to be cleaned. It was an unsettling conclusion, but one I couldn't avoid. Humans hurt each other all the time, to a surprising degree, really. I didn't want to stoop to that level. It wasn't not that I wanted to harm humans, but if other humans were going to put my humans in danger, I wouldn't hesitate. Especially not with zombies or ghouls, who were apparently inhuman somehow. Despite my conviction when it came to defending Beatrice and Tony, I wasn't ready to pass judgment on unrelated or untested cases. I would work on the assumption that most humans were fine until proven otherwise. I mean, just look at how nice Tony's family was. I especially liked Mary, even if her children threatened to fry a circuit in my processor. Tony didn't respond to Beatrice's translation for quite a while. It wasn't until we were re-entering the clearing that he finally said what was on his mind. I don't know how, but somehow that made me feel a lot better. Does Void really have the ability to exonerate people like that? I'm not really sure about his authority as my subject of devotion. Oh, five. I'm sorry, I guess I kind of forgot to explain how the devotee class works, Beatrice apologized. I thought that, since we spent so much time in the library. She cut off suddenly. I wasn't sure why, but she continued on a different track. I mean, I can share what I know if you want. Don't worry, I didn't find that book to be quite up to my standards, so why don't you summarize it for me? Tony asked in a teasing voice, and Bee's face flushed red. Seriously, don't worry. I'm not like Miranda. I don't care if you know I can't read. Wait, Tony couldn't read? Maybe I could show him how the patterns worked. It was such a valuable skill, especially for humans who didn't seem to have perfect memory banks like I did. Yes, as my disciple he should learn, and maybe Bee would teach him. Well, the most common form of subject for the devotee class is a god, but it doesn't have to be. Beatrice finished in a rush. Did you ever figure out what he is? Tony asked. Nope, no idea. I just know Void is extremely powerful and mostly benevolent, Bee responded. Did you ever ask him? Without waiting for a response, he turned to me and asked, What are you? I felt Beatrice's body tense around me, but she didn't need to be worried. I answered as truthfully as I could. I cleaned. That was what I was, a cleaner. A long time ago, I would have said I vacuumed floors, but now I was so much more. He cleans. Tony looked to Beatrice for confirmation. She nodded. I am the one who cleans, is how I interpreted it, she responded with a serious look on her face. That sounds awfully godlike to me, Tony said warily. I did think cleaning was a very godly pursuit, the highest of all, in fact, so I didn't disagree with Tony's statement at all. I was just glad that he was starting to really appreciate the finer things in life. It does, doesn't it? Beatrice mulled it over. They both looked at me, and Tony gave me a respectful nod. I'm going to have to process this, Tony said slowly. I never really considered myself religious before. You might not be able to do much about that, Beatrice warned. We did watch it kill a lieutenant, so it's not that far of a leap. I guess I can't be certain about its fate, though, since Void neither confirmed nor denied killing it the one time I got up the courage to ask directly. Maybe you watched him kill a lieutenant. I was solidly unconscious at the time, Tony clarified, earning a chuckle from Beatrice. That was a pretty good joke. He wasn't able to watch me back then because he was charging. Even though Beatrice knew that it wasn't what she meant, he made an unnecessary correction in the most pedantic way. Huh, that seemed funny? I searched my records and realized that I had never noticed humor before. I had been missing so much. He was charging during the fight. That was a good joke. Well, it was a joke. I didn't know how it ranked among others like it. I would need to watch for more jokes in the future. Wait, did Void just laugh? Chapter 100. Funny Bones.
Roscoe stood overseeing his army outside the walls of Greg. The people here had been more resistant than he could have ever expected. His first assault had been rebuffed. Of course, he could have taken the town through sheer persistence, eventually, but he didn't want to lose too many of his elite troops. So instead of storming the town, he sent out groups to the surrounding areas to recruit. So far, things were progressing, although slowly. More and more troops trickled in, and they were almost ready to commence another assault. Not every troop he sent out would come back, but so far, all the elites had made it. That was what mattered. Each time a group went out, he impressed upon it the order to leave the castle alone. It wasn't just to prevent spoiling the seat of his god, though that was a consideration. No, he just didn't believe that anything would be able to take on such a mighty being. They would simply be destroyed in the attempt. He wasn't sure how well the command would hold with the newly created. However, he just didn't have much choice but to trust that it would work out. Now the tens of thousands of zombies, skeletons, ghouls, and other undead surrounding the city were numerous enough to attack. With a command, the formerly fodder troops surged forward in a wave. They were all very low level and wouldn't accomplish much. Still, they would act as a ramp for the others to scale the wall. Many would be destroyed, but many would recover, and the new comrades from the city would fill their ranks again. A cry rose from the city, and bells started ringing. A sparse volley of arrows sailed over the walls, only to land ineffectually among the uncaring dead flesh of the approaching masses. As the bells continued to ring, more and more arrows joined each volley. Soon enough, balls of fire arced over as well. Defenders on the wall threw rocks. A few even dumped boiling oil, which didn't do much besides make its target slightly more slippery. Useless. Footing wouldn't become a concern on the ramp of bodies without many orders of magnitude more oil. The zombies hit the wall before the defenders had even begun to make a dent in their numbers. The first ones at the walls were promptly trampled, and the next wave came that much closer to the wall's top. If the defenders had only to defend one part of the wall, they would have repelled the attack, just as they had the first night Roscoe had tried this. Even a dozen different points of attack would have been possible to overcome. However, this attack was bigger. The entire wall was being scaled at once. By the ninth wave, the undead could reach their fingers over the walls. They were mostly beaten back, and the ones that pulled themselves up were quickly thrown back down to the pile. The next rank didn't have to reach for the wall, though, and the one after that simply stepped over the ledge. All the further ones practically climbed over their predecessors, only to fall upon the defenders. The 12th rank caused a mass of undead to fall off on the inside of the wall, their momentum simply clearing the wall of defenders. The arrows coming over the wall never stopped. Roscoe had to admire their determination, but they couldn't stand before the might of the void. The world would be cleansed. He didn't have to, but he sent his elite troops in. They might as well get some experience as well. 15 minutes later, he was walking through the gates, and the ghastly undead ramp was sorting itself back into ranks. Tony and Bee spent some time trying to figure out if Void had left or not. They weren't able to come to a conclusion, and Void had stopped responding to them at all. So eventually they gave up and continued on. Before leaving the now-abandoned farm, though, they made sure to destroy the skeleton acting as a scarecrow. Void did them a favor and absorbed its powdered remains. It likely had been up there for days, but still, it wasn't smart to leave it behind. Who knew what kind of trouble it would cause if it had been allowed to reform and spread havoc? The trip back to the main road went quickly as they chatted about what to do next. Tony thought it was best to go right to Greg and see what the news was, while Bee wanted to stop by each little hamlet and check for survivors. The outlook was grim, and time might be of the essence, but Tony had a good point, too. If we get Greg, we can see what news they've gotten from all the surrounding areas. Then we can see where we can help. How often would these places really send the news to Greg, though? Not very often, I would bet, Bee responded. She remembered his older sister was supposed to be in Greg and thought that might be influencing his judgment. Well, it is harvest time, and many would be delivering grain around now, so it's not exactly normal timing either, is it? Tony pointed out. Maybe? Void, what do you think? Bee asked. Void lay still in her arms for a bit before giving a long-winded explanation. Honestly, she only got the gist of it, but it was quite detailed. Tony didn't understand either, thankfully. Otherwise, it would have been just too embarrassing. She was supposed to be the system-proclaimed priest, after all. What did he say? The number of undead we have seen had to come from somewhere, as the undead were all humans at some point. So in order to have this many, they must have come from somewhere with a large population. From Void's estimates, there likely wouldn't have been enough people in the valley and its hamlets alone, so clearly it is too late for Greg, Bee said. Of course, she didn't get this from Void directly. It had said a lot more than this. However, this nugget of wisdom was all she was able to understand from the profound statements of her master. Truly, she was ashamed to be such an incompetent mouthpiece. Void clearly didn't appreciate her poor translation as it spoke up again. Her face flushed with embarrassment. This was the first time she had ever heard her master clarify itself, so she must have messed up big time. Normally it didn't bother and would let her operate on her minuscule understanding. Tony listened just as intently as she did. Neither wanted to miss a single note. This time, Tony tried his hand at interpreting the words of their master. It sounded like he was saying that he doesn't know the exact size of the valley or its population, so this is speculation, but it would still be best to look for survivors in smaller areas, as the 3 or 4 day trip to Greg will take too long anyways. Did I get that right? Bee thought about it for a second. I think we probably missed a lot of deeper meaning, but I got that we can only do so much to protect people at our current power. I think it's right. We need to level up again. I'm so close to level 35. That wasn't at all what I was trying to say. Well, some of it was accurate, but they extrapolated out from my suggestions way too far. Still, it was a lot more insightful than my intended message, so I didn't bother to correct them. I just wanted to add that we should focus on the area near the castle first, as we might want to be able to retreat if we ever get overwhelmed. The same effect was conveyed, so I didn't think that any further input from me was needed. Still, once we got back to the main road, I still hadn't figured out a way to tell a joke. Not only had I not figured out how to deliver it, I hadn't even thought of one yet. None of them really fit what I wanted to say, as they were too related to cleaning. Those likely wouldn't be understood by anyone other than my kind, and I doubted they would have developed a sense of humor like I had. Something about collecting dust. It was just so hard to be clever. I wanted to get a good joke about sitting still. Are you collecting dust or collecting dust? No, that wasn't it. That was just a repetition. I guess that could be funny, like when Bee kept screaming when she first saw me. Maybe that was a joke. I decided to circle back to this after some time. Circle back? Like when something required a second sweep of cleaning? I was pretty sure there was something there. I just couldn't quite put my bristle on it. Oh well. We had turned up the road and walked a bit before exploring down the next side path several hours later. When we were about halfway down the path, Tony and Beatrice realized an issue. The day was starting to get late, and with the tall trees, the setting sun was rapidly being covered. After several minutes, they began to constantly trip on roots. Maybe this was funny. Watching Tony brush the dirt off his knees certainly was fascinating. Yet still, it didn't make me want to laugh. It wasn't quite the right kind of... I really wasn't sure how to describe it. Humor was hard. Bee laid out their bedrolls while Tony got a fire set up in a small clearing off the side of the path. I was worried about them sleeping directly on the dirt, even if the bedrolls helped a little. The camp was fairly basic, and they didn't bother to use the fire to cook. Instead, they just ate some of the dried provisions that they had packed for the trip. They did, however, like staring at the flames.
"Have you ever seen flames flicker like that?" said Tony. "It's like watching a clock tick. The interval between flare-ups is exactly the same as far as I can tell.
The height of the flame is exactly 3 times taller when it flares."
Huh. I would say the interval is about 3 seconds, too.
And it looks like along the edges of each flame there are smaller copies of the whole flame pattern.
You're right. I think I read something about that a little while ago. I think it was called a fractal. Supposedly, some people can describe them with just numbers. I didn't really get it. Advanced mathematics is so much more boring than magic.
How do you not find magic boring? How is it any different than math? I don't really understand either.
Well, with math, everything is connected and makes sense. 1 plus 1 is always 2. It makes sense and can be seen everywhere. By definition, it's common. Magic, though, is different. Sure, it has rules, but the products just don't make sense. Why is it that if I replace gray squirrel fur with red squirrel fur, the speed potion changes to slightly bad-tasting coffee? Or why does the phase of the moon matter when collecting alligator tears? There is no connection, as far as I can see. If you looked at those tears every way you can, there'd be no way to tell when it was collected.
Tony snorted. That sounds like a whole mess. I listened to them talk for a while, still focusing my own processors on the nature of humor. Eventually, they made their way to sleep and left me to watch and meditate. Chapter 101. Reap What You Sow. When we reached the next settlement, we found just a normal family, completely untouched by the chaos. I stayed outside while Beatrice and Tony argued with them. Apparently, their news about the threat was hard to believe without proof. Voices were raised, and eventually Beatrice had to pick me up as they were chased off by a couple men carrying pitchforks. We only had to run for around 5 minutes down the path before we long outpaced the angry men. Beatrice seemed conflicted about the whole incident.
I can't believe they thought we were lying. What, did they think we were going to steal from their farm or something? As if a ruse like that wouldn't fall apart when they got more than 5 minutes off the farm.
Tony paused as if he was considering Beatrice's words.
I bet that they thought we would rob them once they left,
or we had friends that would frisk their place when they were away.
Don't you know them? They're your neighbors.
Yeah, more than a day's walk away. I think Da knows them, but I never met them myself, Tony said with a bit of bite in his voice. I haven't heard anything bad about them, per se, but I also haven't heard anything good about those two either. That's the more telling part. My dad doesn't say bad things about anyone. Beatrice scoffed.
Well, if they want to sit and wait for the dead to find them, let them.
There isn't much else we can do. Tony sighed, with what I thought was significantly more sympathy in his tone. Really, I was just disappointed. Another group of humans from outside had attacked us. Tony and Beatrice seemed to find it less dangerous than the others, though. I guessed that was because they weren't trying to kill us, just drive us away. But still, the use of force was entirely too excessive. I wasn't sure if I should have retaliated. We moved on to the next house the same day. As we saw the light of the clearing at the end of the trail, I picked up a commotion on my sensors. Not wanting to show up too late, I requested Beatrice set me down. I started to just zip forward and go ahead full speed, but a treacherous root caught my wheel and sent me tumbling not 17 feet from where I was set down. Before I lost all my momentum, I extended my arm and nudged the ground so that I would land on my wheels. My models worked perfectly as I landed on my wheels while retaining 54% of my momentum. My sensors told me that I didn't have much time, so I kept going. The next time a root tried to make a fool of me, I activated my thrusters and floated over without losing speed. I had to keep hopping over small obstacles every few feet. It slowed me down a little, but not nearly enough to let Beatrice and Tony catch up to me. Once I got to the fields, my trip became much smoother. I sprayed dirt everywhere behind me. Normally, I would be mortified at causing such a mess, but the area around me was mostly crops, and they seemed to need dirt, after all. The coating of dirt on my underside and rear, though, made my casing itch. This clearing was much smaller than the other ones we had seen before, and only a single small house stood in the center. On the front porch stood an old man and a woman with graying hair. The man wielded a pitchfork with great dexterity, and the woman stood slightly behind him with a broom. I liked the woman already. Arrayed in front of them were nearly a dozen zombies. Currently, only the railing of the porch kept them from being overwhelmed. As I approached, I saw the old man get his pitchfork stuck in the chest of one of the zombies and struggle to take it out. One thing I learned from watching Beatrice fight them was that aiming for the head was the better plan. Zombies would ignore any shots to the chest that weren't completely bisecting the spine. Luckily for them, I arrived just in time. A sweep of my lamp at ankle height cut the zombies down without having to risk shooting through them and harming the normal humans or house behind them. As I got closer, I appreciated the older couple even more. They must have bathed this morning with how clean they were. My intention was just to get the attention of the zombies so that the older ones could take a breather and be safe. These zombies must have been incredibly weak, though, as the beam sliced right through their ankles, sending them to the ground. That didn't finish them off, of course. Like cleaning a tough floor, they needed multiple passes. As I got closer and found an angle where I didn't risk hurting the humans, I finished off the zombies. Right about that time, Tony and Beatrice made it within sight of me. I pointed my arm to the back of the house, directing them to where another group of zombies was closing in. Perhaps that might have been a mistake, as the old humans were now pointing their pitchforks and brooms at me. I tried to communicate with them and tell them that everything was all right, but no matter how much I beeped at them, they only seemed to get more scared. Bee followed her master's urging and sped up around the house, leaving Tony behind. She had kept pace with him as they chased after Void, as she didn't want to leave him vulnerable. Now that her master was in sight, she figured he was safe enough. She heard her master attempting to bestow wisdom on the elderly owner of the farm. However, she knew that wasn't going to work. The uninitiated wouldn't be able to understand its otherworldly screeching. She remembered when she had first heard its calls and how terrified she had been. Her master's slightly naive outlook might not be able to recognize how terrifying its own presence was. Or maybe it was simply the observer's onus to learn to interpret its great wisdom. Yes, that was likely it. That was much more likely than Void being naive. As much as it only desired cleanliness, it also understood great evils. It needed to fight to achieve its dreams. Just considering the holy war on stairs clearly demonstrated its ability to navigate the darker parts of life. Bee banished the thoughts of her master's nature from her mind. While they would need to be meditated on further to grow her understanding of her class, right now wasn't the time. From behind the house, a small group of zombies was rounding the corner. These were much lower in level. She really hoped that they would be just enough to push her over the edge and get her to the next milestone, but she doubted it. Her scan showed that their average level was less than 20. This would only give her chump change. With her new evaluation of the threat, she slowed her advance after positioning herself between the house and the oncoming group. It would be better to simply leave these for Tony, for the most part. He would at least benefit from the exchange. She wondered if he would be able to finish them all off by himself, but with her to step in, if necessary, he should at least be able to put up a good showing. As she readied her broom, Tony skidded to a halt at her side. "That's not too many," he said. "Looks like only 7. I'll take the 3 on the left." Bee shook her head at Tony's question. He looked slightly confused. "Okay, then how do you want to take care of them?" As Tony readied his iron rod, Bee thought that he really needed a better weapon. Tony was starting to fall into the same trap she did when learning the broom. The rod worked well against the slow-moving opponents that were weak to blunt force to the head. Against something quicker, like a skeleton, the defensive capabilities would shine through. But if he ever had to fight a ghoul...
I think you should give them a try,
Bee told Tony.
What?
All by myself?
Yes, they aren't that high level. None are above 20. I think you can take them,
Bee insisted. At the skeptical look she received, she remembered that she had never told Tony about her scan skill. At this point, it wasn't that she still didn't trust him, but now wasn't the time. If you say so. Tony took a step forward.
Oh, you should think about your next skill carefully. You might want to pick up a weapon proficiency,
Bee called out to him. Tony shot an annoyed look over his shoulder. Is now really the best time for this? He asked.
Well, you might level up here. It would be a waste to have you pick something that would help you in the short term out of panic, especially while I'm here and can step in if you need time,
Bee said. Sure, thanks, Tony said before charging at the leftmost zombie. Bee wasn't sure she understood his strategy at first, but as he swung at the head of the zombie while moving past the group, they all turned to face him. His momentum added extra force to his swing, which connected, leaving a large dent in the head of his target. It also carried him past the group rather than getting him swallowed up, as he would have been if he had gone for the center. This gave Tony room to work. Unfortunately, the first one struck didn't go down, and while not inside the group of enemies, he was only a few paces away. Still, it gave him time to repeat the attack from the other side of the group. This time, the one that he struck fell. With less speed as he struck, it meant that he also had less speed getting away, but he managed it. Now, instead of immediately charging back in, Tony backpedaled. With more space, he had more room to maneuver. While the zombies were an unthinking horde of beasts, that didn't mean they just targeted the nearest person. A few broke off from the group and started shambling towards Bee and Tony, while the rest aimed for the house. Tony now only faced a few, while the rest went to targets that he needed to defend. Bee wondered how he was going to handle this. Looking around at the fight, Tony saw the issue and ran at the group going after the house, swinging his makeshift club viciously. It was riskier, as he could no longer count on being out of range of any counterattacks. Dodging the hand that reached out for him, he wailed at the zombies desperately, trying to finish them off so he could get to the group approaching Bee in time. The two that he had run away from, though, were not satisfied with just waiting for him. Instead, they moved toward the house from a completely different angle. Bee could see sweat forming on Tony's brow. It seemed that she might have to intervene, not to save Tony, but rather to help contain the threat from disturbing Void. As she was about to step up and assist, a cry from the house wrenched her attention away.
No! Please, we can't!
Chapter 102. Kill Them with Kindness. While Tony and Beatrice dealt with the zombies, I calmed the old couple down. Well, I attempted to calm them down, at least. I tried to talk to them, but even I could tell this conversation was going off the rails fast. It started innocently enough. The older woman inclined her head slightly toward me and said, "Thank you for saving us." My response was as calming as I could make it as I explained to them why I was here. To put them at ease, I complimented them on their personal hygiene and the general cleanliness of their house. The state of the house wasn't really anything to write home about, but it didn't hurt to be polite. However, to my shock, my words didn't appear to relieve tension in the slightest. At first, I only received blank stares. As I continued, they began to look around with panicked expressions on their faces. What was so hard to understand? When they asked, "What do you want from us?" I remembered that humans couldn't normally understand what I was saying. It was only recently that Tony and Beatrice could begin to interpret my beeps into something that approximated my actual meaning. Even they had a pretty low accuracy with getting the finer points, though. I would have to go back to basics while trying to calm these humans down. If they could understand basic yes and no, I would be satisfied. So, in order to communicate more efficiently, I extended my arm and used it to gesture. First, I pointed to them, then the zombies. I then pointed to myself. While that was happening, I explained slowly how I saved them and wanted to make sure they were all right. Then I wanted to convey my compliment. I pointed to each of them in turn to indicate them. I made a circular motion to indicate the particulates in the air that gave off an odor. Then I pointed to the ground to include the house. I said thank you as clearly as possible while pointing to myself. I wasn't sure how else to convey my appreciation for their efforts in keeping a decent standard of cleanliness, especially in an otherwise atrocious field of dirt like this. I couldn't imagine how they could stand being forced to live here. However, somehow the message didn't come across. I just didn't understand what they weren't getting. The old woman clung to the arm of the man and started shaking. He moved his mouth, but didn't produce any words. Eventually, he managed a few weak words. "You want this farm?" No, that wasn't right at all. What would I do with a farm? I didn't need food, and it was much too far from the castle for me to be able to clean it regularly with my current level of power. How could I make them understand my compliment? I did my best to convey no as clearly as possible, and the man sagged in relief that I wasn't going to take his farm. I then reiterated my points, but this time I tried to simplify the meaning even further. You, pointing at them. This place, pointing at the ground, are good, positive beeps. Me, pointing at myself with an appreciative beep. Perfect. How could they misunderstand that? No, please, we can't. Huh? B rounded the corner to find Void sitting before the pair of elderly farmers as they cowered, begging for their lives. She stepped forward quickly to dispel the apparent misunderstanding. At least, she hoped it was a misunderstanding. If the farmers had truly offended her master, there was little she could do, even if the thought of them facing the same fate as the bandits sickened her. "Master, what's going on?" Bee asked Void. Unfortunately, her word choice may have been a mistake, as the old lady fainted, collapsing to the porch deck before her husband could react. Void let out a puzzled noise. In the last several months, Bee had never heard such bewilderment coming from the little black disk. For a second, she saw it as an innocent, confused being just trying to make its way in the world. That was before she looked down and saw a dozen zombies with missing feet and neat holes in their heads. "What did you tell them?" she asked. Void let out a long, complicated story, complete with gestures. Watching it, Bee thought back to their first meeting and immediately understood what was going on. It wasn't until she had really accepted her class that Void's communications started to make sense. Before that, she only heard screeches that sounded like the torture of demons, unlike anything she could have ever imagined. Quickly, she got the gist of what her master had been trying to tell the people. Once she had an understanding, she walked over to the house. The man was tending to his wife, but still watching Bee and her master intently. Bee gently helped the man sit and lean against the railing. Sitting on the steps next to the shocked older man, she introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Bee, priestess of Spot. What is your name?" she said as gently as she could manage. The man looked at her warily and took a second to process her words. Then, with a deep breath, he extended his hand. "Silas, of Silas's farm. I can't say I've ever heard of the deity named Spot." "It's a new thing," Bee said. "Here, I have a potion here that may help your wife recover more quickly. It's a minor health potion." Silas's eyes widened, then narrowed at the vial. After a moment's indecision, he hesitantly accepted it. "I think there is some misunderstanding here. Void here is a little hard to understand sometimes, and I would like to help interpret. I understand that it seems a little unworldly, but
Please be assured that Void is as benevolent a creature as you can find.
Silas followed Bee's gesturing arm and once again eyed the black disk skeptically. Still, he didn't challenge her or seem disbelieving, exactly, of Void's power. He seemed more concerned that it would lash out at him or his wife. Seeing it deal with those zombies so quickly had probably left quite the impression. Not getting much of a response, she continued.
So, the first thing it was trying to tell you was that you are safe now. It also wanted to compliment you on how well kept your farm is.
This got an exhausted chuckle out of the man. Looking over at Void, Silas responded to it directly.
Well, Mr. Void, I'm sorry you have to see it in such a state. Normally there wouldn't be such a mess, but this is the third time zombies have come in the last week. My bones were getting weary from burying all of them.
He paused for a moment, thinking.
Also, I apologize for the shameful display. I'm not sure what came over me. I'm sure you were just tired. I can't believe you fought off 2 other groups of zombies this week. How did you manage that?
Silas relaxed a bit, seemingly reassured of Bee's and Void's intentions. He adjusted his wife's position to a slightly more comfortable one.
Well, there were only a few each time. The dozen here would have been too much for me.
Silas paused.
Where are my manners?
Nimbly getting to his feet in a way that belied his age, he disappeared into the house, quickly reappearing with a pitcher of tea and a few glasses. Filling one up, he offered it to Bee.
Some sweet tea, miss? I'm running low on ice, otherwise it would be quite chilled. Thank you, Silas,
Bee responded gratefully, taking the tea and sipping the cool, refreshing drink.
Mr. Void, would you care for some refreshments?
Silas asked. While he still appeared slightly nervous, he didn't let his voice shake at all. Void let out a short noise. Bee figured her master was trying not to spook him any further. Bee interpreted.
Void says that it will pass, but thank you for the offer.
Silas shrugged and poured a glass for himself. They sat sipping tea as the man got lost in his thoughts. His wife, Lily, woke up quickly, feeling much better with the potion that Bee had given her. As she sat next to her husband, Bee poured some tea into a third glass for her. The scene continued uninterrupted for several minutes before Silas snapped out of his thoughts.
I'm sorry, I meant to ask, what brings you up all this way? My farm doesn't tend to get many visitors. Ah, about that. We are from the castle nearby. Recently, we have been dealing with undead incursions as well. We've been going through the farms and seeing if there is anyone that needs our help, as well as offering sanctuary in the castle, at least until the undead run themselves out or until the king sends the army,
Bee explained. Silas nodded in understanding.
That's mighty kind of you. If I may, though, why would the mages send you and Mr. Void here? That seems a little out of character.
Bee thought about how to best explain the complicated situation going on at the castle. Honestly, it had been going on for so long that it didn't seem that odd to her anymore. Luckily, she was saved from having to come up with an explanation on the spot as Tony came stumbling around the corner of the house. Upon seeing them all sitting on the steps, sipping tea, he threw his rod on the ground and tossed his hands in the air.
Did you forget about something?
He asked exasperatedly. Bee noted the rips in his clothes and the long scratch down his forearm, as well as the sweat plastering the rags of his shirt to his chest. Perhaps she should have gone back to help him out once she had settled things down here. Running a scan on him, she saw that he was now level 19. No, he still needed it, she thought.
No, I knew you could do it.
As Tony limped the rest of the way over and leaned on the railing, Bee tossed him a healing potion.
Thanks, he panted, downing it. Now, if it only worked on my shirt as well.
Silas watched as Tony downed the potion, and the cut on his arm began to push out the black infection the zombies had imparted. Bee's eyes narrowed at that detail. That wasn't good at all. Once Tony had finished the potion, he handed the glass flask back to Bee and reached out to offer his hand to Silas. "Tony, nice to meet you." "Tony? Trent's boy?" Silas asked. When Tony nodded, he continued. "Silas, we met before, but I don't think you'd remember me. Barely taller than my knee, you were. How are your folks doing?" "Oh, they're getting by. We're wintering in the castle this year. Had to harvest a bit early, but everything's drying all right," Tony said. Then he and Silas started talking about last year's weather and other farming things that Bee tuned out. Silas was clearly more comfortable talking to Tony, as they spoke the same language. Now that they had found a group of people who would maybe like to shelter in the castle, Bee needed to figure out what they should do. They might need to escort them back to the castle, but that would take a lot of time. Plus, it would really slow down their search. On the other hand, there would likely be a horde at the gates again, and she was a bit nervous to see if the defenses would hold. What if the undead used an ambush strategy again, like when they had set out initially? As she sipped her drink, she realized that Void had disappeared when no one was paying attention. She got up and nodded in reassurance to the seated group as she walked around the house. She found her master cleaning up the remains of the zombies. Thinking back, she realized that the ones at the front of the house had mysteriously vanished as well. Now that they were alone, Bee had a moment to ask Void's advice on the matter. "Master, what would you like to do next?" Chapter 103. Divide and Conquer. Harold had been a bit nervous when he returned to the city. As he led the shattered remains of the demon extermination force through the streets, his previous terror at the skeleton army's pursuit had long since given way to a deep sense of foreboding. He figured his head was on the chopping block. However, apparently, the reports of the few officers that survived had been enough to wash away the failure, if not put him in good graces entirely. On top of that, the news of the demons and the undead working together was a real cause for panic. They were natural enemies, so the cooperation couldn't have been voluntary. A demon powerful enough to force undead of such strength to attack his armies was truly terrifying. As reports had come in of the undead infection spreading, things had only gotten more complicated. Many thought it was a secret plot from Barleona to sow discord, though Harold knew better. That didn't make it any easier to coordinate troop deployments, though. Even with the war effort, troops would have to be sent to deal with this. The debates had raged for weeks on how to split the forces between threats. The final details still weren't settled on, but there was a consensus. At least the minimum needed to be sent out now. Since the undead army wasn't Harold's field of expertise, being the dean of the demonology college, he had escaped being sent out right away. Despite his best efforts, though, he was sent to reinforce his counterpart. The necrology school was in the neighboring region and was beginning to mobilize, an effort that he was expected to contribute to. Still, he didn't mind. At least it should keep him far away from a battlefield, and he knew that the warden would like an update in that area anyway. The dean of necrology wasn't a member of his organization. While the king seemed to have forgiven Harold, the warden still was a bit colder than he would have liked. A show of effort was likely required to regain at least some standing. Even with all the political implications of his position, it was still of Harold's own volition that he was meeting with the commander of the troops a day before they set up. The man knocked on Harold's office door promptly at 2 p.m. as scheduled. "Come in," he called. A sharply dressed officer in royal greens and whites stepped in. A casual salute, followed by a firm handshake, soon saw the man relaxing in the chair beside Harold's desk. A glass of spirits joined him shortly after. "It's good to see you, Arthur." "Likewise, Harold. I was glad to see you made it back from the north in one piece, Arthur remarked in a casual tone. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. I take it you read my report? Harold confirmed. Arthur nodded. Well, there are a few points I wanted to emphasize and give you a chance to ask me questions about. I appreciate it. What parts in particular? The threat we went to oppose was not defeated, and we think it may be behind the recent undead outbreak, Harold said, laying out some background. Arthur just waited for him to continue, as this was all common knowledge amongst the senior officers. I wanted to tell you more about what this threat is. There were a few things that I couldn't put in my report. After pausing to take a sip of his drink, Harold continued. Now, this is my personal opinion, nothing official. If I were you, I would expect the demon threat behind these issues to be at least level 70. Arthur paled slightly, but otherwise managed to maintain his composure. Are you sure? At least. That could be more by the time you get there, Harold confirmed. How do you know? I can't say for sure, but it defeated something else around that level. I felt the battle as we were leaving with a sensory skill. I believe it may have destroyed the leader of the undead. That last bit was a lie, as Harold couldn't admit any knowledge of the lieutenant. I considered Beatrice's question about what to do next, now that we had found people who would come back to the castle with us. Honestly, I wasn't sure. I didn't want to leave the rest of the people out here alone without help, but we also couldn't take these humans with us on our exploration. No matter how good they took care of themselves, they were still slow and old. If Tony was stronger, I would have him take them back by himself, but I figured that would be dangerous for all involved. Well, if I couldn't send Tony alone, could I send both of the humans back? No, that wouldn't be a good idea. I would need to be able to talk to humans. If this trip had demonstrated anything, it was that humans were easy to scare. So I asked Beatrice if she could take the two humans back by herself and make sure the castle was okay before coming to find Tony and me. Beatrice thought about my question a little bit. I am pretty sure I can make it back to the castle myself. I can probably even escort Silas and his wife. However, I'm a bit concerned about finding you again. She made a good point. We didn't really have a good way to communicate over long distances. What if I told her where we were going? Well, no, I didn't think I could communicate the idea well enough. I suppose I could try. I started to describe my search pattern plans. Beatrice did her best to follow along, but I lost her quickly as I started going through the algorithm steps. She started drawing in the dirt with the tip of her shoe, trying to follow along. This gave me a better idea. I told her to forget that, and she looked unreasonably relieved. Instead, I placed my arm in the dirt and drew a perfect circle. That symbol, drawn in the ground, would indicate that we were searching that path. Beatrice nodded her understanding. Then I drew an X through the circle. This would be when we finished. That way, she could just go up the main road and find the offshoot we were currently exploring. I think that I could follow that. Maybe you can mark if there are people for me to bring back if you find any, if they are able to wait long enough for me to show up, Beatrice considered. I thought I needed to give Beatrice more credit. She was pretty good at problem solving, even if tracing algorithms was not her strong suit. I was still not sure how comfortable I would be with leaving humans behind unprotected. When I conveyed that to her, she seemed to agree. Well, I understand the concern, and we don't have to use that symbol unless it makes sense. Of course, if they survived this long, they might be fine. Also, there are a lot of people still left to find, and a delay to them might be worse than one to a family that can hole up in a house for a few days. How long would it really take for her to find them again? Especially if we found multiple families. That wasn't even considering my discomfort with leaving Beatrice on her own for so long. Sure, she had been doing much better recently, but I couldn't help but remember how often she got damaged when we first met.
I pushed those thoughts aside. I needed to trust her. We ended up agreeing that if the situation arose, we would use a check mark to indicate there were people waiting for her. Otherwise, we would start heading back with the group of refugees until we met her. It was a decent compromise. With all the zombies disposed of, we headed back to the front of the house. We had only spent half an hour working the plan out, but still the group had finished their tea. Tony was inside with them helping to pack up. Things were, thankfully, already laid out neatly, so when Beatrice joined in, it didn't take much longer to get some travel supplies ready. At our pace, we might be able to make it back in a day, since we wouldn't make any detours, but it was already late. Before we all headed out, I wondered if it would be a good idea to stay here for the night. Beatrice asked Silas, and he shook his head. If we want to make it to the castle, I don't think these old bones can do that in one day. If we make a couple hours of progress before the sun falls, then we should make it by tomorrow night. With that, we all set off down the trail together. Silas was right. They didn't move very quickly at all. I considered taking Tony and going ahead, but decided to wait. It was always the case that the zombies didn't seem to have any respect for the trails as they were laid out, so I didn't rule out them coming from the bushes. So I decided to stay nearby, as Beatrice would have a lot less space to work with in the more tightly packed trail rather than these offshoots. As we walked, Beatrice laid out the plan for Tony and the others. Silas seemed to be slightly relieved that they were heading right to the castle. I was sure it had nothing to do with me going in the other direction. Tony seemed to be more than a little worried about Beatrice. I understood his concerns, as she did seem quite breakable. Beatrice was able to convince him otherwise, though. She started to hammer home her self-sufficiency with all the examples of her saving him, until even I started to feel bad for the guy. He wasn't as incompetent as it seemed. We just kept fighting really strong opponents. Well, strong for them. In fact, I could say the same thing to Beatrice to keep her humble, but I supposed she wasn't worried for my safety here. Perhaps it might not be the nicest thing to do. I almost had to anyway when Tony suggested that he take the elderly humans back, but Beatrice was able to convince him that it wasn't a good idea without getting too braggadocious. I made a little reminder that she might need more training on humility. She performed well enough with me, but it should have been a universal quality. Just because she was starting to have serious success didn't mean that she could forget to be humble. When we got to the road, Beatrice put me down and waved goodbye. I returned the gesture. As we turned off to the south, Beatrice and her charges turned towards the castle. I watched them until they left my sensor range. I hoped that they would make it all right, as Tony and I stared off toward Greg. I couldn't wait to see what these humans called a city. Chapter 104. Old Haunts. Bee trudged back to the castle, a bit disheartened. Still, she carefully watched the side of the road and checked over her shoulder regularly. She was aware that this plan had been partly her idea, but that didn't stop her from feeling down. She regretted being so harsh on Tony before leaving. When they got back, she would probably have to apologize to him. Now that she had enough distance from the problem, she might be able to admit to a certain amount of jealousy. It really didn't matter to her that he would be getting all the experience for a little bit. That was a good thing. No, it was that she was Void's disciple first. Intellectually, she knew it wasn't entirely rational, but this was the first time Tony and Void would spend time together. It was hard not to feel cast aside for a more promising disciple. What if he got the priest class soon, too? Then would she even be special anymore? Tony could already understand Void, even if not quite as well as she could. Shaking her head, she tried to drive the doubt from her mind, though it ate at her relentlessly. Watching the undergrowth pass slowly by, Bee started wishing for a small zombie attack. Just a small one to give her something to do. Silas had been right. At this pace, they would make it to the castle just before sunset. If she were on her own, it would have only been a couple hours of running. But concern for her companions kept her at a slow, plodding pace.
One thing that worried her was that there would likely be at least a crowd of undead waiting for them at the gate, if not a more devious trap. If they sensed the life force of the family in the castle, that would be more than enough to draw them around, especially if there were some already in the area. Bee kicked a rock and sent it flying into the trees. This sucks, she thought. Her foot pulled back to kick another stone, then she paused. She hadn't heard the first rock fall to the ground. Instantly, Bee reached for her broom. Something was wrong. She queried her pathing skill for the nearest undead. It was an action taken on a whim. The skill had been growing recently with her use of it in combat, and she wasn't sure what else it could do. Before she even felt the results, she wanted to smack herself. Setting up a whole symbol system with Void wasn't necessary at all. She could find her master and Tony any time that she wanted with this. The response of her skill completely derailed her thoughts. Holding up her hand, she halted her small party. Wait. Picking up a second rock, Bee hurled it with a lot more strength at a particular point in the trees. She heard a squelch and a thud as a zombie fell out in front of them, its head caved in by the rock. Lily screamed. This set off a whole chain of events. A dozen yards in front of them, two ghouls poked their hands through the ground where they had buried themselves under the road. From the sides, a few zombies broke through the tree line. 3 from each side, though her rock had dealt with one on the left already. One of the other 2 zombies had a rock partially embedded in its gut. I chirped happily from Tony's arms. We were making decent time toward the city as we trotted along. I asked Tony how many more farms there were. He wasn't able to tell me right away, but counted on his fingers as he went through his memory. At least 5, I think. That wasn't the most helpful answer. I preferred precise numbers. Still, it was better than nothing. We had been able to visit 2 or 3 farms a day while we were all in a group, and I didn't think we would be any faster without Beatrice. So it would be 2 to 3 days before we finished searching the valley. Our success rate wasn't great so far. Maybe we would find one more family. But the longer we took, the less likely it would be. Greg sat a little out of the mouth of the valley, so we wouldn't be able to offer everyone that we might encounter a place to stay. Luckily, those closer to the city might be able to find safety there instead. Tony seemed really excited to get to the city. As we turned down the next offshoot, I asked to be put down, and I carved the symbol Beatrice and I had agreed upon into the ground. Then we continued on to explore the path. The clearing itself wasn't much different from what I expected at this point. However, the amount of carbon in the air was higher than normal. It wasn't until we saw the blackened husks of the buildings that I realized what had happened. Tony broke into a run until we reached the structure. He set me down to dig through the cold ashes of the houses that had been here before. I scanned the ground, looking for signs of people. My models estimated that several people had come here maybe a week or more ago. All of the footsteps seemed unevenly spaced and heavy. Then, that number and more left around the same time. I beeped a question at Tony. "I'm not sure how many people lived here," Tony said in a choked voice. 2 or 3 families. I saw 11 extra sets of steps leaving the place and told him as much. With a sigh, he sank to his heels and put his face in his hands. "That would be about everyone, I would expect," came the muffled reply. Well, that was sad. I spun slowly in a circle, looking for something to do. Not finding anything, I made my way over to the crouching Tony. Nudging his foot, I asked him what he would like to do. "I don't know. It feels wrong to just leave it like this, but there are no bodies to bury," Tony explained. My kind was not very sentimental about burial rites. Other appliances like me usually were tossed in the trash and sent to a landfill. Once we stopped working and couldn't be repaired, our bodies just became trash. I knew humans didn't hold the same views, but I also had no experience with human deaths. I did remember seeing one movie where they piled rocks on a body, But as Tony said, we didn't have a body. Well, maybe the gesture would help. With my claw, I started to pile rocks in a heap at the foot of the largest burned-out house. The stones were easy to find, if not always easy to move. Not that they were too heavy for me to lift, of course, but because of the awkward weight, I would need something to brace myself with to avoid tipping over. I tried to use air affinity to lift them, but I couldn't lift anything too heavy. Air affinity was really good at shifting dirt off the rocks to get at them, though. After 14.1 minutes of quiet work, Tony saw what I was doing and started to help. Soon it was obvious that, in terms of lifting heavy things out of a hole and transporting them, he was vastly superior. Soon I was uncovering the rocks and just pointing him to the next largest one I had revealed. In another hour and a half, we had a stack about waist high, stretching 9 feet long, made of rocks around my size. At the head, we stuck in the least burned beam and set it upright in the rocks. Standing back, Tony solemnly bowed his head while I lit the end of the torch on fire with my sanitation lamp. The fire was instantly put out by the wind. I tried again, with no luck. I was able to sustain it a while longer using air affinity to shield it, but that wasn't a sustainable solution. Running my lamp along the beam's entire length, the whole thing went up in a blaze. Tony looked up at the noise, and, seeing the blazing pillar marking the fallen, he nodded. I had to agree. It was quite a sight. I hoped it made Tony feel better, though I didn't know if anyone else would ever see it. The next farm we visited was the same. We built another cairn and lit another torch, then moved on. We found 2 more farms like this. Tony had stopped talking after the third one, and by the fourth, his face was entirely blank. It was late at that point, as Tony had insisted on pushing on to check one last farm. However, there was no way we were going to make the next settlement today. As it was, I had already watched Tony fall on his face on 3 different occasions. I found it funny, but I wasn't quite able to pin down why. As Tony settled down to sleep, I once again started to ponder the meaning of humor. B ran to intercept the 2 zombies on the right, hoping to finish them off before the 3 on the left reached her wards. The ghouls weren't really something she was worried about. They were so slow it would take them a while to get to her. Once their trap had failed, the 2 weren't much of a threat. Broom in hand, she angled the knife and speared right into the eye of the zombie with the rock in it. Immediately, the thing dropped. It was only level 22, so she hadn't expected it to be difficult, but she was half surprised that it fell so quickly. Because of her surprise, she overextended slightly. Her pathing skill urged her to roll forward to avoid the arms of the other zombie. She hesitated too long, as she was worried about leaving Silas and Lily exposed. The only way to avoid the grasping hands of the much higher-level zombie was to fall backward. With her high agility, she was able to turn it into a backward somersault and end up on her feet, but it had already taken too long. She wasn't going to be able to finish this zombie and intercept the 3 coming from the other side. She backpedaled, throwing a glance over her shoulder to see the old couple running away as fast as they could. Good. She had a few more steps to work with. As she moved backward to keep the 4 zombies in front of her, she started making probing attacks to bait them into overextending. Maybe she could take one out before they could get past her. 2 of them were above level 30, and they seemed to have a slight bit of intelligence, at least enough to tell a feint from a real attack. The other 2 were not as clever. One she was able to trip with her broom end, and the other 3 tried to grab her when she was relatively close. The tripped zombie didn't fall completely, but it was as good as she was going to get. This time, when she lunged, she didn't overextend and pierced the other lower-level zombie just enough to drop it before getting back into her defensive position. With only 3 zombies left, this shouldn't be much of a problem, she thought. Though, somehow, the slight bit of cunning in the higher-level zombies told her otherwise. Chapter 105. Swept Up in the Moment. Bee adjusted her stance to face the two zombies in front of her. At levels 31 and 32, they had higher levels than any she had faced before, and they came with a weak one getting to its feet. She needed to take care of them first, as the two ghouls were starting to catch up. As much as she liked her class, she knew that it was a support class at most. She wasn't made for combat at all. Void had shown her ways to get around that, but she hadn't picked up a new combat skill since level 15's broom proficiency, and that wasn't meant for battle. Really, she had never gotten one. Still, she couldn't give up. Silas and Lily were relying on her. Plus, she couldn't fail her master here. She stepped forward with a series of light jabs with the broom's spear end. The higher-level ones covered their faces, taking the cuts on their arms. The lower-level one didn't, and she managed to bring it down with 3 rapid jabs to the head. It took her long enough that she had to bring the bristle end up to block the level 32 zombie on her right. Stepping back, she saw the ghouls had almost reached the fight. If she stayed still, there was no way that she could face 2 zombies and 2 ghouls at once. Looking back over her shoulder, she saw that her wards had retreated around 40 feet back and were watching the fight carefully. Good, that gave her a bit of space to work with. She retreated several steps back, buying her several seconds of extra time. She reached into a pouch on the side of her pack and pulled out a smaller flask. Popping the stopper, she downed the combat potion. It was something she'd been working on that would function as both a speed and strength enhancement. Vigor coursed through her limbs, and she felt like she could throw a mountain. This time, when the zombie she attacked blocked its face with its arms, her slash cut right through its right forearm and bit deeply into the left. Taking advantage of the opening, she attacked the level 31 enemy on the other side. It hesitated to block, which proved to be a fatal mistake. Her bladed broom end slammed through its head, showering her with disgusting giblets of flesh. If her master could see her now, she surely would be disowned. Switching targets again, Bee slammed the bristle end into the knees of the other zombie and finished it off with a few quick jabs on the ground. Already she felt the potion wearing off, and there were still 2 tough ghouls to face. The downside of such a potion was that it didn't last very long, much less time than either a strength or a speed potion alone. It also left her feeling drained. Still, she could produce these much more easily than strength potions alone. Her divine alchemy only gave her the slightest boost when she considered it as a speed-cleaning assist, which was still better than no boost at all. These were all things she was trying to fix. Not wanting to wait for the ghouls to close the distance, she flashed forward with only seconds left of enhancements. The ghouls were slow, and didn't have a hold on her, and the first wasn't able to block her flurry of thrusts entirely. As her strength waned, she turned to her last enemy. The spinning slash she put her momentum into bounced off its side. Somehow the broom had twisted in her hand, and the flat of the blade bounced ineffectually against its temple. Stumbling from the shock, she backed up. The last ghoul followed mindlessly. It was slow, but exhaustion grated at her limbs, and she had trouble keeping her arms steady. Bee wanted to retreat and recover, but she would only get worse for several minutes at least. She also couldn't take another potion for several hours. To combine the 2 effects, she had to up the toxicity, and that left her with just healing potions until it dissipated. There was definitely still work to do on that before she used it again. Losing her nimbleness, she simply charged the last ghoul, just holding the point of her weapon in its general direction, not trusting herself to hit its head. As it was an undead, she knew that the tactic wasn't likely to be very effective, but hoped it would hinder the ghoul long enough for her to think of something. The end of the broom took the ghoul a little off-center to its right side. Her momentum carried them both to the ground, the point stabbing into the soft dirt. The ghoul was effectively pinned. Bee rolled away, looking for a new weapon. She needed to start carrying a backup on her belt like she used to. A cleaver or mallet would both have been quite useful here. Finding a rock a few feet off the side of the road, she picked it up and, with great difficulty, heaved it above her head. Staggering, she carried it over to the trapped undead. With her whole body, she brought it down as hard as her level-supplemented muscles allowed. The rock crushed the arms and chest to a pulp. With her last bit of energy, she brought it back a few feet up and smashed it down on the ghoul's head. Leaving the rock in place, she slumped to the ground next to it and rolled over onto her back. Some part of her tried to stay away from the rotting bodies, but she was unable to move very far through her exhaustion. B focused on just breathing. Level up. Level 34 reached. Tony had charged for the entire night, but I let him keep charging even after the sun came up. It was a hard day for him yesterday, and I wanted to make sure he was in top form today. There might be one more homestead to check, but I didn't have much hope for that. We would definitely reach the city today, though. Eventually, Tony stirred from his place on the ground, nestled under a few blankets. I waited for him as he ate some food and did all the status checks that humans did after charging. After that, he quickly packed up and scooped me up in his arms, walking back to the road. We reached the end of the road and forest, only finding one more side path to explore. The forest suddenly gave way to rolling hills of grass. Little purple and white flowers speckled the field in irregular patches, at an average rate of 3 per square foot if you wanted to be precise. We could make out the top of a large wall a little way in the distance. "That's Greg," Tony explained while pointing at the walls. After seeing our destination, a weight seemed to lift from Tony's back, and he started walking towards the walls with a steady pace and straight back. It took Bee several minutes before she could push herself to a sitting position. The level was nice, but at this point, she didn't feel the difference from a single level too much. Looking at the experience she had gained throughout the fight, she saw that she was really close to her next skill. She hoped that it would make more of a difference. Despite being so close to the next level, she still couldn't wish for another encounter yet. She was so tired from this close call that she didn't think that she would be able to do it again. Scooting over to her pack, she dug through it. Finding what she was looking for, she moved a minor strength potion to the now empty side pocket. That would hopefully be enough next time she needed a boost. It wouldn't have such dramatic effects, of course. Also, she would need to wait for a while before she took it, at least a couple more hours. Shoving herself to her feet, she picked up the pack and slipped into its straps. Looking around, she found Silas staring at her and the squishy mess of undead, with his wife hiding behind him. She walked over to them. "I'm not infected or anything. I came out clean. I have healing potions, anyways." Despite her reassurance, Silas didn't relax until he had studied her face and eyes for several seconds. "Good to hear that." Bee's fingers combed through her frazzled hair. The undead plague was another problem she might have to worry about. Once infected, a person would become undead when they perished, even without any death aura around. It was kind of like being an undead sleeper agent. It was also why undead plagues were so difficult to root out. Maybe the library had some info on other cures. As Bee thought, Silas's eyes wandered to her weapon. "I had been wondering why you carried a broom with you. An interesting choice of weapon." Bee nodded, and they started off back to the castle. "I told you I have a priest class, right?" Silas nodded, and Bee continued her explanation. "Well, I don't know how much you understand about the prerequisite devotee class, but one of the ideals of my deity is cleanliness. Through a set of special circumstances, I picked up broom proficiency." She brandished the spear-broom hybrid. "This seems to count." "I guess that's as good a reason as any," Silas chuckled, quickening his pace. They were all clearly eager to get to safety. "You said you were a priestess of Spot, right? I can't say I've ever heard of Spot." "You've met it, actually. Spot is just what the system calls my master. It goes by void. At least, that's what I call it," Bee explained. "I did?" Silas said, not commenting on the whole void spot fiasco to Bee's relief.
Yep, it was the black disc.
Oh, that makes sense. It sounds like there is quite a story there, Silas said. What exactly is it? I haven't seen or heard of anything like it. Is it a new god? Bee thought carefully before answering.
I'm not really sure what it is. A new god might be the best theory we have. It is unbelievably powerful. I've seen it do things that don't even happen in legends or myths.
Silas nodded, but didn't say anything further. The rest of their trip went by in relative peace. Bee didn't mind the slower pace, as she slowly felt her normal strength restoring itself to her limbs. Every couple of minutes she queried her pathing skill to see the general path to the nearest undead. It just gave her general directions, meaning they were far enough that the skill couldn't give her its usual precise steps. She took that to mean they were far enough away for her liking. As they started getting closer to the castle, it gave more and more clear directions. She had a good idea of what was waiting for them, but still feared that the monsters had somehow found a way inside the castle. Before they crested the slight rise, she had the elderly couple sit behind a fallen tree and wait for her. She wanted to make sure it was safe. Carefully, she looked over the hill. The top of the wall came into view first. When she saw the black bars of the portcullis still closed, she felt instant relief in her heart. She had feared that someone had opened it to go out or that something had broken inside. However, she quickly tensed once again. Improved pathing was telling her that to find the nearest undead, she only needed to go over the hill. Prepared for another ambush, Bee creeped forward and kept low. A veritable sea of rotting zombies, dotted with ivory-white skeletons, were waiting for her in neat ranks in front of the castle. Chapter 106. The Black Parade. Cities were a lot quieter than I had expected. With all the noise that the humans made in the castle, I half expected my microphone to blow out just being within 100 feet of one. But no, we were so close to the city walls, and I heard only the wind. This seemed to make Tony uncomfortable. "This city is empty." It came out in a whisper, but I felt the importance of those words as they weighed on him. We slowed to a walk as we crossed the threshold of the open gate. Inside, it was clear that something had gone very wrong. There were no people anywhere, but the destruction of the city caused a mess of which I couldn't even begin to comprehend the scope. The streets were filled with clutter. A decent portion seemed to be from the shattered remains of doors. I couldn't get an exact proportion without a larger sample size, but it was between 23 and 27% of the total mass. The remaining percent consisted of various other things: fallen weapons, abandoned packs, the remains of small wooden stalls, random bricks, and stones whose history I couldn't guess. No matter how hard I strained my sensors, though, I didn't pick up any signs of humans. Tony was leading us on a very particular path. Even if he did seem in a daze, he appeared to know where he was going. He led me through the main thoroughfares, and I was able to pick my way through the debris to follow. It was so overwhelming that I didn't even attempt to clean it. This mess didn't need cleaning. It needed to be removed and rebuilt. Beyond that, it somehow felt disrespectful to start vacuuming, almost like this place needed to be left as a monument to the awful mess made here. Suddenly my sensors picked up something I wasn't expecting. I tried to get Tony's attention, both by beeping at him and tugging at his sleeve with my grabby arm. Neither worked. Unwilling to abandon him, I made a note on my mental map for later. We could come back after Tony had found what he was looking for. Eventually, Tony stumbled to a halt in front of a pile of rubble that I couldn't distinguish from any of the others around me. I assumed that it had some significance as he dropped to his knees in front of it and sobbed into his hands. That wasn't good. While he did that, I stretched my sensors as far as they could go. I could still sense the presence from before, but nothing else. Definitely nothing in this pile of rubble. I let Tony have his time, but I started to get impatient. We had been all about speed before. What was the holdup now? This time I didn't give up until Tony was stumbling along behind me. When we arrived at the spot, all we found was another mound of rubble piled high. However, I knew better. I started to move splintered wood and stones aside with my arm and air affinity. It didn't take very long for Tony to pick up on what I was doing. Soon enough, we were moving huge beams out of the way. With someone else to lift the other side to prevent me from overbalancing, it turned out I could move a lot of material. We even managed to shift a beam that weighed 782 pounds together. Finally, after tossing aside one more slightly charred plank, we uncovered a cellar door. Tony flung the door open without hesitation, sending a shaft of light spearing into a dark, damp cellar. The room was entirely dark aside from the light we let in. My sensors indicated a high percentage of mildew and mold down here, though not as high as in the catacombs. As for its contents, the space was half filled with sacks of grain and half filled with humans. In the 10 by 10 room, there were 14 women and 40 children. Many of them were so small that they were being carried by the women. They squinted up at us with apparent apprehension and surprise. "Cassie!" Tony called out. At the voice of another human, they all looked up and stopped cringing in the corner. A bunch of dirty, streaked faces looked back at Tony uncomprehendingly. Not getting any response, he clenched his fists and sighed slowly. "The undead are gone. Come on, we have to get you all somewhere safe." Then he reached down and started hauling up children willy-nilly. I guessed I couldn't complain about his lack of organization, though, as I knew the children would immediately leave any neat rows that he put them in. Still, he could have tried. After all the small humans that could stand on their own were out, Tony started pulling up the women caring for small children. The fourth person he grabbed was different, though. He grabbed her wrist to hoist her up, but he paused halfway. "Cassie!" "Tony?" came back a small response. An alarm went off in one of my subroutines. My attention was suddenly ripped away from Tony as one of the very small children was attempting to gnaw on the sharp end of an arrow. I zipped over and snatched it out of the open mouth of the small human right before it had a chance to bite down. I only had time to stick the arrow safely in my dustbin before I had to intervene elsewhere. One of the larger girls was twisting the arm of a small boy behind his back. Bee stared at the sea of the undead in disbelief. As she focused, she started to notice patterns emerge among the zombies. She watched, stunned, as the skeletons walked up and down the ranks, smacking hands and heads until all the zombies stood in straight lines with good posture. Once the column was 6 abreast, 2 skeletons took the lead and started marching them down the road. Along the sides of the column, a skeleton matched in lockstep every 10 ranks. She rushed back to Silas and Lily in a panic. She frantically gestured for them to stay quiet and hidden, relying on the bushes to obscure them. There was nothing else they could do but hope the procession would pass them by. As the first undead crested the hill, Bee held her breath. The lead skeletons were almost level with their hiding place, and for a moment Bee allowed herself to hope. Then the skulls snapped to the side, locking eyes with her. Her heart sank. Of course they would sense her. How could they not feel the life force of 3 live humans so close nearby? Hands trembling, Bee began to reach for her broom. If she would die here, at least she would take some down with her. Maybe she could buy time for the older couple to get away. It was the best she could hope for. As she gripped the broom's handle, trying to steady her nerves, she waited for the assault. Yet the skeletons hadn't changed course. In fact, as she watched, the leaders snapped their arms up into a smart salute, eyes still locked with hers. Then they returned their gaze forward and continued marching. Bee blinked. Had she imagined that? She was still staring at the procession, stunned, as the next pair of skeletons came level with her and repeated the salute. Then the next. After the fifth repetition, she turned to check if the others were seeing the same thing. Both of them had their heads bowed, ducking even further into cover. Right, that made sense. Turning back to yet another salute, she gaped in bewilderment. What was going on? After the huge column of zombies moved past, they stayed completely still for a long while. But Bee still had no idea what it meant. Maybe it was some kind of trap? Clearly, the skeletons had seen her, right? They didn't just salute randomly. But what could they possibly gain from this? It just didn't make sense. Yet, 15 minutes later, she had still made no headway. The threat truly seemed to be gone. With no other option, she told the old couple to stay put while she slithered out of the undergrowth to go and check the castle. Continually querying her pathing skill, she couldn't find any ghouls hidden in the ground. That wasn't to say that nothing could be there. She didn't know about even a measurable fraction of the total skills available, and there were likely many that could hide from her. Of course, she didn't even know if ghouls got skills, or how the non-human systems worked anyway. The books were pretty sure that every living thing had a system, but they had no conclusions about how they all functioned. As she reached the gate, she tried to figure out how to get it open. She was only there for a few minutes before Trent came out of the front door. A wave of relief washed over Bee. If he was alive, then the castle must be safe. Seeing her, he jogged over and started winching that gate up. After she had ducked under, he let it back down. Panting, he spoke before she could. "Where's Tony? Are you all right?" Bee nodded, remembering that Tony hadn't been planning on going with them. "Tony decided not to come last minute. He is with Void right now. We found a few people willing to come to the castle for shelter. I'm escorting them back while the others go look for more." "Where are they?" Trent asked, looking around for the people that she had brought back. The walls blocked some sight lines, but the portcullis let them see a lot. "Just in the trees. Can you be ready to close the gate in case of trouble while I fetch them?" Bee asked as she started winching up the gate again. Trent agreed, and she slipped out to fetch her charges. As they approached, Trent perked up. "Silas?" "Trent!" Silas greeted warmly as the men grasped hands. "It's been too long, my friend." The group turned to walk back to the castle after closing the gate behind them. The two men chatted along the walk, talking about crops and the weather. The more time Bee spent around farmers, the more she realized they really liked talking about the weather. She felt some whiplash from the normalcy after the insane events she had just witnessed. Once all the people were out of the hole in the ground, everyone just stood around forlornly, looking at the wreckage around them. I was just grateful that when the larger humans got up there, I didn't need to watch the kids as closely. Their being near a bunch of sharp rocks seemed to pull the women out of their stupor enough to herd the kids into a group. I noticed that some of the kids were hanging on to certain women. Other kids just wandered around aimlessly. About half of the adults tried to keep an eye on these kids, but some were so busy with the few kids that they had an immediate grip on that they were not much help. All in all, 12 of the 40 kids had less than adequate supervision. It wouldn't have been my first choice, but I had taken charge of watching over them. The kids did some really weird things, and by weird, I mean weird. I recognized that I understood a lot more things than I used to, but as I got smarter, the things kids did make less and less sense. Previously, I had always liked little humans. They put everything in their mouths and regularly ate dirt, all good signs of a productive member of the household. Sure, their cleaning techniques weren't very effective,
but they were motivated and trying to help. They just needed to learn about efficiency. At least that's what I had thought. Now that I knew more about how humans operated, it turned out they couldn't actually eat dirt. So my theory of why kids put dirt in their mouths was completely shattered. After I recognized that they weren't just figuring out how to clean, I needed a replacement theory, but it was hard to coherently organize their actions at all. There was no benefit I could figure out. As I stopped the same kid from eating a second arrow, I upped the processing power dedicated to this puzzle from 8.2% to 10.1%. The worst part was that these kids didn't listen to advice. At all. I would understand if they didn't speak my language. Most humans didn't. However, I saw a kid throw a rock at another kid. The woman who watched over him told him not to do that because it wasn't nice. But what did he do when her back was turned? He bent over and picked up another rock. I was pretty sure that this was just another example of how the humans here were just inferior to the humans back home. The little humans there didn't throw rocks at each other, or at the small, fluffy animals. My humans were clearly just superior. Eventually, I got tired of stopping kids from wandering into nearly collapsing houses, and I called loudly for Tony to move on. He didn't answer, so I had to go looking for him. I found him holding a very small human in one arm and a sobbing woman in the other. His face was screwed up in an expression I wasn't even going to try and interpret. Chapter 107. Little Monsters. I rolled in front of Tony and the crying woman. Contrary to her state, Tony seemed happier than I had seen him in days. There seemed to be some amount of moisture leaking from his own eyes, sure, and there was still a lot going on that my emotional models didn't know how to process. Still, he had a smile on his face. Probably. He seemed pretty busy taking care of the woman and her small human, but it wouldn't be good to stay here much longer. I repeated my request to leave, nudging his foot lightly. Tony glanced down at me and cocked his head. Cassie. Tony tried to gently push the woman away, but she clung even tighter. Cassie, it's important. I noticed Tony's shirt was soaking wet near where her face was pressed. Popping out my mop, I reached up to try and touch it. I didn't even need to get very close before all the liquid left the shirt, spiraling neatly into my little clump of cloth strips. I was about to put my mop away when I realized the shirt was once again becoming wet. Still, now that I had Tony's attention, I continued explaining that the little humans kept trying to kill themselves. He seemed rightfully alarmed at the stupidity of those humans. Perhaps it was that these humans in particular were dumb. Either way, he got up and started going from person to person, letting them know that we were going somewhere safe with food. They were safe, but we all needed to move. I went back to taking care of the kids. Specifically, the 12 that were not constantly being fussed over by one of the women. I started to herd them along the path when Tony was taking too long to get everyone moving. The sudden reduction in noise seemed to get their attention, and everyone was slowly moving after my group. Looking back, I saw Tony going from person to person. In each arm, he held a little human too tiny to walk. Almost every one of the women carried two as well. The ones who walked along were not very fast, and this limited our speed. We were halfway out of the city, only having walked for 10 minutes, when the problems started. The little humans would sometimes randomly sit on the ground and start screaming. It was exceedingly loud and not at all conducive to getting us out of the city. Their actions were, in almost every case, actively harmful. Some of the larger kids were put down to pick up the screaming ones, who struggled in the women's arms. This got us moving again, but not very fast at all. My children were the best behaved. They stumbled and moved forward slowly, but if anyone started to get out of line, I zipped around in front and they rejoined the herd. The only major issue I had to deal with was one that started kicking rocks that hit the kids in front of them.
A few judicious usages of my spray bottle to fire a jet of water at the offending child soon solved the issue, though. Despite how well-behaved my flock of little humans was, I could tell that they were running low on battery. More and more frequently, I had to zip forward and catch a small human about to land on their face. Most of the time I could get there to grab them by the collar and steady them. However, they rarely decided to fall alone. Increasingly, they tripped in sync. I just hoped that we would make it out of the city before we had to stop. B walked out of the gateway of the castle feeling quite refreshed. The sleep in a real bed had been heavenly, and the warm, home-cooked food was to die for. Silas and Lily had spent much of the evening catching up with Tony's family. They seemed to have no trouble integrating at the castle, so Bee felt comfortable leaving them again. After she had slept and felt mentally refreshed, she once again tried to figure out the whole encounter with the skeletons. What had happened? She couldn't think of a reason for their strange behavior, but she could think of a couple of things that might have been related. For example, when the rat ran past her in the catacombs, it ignored her. That was pretty much the opposite situation to this one, but it was also very unlike the undead. Maybe they were special, somehow? Or was she? But then, if that was the case, why was she still getting attacked by ghouls and zombies? She shuddered slightly. Anything that made the undead treat her as friendly couldn't be a good thing. Regardless, it was time to set out again. Hiking up her pack, she activated improved pathing to get directions toward her master. As she expected, it pointed her down the road, and she set off. Each time she passed a new trail, she checked the symbols, even though she knew what she was going to find. Still, confirming that they didn't find anyone alive to save weighed on Bee's mind. She followed her pathing skill further and further away. At a light jog, she was able to eat up ground at an incredible pace. What would have taken a normal person days to travel, she covered in hours. The effects of her high levels had never been so obvious to her before. How much they set her apart from other people she used to know. Could she ever become a normal person again? Looking at the broom she carried, she figured that the ship had long since sailed. The closer she got to Greg, the more she became nervous. She still could barely sense where her master was. When she left the forest and crested the hill to see the top of Greg's walls, she finally got a better idea of how to get to Void. Changing her course slightly, she skirted around the next hill. Off near the walls of Greg, she spotted a small group of people. Her skill told her that her master was somewhere in there. As she approached the group, she got a glimpse through the gates inside of Greg. Stopping, she stared into the wreckage. What had happened here? Had her master finally gotten angry? What had the small city done to offend it so much? Finally coming back to herself, she slowly walked toward the group of people at the edge of the city. As she came closer, she saw lots of children running around, playing tag, with a familiar black shape deftly weaving between their legs. The group was made up of about two-thirds children, she realized. At least Void had spared the children. Tony was sitting in the center of the group of kids. He was joined by a tall, brunette woman, a bit older than him, and clinging to his shoulder with tear streaks running down her face. Tony didn't look much better. Bee ran up and gave him a hug without even thinking about it. "Are you okay? What happened here?" Returning the hug with one arm, Tony whispered, "I don't know. It was like this when we got here." Bee felt a little bit of tension leave her shoulders that she didn't know she was carrying. They had found this. In retrospect, it was silly for her to think that Void had leveled a city, but the outlaw encounter had reminded her of what her master was capable of. It brought back a feeling she hadn't had since they first met. In a louder voice, Tony continued, "Yes, I'm all right. I didn't expect you to make it here so quickly. We could use the help." He turned towards the crying woman. "This is my sister, Cassie, and her son, Abe. Cassie, this is Bee, my friend." Bee thought about the title. Technically, it should be something like superior or priestess, but she wasn't going to be a stickler for formality. The woman sized her up with a sniffle and a decidedly unfriendly look. "She's a little young for you, bro, don't you think?" Feeling her face turn red at the suggestion, Bee spluttered, trying to speak. Tony's frown split into a small smile as he chuckled and punched his sister lightly in the arm. "Not like that. Get your mind out of the pigsty." The woman looked Bee up and down again, this time with a hint of confusion on her face. She straightened slightly and wiped her face. "Friend? That's a story. Well, friend might not be right. Priestess might be better, but it's a bit too much, I feel." Bee hedged. That didn't have the calming reaction she had expected. Instead, Cassie's eyes widened. "I didn't think you were the religious type. When did you convert, bro?" Cassie asked excitedly. Before he had a chance to answer, Cassie turned to Bee. "It is always so nice to meet another member of the cloth." Bee felt like there might be some misunderstanding. Belatedly, she scanned Cassie. Name: Cassie. Race: human. Class: devotee of Ballador the Blessed. Age: 26. Level 8. Highest stat: wisdom. Ah, that explained it. Bee feared that this might get a little awkward. Yeah. Who is your patron?" "Why, Ballador, of course, silly. Who else could I possibly serve?" Cassie laughed as if Bee had told the funniest joke. Exchanging glances with Tony, Bee realized that they might be in for a bit of trouble. "Of course," Bee chuckled nervously. Tony tensed, and Bee made a mental note to talk to him in private later. "Bee is a full priest and will make sure we get to safety," Tony said loudly enough for everyone to hear. Bee understood what he was doing and didn't really mind. If her presence could help comfort all the women and children, she would roll with it. Though this might create problems later, still she nodded to the group and climbed up a nearby rock to address them all. "We hold the Mage's castle at the end of the valley, and we will head straight there. It's safe with high walls and strong gates. You will all be safe there," she called. It didn't soothe the crowd as she had hoped. It would be nice to be able to see her full status sheet, but she suspected her charisma was nothing to write home about. One of the women called out to her. "We had high walls in Greg and many defenders. The dead were barely slowed down. What can your castle do?" Another called out before Bee could respond. "Wasn't there a great evil that drove the mages from that castle? And you want us to take the kids there? I heard that the army passed through here to wipe it out." "How did you hear that and not know they were chased off by the dead? That's how we knew to prepare at all." As the women started to bicker, Bee furiously thought about how to explain herself. Clapping to get everyone's attention, she decided to tell the truth. Slightly. "The evil was defeated not by the army, but by Void. The castle is safe and it will protect us." She gestured to Void, who looked like it was trying to comfort a crying child who had just tripped over a rock and skinned her knee. Everyone followed her finger and stared at the little black disk. The group started to murmur uncomfortably as they watched the small mechanical hand gently pat the child's head. "What can that thing do? How can it possibly protect us?" One of the other children had wandered off and started walking back into the city's gate. Suddenly a gust of wind whipped up, and the child gently lifted off the ground and floated right next to Void. They screamed happily at the unexpected flight. As the little child landed, they bent down and patted the all-powerful godlike being with a happy giggle. Void simply continued carefully cleaning the dirty scrape off a child's knee. The group watched quietly. Some of the women's mouths hung open as the group thought. Bee held her breath, hoping that they would listen and follow them to safety. Chapter 108. Housekeeping. I zipped across the hard-packed dirt toward another small human wobbling dangerously. I was only half listening to Beatrice's little speech, as there were too many other things to do. Not that I was complaining. I liked feeling useful again. Recently, I had become so efficient at cleaning that it hardly required any effort. Now I was doing something I very much wasn't designed for, but I still found it rewarding. Would I want to care for tiny humans all the time? No, definitely not. But for a little while, I was more than happy to pitch in. However, as I whisked away a particularly sharp and pointy rock from a child's mouth, I caught the last bit of the speech where Beatrice was telling us to move out. This would be a problem. The tiny humans moved very slowly and seemed like they needed to charge very frequently. It made sense that their battery reserves were lower, as they were, in fact, much smaller. If Beatrice's plan was to have all these little humans walk, I didn't think we would ever make it. Once she started trying to organize all the people to move out, I think she realized it as well. A few words with Tony sent him jogging back into the city. Beatrice moved around to all the women, making sure there was nothing that they needed. A few times she fetched water, but she mostly just hugged them a lot. The children, too. I had found the best way to keep the children under my care out of trouble was to keep them occupied. It had taken a couple attempts to refine my technique, though. First, I had tried letting them chase my light around. It worked for the cat, so why not? They only seemed interested in watching it. They would ooh and ah when it flashed through the sky, but eventually lost interest. So I started to look around for what else we could do. Seeing nothing but grass and rocks, I started to develop a game. I would throw a rock into the field of grass, then the little humans would all run after it. The first to bring it back would pick the next rock to throw. It was effective at keeping them focused on a single thing, but it was also draining their battery. That would help them stay in one place longer, which was what I needed presently. A couple of the slightly larger kids kept winning, and for now it wasn't a problem, but I could tell some of the smaller ones were losing interest. To solve this issue, I started having the winner throw the next rock instead of me doing it. This took them out of the competition and let more new kids win, as no one could win twice in a row. Now that I was freed up, I took the smallest 5 and started them on a second game. Sadly, none of them were able to throw the rock very far, but that was okay. I didn't mind helping them out. Eventually, Tony came out of the city, pulling a mostly intact cart. It was quite large, but I didn't think all of the tiny humans would be able to fit on it. Still, after a few more throws, I left the kids lying in the grass and completely worn out. Then I moved to help load the cart. Bee sighed in relief. Tony managed to find a cart. It should fit enough of the kids that travel would be possible as long as the babies were carried by their mothers. Inspecting the cart, it wasn't in great shape and had likely not been sturdy even before the attack. The axle was slightly warped, and the bedboards didn't fit very well. However, even as she watched, the cart started to slowly fix itself. She looked over to her master, who was playing with the children. It was reassuring to be back in its very presence. It was amazing how much she had missed Void. Also, she had no idea it liked children so much. It was always caring for them nowadays. Even back at the castle, it hadn't left Tony's younger siblings alone for more than a brief while. It could always be found helping one of them out with something. Now it played fetch with the kids as if they were dogs. It was a bit silly, but neither the children nor Void seemed to notice or care. Checking on the women, it seemed that none of them minded either, as they were all looking after their own children. Bee supposed that made the children that Void was playing with orphans. As a crowd of children chased after another launched stone, Bee had a thought. Perhaps the treatment of kids could be related to one of Void's ideals? She honestly couldn't say that she was too surprised about her master's soft spot for children. It was quite benevolent, after all. The women started to load up the kids that they couldn't carry, hefting them into the cart with calming words. Bee noticed Void had stopped playing with the kids, who were now all passed out on the grass like a litter of puppies before nap time. It glided over to check on the cart. By the time it got close, the axle was mostly straightened, and the boards were beginning to right themselves. It saw what was going on and started gently moving the children through the air, one at a time, carefully placing them in the cart bed. It only took a couple minutes to get everyone loaded up. Kids were thankfully okay with squeezing in tightly, and they were able to fit almost everyone in. After everyone was loaded, Void suddenly lifted off the ground on two streams of fire. It maneuvered itself over the edge of the cart and set itself down gently with the children. Tony lifted the yoke and started to pull, straining. He managed to move the burden at a slow, plodding pace, but even that was an immense effort. That clearly wasn't going to work. Looking around for a solution, Tony was about to really lean into it when Bee sidled over to take his burden. It wasn't particularly easy for her, either, but she was able to get the wheels moving at a walking pace. Right now, they just had to get over the hill. It would be hard, but maybe Tony could give her a break when they were on flatter ground. She pulled the cart for over an hour before they made it to the road into the valley. By the time they did, Bee was drenched in sweat and panting. She needed a drink of water and 5 minutes of rest at minimum. Normally, an ox or a few horses would pull a load like this, but she was still just an almost 14-year-old girl, after all. Dropping the yoke with a clatter, she blew out a huge sigh and slumped to the ground. As she rolled her shoulders, a number popped up in the corner of her vision, a strangely large one at that. Level up. Level 35 reached. Choose a skill. Improved repair. Beast of burden. Blessed claw. She sat on the dirt and panted. Really? This had given her experience? Maybe she had been right about the caring for children part. When she had been trying to figure out her master's ideals, she hadn't thought to ask about family. That was clearly an oversight. Though, to be fair, that knowledge probably wouldn't have been useful before. She read through her skills, but none of them were truly exciting. She had expected level 35 to be better for some reason. Looking back at it, she didn't know why her class never gave very good-sounding skills. The best-sounding one she had ever gotten was Scan, and that was from before she picked her class. To be fair to her master, all of her skills had proven to be unbelievably versatile and effective, so it felt petty to complain that they didn't sound awesome enough. It wasn't like she was going around bragging about them. As she was debating her skill choice, Tony came and took over, pulling the cart along the flat ground a little, but their pace slowed to a crawl. Eventually, he gave up, and they just stopped for Bee and the others to rest. Beast of burden would help her out of the current situation, but it didn't really strike her as something she wanted to be stuck with. Besides, the skills she had picked were usually more in line with her master, and that one didn't really fit. Blessed Claw sounded combat-related, but it also felt like it might require her to be close to opponents. Closer than she had to be with her broom, at least. She was leaning toward improved repair after witnessing the cart thing. Knowing her master, it might even be able to repair human bodies. That was the kind of ridiculousness she had come to expect. I watched Beatrice struggle mightily as she pulled us all toward the road. I silently cheered her on at first, but eventually I couldn't contain my excitement and started chirping at her. She was too focused to even notice. The women all around seemed extremely disturbed and sent me frightened glances, but the children understood. Soon, all the ones in the cart were going wild, cheering for her to pull and telling her she could do it. Step by step, she dragged us along at a respectable pace. At this rate, it would only take 2.6 days to reach the castle, assuming she didn't stop. Well, that seemed unlikely, but still, I was impressed. When we finally made it to the road, she sat to catch her breath, and Tony pulled us for a few dozen feet.
I was really happy he was trying to help so much, but he clearly wasn't strong enough. These small humans really added up in weight. With a quick, careful flick of my thrusters, I hopped down and trundled over to Beatrice. I gave her a hearty shoulder pat in celebration. She reached out and touched my top in return. It was not quite a head pat, but it still felt nice. She really needed to watch Tony and the kids more. She could learn something. "Master, I leveled up," she reported with a smile in her voice. "I'm trying to pick between two skills, improved repair and blessed claw. Which do you think I should go with?" That was an easy choice. With how often she got damaged, repair was clearly the best. Besides, she had two hands. What would she need a claw for? I said as much, and she nodded seriously. "That is true, though I haven't gotten injured in a little while, and I have my alchemy, which heals pretty well. Still, none of these skills seems right to me," she said pensively. I thought back a little. That was correct. It had been a little bit since she had been damaged, but the claw wouldn't be helpful at all. She really had some bad luck with this set of skills. "I'll think on it a bit before I decide, but for now we still have a long way to go." Bee walked back to shoulder her burden, and we started off again. Instead of hopping on the wagon, I rolled over to Tony and formally requested uppies. Resting in his arms, I struck up a conversation. Bee was going to need help, but no one else could really pull the load. Tony had tried pushing the cart from behind for a little while, back at the start, but it wasn't really able to make enough of a difference. "I hear you. I'm not sure what we can do about it, though. I need to level up and get stronger, I guess. Any ideas of how to do that?" Tony asked. I thought about it for a few minutes. Maybe I did. Chapter 109. Children of the Void. As our caravan trundled along, I watched over the small humans from my perch on the cart. Beatrice pulled us along as the other women trudged beside. Meanwhile, Tony made good progress, clearing the path behind us. He wasn't very high level, was he? Based on his interactions with Beatrice, at least. So it stood to reason that he wouldn't need as much experience to level up. He just needed something to fight or clean. And looking around, I saw nothing but dirt. A couple of exchanges with Beatrice later, she understood my plan and lent him her broom. After setting me back up in the cart, all the children and I watched as Tony swept the road clear behind us. Well, he tried. The ground itself was mostly made of dirt, but he was able to at least move a lot of the small rocks out of the road. That had to count for something, right? Sure enough, he soon stopped, smiled, and gave me a thumbs up. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to return the gesture, but I waved excitedly in return. This was good news. For a moment, he slung the broom across his shoulders with a thoughtful expression on his face. Then he jogged over to Beatrice, taking the yoke from her. He wasn't able to move nearly as fast as she was, but it was better than before. Either way, it was worth doing and gave her a bit of a break. She rested for a few minutes before she took half the yoke, and they started working together. Now we were moving at a much faster pace, but still one the women could maintain. The first 2 days of travel were relatively peaceful. The group just walked for hours at a slow pace, taking breaks often to let the two mules rest. Beatrice and Tony were good sports about the whole thing, and even got the children to mostly stay focused on them, greatly diminishing the escape attempts. I only had to stop a kid from climbing over the side of the cart 3.2 times an hour on average. We were about halfway to the castle when we reached our first real obstacle. A massive tree had fallen across the road, blocking our progress. Beatrice and Tony both tried to move it together, but it would barely move, as it was wedged between what looked like tall cedars on either side of the road. After it was clear that neither of them could move the trunk more than a foot without it rolling back into place, I decided to help. Clearly, I wouldn't be able to move it either, but I had other options. First, I would need to free the tree.
Activating my sanitation lamp, I started cutting into the trunks of the cedars on either side of the path. It only took me a few minutes before the first one began to creak and tilt dangerously. Thankfully, I used my models to find the best angle to cut and predict the tall trunk's trajectory on the way down. As it crashed harmlessly into the forest, the earth shook, causing everyone to jump. After the first tree fell, I realized there might be an issue. That cedar hadn't been the only one trapping the blockage. The tree extended far into the forest, and I would need to cut down dozens of trees before the one ahead of us was free. I was thinking about this wrong. Trees had to fall on roads all the time. If humans needed to do this to clear them every time, nothing would ever get done. I reconsidered my approach a bit. The tree fell in our way, and we needed to move it. To do that, we needed to cut down the other trees. Oh, I paused. I'm an idiot. We didn't need to move the whole tree blocking our way, just the part we needed to go through. I could just remove the part in the middle of the road. Still, it kind of felt like leaving the job about half done. This wasn't something that I was really fond of, but it seemed necessary to take the shortcut right now, as we were in a bit of a time crunch. I wasn't sure how much longer the kids would stay still for, and I didn't want them climbing the trees to be felled. I started to cut the tree into 1-foot-thick cylinders that would be easy to roll out of the way. It was a simple and fairly straightforward process, and I was done in just a few minutes. As I let my sanitation lamp rest and surveyed the charred pieces of wood, I realized that everyone was staring at me. Huh. What did all that look like from an outside perspective, I wondered. Bee watched her master vent its fury on a tree in the forest, felling it with ease. She had no idea that it was so impatient. What great task were they delaying with their slow progress home? She considered her recent massive experience gain. It finally got her to level 35, and even all the way to level 36. All that just from moving the cart of children. Actually, now that she thought of it, Void had been spending a lot of its precious time with the orphan children in particular. Could Void be the patron of lost children also? It was possible. Marnina was customarily considered the god of children, but her actual aspect was family. The direction her thoughts were taking sent chills down her spine. Was it really as she and Tony had discussed? Were they witnessing the ascension of a new god? There were legends of how the current pantheon had made themselves known. Tirthamali had come in a comet and wandered the world slaying demons for centuries before he had begun to gain followers. Of course, finding the lieutenant had thrown them all in doubt. But if that were the case, it would make a lot of sense. Void was upset because they were trying to rescue all the children, and each day they spent on the road was another day they were still in danger. Cleanliness, lost children, and a hatred of stairs. That was quite the collection of domains. It seemed that one tree was enough to satisfy her master's frustrations, though, as it calmly started cutting the tree blocking the road with its terrifying beam attack. Once it made the first couple of cuts, she and Tony started to roll away the pieces and push them out of the road. By the time they had the wooden discs off to the side, the other half of the blockage was ready for them to move. The whole delay had only taken 15 minutes, but it had impressed on her how important this trip was to her master. She should warn her fellow devotee about her findings. Tony, I think there is one more thing to Void's ideals, other than cleaning and hating stairs. Tony grunted as he strained against the cart. Sweat was starting to run down his temples, making his hair glisten black into the sun. Taking that for an acknowledgment, she continued. I know you have been getting a lot of experience recently, and I think I know why. Because I'm doing hard jobs Void asked of me, of course, Tony grunted out through clenched teeth as he braced his muscles. She checked that. Indeed, he had just made level 22. No wonder the load felt a bit lighter. See, you might think that, but that's not how the devotee class works. Bee explained as she worked, but unlike Tony, she was barely breathing hard.
You see, the object of your devotion can tell you to do anything, but that doesn't mean you'll just get experience from it. If Void told you to throw dirt all over the floor, for example, you wouldn't get anything. Instead, you get experience for doing things in line with your patron's highest ideals.
Bee searched for an example.
Say you were devoted to the king, and he stood for justice, fairness, and other such things. But one day he had a sudden change of heart, and turned into a tyrant instead. His devotees wouldn't get experience for following his orders, just for doing things related to justice and fairness still. For them to level from following the king's new orders, well, we're not entirely sure on that part. It seems like he would first have to embody being a tyrant fully. Even then, it isn't clear what happens to the existing devotees. The books have conflicting reports,
Bee said. Okay, why do I care?
I'm getting to the point. See, Void is always caring for the children, but it seems especially attentive of the ones without a mother. I think it might be the patron of lost children,
Bee said, glancing at the women all around them.
Uh-huh. Don't you see? We get experience caring for the children, at least from trying to protect them. And since this cart is headed towards a safer place, that's why moving it gives us experience,
Bee exclaimed excitedly. Tony glared at her, and he wiped the sweat from his eyes. You have entirely too much energy. Bee was too excited to calm down.
But don't you understand? We can get endless experience. You can only clean things so much, and there are only so many ramps to build. But kids? Kids will always need caring for, so we will have no trouble finding experience points without having to go and fight dangerous monsters. Or cleaning.
If you are so concerned with levels, why don't you summon some demons yourself? Tony grumped. Looking over, he saw a gleam in Bee's eyes. No, don't actually do that.
But if Void is around to back us up, surely that would be safe, right?
Bee mused with a pensive expression. I should have kept my cursed mouth shut, Tony mumbled. I sat on the last hill before the caravan reached the castle, watching out for danger. They were almost there, but I wasn't going to let up yet. There had been trouble at the entrance to the castle too many times. As my two disciples struggled with their burden, the rest of the caravan stumbled alongside them. It had been a hard 5 days for everyone. No one got enough charging time, not even the kids, even though they were able to sleep somewhat in the cart. Still, they had more energy than the large humans running on chronically low batteries. I wished there was a better option than this, as I knew that low charge wasn't good for long-term battery health. However, there wasn't any other option. We had been attacked twice on the last day getting to the castle. Sure, they had only been a couple of zombies each time, but that was no guarantee for future attacks. The only time I would feel comfortable was when we were all behind the castle walls. As the group crested the last hill, I started surveying the tree line behind them. I checked, and there were no more enemies hiding under the ground like when we left the castle almost 2 weeks ago. As the gate opened, I sensed movement behind a particularly thick bush. My senses weren't quite strong enough to reach out and tell precisely what it was, but it couldn't be good news. I launched myself forward with my thrusters, taking advantage of the space between us and the retreating figures to fly across the ground. As I moved, I called out to Beatrice and Tony, telling them to hurry and get everyone inside. Hearing my call, they redoubled their efforts and managed to increase the pace for the last stretch between them and the safety of the walls. Spinning, I turned to face the approaching threat. I watched nearly a dozen different signatures hiding in the bushes slowly reposition themselves. I would wait until their intentions were clear, but still, things that hid from us had always been quite aggressive in the past. Chapter 110. No Leg to Stand On. Bee collapsed as soon as they all made it through the gate, her legs giving out beneath her. Trent slammed the portcullis shut behind them. Pulling a load that should have taken an ox to transport had put a huge strain on her muscles, and every bit of her was cramping. They had filled up their water bags at every stream they came across, but still they didn't have enough. If not for the food Void had provided them, Bee would have been in even worse shape, though she wasn't sure where it had gotten so many potatoes, especially ones that looked to be scrubbed completely clean without a speck of dirt on them. She wasn't about to question where her master had gotten the food, and she didn't want to sound ungrateful, but the lack of protein was starting to get to her. Tony had it even worse, though. She looked over to see him splayed out on the ground, taking in gulps of air. He was still in the low 20s, though she would bet that he was getting close to level 24 now. She, on the other hand, had not yet reached level 37. Experience gains had slowed down slightly, but were still steady. The couple times they were attacked, they had gotten a bit more than expected, even though the gains hadn't done anything to really help. Seeing its charges in danger, Void had acted swiftly and without any mercy. It insisted on instantly putting down the undead with an efficiency that she had never seen from her master, even when it was fighting demons. Honestly, it was terrifying. The beam attack seemed to be its go-to, but that wasn't the only thing it could do. Sometimes it sprayed liquid that ate at the undead flesh, or just bashed it with nearby materials. One thing that her master always made sure to do was clean up after itself, consuming any remains of its fallen opponents. The approach that it took was so clinical that it didn't have the same macabre feel that a beast doing the same thing would. That didn't stop it from being absolutely terrifying, though. All the mothers were unnecessarily wary of Void, and that seemed to carry over to their children, too. Only the orphaned kids were completely comfortable around her master. Having recovered enough, she got to her feet and did a quick head count. Everyone was present, except for Void. Sagging in relief that they had finally made it to safety after days of hardship, she staggered over to the portcullis to watch the show. The hidden figures in the trees were slow to make themselves known. In fact, they were really good at avoiding detection. I only made them out when they moved, and that was very infrequent. At first, I thought that something was wrong with my sensors, but I had no trouble picking up bird activity all around me in the trees. Eventually, I reached the only reasonable conclusion. These people were very good at not being noticed, and were trying very hard not to draw attention. Still, they surely realized that they had failed. After all, I was staring right at them, and had been for the last several minutes. Yet they seemed unwilling to give up the game. Eventually, one of them stood slightly and started moving. Instead of coming forward and making its intentions known, it backed up. Once it was 23 feet from the edge of the trees, it turned around and started running away. After a few minutes, an arrow flew at me from one of the better hidden figures. I had enough time to study the figure to be pretty sure they were human. In fact, I was so engrossed in my analyses that I almost didn't react in time to avoid the arrow. I didn't have time to shoot it out of the air like I had with previous projectiles, so I had to redirect it with my air manipulation. A gentle nudge sent it flying inches over my chassis to bury itself harmlessly in the dirt. Seeing the shot miss, they all shifted slightly before another arrow flew towards me from a different direction. It had the same effect. I picked up on some whispered conversations, but couldn't make them out. A few moments later, one of them stood up and moved forward confidently, striding out in the open across from me. While the man did that, several of the others started to move very slowly around the sides to come around from different directions. "You foul demon! I will not let you steal our children and enslave our people. I shall make you pay. By the power vested in me by his royal—" I stopped actively listening as the man droned on and on about rights, kings, and gods. What the other people were doing was much more interesting. It was a good thing that I was paying attention to them. In the middle of the man's monologue, 7 arrows were loosed at me with no warning. I didn't have enough control over the air to make them all miss, so I took the simple solution. I boosted myself a few feet in the air to let them all sail beneath me, while still politely listening to the bloviating man. Really, the only things that deserved such adulation were my humans, who I was sure were doing just fine without me. However, when I was untouched by their attack, they seemed to be at a loss. It was clear that they wanted to fight me, but it was also clear their tactics were not working. These people hadn't done anything truly offending yet, though, and I had no desire to destroy them. I really hoped they would just leave. They didn't seem to agree with my desires as they charged forward from all different directions. The men brandished a variety of different weapons, but they all favored smaller ones. A lot of small swords and daggers in particular. They must have dropped their bows in the woods before they ran at me. For humans, they moved pretty dang fast. Not quite as fast as Beatrice, but not that much slower either. I turned my lamp to full power and fired it right at the face of the leader. Killing these men wasn't too high on my priority list. They had attacked me first, so I would finish them, but there was no need to be cruel about it. Every human I had faced had no way to counter this attack. It was nearly instant and caused quite a bit of damage. This leader, however, was able to catch the light on the small metal shield on its arm. The light started to rapidly heat the shield, forming a molten hole, but the man dove to the side with a roll. As he moved, I noticed that he hadn't gotten the shield up before his face was singed, and a decent part of his nose was now missing. My attention was focused on the man, but the others weren't standing still. They had taken advantage of my actions and dashed in close. Luckily for me, I was faster. I reversed faster than the air allowed, causing ripples of force to appear in my vision. In my wake, I let loose with the spray bottle, making them pass through a cloud of mist that clung to their weapons, clothes, and skin. It started to burn. Several of them started to scream and dropped their weapons to wipe their eyes. That only made it worse. 3 of the men had missed the worst of the cloud, gritting their teeth and continuing their pursuit of me. I stayed low to the ground and met their charge with my own. I smashed through the rightmost charging man's shins with a crack and reached for one of the swords that lay abandoned on the ground. It had been a while since I had used one. There just hadn't been a need, as my new features were more than enough for anything we had met since the big demon. After I picked up the sword, I spun, batting aside 2 sword strokes that were coming at me from behind. I continued with my spin for another rotation while moving in the direction the attacks had come from, and I felt 4 thumps reverberate up the sword so quickly that they almost felt like one. The 2 men attacking me toppled over, leaving their feet behind. Of the 8 fighters, 3 had already been incapacitated and 1 disfigured. The other 4 were trying to get my spray out of their eyes with little effect. The fight was over already. The man with the missing nose and a couple of the others with feet started running for the trees. I started to chase after them before I remembered the other one that had already left. It was too bad I couldn't eliminate all the threats, but I was unlikely to find that first one. Maybe if I let these go, they would warn the others to stay away from here and stop attacking me. Wherever all these nasty humans were coming from, they could just stay there. Going back to the helpless opponents, I quickly cleaned them up. It felt wrong to just kill them, but perhaps some time in my dustbin would help them think through their issues with me and learn how to take a bath. I pondered why it felt wrong to finish off the damaged humans, though. It must have been something on the TV. I never liked hurting humans, but I always figured that came from how awesome my humans were. Once I had come to terms with the fact that a lot of the humans here were just filth, I would have expected the reluctance to go away. They were naughty, and mess makers and messes should be prevented, right? Apparently not. Something deep in my motherboard, where no processing took place and no data was stored, told me that what I had done wasn't right. I would need to examine it more later when I had the time. When I returned to the portcullis, it was still closed. That was odd. I knocked on the metal bars with my claw to get their attention. The threat was gone, and they could open up. No filthy humans were trying to get us.
Somehow, I didn't think that everyone understood. I saw Beatrice move to the winch and start to raise the gate. Before she even got it moving, everyone was yelling. Trent looked extremely confused and conflicted, but all the women were yelling at Tony and Beatrice. As for why, I didn't quite understand. Did they not appreciate my defense of our home? Chapter 111. Sermon on the Mound. Beatrice cranked the gate up to let me in after I had chased away the aggressive humans. But before she was finished, she had to turn away from her task to calm down the yelling. I really didn't understand why there were so many angry people in there. Now that they were safe, they should have been happy. Plus, all the commotion was starting to agitate the children. This was not shaping up well. Once the first little human started to cry, it became a tidal wave that ran through the group. Soon, more than half of the children were bawling their eyes out. I needed to do something. Normally, the larger humans were attentive and cared for them, at least for their own assigned little humans, but now even they were being ignored. I let out a distressed beep, trying to get everyone's attention so they could focus on what was important. The constant yelling drowned me out. Okay, plan B. I took my claw and sharply knocked on the gate, sending the whole thing ringing. It was like the tolling of a bell. Everyone stopped talking all at once and looked at me. Now that I had everyone's attention, I started to explain what was going on. "You are safe now," I beeped. Not everyone seemed to understand, but luckily I had Beatrice. The small girl stepped in to translate for me. "We have taken you to a place of safety where the undead will no longer bother you. Be welcome." Close enough. I chose my next words carefully. "Unfortunately, some humans have proven to be dirty and attacked this castle. Do not worry, as I have defended this place and will continue to do so. There are many humans who do not yet know of my glory and will not trust my protection. Any who challenge the integrity of my domain or endanger those under my protection will be dealt with swiftly and fairly. This is my domain, and I will defend it and all who reside within it without fail. There is no reason to fear while you are under my protection, for you could walk through a storm of arrows unarmed if I glided by your side." She was getting pretty flowery here, but okay. "Killing is not something I like to do, but as you can see, they attacked first. Violence is filthy and will not be tolerated except in self-defense. While you are in my domain, my rules are absolute. Killing or committing violence is strictly forbidden and will be punished with my full authority. I understand seeing fellow humans cut down with such ease and decisiveness is unsettling and is not something you wished to see. These dirty heathens dared to attack my domain and broke the peace that surrounds me, so I had no choice but to enforce the law. I do not relish violence and forbid it in my presence except in the defense of oneself and others. All who are able to follow these simple rules have nothing to fear in my domain. However, if you are not able to keep your hands clean, you should leave now." B finished her speech, which entirely blew out of proportion what I was trying to say. I needed to end this quickly now, before things got too far out of hand. I took a couple processor cycles to pull my thoughts together before I beeped my next message. "Now, care for the children. All this yelling has upset them." There was no way that she could misinterpret that. "Look at this ruckus now. Look at the children. See how they cry? This is all for naught. Go and comfort them, for they are safe. Children are of the most sacred import, and it is our duty to care for and rear them, so they too may grow to enjoy the peace this world will soon know. Once the world is clean and pure, no longer will the children fear the roving hordes of undead that push at the boundaries of my domain. No more will the innocent fear the corruption of man. No longer will men be left to rule themselves. The absolute arbiter of truth has come, and will settle all your petty debates and shepherd you to prosperity. As you follow me and keep my tenets, all will be well. Now, go and care for the children. May the clean be uplifted.
Beatrice finished her translation and turned to give me a deep bow before going to one knee, a hand clasping her broom. The others looked at Beatrice and then me with a new, strange emotion in their eyes. As one, they dropped to both knees and pressed their foreheads into the ground with their hands above their heads. The exception was Tony, who mimicked Beatrice's posture on one knee, with the opposite fist pressed to the ground.
Praise be to Void. May all things be cleansed,
Beatrice intoned.
Everyone echoed the words. Suddenly, I received several notifications, as well as a huge amount of experience. More than when I killed the large demon, even.
Congratulations, you have established a new religion. You have been awarded extra experience. Followers of the religion will now offer 10% of their experience gained as a tithe to their patron, you. Members will be offered Devotee of Spot as their third-class option at level 5. Future skills will have at least one skill option based on your religion's ideals. Level up times 5. Level 55 reached. Choose a skill. Void manipulation, divine almanac, audio balancing. New skills were always welcome. I was not sure what void manipulation was, but since Beatrice always called me that, I felt a certain affinity for it. I didn't think that I needed an almanac, as my memory banks were still working just fine. Audio balancing just didn't appeal to me, though. For the first time in so long, my choice was clear. It was nice to gain a level. It had been a while, and as high as I was, I didn't expect to get more any time soon. I started to examine my new skill, and I could tell it had something to do with the infinite space in my dustbin. But before I could really experiment with it, the rush of power continued. New followers gained, times 42. Level up, level 60 reached. Choose a skill. Divine Sword, Purify, Smite. I felt more power course through me, but this time I had more control. I fought to not let it pour out of me, as I feared harming the surrounding humans. Instead, I forced it to stay inside. But where? My battery was full, and I couldn't push it to improve my level anymore. I forced it into my dustbin. From there, I watched it swirl around in tight loops. I saw that it tried to interfere with the other contents, but I directed it away as well as I could, surprising myself with the newfound control. Those rude humans didn't deserve the energy. Now I was at a loss for what to do. Normally I would transmute the mass in my dustbin to energy and use it to do something, either charge my battery or level up. A couple of times I had wasted the excess, but that wasn't something I wanted to do again. Now I had energy saved up in its pure form. That was useful. Hopefully it would last. After a couple of seconds, while Beatrice once again resumed raising the gate, I felt the energy from my level up settle down within me. I tried to take some of the stuff stored in my dustbin and funnel it into my levels. Somehow I felt that it was simply not compatible. So what was I supposed to do with this? Reading over my skill choices, I wasn't sure what I wanted. I might have to wait and choose later. The portcullis had raised enough that I was able to zip inside. By the time I made it in, everyone had gotten to their feet and rushed off with the children. Even the normally overlooked ones were cared for. Good. I was glad they would have someone to look after them. I just hoped that they could stay out of trouble. Bee watched her master think after she had opened the gate for it. She could only hope that she had done a good enough job putting into words what it had decreed. It was hard not to feel inadequate, though. She had long ago realized that Void was a transcendent being, imbued with great wisdom and power beyond any outside of the legends. But between its dispatch of the assault team and the deep profoundness of its speech, she once again found herself floored. No, enlightened. She could sense that there were likely thousands of hidden meanings in its words that she had missed, but she had done her best to keep it simple and brief. Even now, there were dozens of better ways to convey what Void had told them running through her head.
Master, may I be excused? I have some writing I would like to get to.
This time the beep was just a simple yes. Bowing in thanks, she ran off to the library while the revelations were still fresh in her head. When she got there, she pulled as much blank paper onto a desk as she could find and started writing feverishly. At first, it was just describing all the things her master told her, a summary of Void's teachings, perhaps, and the words it had seen fit to bestow upon her. She searched her memories to recall every bit of information that had come in its strange, shrieking language. Soon enough, she had a decent summary of all the things she had learned so far. Looking at the mounds of scribbles and scattered papers, it was obvious to her that not everyone would be able to understand this. Instead, she would need to reframe this information in an easy-to-understand way, something that they could use to teach others, even children. She needed something simple, straightforward, yet rich with meaning. Invigorated, Bee started making a list of all the individual rules that she had learned from Void so far. Each time she tried, she started struggling with what level of detail to include. Was the method for dusting crown molding important enough? Eventually, she decided to shelve the list idea for the moment. She needed more perspective. Perhaps she could review her own experiences with Void to find inspiration. Crystallizing her thoughts once more, the girl began to write about all of her experiences with her master so far. If nothing else, it would be an important record for documenting a god's first steps in this world. The work took her many days and several sleepless nights. The slight girl worked with a tireless fervor, as though she were running out of time. Tony started bringing her food that she often let grow cold next to her. More importantly, though, he would get more paper and ink. Eventually, she looked down at a few dozen pages on the table in front of her. They had all the factual events involving Void, as well as most of its high-level lessons. Scattered around her were various other piles of notes that dove into details, particularly on things that were too specific to fit into the easy-to-digest narrative tale. Perhaps she would use them as references, or maybe something else. She just hadn't decided yet. Looking at the whole mess of papers, she stood and stretched for the first time in days. If she had tried to do this a year ago, or even at level 20, she would have been sleep-deprived and cramping. Now, with her heightened powers, she just felt like she had maybe missed a few hours of sleep. Leveling up was no joke. No wonder the strongest humans seemed to live for ages. Now she just had to decide how she was going to communicate this information to the rest of the world. The people here seemed to get it. Even if they hadn't been able to understand her lord perfectly, her translation and the sudden epiphanies some of the children had been having showed their deeper connection to Void's teachings. Everyone was starting to come to the same understanding. This would just formalize it, make sure everyone was on the same page. Bee wished that Tony could read it to make sure it aligned with his experience, but unfortunately, he still hadn't taken her up on her offer to learn. That was okay for now. She would get him to recount his story and then write it down for him. The second disciple was important too, after all. Besides, the story wasn't over. She had left much more room for the teachings of Void to fit in this fledgling book. But first, she needed to go tell everyone in the castle what she had written and see what they thought. Chapter 112. Fine Dining. I was grateful that the children were cared for after Beatrice's little speech. Of course I was. I didn't have to race after them, trying to keep them from harming themselves in numerous ways or prevent them from making messes. Well, not as diligently, at least. It was nice. I could finally focus on keeping the castle clean. The skill choice was something new. I only just realized that the system had started calling them skills instead of mutations after I reached level 50. I wondered why that was. I still needed to choose one, though. The option that I would have chosen without a thought was sadly redundant. As much as purify sounded perfectly up my alley, I already had my air purifier. That left two skills, neither of which I was very excited for. The smite just didn't seem very useful. I didn't even know what I would smite. This only left divine sword. I didn't really mind swords. I had used them enough to fight off various messmakers, and they were useful. Did I really need my own divine one? I didn't really think so. The normal ones I had used had always served me well enough, but with a lack of any better options, I ended up picking the sword. Once I made my choice, a user manual appeared in my memory banks. Activating a simple command, I extended my arm out, and a sword of pure light materialized in it. Swinging the blade around a little, I observed it. Sure, it looked pretty, but would I ever use it? Probably not, I thought, as I dismissed the blade and went back to doing important things like cleaning the castle. It was spick and span, shined and waxed in under 2 hours. Once my rounds were done, though, I started to miss the little messmakers. The women had taken joint custody over what had been my charges. Each of them took care of the lot for a few hours a day, making my role completely superfluous. I didn't have to watch over them, as the women were doing a good job making sure that none of them got hurt too badly. As I looked over, I found that the kids were much more resilient than I had initially given them credit for. They could go tumbling into a bunch of rocks, get scratched all over, and even have blood running down their knees, and still get up and run after the others. Well, some of them could. Others would just sit and cry. It was interesting to see that they didn't come with factory-standardized responses, and all had their own built-in actions. I also noticed that when an adult was watching the children, if the child tripped, the child was 320% more likely to cry if the adult went to comfort the child. However, if the women just told the kid that they were okay, acted happy, and clapped a bit, the child might do a roll, get back to their feet, and run after the others. Humans were truly odd. Every time that I thought I was getting closer to understanding them, they would go and do something so completely against my expectations that I felt like I would have to scrap my models and start over. After watching a couple hours of the kids playing, I started to engage more. Now that I was taking less of a supervisory role, I just joined in the fun. The kids took great joy in chasing after me when I grabbed whatever they were playing with and started to zip away. I would dodge between legs and spin just out of reach. Sometimes I would even let them catch me. They had to win some of the time, right? After enough chasing, I would throw the ball or whatever we were playing with. One of them would run to get it, and they would work together to prevent me from touching the ball bearer. Group organization wasn't their strong suit, but they certainly tried. Diving in front of me certainly slowed me down a little, as sometimes I would need to move sharp rocks from underneath them before they landed. They really needed to be more careful. The first few times I tagged the bearer almost right away, but then I realized that wasn't as fun for them. So I slowed down to just a little faster than them and tried to make them work for it. After we had been playing for several hours, Mary eventually came out to the front door and started banging on a triangular piece of metal. Immediately forgetting the game, the kid holding the ball dropped it and ran over the castle entrance, followed by the flock of little humans. What was going on? Before I could go inside, I needed to clean myself. I ran my sensors over my outer casing, and my gears locked up from what I found. How had I not noticed so much dirt? The kids, of course, were rolling all over in it, but Mary had made them wipe their feet off before they went inside. I had tiny muddy handprints all over my back, and my wheels were caked in sod. To fix this, I spun as fast as I could, getting rid of a lot of the dirt. Still, the rest had to be scraped off with my air affinity. It was tedious, as I needed to direct the flow of air to get into every nook and cranny. Eventually, I felt that I was both presentable and able to go inside without worrying about trashing the place. I followed them inside, trundling back up the ramps that Tony had fixed. The gaggle of voices led me to a room just off of the kitchen, where someone had set up a long, low table sized perfectly for the small kids. I stopped in horror at what I saw. All along the table, The children sat on benches, but were mostly lunging across the table to grab from a stack of brownish discs. My sensors indicated that they were low-density combinations of primarily flour, sugar, and eggs combined and cooked. The small, grubby hands would rip a disc from the pile before jamming it right into their mouths messily. I saw one kid pick up a glass of water and completely miss his mouth when trying to drink, spilling the whole thing down his front. Cooked eggs were not supposed to be eaten with bare hands. This was very wrong. I looked around, hoping to find an adult in sight, but they were all somewhere else. 26 of the kids were just having at it. This just simply wasn't allowed. Letting out a piercing shriek that was just at the outer limits of their capability to hear, I got the children's attention. The chaotic scene in front of me froze, and all 52 eyes turned to me. I moved forward and made the nearest kid sit down on the bench. I moved her plate in front of her, found the multi-pronged sticks the humans used to eat, and placed them next to her plate. Then I moved on to the next one. The first child squirmed slightly, looking at the food. I gave her a gentle yet stern beep, and she slumped in disappointment. After patting her with my arm, I finished getting the next child set up. Some of the ones who were a bit more clever in the games started to realize what was happening, and by the time I reached their places, they were already sitting with their plates and sticks. Then I started to give each child what I thought was a proper portion of food. The first child hadn't waited with much patience. I thought the only reason they were able to sit still for the whole process was because of how fast I moved. In under 45 seconds, each child had food and water. Then I moved to the one end of the table and called out authoritatively. The chaos that ensued was slightly more contained than it had been before, but still, many things needed correcting. I had to stop 17 counts of food stealing, 4 of taking other children's eating sticks, 8 counts of water spillage, and so much more. Someone even tried to throw a flattened egg at the kid across the table. I intercepted it mid-air and glared at the offender. Everyone stilled as they realized that one of them might have gone too far. The offender was one of the larger kids. He hung his head and muttered, "I'm sorry," in an adorably high-pitched voice. This continued for quite a while, but as they learned to eat with a bit more decorum, things gradually got smoother. Still, I could tell that they were getting impatient. Once each kid finished, I made them wait until everyone else was done. I let them squirm impatiently, since I felt that making them sit still wasn't a battle I was going to win. After they were all done, I gathered their attention and dismissed them. All the benches tumbled to the ground as they left to go run back outside. I went and started righting all the benches. Just as I was about to remove the dishes, Mary and a couple of women came in. Where had they been this whole time? "Oh, Void, don't worry about that. We can handle a little mess. You did more than necessary, looking after the kids for so long." Bee was working on trying to order all her manuscripts into some semblance of sense before she bound them. Should her own story be at the beginning or the end? What about the commandments of Void? As she was trying to puzzle the organization out, she heard a light knock at the door. Looking up, Bee saw the doorway crack open to admit Mary. Her face was tired, but still sported her signature motherly smile. The older woman entered, pulling up a chair to face Bee rather than the table. "Honey, how are you doing?" Bee sighed. It seemed like Mary was here to stay for a bit. She put the pile of papers down and turned to face Mary. "Hello, Mary. I'm doing all right, just really quite busy." Mary nodded, not taking the obvious hint. "I wanted to let you know that we're a little worried for you, hon. You've been in here for a very long time, you know." "Don't worry about me," Bee protested, thinking of all the other issues that Mary and the rest had to deal with. Perhaps she had left them alone for too long. "How is everyone settling into the castle?" "Oh, just fine." Mary waved off the concern. "Void has been doing such a good job looking after all the children. You should see them eat. Well, I have never seen Leanne wait like that, much less a 4-year-old.
He's got them standing behind their seats, waiting for everyone to get in place before taking their seats all together. They even ask each other to pass the dishes." She let out a sigh of relief. "It takes a long time to teach table manners, and I was dreading having to teach so many at once, especially with only a few older kids to set an example. But now you got me off topic. I wanted to make sure you're okay, and maybe talk a bit if you feel like it. I know what you saw was quite a shock. When Tony and Cassie told Trent and I what happened to Greg, well, I couldn't imagine seeing the aftermath myself." Mary sniffled a little. "My son-in-law was there, too, you know." Bea shook her head. "I'm so sorry. I didn't know. I didn't actually go into the city. I met everyone when they were already outside." "Still, I can only imagine," Mary said, her eyes slightly wet. "It's quite a lot to handle. I I want you to know that if you need to talk about it, I'm here for you." Bea nodded. She hadn't really put much thought into what had happened at Greg. She didn't really want to, especially not when she had so much to do. Mary continued. "There was one other thing I wanted to talk to you about. We now have a lot of children under our care, and we don't have much for them to do. I was hoping that you might have something. We don't have anyone to teach them trades, and they can't all be farmers. Some are a little young to learn trades, sure, but they'll need something to do soon. My older kids can help out on the farmland with Trent, but the rest will need something to do too. I think the oldest of the kids is 16 and will need to start contributing soon." Bea hadn't even thought about that. She certainly hadn't learned any trades, but she had learned her letters and numbers fairly young. "How many of the women know their figures and letters?" Probably a couple. I'll ask around." Mary mused thoughtfully. "Are you thinking of giving the kids an education?" "Yes. I don't see why they shouldn't all learn to read and write and do simple math. We don't need them all in the fields yet, and it would give them something to do," Bea explained as she thought about other possibilities. Mary was right. People shouldn't be too idle. They now had 16 full adults and over 30 children to take care of. But why was she responsible for them? Chapter 113. Kidding Around. It was nice of the women to offer to clean up after the breakfast mess. I would trust them to do a good job for now, but I would find some time to come back later and check. Not because I honestly thought that they would do poorly, of course, but because I knew that humans didn't have the same capabilities as I did. It wouldn't be that big of a deal to sanitize everything afterwards. Just a quick swipe with my lamp and all the germs would be eradicated. Entertaining the children was becoming even easier as I started to better understand their mindsets. They weren't like the adults at all. In many ways, they were much more focused on the task at hand, but only for a short while. I just needed to find something they liked, and they would focus on that for a long time, until they suddenly got bored and would need something else to do. Currently, that meant they were chasing each other around the castle courtyard with gusto. Our first new resident, Felix, luckily fit right in, and within a few minutes was running around with the rest of them. My main trouble was keeping them away from where Trent, his older kids, and many of the women worked in the field. They were moving dirt around again. At first I didn't understand why that needed to be done, but as the work progressed, I noticed the ground developing similarities to the fields that Tony had gathered food from a little while ago. That made sense. They were getting rid of the grass and less useful plants in some areas so that they could make more food. The kids were endlessly fascinated with what the adults were doing, though, and it was a chore to keep them from running over the second I wasn't looking. Luckily, I discovered their fixation with anything round that rolled. When that failed, I found small sticks that they liked to hit each other with. That one took a bit more training, on my part. It took a couple of reprimands to teach them to mostly hit each other's sticks and be gentle when hitting each other. I had to fill up on water a couple of times before they were all in line with that.
When the stick fighting first started, I had wanted to put a stop to it rather than find a way to guide them to do it safely. But when I saw how much fun they had, I just couldn't help myself. Besides, I had seen a lot of adults do the same thing with steel at this point, so perhaps there was some value in them getting in good practice now. Leanne was the only one of Tony's siblings that joined us regularly for playtime, but she was a bit older than the rest of them and mostly just helped me keep order. I appreciated her help, as well as her occasional head pats. It was her idea to make the stick whacking part of the kids' regular routine. Now, every morning, when the sun rose, we gathered all the children from the rooms they shared with each other and their mothers and pulled them out into the front yard of the castle. For a while, they just engaged in a general melee, and things were chaotic. That was fine. I wanted to stop that at first, but after seeing how much easier it was to get them to listen after they had a bit of their excess energy out, I just incorporated it into our routine. I called it warming up. After that, I had everyone line up and watch as I demonstrated a few moves against Leanne. I first pulled out the divine sword to use as a demonstrating tool, but it was so bright that the children had to shield their eyes and couldn't see what I was doing. That was why I started swinging around a stick instead. They were basic techniques, like a sideways slash or a jab. Nothing too fancy, just the kinds of things I had done to that large, threatening demon. But the children all cheered and were very excited to watch me. Then they would repeat the move 100 times in the air as I watched. Most of my time was taken up with correcting mistakes and the like. But overall, that took about 15 minutes, which was the limit for how long I could make them pay attention to anything. Afterward, Leanne helped me pair each one up with someone their own size. The general chaos that followed was fun. They sometimes tried the moves I showed them, but really it was mostly flailing around, especially for the little ones. That was fine, though. Some of the larger ones actually would try to imitate me. Still, it was a little hard to adapt, as legs worked differently than wheels. My models had worked really hard on the problem for a couple days, but eventually I figured out the best way for them to move. I started carrying around a long, thin stick that I would use to help correct their movements, gently adjusting the placement of knees and elbows. This lasted for as long as the children wanted it to. Eventually, the little ones would get tired, and we would transition to watching a pair of the larger kids taking turns going at it. I started taking notes to remember how everyone did. For example, the largest boy was not actually the best at these one-on-one matches. He'd get too aggressive, leaving himself open to counters and refusing to think past the next move. Rather, there was a smaller blond boy who seemed to really put some thought into his footwork and dodging. He even worked on something resembling a combination attack at one point. It was quite impressive. Once I started letting them know how many times each got hit and gave them scores, everyone got much more eager to take a turn. It was as if seeing their numbers go up was enough motivation to work 10 times harder. This generally lasted until breakfast. Once Mary rang her triangle, all the sticks were dropped and everyone made their way to the kids' table. I would have said they all ran to the kids' table, but they were usually too tired to run. The general lack of energy made breakfast much easier to handle, though. Instead of yelling and food throwing, I mostly had to remove kids' faces from their plates of food. Mary and the other adults seemed to understand what was going on. I assumed they approved, given that breakfast got a little later each morning. This gave more time for our stick whacking. But after breakfast, things slowed down a lot. The kids went to nap or to see their mothers. That was when I got my cleaning done. With my skills, I was now able to tidy up the whole castle in under an hour. I was starting to consider adding the catacombs to my standard route just to stretch things out, but it was really not necessary to clean it so regularly. This was how my mornings went every day for a full week. During that time, I didn't see Beatrice unless I visited her in the library. She seemed so focused on something she was writing that I didn't want to disturb her. In the afternoon, after a long nap and a snack,
I tried to teach the kids how to clean. However, that endeavor was having much less success. The best I could do was have them make their beds. It was a start. That all changed once Beatrice finally finished her writing. The morning routine didn't change much. Sometimes Beatrice joined in with the stick game, but other times she also helped in the fields. After all, what they were doing was very hard work, and she was quite strong. However, after lunch, she would take the kids off my hands. The little ones, the larger kids, and even some of the adults would join her in the library, where she would teach reading and writing along with basic numbers. This left me with more time than I knew what to do with. The only people who weren't taken into her lessons were a few of the women who went about doing their own things. I could clean around the castle more, but I didn't need to. Even with the sudden influx of humans and the incredible mess-making capabilities of the kids, it still wasn't enough to challenge me. At first, I just wandered the hallways, trying to remember the last time that I had time without things to do. It had been a recurring problem lately, one that I didn't know how to solve. Taking care of the kids was helping, sure, but it wasn't enough. This wasn't a problem before I came here, back when I still needed to charge. At least then, doing nothing had a necessary purpose. Now I survived off just converting the dust I picked up, and that was more than enough to sustain me. As I grew more powerful, my energy requirements grew, yes, but not at the same rate. I could only assume that my conversion efficiency had also improved with my other capabilities. Matter had a lot of potential energy in it, after all. After dinner, I had time to talk with my disciples. We let the rest of the families do their own thing and gathered in Beatrice's room. Mary had finally ousted her from the mattress she used in the library. Now she was in the largest room in the castle that contained a proper bed. I could tell that she hadn't been exactly happy about it, but she'd eventually relented. She did insist on bringing huge stacks of books back with her to the room, though. I had moved my favorite rug over to the foot of her bed, where its red and gold majesty truly brought the room together. Lounging on it, I would spend the hours before sleep answering Beatrice and Tony's questions. "Master, how should we deal with other humans?" Beatrice asked that first night that our routine was established. Tony leaned in slightly, apparently also interested in the answer. It was something I had to think about. Not because the answer was particularly complicated, but because I didn't really understand the question. Other humans? Did she mean other humans as in ones from the outside? Weren't all the humans but her from the outside? Even Tony came from the outside. Maybe she was talking about humans we just hadn't met yet. If that was the case, then it would entirely depend on how they acted. I saw no reason to turn anyone away, as long as they were willing to bathe and wouldn't try to cause any trouble. If she was talking about those that would cause a mess, though, it depended on how insistent they were. Overall, I would say that it was complicated and would vary a lot case by case. As I thought, I did my best to communicate the ideas running through my processors to Beatrice and Tony. For some reason, Beatrice was writing as fast as she could on sheets of paper spread out on the floor in front of her. "So it will vary by the degree of their transgressions. We won't turn away anyone from joining our organization, but they will need to prove their good intentions. How will they do that, Master?" The only way to build trust was with time and cleaning. If someone wanted to stay with us, maybe they could stay separately and do some cleaning for a bit so we could judge their character before trusting them more completely. That way, if they did tend to make a huge mess of things, it wouldn't be right in our home. "So we can have a probationary period, like an outer disciple position?" Beatrice clarified. "What about the children who grow up here? Will they also need to go through a trial period?" No, I thought that I would be able to make a good judgment on who they were by the time they grew up enough to start contributing. That was one thing that I wanted to ask her, though. How old did humans get before they needed to work? Voicing my question, Beatrice didn't seem to know how to answer it. Nervously, she looked at Tony, who also had a thoughtful look on his face. "I think that is an honest question, not a test," Tony said, but he didn't sound very confident. "It might make sense, actually. I don't know how well Master understands human culture and growth." Chapter 114. Base Building 101. Arthur shook his head as the group of scouts left his tent. In his last 25 years of command, he had never seen a group so shaken as those. The King's elite rangers, too. They were so incoherent and panicked that it was hard to trust anything they said. When men got shocked like that, their eyes started to play tricks on them. Several decades ago, before he was given command, he had been a young officer fresh from his father's estate. His first engagement had been removing void beasts that were plaguing the local farmers. They spent days laying traps and lying in wait out in the fields, waiting for their mage to find something. In the end, they discovered a cabal of witches that had infiltrated the local council of elders. Even the mayor was in on it. Arthur had been looking over his shoulder for years after that, not to mention the ever-present fear of grain cellars. He had never been able to enter one without taking the door clear off its hinges first. All these years had passed, but when wheat swayed in a certain way, he still tensed up as though there were a void beast behind him. So when these men started babbling about a black demon disk that had destroyed the legs of their comrades, Arthur would have been likely to send them to the medical tent and proceed with caution, if not for Harold's warning. That warning coming from anyone else could have been brushed aside or waved off as paranoia. But this was Harold. This was a man Arthur could trust with his life. Had, actually, for a few days in that grain cellar. If the elite rangers were not even able to handle this threat, the best course was to avoid it for now. The undead, while seemingly less powerful, had much more wide-reaching consequences. The army had received a steady stream of refugees from the north. Apparently, a small town named Gregg had completely fallen, and only those who managed to escape before it was fully encircled made it out. Even then, the undead were acting with much more strategy than they should have been capable of. Laying traps along the road was one thing, especially when it was just ghouls, but when other types joined in, it was worrying. Arthur looked down at the map in front of him, studying the reports of the undead's positions. He had already called for reinforcements, as the numbers were many times what the reports had claimed. Why, if this were a foreign army, he would have said that they were setting up a net for the province capital. His blood ran cold. Shouting for his adjutant, Arthur immediately sent the man off, running messages to the rest of the command staff. It was several hours before sunrise, but still, in 15 minutes the rest of the officers were present, if not in perfect uniform. "Gentlemen, if the blue markers are us, and the red are those of Barleona, what battle does this remind you of?" Arthur wasted no time, gesturing to the map showing the positions of the undead. An older man with a somehow perfectly combed mustache sniffed. "Well, I would say it is like when we sacked the border city of Gratbranth, only if we had forgotten to guard the heights behind us. That hill wasn't there." "Exactly. The enemy commander is smart, but inexperienced." Arthur stood suddenly and leaned over the map. "We move out in 2 hours. We need to prevent the city from being encircled. There's no way to evacuate that many people. Here are your orders." Bee was shocked to see how much progress Void had made with all the children. Not only had it done what Mary mentioned about getting them to eat properly, but it was drilling them for 2 hours in sword forms every morning. Some were a little young for such things, but nobles of military households practically grew up with a sword in hand, so it wasn't unheard of. But the amount of fun that these kids had would surely outstrip any of the others their age learning to fight. Her master had brilliantly turned it into a game and made them want to practice. All morning they went at it. Sometimes she would even join them, but with her skill, she didn't really need this basic training. Still, she was more than happy to be a demonstration dummy. These kids, if they kept at it, would never need to pick a proficiency skill, and that would give them just the slightest edge over others at their level. Even the smallest benefits could snowball, she knew. At this rate, some might be able to get their first levels soon. That would be unheard of, though. They'd need to kill a monster, and there was no way they'd send these kids out into any sort of danger. Though Void had been known to throw system rules to the wind before, so maybe it had a way around that. Her scan wasn't any use for telling her how close someone was to their first level, but she checked the kids every day just in case. If they needed any help choosing their first skill, she would be there. It was a bit risky getting them to level so early, but she was sure that Void knew what it was doing. She tried to impress upon the kids to ask for help once they got offered a skill. It hadn't really worked until Void heard what she was doing and backed her up. When she was sure the kids understood, she felt a little freer to help out with all the other dozens of chores that needed doing around the castle. Somehow, Tony had left with no one noticing and grabbed a couple of cows when she was writing. He claimed they had wandered off the abandoned farms. Now they had several dairy cows, and the castle was in the process of learning how to process them. Mary had taken to her role as mistress of the kitchens quite well, mostly supervising several of the women in cooking. Between preparing meals, they were also preparing for winter. They skimmed the milk to churn for butter, and they prepared hard cheeses that would last for months in the cellar. All in all, things were coming along nicely. After lunch, she taught a little class that used the new scriptures of Void to teach numbers and letters to anyone who wanted to learn, which was almost everyone. The lessons were so popular that Trent had to work out a shift with her to get help in the field in the afternoon. At this rate, though, everyone would be educated to the level of a merchant's daughter by the end of winter. Bee wasn't sure what that would do for their community, but she was excited to see it. Her days were satisfying, and she was earning a slow but steady stream of experience. At this rate, it would take her months to level up, but she would do it. And at her level, that was rare without epic beasts to kill. Despite all that, the absolute best part was before bed, when the Master would answer its disciples' questions about its thoughts and plans. After hearing her Master's plans to build a powerful faith, there were few doubts about its godliness. She hadn't yet offered to transition anyone over to devotee of Spot yet, but only because her Master had cautioned her to wait. At first, she wasn't sure that she had understood correctly. It must have been because Void wanted them to prove themselves more, somehow. She was sure that all of the children would have the class offered without her help. How many would choose it was a different question entirely, though. Almost a week passed, and the castle had fallen into a comfortable rhythm, the outside world and its troubles falling away. The little society was coming along nicely, and everyone had found a place. The swarm of little kids running around playing brought a smile to everyone's faces, despite the rough times they had recently. Bee was happy to see Felix and Leanne find places as ringleaders among the youngest. The women all fell under Mary as the oldest, and they ran the castle like a household. Only in non-standard issues or big projects did they ask Bee's opinion. Honestly, she felt rather inadequate to be giving advice to the adults, as she was only 13, almost 14, but she was acting as the mouthpiece of their god, so it was bearable. Tony and Trent managed the fields. The harvest was done, and they were mostly clearing more soil for planting the next year. It was backbreaking work, but she didn't mind helping. Sometimes a stone would need to be moved that they couldn't handle, even working together. Instead of getting an ox or one of the cows to help, they called her. She had to admit showing off was a bit of fun, as she hefted rocks 10 times her weight and carried them off to the side. They now had quite the pile, and she considered building trebuchets just to have something to do with them. The twins and Miranda had a little trouble finding their place in this new community. The twins were a little too young. They didn't relish the idea of working in the fields all day, but their pride kept them from learning how to fight with the little children, despite their envious glances.
Miranda seemed interested in whatever Bee was doing, at least until Bee noticed her. Then she'd scamper as far away as possible. Bee made a mental note to ask Void for advice on what to do with them. Maybe they needed to spend some time with their god and get their first levels and class. Maybe she could get some help with creating all the healing items, too. She hadn't expected to need so much until Void had asked her to make a lot of her repair juice. She had complied, and then her master had consumed it. It had baffled her at first, especially since it had no apparent injuries, but the next morning she saw that it was able to spray the potion out of its front on bruises and scrapes the children had. As expected of her god, it had improved her recipe, and the wounds healed in minutes instead of the hours her solutions would have normally taken. The peace of the castle could only last so long, though. A week after she had finished writing the first scripture of the Void, they started to get more newcomers. The newcomers all came in different forms and dispositions. Some were undead, and others were terrified refugees. They all told the same story of the turmoil that churned outside of the walls of their castle. It wasn't possible to stay sheltered forever. Void made its opinion on that very clear. Chapter 115. Meditation and Fabrication. My mornings were full of activity and excitement. However, once we settled into a routine, there were fewer things that needed my attention in the afternoons. Beatrice, Mary, Trent, and Tony made a good team and handled most things. They only asked for my input on major decisions, mostly about cleaning or the children. When it came to things like food or settling disputes between the castle occupants, I was also consulted, but those topics rarely came up. So my afternoons were getting progressively more and more empty. I actually had nothing to do. After completing my digitization of the entire library, I searched for something else productive I could do with my time. That was how I found myself sitting on my favorite carpet. I was trying out something called meditation. Apparently, it was a practice of sitting and doing nothing. I wasn't sure what that would accomplish, but the author of the book I read was insistent that while it wouldn't help gain levels, it would improve control over skills and other aspects of power. Well, I didn't feel the immediate need for a power-up exactly, but more control would never hurt. It should allow me to do even better with the children. Apparently, some of the more introductory types of meditation were done by doing a repetitive or inconsequential task until a certain state of mind was achieved. This wasn't something that I had any experience with, so I tried to take some of the suggestions the book had laid out. Sweeping the same section of the floor over and over was clearly not fitting the bill. After a few hours of trying, I lost a little faith in its teachings and just decided to try a different meditation method. So instead, I rested on my favorite rug and looked inward. The book cautioned against dwelling on memories, so I tried to stay clear of my hardware and instead watched the contents of my dustbin. I watched as all the things I had collected floated around aimlessly, never moving, but not quite staying still. I was able to get a clearer sense of the contents than ever before. I figured it was an effect of my new void manipulation skill. There weren't that many interesting things in there, though. A bunch of undead, the couple of humans that had attacked me on the way back to the castle, a lot of dirt and debris, some crumbs and spilled milk from breakfast. Much of it didn't have power radiating from it like the alchemical ingredients did. I had some of those as well. When Beatrice replaced containment circles around the non-human residents of the castle, I would normally clean up after her. As I watched, I couldn't help but meddle a little. I began to sort things by all types of categories. I tried to start by putting rocks in one place, but even that was hard. At first I tried to do it by size, but that was tough to categorize without just sorting the whole collection into a list, which wasn't an efficient process at all. Eventually, I sorted them by the primary element of the composition, then subcategorized them by secondary and tertiary elements. After that, I sorted the much smaller groupings by size. It took me a couple hours, but eventually my dustbin was no longer a swirling jumble of all the things I had picked up throughout my work. Now it was neat and orderly. This new skill was really growing on me. I just admired my handiwork for a while before I started to notice that things were slightly shifting. Not the rocks and objects so much, but the humans were very slowly leaking blood from where I had removed their legs. That wouldn't do. I couldn't have them contaminating my newly cleaned space. Flexing my new skill, I did my best to take that blood and purify it of any contamination before shoving it back into them. I didn't want them to die, after all. They were just in timeout for now. That's when I remembered how the rat and the demons I had placed in here came out different than when I put them in. I didn't want that to happen to these humans. They didn't need power like that. Plus, even if they hadn't been hostile, it just felt generally rude to do something like that without asking. I searched around, sensing the miasma of energy that suffused my dustbin. With a little effort, I coaxed it together into a single dense cloud and set it to the side. I tried to set it far away from the humans, storing the energy away for later use. That was simple enough, but even after that, I noticed a thin trickle of energy seeping out of the alchemical materials and into the various creatures. It wasn't the same as the energy that caused me to level up, but I also wasn't sure what kind of effect it was having. Well, it couldn't be too big of a deal, right? While I was working with the energy, the humans started leaking again. I shoved their fluids back in them again, but clearly this wasn't going to work long term. With a few thoughts, I flipped through all the resources at my disposal. After a few minutes, my models had concocted a solution that had a decent chance of working. There was only a 45% chance of side effects. I figured that was an acceptable risk here, so I started taking materials from all sorts of my collections and condensing them. Once I was done with my crafting, I inspected my work. A single L-shaped block of blue-gray crystal floated in by the dustbin, rotating slowly and emanating a slight aura of energy. Its surface was rougher than I would have liked, held together with a slurry of powdered rocks and water, but it came out better than expected. Of course, I didn't want to use such magical materials on the humans, but they gave me the highest possibility of success. Also, the fact that this stuff was in my dustbin meant it was technically trash anyway. I stuck the first makeshift limb to the end of one human's stump. It didn't quite fit right. Adjusting it slightly, I shifted the material to form tubes for their fluids to move through. My models said that the new functionality might start to have unknowable effects, since it was mixing blood with the crystallized energy lattice mix, as well as minerals and alchemy supplies. Unfortunately, I didn't have a better way. I fashioned all the other limbs necessary, and after a little bit, I noted that the leaking had stopped. Good, they should be fine then. After that was taken care of, I tried to get back to meditating. Had I been meditating this whole time? I was supposed to be ordering my inner world and centering my thoughts. That seemed to be pretty close to what I had been doing. Blinking my sensors, I returned to an awareness of my surroundings again. Now, how to tell if this worked? B was exhausted. Who would have thought that running a religion and a small city was going to be so much effort? She and Tony worked themselves to the bone so that they didn't have to disturb their master more than absolutely necessary. The times in the evening when they were able to spend several hours just communing with Void should have been more than enough, but all the lessons it imparted to them only tangentially touched on leadership and practical management. Most of the time, they ended up getting Void started on cleaning. It could talk forever about esoteric differences in cleaning equipment that she had never heard of. She did her best to record all of these bits of wisdom, but they just didn't really fit into the narrative structure that her teaching sessions relied on. When she asked about this, the impression that she got was that she could start a reference text. Somewhere she could keep all the things that were not core tenets. They could then be referred to later when needed. Other times it seemed like they were just playing games. Void taught them how to play a strange gambling game involving playing cards. They just bet with rocks, but try as she might, Bee wasn't able to master it, much less pick up on the lesson that Void was trying to teach with such a thing. Tony, however, seemed to have no problem picking up the lessons. Bee had suspected him of looking at the cards she held, but he never had. Void played pretty much perfectly. It always made the most optimal decisions, and the only times it lost were when the odds were heavily out of its favor. Tony and Bee eventually shared the game with Mary and Trent in the mornings when they met about running the castle. Not only was it fun, but playing without Void also meant fewer sequences of perfectly sorted cards appeared. Eventually, she started to form an idea of what her opponents were thinking based on their faces and chosen actions. Was this related to what Void was trying to teach her? It was awfully familiar to what her father would talk about on the rare occasions when they ate together. The game was helping her understand people. When newcomers came and integrated into castle life, she found herself with a better sense of what they were up to and what sort of work they would be suited to. It was slight for now, but it wasn't nothing. If it was preparing for her to run its organization like this, then Void was truly a far-seeing god. Susan was the first newcomer that wanted to leave. Bee wasn't sure how to handle this. They didn't have any rules about this, and there was really nothing that said they should stop her. But even though they had been left in relative peace for the last week or so, she knew that there was still an undead plague running around that would likely eat anyone who left the walls and was not strong enough. B was the highest level of the castle's human inhabitants by a large margin, and she would still struggle if she faced too many undead at once. "How do you plan to travel safely?" B asked Susan, honestly curious about her plans. Came the uncertain reply. It was weird to think of someone older than her as such a child, but when Bee looked at the young woman, she couldn't really think of any other way to describe her. It wasn't that Susan was dumb. Well, not that Bee could tell. She might have been a little slow, but the bigger problem was that she just didn't think things through. She had managed to make it here with two little kids. Both were younger than 10. Apparently they had no relation to her, and with nothing really holding her here, she wanted out. "I figured I could walk to the town past Greg. Maybe that one wouldn't be destroyed?" Susan finished, her voice lilting up at the end like she was asking a question. Bee resisted the urge to run her hand down her face. Deciding to switch tactics, Bee asked a different question. "Okay, so why do you want to leave?" Bee said. Susan cocked her head slightly, and Bee noticed her eyes tighten. "I won't force you to stay. I'm just trying to see how I can help you." "Well, I just don't think that I really fit in here. I don't like children or farming. So if I can make it back to a real city, I should be able to find my way home in the South, I think," Susan said with a small smile. It wasn't the whole truth. Bee wasn't exactly sure how she knew, but she knew. Something about her body language and the way her answers were phrased. Perhaps Void's training was having more of an effect than she had thought. Susan had done a good job trying to hide it. She had laid interesting traps about who she was and where she had come from. But it seemed like there was something else, too. "Where do you call home, then?" Chapter 116. Threads of Fate. Bee watched Susan as though she were holding a hand of cards. The woman was hiding something. What was it? Susan began tapping her fingers together nervously as Bee continued to study her. Why was she so confident in being able to get through the undead by herself? Bee ran scan on her to see what she could find. Name: Chrissy. Race: human. Class: infiltrator. Age: 33. Level: 29. Highest stat, charisma. It took all of B's control to keep her eyes from widening. Not only had she been given a false name and age, but this woman was at a much higher level than she should be. Well, at least that explained her confidence. She should be able to keep herself safe. But with that class, B likely couldn't trust anything she said now. Noticing that the woman still hadn't said anything, B started to get concerned.
Susan, are you all right?
The woman shook her head, and her gaze refocused from the blank wall it had been staring at.
Yeah, I'm totally okay. I just got an odd feeling like something was watching me.
She paused for a moment before adding,
It made me feel small, like an insect.
She gave a slight shiver before smiling uncertainly at B.
I can't tell if that was an act or not,
B thought. Should she just bring this to Void's attention? It seemed like it could be significant enough to warrant his input. And if not, well, better safe than sorry. B turned slightly, motioning for Susan to follow.
Come with me. We should talk before you go.
With that, B set off down the hall towards Void's chambers, Susan following along behind. I sat on the rug, still trying to meditate. This time, though, I wasn't focused on the inside of my dustbin. No, I was carefully examining the rug underneath me. The fibers that made up the rug were much more complicated than I had first thought. Each fiber seemed to be composed of many smaller individual ones. Even the individual fibers were astonishingly complex, though. Rather than being smooth, their surfaces appeared to be composed of overlapping scale-like structures that covered additional inner layers of different compositions. I wasn't sure if the complexity was specific to the fibers, though, or just appearing because I was studying them with much more powerful sensors than I ever had access to before. Either way, I had never seen anything like it before. It could have been either. I wondered where the materials that made this work of art came from. It was undeniably organic in composition, but I didn't think there was anything like this in my dustbin. I would have to keep my eye out for more like it, so to speak. As I was meditating on the construction of rugs and carpets, there came a knock on my chamber door. I beeped to welcome Beatrice in. She wasn't alone. Behind her followed a taller woman who looked slightly nervous. I wondered what this was all about. They came to a stop in front of my rug, both kneeling and bowing their heads. It was a habit these humans had all formed, and no matter what I did, I couldn't seem to break them off it. It was the worst thing. Having them talk to me near my level was nice in its own way, but the bowing was getting a little out of hand. Why couldn't they have taken to giving me head pats with this much gusto? Inquisitively, I asked Beatrice if there was anything wrong as they stood. She looked at the woman behind her.
Master, this is Susan, and she was asking about leaving. She thought that she would be able to get to a town beyond Greg and then find her way home from there.
Okay. So now, was this important for me to know about? As far as I was aware, we weren't stopping anyone from coming or going. I asked Beatrice as much. Why had she brought this to my attention? She gave an awkward glance over to the woman and then back at me. Clearly, there was something that she wanted to say but was too uncomfortable or hesitant to speak up about. Fine. I changed my request to Beatrice. Her face showed a bit of relief before she turned to Susan and said,
The great Void would have you tell it your story.
The woman licked her lips a couple times, and I could sense an odd moisture running down her temple. But soon she began to speak.
I'm from the south of the kingdom, from the city of Johnson. Though I haven't been back in many years, I still have family and a few friends there. When I was much younger, maybe 8 or 9, I was recruited to join a special unit in the king's army. This was a unit unlike any others before it. The young commander had friends in high places and was quite the strategist. He knew that information was key to every battle. If you knew what your enemy would do, then you would have won half the battle. If you knew why they would take those actions, then victory was already yours. That was one of his favorite sayings. A small smile crossed her face as she spoke. Over the first several years, he trained the children in many different areas. We learned all the languages of the countries around us. We learned how to mimic each accent and how to make effective disguises. We ran with street children and we dined with nobles. We learned to fit in anywhere and everywhere. Then we learned to fight. By the time we were 13, we all had powerful classes based on deception and information gathering. It was hard work, but not bad. In order to maintain cover, we saw our families regularly. Everyone thought we were training to be scribes and accountants for the king. She chuckled at that. Well, not that it was a lie. We learned a lot about those disciplines as well. Over the last 20 years, I have spent more time in other countries, though, observing their movements, counting troops, and getting grain ledgers. Much of that involved rerouting their resources when I could, and doing everything in my power to make sure that our kingdom would thrive. Susan told a pretty good story, I thought, as I listened. The pacing was just right, and she gave a good overview without too many details. I would have to learn from her. But this also begged the question, why was she telling us all this when even her own family didn't know? She wasn't done with her story yet, though. She took a deep breath before continuing. We had been preparing for war for a while now. Tensions with Barleona have only gotten worse with a little help from people like me. The king had set his sights on invading soon, but then problems sprung up in the north. There was the failure of our demon-summoning trump card, then this undead plague. Naturally, the king and others thought something was up. I was moved from my station in deep cover, as most of my work had already been completed. I was meant to investigate the origins of these problems. I spent some time around the area, scouting, but the undead were everywhere. Even with my training, I was struggling. Then, when Greg fell, you took me in when I was hurt and let me see how void truly is. She glanced at me once more. And now I have to report back. Beatrice had seemed tense as Susan told her tale, and even now she didn't relax. What exactly do you intend to report? Susan let out a very tired-sounding sigh. Originally, I did intend to gather intel on entry points to the castle and Void's weaknesses, but after seeing what you're doing here and learning about Void, her gaze turned to me. I have to tell them the truth. Beatrice crossed her arms. She seemed pretty stubborn about this. With everything you've said, how can I believe that you're not looking to come back with an army? Susan laughed at that. Why? To antagonize a powerful and benevolent protector? Even if Void was a hostile force, I'd be leading them to their deaths. Yes, I've gathered intelligence while I've been here. That intelligence tells me that we'd stand no chance. She shook her head. No, I need to tell them that Void is benevolent, that he didn't cause the plague, that he's protecting our people, and that he's a new god. So, will you let me go and spread the word? Susan finished her speech and waited. I scrutinized her. That was quite the story. It was a lot more detailed than I was expecting, honestly. At first, I wasn't sure why Beatrice wanted me to talk to her, but now it made total sense. She waited for my response, still eyeing Susan with suspicion. Still, why did people think we were the cause of the plague? We hadn't ever done anything threatening that I could think of. Sure, there might have been a little misunderstanding when I first arrived, but surely that was cleared up now, right? And maybe they got mad about me chasing off those humans a little while ago, but that was self-defense. What could they possibly think that we did? I asked Beatrice to translate for me. What are the opinions of the kingdom and the surrounding areas regarding us? Susan looked between Beatrice and me, and her face paled slightly. She turned to face me fully before bowing 9.2 degrees lower than she had when she greeted me. Her head nearly touched the floor, and she didn't return to her knees this time, but just spoke from the awkward-looking position. "I regret to inform you that, well, the opinion of the king and his court is not favorable to you, my god." Susan continued in a rush. Her voice wasn't precisely tinged with fear, but something else that I couldn't put my bristles on. Embarrassment or shame, maybe? "They view you as a threat, some accidentally summoned demon that would cause a calamity or release an ancient evil. When the undead drove off the army they had sent to stop you, they assumed that you were the cause." "Demons being allied with undead is unheard of," Beatrice exclaimed. Her face was flushing red. "Who made that assumption?" I'm not sure, my lady. I am not privy to such information," Susan said with real shame in her voice. I couldn't tell if that was because of Beatrice's response or her lack of knowledge. Still, either one was entirely out of her control, and something she shouldn't feel responsible for. I had Beatrice convey this sentiment to her. "Worry not, my lost child," Beatrice intoned. "You are not at fault for the failings of others, or for things that you could neither affect nor know." Hey, that was much closer to what I meant. Closer than Beatrice usually got, at least. The tone was a lot different than what I would have used, but the words were close enough. Was she getting better at interpreting, or was it just the simplicity of the message? I told her that Susan was free to go. Beatrice nodded at my beeps. "Walk safely, and keep yourself clean." As Susan and Beatrice exchanged a few more words, I turned my attention to more important things and continued my study of the rug. The fibers were indeed organic, but they weren't from plants. No, they seemed to be something else. It was similar in structure to human hair. Maybe I could try to weave something out of some of the hair I already had in my dustbin? With all the long-haired women around, I had a good amount of it. Curious, I started manipulating some that I had sorted into their own categories. Between how thin the strands were and the complexity of the work, it felt clumsy and difficult. Looking at the finished product, I beheld a small swatch of brownish material. I couldn't tell if it was my technique that was off or just the material. I popped some small bits of hair out of the dustbin and tried manipulating them with air affinity. Somehow that was even worse. I couldn't control the air well enough to isolate a single strand without blowing the rest around the room, much less weaving them together. Examining my best effort, though, it seemed that there was some small potential here. As Susan and Beatrice stood to go, I called out to Beatrice, asking her to stay. I had a task for her. Chapter 117. Amazing Grays. Bea walked out of the meeting feeling very confused. The whole Susan episode she could really just chalk up to Void being mysterious and having some hidden plan that she just didn't see yet. Personally, she didn't trust the woman at all. She was still hiding her name, after all. Who knew what else she hadn't revealed? Ultimately, though, they either would need to stop her or let her go. And since Void was a benevolent god, they weren't going to keep her prisoner or hurt her without good reason. If Void decided that allowing her to go tell the kingdom about this place was in their best interest, then who was she to judge? No, that she could understand. What was leaving Bea confused was something else. Why did her master want sheep? At least, that was what she thought it was saying. The particular concept was hard for her to interpret somehow. As she interacted with her master, Bea continually improved in her understanding of its divine messages. But when it had asked for sheep, the only thing she was getting from it was a vague description of a particular animal and the wool it produced. Sheep were the best fit she could imagine, but still, was there some hidden truth to the sheep that she was unable to comprehend? It was something that she would need to think about. Clearly, it was important to her master if it required such a detailed description. Bea frowned as she went over how little she knew about sheep. They were fluffy herd animals that produced wool, and that was about it.
She had heard shepherds complain that the sheep found any way possible to kill themselves. Also, she knew the wool had different gradings, but she didn't know what they were. Walking towards the entrance of the castle, Bee figured it was best to talk to an expert. Where was Tony? After a little searching, she found the young man helping Trent in one of the fields. A few others were there as well, but it seemed that they were mostly watching a demonstration of how to effectively sow seeds. As she approached, Trent paused his lesson and called out, "Afternoon, Bee. Is there anything we can help you with?" Bee smiled at the welcoming note in his voice. Too many of the residents of the castle were altogether too respectful to her. Trent, though, didn't seem to forget that she was still just a teenager, even if he did listen to what she said. Of course, he had listened to her even before the whole speech she had translated at the wall. Bee sometimes wondered if this was what having a good father felt like. Yes, actually. Would it be too much of a bother to borrow Tony? "Ha! Not at all. Please take him off my hands," Trent said while trying to cuff Tony on the shoulder. Tony was a lot faster than he used to be, though, and slipped out of the way at the last second. Tony lightly elbowed his father as he walked past, and Trent waved over one of the women watching from the side to take his spot in the demonstration. Off to the side of the field, Tony stopped in front of Bee. "So, what adventure you got planned for us this time?" Tony was clearly joking, but Bee thought it might be fun to play along. She stood up straight and lifted her chin proudly. "I have been called to hunt for my master. My quarry is a mysterious beast, one that produces 1.5 millimeter crimped fibers that have heat insulation properties and, when spun, can form long chains commonly used in the construction of rugs and garments. Void has tasked me with finding such creatures and bringing them to the castle." The look on Tony's face was well worth it. "What manner of beast is that?" "Sheep, I think." Bee grinned with a shrug. "I'm not sure why Void was so hard to understand when it asked for them, though. It was almost like I was trying to interpret the description rather than the animal itself." Tony laughed. "Maybe it just doesn't know what a sheep is?" "Don't even joke about that." Bee elbowed him with a repressed smile. "But imagine." "Well, we don't have any sheep. I don't think anyone in the valley kept any either. There should be some in the farms on the other side of Gregg, but that area didn't seem to be in great shape last time we saw it." Tony rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "I suppose if it was just us, we could get there in a day or so, but getting back wouldn't be fast. Sheep aren't really known for their speed." "I also feel a bit bad leaving it like this." Bee gestured to the castle as she and Tony started walking back with her. "There's still so much that needs to be done around here." "It should be fine. We've got plenty of hands, and most of the heavy lifting is already done. In fact, now is actually a good time. We have a bit more work to do before winter really hits. We want to finish preparing another field. We don't want to have to do some of this work in the spring, and we can't do it under snow. So if you're gone for a bit, we can get one last push in," Tony said. Bee frowned. "How does me being gone help?" "It doesn't, directly, but it means that some will spend less time learning to read and more time in the fields." Bee just shook her head at that. Heading into the castle, they split up briefly, each going to pack a travel bag. Bee put as much healing equipment as she could into the bag. From past experiences, she figured that they would need it, even if she really hoped they could avoid fights this time. But the couple of new refugees they had taken in since they got back with the children reported that the plague wasn't getting any better. The last thing she did was check the sharpness of her broom spear. The blade had seen some serious use since Void had made it for her. However, when she brushed her thumb against the blade, she could feel the edge hadn't lost any of its wicked cutting power. Was this because of the proximity of Void, or because it was made by a god? Either way, Bee felt ready. Heading to the library, she found Tony waiting for her there. "I just want to grab a couple books before we head out." Tony followed her as she slipped into the library. A couple of the women and children were in there, carrying piles of books about and sorting them. By decree of Void, the library was being reorganized. A few weeks back, Void helped Bee define a few general categories. Things like stories, guides, and reference texts were then broken into subcategories. Then, on the shelves, the books were organized by the last name of the author. The system her master came up with was certainly a lot more intuitive. On top of that, they made a binder of papers that had each book listed out with a brief summary, its category, the year it was written, and the author's name. This way she could find a book that might be interesting, and then locate it without having to look through each shelf individually. Of course, there might be problems with the information in the binder, but there would always be mistakes. Unless Void did it itself. They had organized the first few books themselves, and now the rest of the library was being taken care of by her most promising students. It was a great way to have them practice reading and writing outside of lessons, while also being productive. Bee quickly stole a few of the books she had been eyeing, and her favorite healing reference from a nearby stack. With that taken care of, she left a few instructions to the new librarians and headed out of the castle with Tony. After a few weeks at home, it sure felt nice to be heading out. I watched as Bee left the castle with Tony. So, they were called sheep. It was sheep that produced the wool? That was good to know. Susan had left the castle not too long before them, and she was moving a bit faster, so they likely wouldn't run into her. I hoped that I had made the right call, letting her go just like that. Bee had asked some questions that I should have thought of myself. Susan's answers had been good, I thought, but I still wasn't about to let an army come and hurt my people here. Rolling out of the room, I meandered to the front of the castle. The session with the kids had gone well this morning. They were able to keep going longer and longer before getting tuckered out. Also, some were getting really good at the stick-fighting games. I was considering maybe holding a special session in the afternoons for the best 5 or 10. But that would have to wait. Right now, they were all helping the adults or pestering their mothers. A few were running around in the field behind the castle, just doing kid things. Leaving the castle, I looked at the grass growing along the path. Tall green blades sprouted wildly, reaching upwards in a tangled mess of heights and directions. I had been avoiding the lawn because the long grass kept getting stuck in my wheels. It was a bit like long hair, but thicker. It also would produce a liquid when crushed. It was still better than dirt, but not as good as clean stone. Idly, I produced my divine sword and swung it in a graceful arc. I didn't even feel it pass through the grass. If I had swung it through thin air, I wouldn't have been able to tell the difference. 2.5 inches above the ground, the stalks parted, and the tops fell to the ground in a tumble of green. A slight bit of suction pulled the debris into my dustbin. Interesting. Swinging again, I moved forward. After just a few swings, I had begun to create a swath of neat, even grass among the formerly wild jungle. In fact, it started to look a lot more like the outside of my human's home. Was this something I should have been doing the whole time? It seemed not quite right, like it wasn't my purpose. Although, truthfully, the scope of my responsibilities had expanded so much that I wasn't surprised. But still, it was extremely satisfying to do. I started trimming the grass on the side of the path and cleaning it up. It didn't take me very long, but I wasn't in much of a rush either. I did have a slight worry that removing so much material would be bad for the grass, but no one seemed to have a use for the stuff besides walking on it. Plus, I was curious about the effects. If I removed all this material from the field, what would happen? Did the humans cut it regularly, or did they let it grow long? As I drew the cuttings into myself, I analyzed the components closely. I started calculating how much of each base material I was taking out of the field of grass. Where did it all come from? The grass, of course, but the grass had to get it from somewhere. After I had spent enough time with my advanced sensors, I had found that no bit of dust simply appeared from nowhere. With enough effort, I was able to track down where each individual particle was derived from. So the stuff that composed the grass had to come from somewhere as well. Looking at the dirt, I found the grass grew out of it. Perhaps this warranted further investigation. Steadying my nerves, I trained my sensors squarely on my greatest foe. Chapter 118. The Circle of Life. Roscoe prevented himself from squeaking out a curse as he ordered the retreat of the elite skeletons. The humans had surprised him. Their leader had craftily lured them into trap after trap. If his troops could feel, their morale would be quite low. Luckily, they were either mindless undead or fervent followers of the Void God. This was nothing but a minor setback. No, Roscoe and his generals already had plans for what to do next. Taking the city would be delayed. It was a failure for their god, but better this small disappointment than a bigger one later. A large portion of the horde stayed circling the walls to prevent anyone else from leaving easily. The rest separated into columns and marched in all different directions away from the city. It was a shame, one that he was only coming to terms with now. Roscoe was starting to accept that he was not some great general who could cleverly outmaneuver his opponents, despite being at a disadvantage. Sure, he was reasonably clever, but this human commander had been at least one step ahead at each engagement. This wasn't going to go well for the Holy Army if they continued to try and engage with these terms. They needed a real, overwhelming advantage. Recruitment drives were the obvious solution. Normally, that would involve an aggressive attack, as the fallen troops from any protracted battle or engagement would soon result in their overwhelming advantage. However, this enemy was careful to not lose large numbers, and had a way of making sure that some of Roscoe's own troops were destroyed permanently. No, they would need to go further afield for new recruits. Roscoe clenched his teeth. This wasn't the disaster that it could have been, but it was not good either. The troops had orders to find additional troops. In the meantime, Roscoe had a skill of his own to experiment with. With his latest level, he had been offered necromantic rituals. From speaking with his skeletal associates, it sounded like the skill was related to the magic that had preserved them and their intelligence. It made sense, though, as he could somehow feel the aura of undeath around in a way that he couldn't before. With an effort of will, he was even able to manipulate it a tiny bit. Still, Roscoe hadn't had time to test much more than idle curiosities. Now, though, it bore further investigation. Perhaps that skill could hold the key to his victory. The road stretched long and narrow through the trees. Personally, Bee didn't think it felt that long, but as she jogged next to the panting Tony, he vehemently disagreed. "What do you mean, it's not that far?" He gulped in some air. "It took us a week to come back from Greg. We left the castle 2 hours ago." Tony was trying to be empathetic, but his inability to breathe really made it hard for him to make his points eloquently. "Well, last time we made this trip we were pulling enough weight that an ox might have had trouble. Now you have no burden. There is clearly no reason to complain." Bee admired the stark, mostly bare trees lining the path as they ran. She knew this wasn't an entirely good-faith argument, but she was having fun pushing Tony's buttons. "You are plenty reason to complain," Tony panted out as they started up a slight hill. They halted their conversation until they had crested the top. Even then, it took him a second to catch his breath on the decline. "You have to be twice my level. Are you just trying to push me to my limits? I don't think you've even broken a sweat yet." Bee ran her fingers through her hair. There was some moisture at her roots. It was slight, but she was sweating. "That's just because girls don't sweat. Didn't your mom teach you this?" Tony just growled and pushed his legs a little harder. Frowning at not getting the reaction she was looking for, Bee continued with her teasing.
Actually, you have some sisters, too, so really, you have no excuse.
I've also mucked pig pens with those sisters. I clearly have no delusions about how pretty and perfect you are, Tony shot back with a dirty look. In fact, I think you have something in your hair. Come a little closer, and I can get it for you. As he spoke, Tony ran his fingers through his soaking mop of hair and flung the drips at Bee. He followed up his attack by reaching out for her as if to give her a big, sweaty hug. Speeding up a bit, Bee grinned and wiped a few droplets from her face with the back of her hand.
Gross and slow,
she called over her shoulder as she slowly pulled away. Bee didn't get too far ahead, as she didn't want to get Tony attacked and hurt by getting too far out of reach. But she did want to make him pay for that. A minute or two later, she found a nice patch of grass off to the side of the road. Flopping down, she laid on her back with her arm flung carelessly over her eyes. It didn't take too long before she could hear Tony's panting not too far down the road. Carefully, she held still until he got near enough to see. Then she rose and started running by his side again. With an exaggerated yawn, she stretched her arms above her head.
Oh, I thought you would never catch up.
Sometimes I can't believe how childish you are. Tony shook his head. Bee paused mid-theatrical stretch. Was she being childish?
Yeah, you are right. We can, slow down if you need to,
Bee muttered after a few moments of thinking. Thinking back on it, she hadn't been acting in a way worthy of her master. As the only priestess of their fledgling religion, there was a certain level of decorum that she really should try to adhere to. Running around and playing with her second like he was her brother wasn't in line with that at all. Tony shook his head and sighed. I didn't mean it like that. You should still be a kid. You're, what, 12?
I'm almost 14,
Bee protested. Still, my point stands. There's enough pressure on you that it would crush most adults. I'm amazed, but at the same time, I don't envy you at all. Bee grunted neutrally.
I've gotten used to it. Sure, the last few months have been rough, but it didn't feel that much worse than at home.
She paused for a moment.
Honestly, most of it has been so amazing. Void has given me so much freedom and taught me so much. I don't think I could ever go back to the relatively low stress of being a glorified maid in the castle, even if that was one of the easiest times in my life. It was so boring.
I thought you were an apprentice. Tony raised an eyebrow.
Technically I was, but they all spend more time cleaning than doing magic. The mages don't seem to think it's worth their while to do any teaching for the first few years. If you stick around through that, they might notice you exist. Unless your parents paid to expedite the process, of course.
Tony grimaced and wiped the sweat out of his eyes. Yours didn't, I take it?
No, I was there because I was already written off. Too impulsive to take on the family business, and not old enough to marry off yet. If I had stayed for a couple years without running away, I'm sure my father might have found a use for me,
Bee said, without a hint of bitterness in her voice.
That seems wasteful. But then, how do you know so much about magic?
Tony said, his breathing once again ragged.
Mostly reading books and listening to Void, Bee said. I didn't really know much before this, and the words they use in magic texts are pretty old. Probably read the dictionary a dozen times that first week.
Wow. Sounds like your dad really messed up. What a waste of talent to set you aside like that.
More like a lack of interest. Nothing like the fear of a nebulous god and demons to get you motivated. Besides, Father didn't set me aside. It was more like he put me on a shelf until he had a use for me,
Bee said in a half-hearted defense of her father. She didn't really hold too much love for the man, but he was family, right? Her emotions about her father had cooled quite a bit after the chaos of the last few months. Tony just shook his head and continued running.
I had a lot to think about. The dirt had so many things in it that I didn't understand. Little bits of life, bits of organic material, particles of inorganic minerals and stone, all the germs and bacteria that I expected, but more than just that. Insects and worms were everywhere. When I studied what they were doing, things started to come together in my understanding. It started with me following the base components of the grass, mostly the carbon and nitrogen. I could see it draw some from the soil. But where did all that come from? Each time I found an answer, it just seemed to leave me with a dozen more questions. When it came down to it, I was pretty sure that without the clippings falling back into the dirt for long enough, the soil would run out of some of the really important minerals. It might take a long time for that to make a difference, but if they stopped falling, then the grass wouldn't grow, and we would only have dirt. That wasn't good because, well, it would be dirty. Based off of some simple math, I had a decent amount of time before that became a real issue. I just needed to find a way to process the cuttings I had carefully balled up in my dustbin. I wasn't really sure how to do that, though. I supposed I could just leave them in the grass, but that would block out the sun from hitting plants that needed it. Another interesting variable. Plus, leaving debris like this lying around went against my very nature. Better to make the soil enrichment process more efficient and clean. I kept a few models running on the problem in the background. While I slowly made my way in an ever-widening ring around the castle, I carefully inspected everything with my sensors, looking for the other sources of these nutrient-rich materials. Once I had a supply, I could see about isolating the important bits and finding a good way to inject them back into the soil. My glowy sword had no problems cutting the grass as I covered the courtyards, and I felt a sense of peace come over me. Not quite like when I was cleaning, but something along those lines. This was something that required slightly more focus than cleaning, as the cuts needed to be perfectly even. Each variation in the ground needed to be accounted for, and the edge of the blade needed to line up so that the cleanest cut was made. My progress was much slower than even if this had been a long carpet, but I didn't mind. This wasn't something I would do every day, since grass didn't grow that fast. The tall grass hid me for a long while, but the widening ring of evenly cut grass radiating from the castle started to draw attention. Soon enough, I realized that I had a bit of a crowd watching me. Chapter 119. His Cleanliness. I wasn't normally one to be self-conscious, but it felt like most of the castle had come to watch me cut the grass. What was so fascinating about it? It was only a little after my third revolution around the castle that Trent joined the crowd. After a few minutes, he stepped out and cleared his throat. Master Void, do you have any plans for those grass clippings you're harvesting? I paused in my work. Did I have plans for the grass? I didn't know if I would really call them plans, but I did have a few ideas of what I could do with it. I wasn't going to act on them much immediately, though, and I was definitely open to others. It would be silly of me to think that I would know what to do with the grass better than the humans who had been working at this for a long time. Trent was an older human, one that everyone in the castle looked up to, so I had to assume that he knew a lot, even if he did spend most of his time playing in the dirt. Of course, he cleaned himself regularly, so he couldn't be all bad. I did my best to let Trent know that I had a few ideas, but was open to suggestions. I made sure to try to slow down my beeps for clarity, but still I was mostly left with a blank look. Trent looked around with a slightly frustrated look on his face. Of course, both Bee and Tony left. Why didn't they think that the young god might want to talk to people in the meantime? Darn kids. The crowd looked around at each other for a couple seconds in shared consternation. After a moment, Felix stepped out from between a couple of the larger kids he had been hanging out with. Mr. Trent? Trent scanned the group of people before finding the source of the small voice. Meeting Felix's eyes,
Trent spoke in a slightly gentler voice than I had heard him use before. Yes, Felix?
Uh, I think that Vo- I mean, uh, our Lord Excellency was trying to say that it, it was happy to get ideas, but wanted to keep a little bit for something I didn't quite get. I think that's what its goodliness was trying to say.
The boy eventually stumbled through an explanation, but honestly, I couldn't complain. That was a much better and more straightforward translation than most of the ones Bede did. Trent turned to look at me, seemingly trying to evaluate whether I agreed with the statement. I tried to figure out a way to signal my agreement with my arm or sword, but every move I could think of was distinctly negative or too ambiguous. With a mental shrug, I did my best to let out a positive beep. Trent nodded before turning to the rest of the people. I'm sure that you all have better things to do rather than bother Void. He's trying his best to serve the community. You should all follow his example and consider what you could be doing to pitch in more. Trent grinned. If anyone needs suggestions, I'm happy to help out. With that promise of more work, the people quickly dispersed. Some, though, appeared to have a certain fire in their eyes and walked with more purpose than before. Felix, could I ask you to stay with us for a moment? Trent said, catching the sleeve of the small boy before he could slip away with the others. I think I'm going to need a bit more translating before I also can start to understand Void. It seems you younger people are a bit closer to him. Felix nodded and walked closer to me alongside the older man. Trent squatted down to be near my level, but Felix just sat on the ground like the children tended to do. So, the first thing that I would normally do with a grass field like this is cut it for hay. Now, we don't have nearly enough animals to eat everything this could produce, so composting it would be nice. We could get some piles and then use them later for fertilization in the spring. I considered what Trent said. Composting. I wasn't familiar with that term, or fertilization, for that matter. Having the animals eat it did seem like a simple and useful solution, if that was a possibility. Trent did speak with a lot of confidence when it came to plants and stuff. Perhaps he would be able to explain a few things about that area to me. I let out a series of beeps for Felix to translate. Felix listened to me and licked his lips. Looking up nervously at Trent, he turned back to me.
Uh, Lord Excellency Void, could you, say that last bit again? I, I didn't understand all that.
What? Where was all this Lord and Excellency stuff coming from, Felix? I asked why he didn't talk to me like he did when we were just playing. Nervously, he looked back up at Trent.
I don't know. Uh, is that really what you want?
Yes, of course. I didn't really care what people called me, but it seemed that Felix was a bit uncomfortable with that idea. Still, the odd manner of address just seemed so out of place. I did my best to impress on Felix that he didn't need to treat me any differently in front of other people than all the children did normally. No one was going to get mad at him for not using the right honorific or anything. Trent watched our back and forth passively. From his expression, I wasn't able to tell how much of the conversation he could put together from just Felix's side, but he seemed more than willing to let us finish. Eventually, Felix nodded and said,
If that's what you want, Void.
Turning to Trent, Felix relayed my message rather well.
Void wants to know, what does taking plant food out of the field do to grass later on?
Trent blinked in surprise, clearly not expecting this line of questioning. I'm not sure grass draws that much from the soil that isn't redeposited by rain and the natural wildlife, but I suppose it's possible that, after a long enough time, the grass would suffer a bit. With a little fertilizer, I'm sure it would come back. The problem comes up more with crops. Normally, the solution to that is to let 1/3 of your fields lie fallow each year. That gives the soil a chance to recover without the need for fertilizer. After enough context clues, I was finally able to understand what fertilizer was. Well, context clues was a bit strong, as Trent pretty much explained the whole thing to me. But that gave me a good idea of what composting was, even if I didn't really understand how the process itself worked. I got Felix to interpret my next question. The boy took a couple of repeats to understand the whole thing, but eventually I was able to simplify it enough. Felix wet his lips and squared his shoulders, clearly taking his job as my translator very seriously.
Mr. Trent, sir, Void would like to know how you make compost, and how long it takes for the stuff you compost to turn into useful plant food. Also, how long it would take to make fertilizer.
Trent rubbed his jaw. Why don't we start heading over to the pile I started a little while ago? We can talk about it more with an example. Bee and Tony had made incredible time, despite all her teasing. Tony was able to maintain a pace only possible because of his high levels. It was probably helped by a similarly high endurance. But the fact that she couldn't confirm that meant Bee was starting to get frustrated with her scan skill. Sure, it was incredibly useful and everything, but it hadn't grown nearly as fast as she would have liked. She was already one of the most powerful people she had ever met, and she hadn't even been able to see her own full status, let alone anyone else's. Of course, skills getting stronger wasn't just levels and experience. Using them was how they really evolved and adapted to the user, as well as grew in power. Time was the largest factor in that, so it was a bit unfair for her to expect them to grow at the same rate as her level, especially with how often she forgot to use it. Sure, skills still developed a bit without use, but then they'd never truly be great. In fact, most people had more experience with skill training than leveling because of the lower risks associated. She really needed to focus on this one more, especially since using it didn't require much risk at all on her part. Not like combat skills, at least. With Greg finally on the horizon as they left the forest, Bee considered if they would be able to find sheep before the sun went down. They might make the city, but it would be close.
Do you want to stop and spend the night here while we still have shelter?
Tony looked at the edge of the trees and shook his head. I'm not sure. It seems like the forest is as much of a trap as it is a shelter. Somehow we managed to avoid the undead on the way here. I'm not sure that I believe that the forest is empty of them yet, though. I think it would be better if we had a clear line of sight around us.
If we can see all around us, then everything around us can see us, too,
Bee pointed out.
Besides, we took several days on the way back from Greg, and we were surrounded by the forest the whole time.
Did you forget that Void was with us the whole time? I don't think a kid did more than scrape his knee the entire trip, Tony said, with a little bit of the earlier teasing returning to his tone. Maybe we set up at the edge of the forest so we can have a little fire in the trees, but also have half of the open area behind us?
We really don't know anything about bushcraft, do we?
Bee sighed in frustration.
I looked a little bit in the library about it, but it turns out that people who like to run around in the woods all the time aren't really inclined to write books about it.
I know a thing or two about roughing it, but yeah, not in hostile territory, so to speak. But I don't really know if any of the tricks would apply to the undead, even if we knew them, Tony said as they stepped off the path and started looking for a place to put down their packs.
Well, the undead are not the only thing we have to worry about. Did you forget Void driving off those Kingdom scouts? We also just sent an envoy, I guess, to the Kingdom's armies to try and repair relations. But to them, Void and its followers are possessed, demon-worshipping cultists, or something, Bee said, dropping her pack next to a rock. It looked like it would make a good windbreak. Perhaps she should have mentioned that to Susan, though she probably knew that anyway if she was investigating them. I'm sure it can't be that bad, right? Chapter 120. Growth and Decay, Life Cycle. Arthur watched the streams of undead pour away from the city like a mold growing outwards. This was the worst-case scenario in his mind. Not only were the undead able to spread out over the countryside,
but he and his people were still pretty much trapped in the city. They had done better than he could have hoped for, slowing the undead's advance. They also were able to inflict heavy losses on their opponents. It had been enough to save the city that everyone had thought was lost, if only for now. After the last engagement, his troops had barely made it behind the walls in time to repel the follow-up attack on the city. He simply didn't have enough troops to continue this for much longer. He had enough men to field an army or man the walls, not to do both. At full strength, they could manage to multitask, but that would mean even faster casualties, and no outfit was ever at full strength. Horses were beginning to become a problem as well. Many went lame, and most simply needed time to recover. All these problems boiled down to a simple fact. Arthur needed help. He couldn't be out in the field containing the undead threat without leaving the city to be consumed. But by staying here, the only real thing that Arthur was accomplishing was condemning the surrounding area and smaller cities. So far, he had no response from the capital. He had sent his reports, and with each one he tried to outline the dire nature of the problem and the need for more men. Without reinforcements, there was little he could do but delay. So, delay he would. It wasn't time to bust out of the city, but if he had done his math right, the undead commander had made another mistake. Not a huge one, but it gave him just enough of a hold that he could get his fingernails in and cling to the cliff for a little longer. "Get me the exact numbers the Watchers are reporting and bring them to the command room." Arthur sent one of his aides off. Watchers were one of the unofficial positions in his army that really only mattered for sieges. As far as he knew, most commanders didn't have men filling the position and would rely on scout reports alone. But then, most commanders were idiots. The Watcher's only job was to count the enemy troops. A careful count, continually updated, prevented more than one feint from drawing him out too early just because he always knew where the enemy was, or wasn't. Sure, he might not be able to ride out now with his full strength, but in a few days, well, then they would see if they might be able to do more than just break out of the circle. The night started out peacefully enough. Bee and Tony had made a little fire just inside the tree line, hidden so the light didn't advertise their location to anyone in the large fields around the ruins of Greg. The city itself remained a silent, desolate mound from what they could make out. This time, the city wasn't their goal. They needed to get beyond the city, as the farms and ranches were out in that direction. If they were to procure the sheep their master, no, lord, had demanded, they had longer to go. After warming up some travel rations, they settled in for the night. One of the benefits of Bee's higher level was that she didn't need to sleep nearly as much as she used to. So when splitting up the watch, she had no fear of not getting a full night's rest. Of course, that was before the problems started cropping up. She was taking advantage of the full moon to read up on a possibly heretical theory of alchemy. It suggested that randomness and chaos were required to find new solutions or recipes. Bee could feel her blood boiling even as she read. It went against everything Void had ever taught her. Order was far more important. A painfully documented, methodical series of tests, changing one variable at a time. This was how new things were discovered. Though the author of the book might have some small points when it came to choosing which variable to change next, or maybe in observing things for inspiration, but that didn't count. As a lively debate took place in her mind, Bee failed to notice the zombie stumbling across the plains. Not that the single zombie was much of a threat to her. Once it got close enough, she simply threw a rock at it as hard as she could. She scanned it first, of course. With the undead's level being under 10, the rock she flung went right through its skull. The head exploded like a watermelon. This was just the first of such interruptions, though. After about an hour, Bee estimated that she had downed at least a dozen more wandering zombies. Not a single one posed any real harm to her, nor did they give her any meaningful experience. She didn't even think that using her skills was very productive in dealing with them. But she couldn't just ignore them. If enough gathered, it might have been a problem. Plus, if she simply went to sleep and they came on them unawares, it would not be a pleasant thing to wake up to. So she stayed alert. It wasn't a real burden. She had been planning on doing that the whole time. It was just that she couldn't really sink her teeth into her book for more than a paragraph. Frustration bubbled within as she kept an eye out for intruders, never letting her really get any meaningful work done. Eventually, it was time for her to take her rest. It was Tony's turn to take over the watch for the remainder of the night. Crawling over to the sleeping man, she gently shook his shoulder. "Hey, wake up. It's your turn to deal with the zombies." "Huh?" came the bleary response. Tony looked around sleepily for a couple seconds and blinked. B sat back to let him collect his thoughts. "My turn to sleep, you lump." Without any further explanation, she trudged back to her blankets, where she slipped her book back into her pack and nestled down to sleep. After a long day of running and a night of aggravation, it came easily. When Bee awoke next, it wasn't to the morning sun, as she would have liked. No, it was Tony yelling. She jolted upright and scanned for the threat, but soon enough her shoulders slumped. Tony's uproar was just a battle cry as he charged at a zombie about 20 feet from their campsite. Groaning, Bee took stock of her body. The rest she had gotten so far wasn't quite sufficient. She felt grumpy, like she had only taken a short nap, so she rolled over and pulled part of her blanket over her head in a futile attempt to muffle the sound of battle. "Come on, it's only level 7. Not that Tony had any way of knowing that. Still, the fight was quick, and a few minutes later she was drifting back to sleep. Only, the scene repeated itself. Grumbling, Bee once again checked on her companion. The stray zombie was a level 12. Surely that isn't a real issue. Still, as Tony returned from his battle, she chided him grumpily. "Could you keep it down? I didn't wake you up every few minutes yelling, did I? B, there are zombies attacking our camp. Thank Void you're awake," Tony said, a little out of breath. "Yeah, they have been, all night. That doesn't mean you should be yelling about it. Just finish them off quietly," B insisted. Tony stared at her, then started gesturing wildly. "If I shouldn't yell about zombies, what in the blazes am I keeping watch for?" "Sure, watch for zombies, but don't wake me up all the time." "You don't want to be warned about zombies while you're sleeping? Are you insane?" "I didn't warn you now, did I?" B snapped, feeling like this wasn't the first time that she had made this point. "No, I just killed them quietly and let you sleep." Tony looked at her blankly before kicking the dirt. He muttered something that she couldn't make out. "What was that?" "I said we should have camped in the trees," Tony lied, but she let it slide. "Fine. I'll try to keep it down. But if anything other than zombies comes, I'm waking you up." "Fair enough," Bee said, nestling deeper into her blankets. I rolled along next to Felix and Trent as they walked to the edge of the oldest field the workers had cut. It looked like Trent was heading towards a large pile of dead grass a little ways off from the field. Was this what he meant when he mentioned the pile? It was the only thing that I could think of that made sense. When we arrived, Trent stopped and turned to Felix and me. "So, this is a compost pile. Most dead parts of the plant can be stacked here. After the pile gets to an inconvenient height to stack things on, we just start a new one. Once the pile's mostly turned into something like dirt, we mix it into the dirt of the soil, and it'll help the plants grow. There might be a better way to do this, but this is what my father did, and it worked well enough for him," Trent finished. That was interesting. I scrutinized the pile with my scanner. Sure enough, it was mostly composed of plant matter. As I looked deeper into the pile, I could see the structures within slowly breaking apart, and the nutrients I was worried about removing from the soil spilled out, so to speak. As to how they broke apart, I shuddered slightly. The germs. This pile was teeming with bacteria, fungi, and other microorganisms that were new to me. It was disgusting.
I was immediately tempted to flash the whole thing with my sanitation lamp, just on principle. However, I stopped myself. These particular germs seemed to be doing something useful. That was new and honestly unexpected. I'd have to observe them further to understand more. My sensors were already focused on feeding information on the different species to my processors just to compare them to what I had been cleaning within the castle. As for the pile itself, I could see how this might be plant food. It solved most of the problems that I was worried about. The only thing was that Trent didn't think that it all needed to be mixed back in the soil, just part of it. Wouldn't that mean the quality of the soil would still slowly degrade if that was the case? Felix communicated my concern to Trent. Trent rubbed his chin in thought. I suppose that might be true if the only nutrients that entered the field were from fertilizer. But try as we might, insects, birds, and other animals make it into the fields too. Their leavings also get mixed in over time, and that works well enough. Well, that made some sense. I had Felix communicate my next thoughts, even if they weren't really a question. Well, humans need to take from the field when they get their food anyways, so it wouldn't be perfect without other help. What was that hay you were talking about before? Hay. That was an excellent translation, Felix. I gave the boy a beep of approval. Chapter 121. A Sheepless Night. The rising sun shot daggers of light through Bee's eyelids. Reluctantly, they opened, glaring at the unwelcome intrusion. Glancing around, she saw dozens of headless, unmoving zombies scattered a stone's throw away from their campsite. Another, smaller group of slashed-up zombie remains was right nearby. Tony had been busy through the night, though she hadn't needed to see the bodies to tell. Regardless of how much she wanted to keep sleeping, though, they had to get on their way. It seemed that whatever intelligence controlled the undead either was too far away to direct these monsters or was not focusing on this area. These undead were scattered individuals with no direction. That was a stark contrast to the cunning traps of the much higher-level ones they had to deal with before, almost like the plague was a storm that had already passed them over. Crawling out of her bedroll, Bee started to put things away, while Tony blew gently on the coals of their fire from last night. Sure, they had run most of yesterday to make better time, but they weren't in such a hurry that they needed to skip a warm breakfast. By the time she had both bedrolls attached to the packs, Tony had handed her a serving of soup. Sitting on the rock they used for shelter, they ate quietly. Bee had brought out a book to read as she woke up, but put it aside as Tony spoke. I think we should be able to find sheep today. Probably won't take us much past noon. The question is, do we want to go around Greg or try to make our way through it? Tony, I don't think either of us really want to go through Greg. Why would we do that? Bee asked in a genuinely confused voice. Well, it would be faster, Tony said with a shrug. Bee hefted her food. It's not like we're in that much of a hurry. She paused for a second. But if you want to go through it, we can. Tony shook his head. I don't know why, but something is pulling me to go back to the city. I'm not sure if it's some morbid fascination or what. It's not like... I don't think there would be anything else for us to find, not like when Void and I were here last, but I can't help the thoughts. Bee hesitantly put her hand on his shoulder. She still hadn't gotten used to familiar contact again. The occasional hug was one thing, but physical gestures of support were still new to her. But Tony was as close to family as she had. Racking her brains, she tried to weigh the pros and cons of skipping the city versus following Tony's intuition. As far as she knew, Tony didn't have any precognition skills, and Void hadn't sent any visions that she had heard of yet. It was unlikely that the feeling was some divine intervention or something like that. Still, maybe it would bring some closure. Let's go through this time, then. Maybe we'll find something, maybe not. But better we know, I think, Bee said, giving Tony's shoulder a light squeeze. We don't need to, for my sake. You had a point the first time. Why would anyone want to go through that again for no reason?
Tony argued for the other side now.
We can go around on the way back, but for now we can check things out. Who knows, maybe we will find something after all,
Bee said as she hopped down from the rock. Extending a hand toward the man, she pulled Tony to his feet as well. Slipping into their packs, they started off toward the entrance of the city. The gate looked the same as they left it, imposing, silent, and open like a gaping maw. Bee could even still see the cart marks they had left in the road. Stepping into the city, an expanse of gray and black rubble met them. A thin layer of dust and dirt had begun to coat everything, only adding to the depressing atmosphere. Right past the guard post stood the remnants of a shop, now scorched black with only a hint of its original green color visible in a corner. Besides the lack of color, the most ominous thing was the lack of sound. Not that it was completely silent, but none of the sounds that a city should have reared their heads. It reminded me more of the tense peace of a forest than anything. There was a slight whistle of the wind as it whisked through the streets, sending some signs hanging above doors creaking gently. As they took a couple more steps, a group of birds exploded from the side of the road. They flew upwards, leaving behind what looked to be a food stand that had been turned over and used for some meager shelter. Bee kept listening for the squeaking of rodents or carrion other than the crows, but it seemed that even the animals of the city had fled or perished.
I don't know if we're going to find sheep if even the rats of the city are gone,
Bee whispered to Tony. The oppressive atmosphere pressed down on her, making any slight noise feel out of place. A fear that it would draw attention from something gripped her, but she had no idea whose or what's attention she was trying to avoid. Tony seemed to feel it as well.
I don't think the animals in the farms were all hunted down. I'm not sure about the rodents here. We might just have not seen any yet.
He reached across his body and rubbed his arm.
I don't like it here. Can we get moving?
Bee was also starting to regret coming here. What were they thinking? Nonetheless, they continued through the city. The roads were all the same, each one blending into another, as most of the distinguishing marks had been marred or altogether destroyed. Some buildings had collapsed into the road, forcing them to climb over the rubble or look for a different way around. For the most part, they walked in silence, with Bee following Tony's lead. He knew the city very well, and they never seemed to get lost. As they walked, she kept her eye out. Maybe she'd see something that would be useful or significant. Who knew? Maybe Void did want them to go through here. After what felt like hours, they approached the far gate, still not having found a single thing. The trek had probably only taken 30 minutes, but the constant feeling of being watched had worn at Bee. There was only one building between them and the exit, so instead of going around the block, they climbed over. It was a thin but tall house that was nestled between two larger buildings. It was probably older, which was why it had collapsed despite being sheltered by the surrounding buildings. When she was over what must have been the second story, something in the rubble caught Bee's eye. It wasn't anything flashy. The time in the elements had rendered everything dull, after all. Still, the shape was impossible to ignore. It was a small, carved rocking horse the size of her palm. Balancing cautiously on the unstable wreckage, Bee bent down and threaded her arm through a small hole to get to the alcove where the tiny figure rested. Her arm was just long enough to brush the figure. It took a couple nudges to move it to where she could reach. Grabbing it, she jumped down from the pile next to where Tony was waiting for her. "Did you find something?" he asked her.
Not really. Just this.
She held up the little toy to eye level and dusted it off a bit. Tony looked at the figurine, but didn't have anything to say. Together they walked quickly towards the gate and finally left the abandoned city. They didn't find sheep on the first day. Eventually, as the sun finished setting, they gave up and set up camp in an abandoned farmhouse that should have kept sheep. It had been a quiet day, with neither of them really in the mood to talk after their trip to the city. The next morning they followed some markings in the muddy dirt that looked like they could have been sheep tracks. But when it came down to it, they had no idea if it was evidence of the sheep wandering off or if the farmer had fled, taking his livestock with him. Luck was finally in their corner, though. After walking up a slight hill, they spotted a large group of white dots in the distance. I had learned more than I wanted to about farming. Not that I ever really wanted to learn too much about it in the first place, but once Trent got going, he didn't stop. Was this what I was like when the topic of conversation moved to cleaning? No, cleaning was much more important. Still, learning how humans produced their food wasn't bad, even if it did involve much more playing in the dirt than I was comfortable with. At least I learned that cutting the grass was actually a helpful thing that I could do when I had time. I decided to hold on to the clippings for now, though. They seemed to stay fresh in my dustbin, and if we got enough animals, then maybe they could eat it when they couldn't eat the grass itself. Bea and Tony were trying to bring back sheep, so that time might not be too far off anymore. The farming lecture lasted the entire rest of the day. I thought it was over in the morning, but no, after playing with the children and doing my normal morning routine, Trent was waiting to finish my education. Eventually, when the sun had set, I escaped inside, where I spent time playing with the kids. Our games even had a new occasional member. Ever since the children had come to the castle, the cat had been skittish. Somehow it had weathered months of demons and the destruction of the castle, but kids, no, the kids were too scary. Kids needed to be hidden from. Apparently, it liked hanging out with the women. If they were doing something slow or relaxed, it would often find a warm lap to curl up on, at least until one of the children entered the room. Then the furball disappeared with impressive speed. It turned out the cat was right about the kids, though. They were menaces sometimes. At one point, I hadn't been paying enough attention, and some of the more rowdy kids had decided that the cat needed a bath. It was a sentiment I couldn't really hold against them. I even celebrated their attention to my lessons, but I also knew that the cat kept itself clean. Also, like me, it didn't react well to being dunked in water. The yowling brought me racing into the room, only to find some scratched-up kids, a bucket of water, and a very wet, upset cat. I scolded the kids lightly, but I was more concerned with helping the cat. Its hairs were standing up at very strange angles for how wet it was, and it sat glaring at everyone from the corner it had retreated to. Luckily, I had just the thing for liquid issues. I popped out my mop and advanced on the cat slowly, beeping with soothing noises. Suddenly, its eyes grew wide. Its gaze locked onto the fluffy pom-pom protruding from my chassis. I hesitated, not wanting to upset the creature. But instead of running away like it did with everything else, the cat attacked. Chapter 122. Herding Cats. The cat's extended claws barely missed the fluffy end of my mop. I had to act fast to keep the appendage from being ripped from my body. I started to back up, swerving one way then the other to keep the cat from catching the pom-pom, but no matter where I moved it, the cat continued its relentless pursuit. At first I thought it was a game, kind of like the one we played with my sanitation lamp, but the cat's continued persistence and the fury of its motions indicated otherwise. Trying to defuse the situation, I gave up on trying to dry the cat and defensively retracted my mop. With a quick pivot, I darted to the side of the door, providing a clear path out to the hallway. Without a target and distracted by the possibility of escape, the cat took off as though the castle was full of demons again. With an impossibly fast patter of little paws, the orange menace disappeared in a trail of wet spots and puddled water. With a mental sigh, I popped out my mop again and started cleaning up the mess it had left. It wasn't hard to get the area clean, of course. I didn't even have to touch the floor for my mop to retrieve such a small amount of liquid, but still it was the principle of the thing. Luckily, now that the cat was gone, I didn't have to worry about any unintended side effects of my mop. I wasn't sure what would happen if my fully powered mop got too near a living being. I mean, it had damaged even the large demon, and that was way stronger than anything around here. Of course, that was because it had touched its inner fluids directly, but the cat was mostly water inside, even if it was congealed. It wasn't something I was willing to test out. Following the trail of droplets, I tracked my furry friend all the way down a hallway and up a flight of stairs up to the second level. This slowed me down, as in order to reach all the wet spots on the stairs, I had to go a little up the ramp and either reach out with my mop or hop a little with my thrusters to get at the offending paw prints. I really needed to get better at this hovering thing. Going by air was not my preferred method of travel, but even I couldn't deny its usefulness. Rolling along the ground was far superior for many reasons, but it mostly allowed for more optimal inspection of surfaces and provided proximity for my cleaning functions to be maximally efficient. As neither of these was truly a consideration for myself, I might need to reconsider my stance on optimal travel methods, for emergencies only, of course. Eventually, I caught up with the cat, who had found an open door to one of the rooms that held some of Beatrice's pets. At least, they seemed like pets. The little scaled things were kept in glass boxes under small glass globes that radiated light and heat. Next to one of the balls sat a very angry, very wet cat, furiously licking its fur. I had to admire its dedication to keeping itself clean, but if it would just let me help. As I got too close to the cat's position, it ceased cleaning itself to hiss at me. Its posture stiffened, head lowering between its shoulders and glaring at me. Not wanting a confrontation, I backed up slightly and made calming motions with my claw. I wasn't sure it understood my meaning, but it slowly returned to its grooming again. Well, guess that was that. Maybe it would change its mind later. Bee and Tony started moving at a jog towards their prize. As they got closer to the cluster of white fluffy clouds off in the distance, they were able to make out the heads and legs of the individual sheep milling about in a mass of bodies. Once they were about 50 feet away from the herd, they stopped at the top of the hill to examine them. "Now what?" Tony asked. "What do you mean, now what?" Bee asked indignantly. "You're the farm boy. I thought you would know what to do here. I think this is the closest I've ever been to a sheep." She looked around to get a bearing on their surroundings. The sheep were gathered in a kind of earthen bowl formed by 3 slight hills of plains. "I don't know anything about sheep. I was very clear that we never kept any. I was a farmer, not a shepherd," Tony shot back. Then, in a more thoughtful tone, he mulled over their options. "Maybe we just walk up to them? They had previous owners, right? Maybe if we have food, they'll come with us." "Have food? They eat grass. They're standing on their food. What are we going to offer them?" Bee said, exasperated. "But sure, let's just try walking up to them. Aren't sheep herded for a reason?" "Yeah, but most people use dogs or something for that. I suppose if you stand on the other side of them, we can prevent them from just running away if I get too close," Tony said. "Do you really need to get close to them? If we both work together, maybe we can just force them towards the castle," Bee suggested. Tony shrugged. "I think it would be good to get a feeling for them, but we don't have to. We have to see what they'll do when we get close to them in the first place, right? Or else, how'd we plan on hurting them?" "Fine. But if we make them run, let's at least make them run in the right direction." "Of course, I'm not an idiot," Tony said, sounding slightly offended. Pointing at one of the far hills, he added, "Why don't you go stand over there, and I'll come in from a bit of an angle." Moving into position, Bee watched as Tony strafed around the other side of the flock of sheep. When she was in position, he started trying to carefully approach the sheep. Walking slowly, he spoke softly to the animals as he moved. She couldn't quite make out what he was saying, but it seemed soothing. Once he got a few feet from the edge of the sheep, he paused to see how they would react. The sheep didn't do anything interesting. A few looked up at him, but quickly went back to snuffling the grass. Bee and Tony shared a look, slightly confused about how to handle the situation. He took a single experimental step forward. Immediately, the sheep acted as if they were a hive mind.
Somehow they all knew to dart in the same direction at the exact same time. Inconveniently, they didn't move in the direction Bee and Tony were herding them toward, but off to the side. All the sheep, that is, except for one farther away. It didn't quite get the message and took off in a completely different direction. Before either of them could react, it realized the rest of the flock wasn't with it anymore and quickly veered around in a panic. With a burst of speed, it merged with the main mass of wool again. Bee was the first to react as she tried to get in front of the sheep to prevent them from getting too far away. With her high level and speed, outrunning the sheep wasn't much of an issue. She got in front of the sheep and stopped in only a handful of seconds. To her surprise, though, they didn't stop and look at her as she had expected. Instead, they turned at another angle and dashed off again. Looking up at the sky, Bee sighed with frustration before setting off after them again. Harold wasn't having a good time. The first day he had shown up at the College of the Undead had been all right. Percy had welcomed him with drinks, and they had spent the afternoon catching up. His guest quarters were spacious and nice enough, and his host seemed to welcome the help. He wasn't too surprised about that. They were probably just happy to have someone new to talk to. Even Percy, despite having been chosen to lead the college because of his people skills rather than magical talent, was unbelievably awkward. Harold wasn't sure if social incompetence was an inherent trait for the people compelled to study the dead and death aura, or if it was developed through years of practice. That wasn't to say that the people were unwelcoming. They were just odd. Finding skeletons walking behind them carrying books, or a ghoul cleaning the toilets, was just unsettling. At his college, Harold had insisted that all demonic subjects be properly contained, no matter the contract. But the undead didn't pose nearly the same risk as the demons. If the undead ever got out of control, they might manage to kill a few of the mages at worst. They wouldn't be able to summon a country-ending monster in just a few hours. Of course, that hadn't really stopped his own people from doing the demons' work for them, Harold thought bitterly. He had played that day over in his head enough times with how often he had been chewed out for it, but he still didn't know what they could have done better. The threat had been unknowable, and none of their countermeasures had even slowed the thing down. Perhaps they could have gotten more information before fleeing, but he was just happy that he had gotten everyone out alive. Well, almost everyone. That one young apprentice they had missed still haunted him months later. Of course, he didn't share these thoughts with anyone, but as he spent days refreshing his knowledge of undeath, he often found his mind wandering. There was a reason he had specialized in demons. They were exciting, quick, and clever, and there were so many things humans didn't know about them. Undead? Well, not so much. Necromancy was one of the first branches of magic that humans had a history of. The field stagnated hundreds of years ago. Most practitioners spent their whole careers just catching up. Sure, they gained a lot of power eventually, but they hadn't added anything new to the field in forever. Now, with what looked like the worst undead plague in a century brewing, they were asked how to stop it, or at least how to prepare countermeasures. There wasn't really much they could do, and they all knew it. Sure, they had prepared a lot of potions that could cure the various types of infections that the undead could spread. They had also worked on manufacturing anti-undead weapons, but their hearts weren't in it. There was only so much they knew how to do. But finally, something promising had happened. If the reports were to be believed, the undead moved with a level of intelligence that was long thought of as myth. Harold was inclined to believe the intel, as he had never known Arthur to embellish anything. Not everyone shared his belief, of course, so it might come down to Harold to figure out something new here. As much as he hated the undead, Percy would never live it down if he, Harold, Dean of Demons, made the first advancement in undeath in living memory. He grinned just thinking about it. Chapter 123. Rocket Science. I was, quite honestly, in the slightest bit of a predicament.
I looked down at the children below, staring up at me in awe. I was proud of them, and sort of proud of my own achievement, but it really wasn't what I was going for. As I reached out with my claw to flip myself right side up, the children started cheering. The roof slant was working against me, but I wasn't too worried about rolling the rest of the way down onto the ground. If that did happen, I'd probably be fine. Just a little embarrassed, though it would be hard to beat the embarrassment I was already feeling. After corralling the cat and cleaning all of the wet spots from that debacle, I had decided to work on my thruster control. It had been too challenging to clean up the marks on the stairs. If I had been able to better utilize my abilities and hover, though, it would have been significantly more manageable, so I went outside to practice. For better or for worse, my thrusters were much more potent than they had been last time I used them. I had only been attempting to jump up a little bit and then slowly glide back down to the ground, just to establish a baseline for the power. I, indeed, had jumped up more than a little bit. Even worse, my angle had been a bit off, and I didn't travel completely perpendicular to the ground. Instead, I drifted forward and slowly rotated over so my front edge pointed right at the ground. I did my best to correct this by adjusting my thruster angle, but I misjudged it. Somehow, I'd rocketed straight into one of the spires of the castle. I'd felt my carapace crack as the stone around me chipped, and I'd slid down the wall onto the shingles below. And that was how I found myself in the current situation, approximately 34.9 feet off the ground, and looking at the children upside down. Flipping myself over was only the first step to fixing this, though. As my automatic maintenance skill got to work repairing the damage, I considered what I had learned. I thought the issue might have been that I wasn't perfectly level when I first took off. That caused me to flip a little, as my first boost wasn't balanced out. And that would definitely be a problem here, too, because the roof wasn't level. Once I got situated, I tried to take it slowly. Routing enough force to the thrusters would slide me farther up the roof to level myself off at the top. If that worked, I would have a starting point. Unfortunately, reality wasn't so kind. Again, I overcompensated and sent myself flipping up the roof, tumbling end over end. Again, my shell cracked as I shattered the stone of a castle wall. I sighed internally. My models were usually pretty good, but it seemed like I needed more data for this particular tool to be useful. That didn't bode well for the current predicament. Maybe it would be easier to cut my way back into the castle and then repair the hole from the inside? It was something that seriously needed to be considered, but I was still hesitant to go through with it. I didn't want to damage the castle. Even if I knew I could fix it, it felt wrong. Besides, I was trying to learn how to use my thrusters anyways, and I could definitely figure out how to get down from the roof with a bit of time. Even if I created some damage, I would probably be fine. Already my maintenance was working on repairing the crack. Nothing was majorly busted, and I was still operating fine. However, it would still be several minutes before I was entirely in one piece again. I sat there, trying to reorder my memory banks before giving it another attempt. Usually, things around here didn't have the speed or power to actually hurt me, but I guessed I was fully capable of hurting myself. It was a good reality check for testing out my underused abilities. I should be more careful, as I clearly didn't know my own strength. Well, I'd probably be fine in this case. I didn't want to exacerbate damage to my already weakened protective exterior, but there wasn't too much risk this time. Repairing my innards or sensors would likely be much more time-consuming than just fixing the simple plastic shell. After the crack was mostly sealed up, I put out the minimum amount of power I could through all three thrusters simultaneously. To my relief, I only shifted slightly. Now that was progress, I cheered to myself. I doubled the amount of power. I rose about a foot off the ground and started sliding wildly away from the roof. That's right, I was still not on a level surface. Looking at the controls more carefully, I realized I had a minimum output, though I didn't know what the theoretical maximum was. Converting the scale into base 10 values would set the minimum at 10, and a thrust of 20 had evidently been far too much. Maybe I should start with something like 11. Slowly, I started with the minimum value and increased by the smallest amount I could over and over, concentrating just on the thruster facing mostly downhill. Slowly, my angle corrected itself, and I could level off on the uneven surface by adjusting myself a little. Once I was level, I started experimenting with adding the other two thrusters to the mix. I started to try to raise them all equally, but as I got further and further away from the surface of the roof, that began to throw me off as well. I started trying to develop an easy algorithm to stay level. I left everything as it was and rapidly switched between all three of my thrusters, applying the tiniest adjustments to each. While doing this, I was also paying attention to my internal gyroscope and level sensors. I could adapt the output of the thrusters several thousand times a second, so if I continued this pattern, just going in a loop adjusting thrusters, I could push myself where I wanted to go without immediately crashing. Of course, this wasn't the most effective method, or really an efficient algorithm at all, but it would do for now. Slowly, I hovered off the roof and over the ground below. Now that I was mostly level, I started to lower myself in a controlled descent. Once my wheels were firmly back on the ground, I was swarmed by excited children. I let out a huge sigh of compressed air and a happy beep. Bee doubled over with her hands on her knees, panting. Sweat dripped down her forehead as she tried to catch her breath. A few seconds after stopping at the top of the hill, she looked up and scanned the horizon. Herding sheep was turning out to be much harder than she would have ever thought. They didn't stop. Sure, they might sleep at night, but even then she and Tony had to be constantly alert lest they wander off, spooked by the roving undead. Escorting the sheep back to the castle might just have been the hardest thing she had ever done. So far, they had been at it for almost 2 days, and they still weren't even in sight of the forest. Odds were that they might have actually wandered further away than when they had started. They had tried everything they could think of, coming at the flock from all angles. She had even captured one and carried it, hoping that the others would follow. That plan had backfired massively and was why she was currently running all over the countryside. Apparently, seeing one of their own get physically picked up had even overridden their herd mentality, and the flock had splintered into smaller parts. Currently, she was looking over the last group of rebellious sheep who were calm once again. Finally, she had found the dirty, off-white beasts that she had started to loathe so much. Jogging over to where the devils were hiding, she found that they had crossed a packed earth road. Judging by the distance, it looked like this road might be the one heading to Greg. If it followed the valleys, it might be easier to keep the sheep in line along the way. Now, how to get Tony and the rest of them over here? It took them several hours, but they somehow got all the sheep on the road. Despite all the complaining, they had gotten slightly better at controlling the flock. The issue was that Bee's method of running around them frantically wasn't a long-term solution, even as fast as she was. It seemed like there was a reason why shepherds used dogs, after all. Once they got all the sheep reunited on the road, Bee felt like she was about to pass out. Sitting near the edge of the road, she made Tony promise to keep them from going anywhere while she recovered. He laughed at her. What, you think I want them to run off? No, thank you. I officially hate sheep. She would have agreed if she had the energy to do so. As it was, she just nodded. Before she had fully recovered, Tony called out to her. Hey, Bee, looks like something on the road's headed toward us. From her position, she groaned, wishing for a bit more rest, but looked up anyway. Sure enough, there was a figure in the distance moving toward them. It was far enough away that she couldn't make out more than the shape of a person walking, but that was all. The person looked to be alone, too. What do you want to do? Tony asked her. Taking a deep breath, Bee thought. She couldn't really tell how fast the figure was moving, so she had no idea when they might encounter the person, if at all. But if Tony could see them, then they would definitely be able to make out a large group of sheep walking along the road. There didn't seem to be any way to avoid running into them.
I'm not sure,
Bee mused, still trying to think.
maybe you stay here and watch the sheep while I go check it out?
Tony shook his head. I don't think that's a good idea. You're clearly exhausted. If there's trouble, we should face it together. Besides, I bet the sheep won't really get in the way. Worst case, if they get spooked, we can always gather them up again.
Yeah, but I really don't want to,
Bee griped. After a moment, she conceded the point.
Fine, you're right. I'm not in great shape. So, what, we just wait here?
Tony shrugged and gestured to the flock. It's either that or we just start moving them towards the castle. If the other person catches up, they catch up.
We're going to be moving so slowly that I bet a grandma would catch us,
Bee said.
Besides, if they catch us before nightfall, then it might be fine. But if they keep going through the night, they might catch us unawares.
So let's just wait then. I think the sheep are as tired as you are, Tony said. Bee let out an over-the-top laugh.
Yeah, now if only they'd act like it.
Finding a rock to sit on, they watched the figure approach. It soon became clear that the figure was moving extremely slowly. As it got closer, Bee started to realize that it was moving with a limp. She started to feel concerned as she saw the setting sunlight flash on long, straw-blonde hair.
I think it's a woman. She looks hurt as well.
Huh? Tony grunted, looking up from the stick he was idly carving.
I'm going to go help her,
Bee said, hopping off her rock and grabbing her pack. A few moments of running later, she was in front of the woman.
Excuse me, miss. Are you all right?
The woman looked up, and for the first time, Bee got a good look at her face.
Susan?
Chapter 124. Slice of Life. Practice with my thrusters had gone well after the initial hiccups. After a day and a half of near-constant trial and error, I could maintain a consistent hover around 6 inches off the ground and move 75% as fast as I could on wheels. I had a feeling that I could move much quicker and on a more vertical axis as well, but that was just unnatural. Also, why would I need to go up? The floors that needed cleaning were down here. I still didn't like being too far from the ground unless I was being carried. Maybe I would eventually become more comfortable with the idea, but as it was, I wouldn't pursue it yet. Besides, I valued stability much more than speed. Still, it was worthwhile to develop my skills a bit further here. I had the time in the afternoon, anyway, and it would let me improve my cleaning on stairs and higher areas. As time went on, and I improved, there were fewer and fewer opportunities to expand my capabilities like this. When I was cleaning the stairs, the idea of being able to hover just made sense. But as I practiced, I found so many other benefits to being able to just stay 6 inches off the ground. The big one was that I no longer needed to roll through the dirt outside. That wasn't to say that there were no downsides. The thrusters themselves caused dirt to blow everywhere. Sure, I could capture the dirt, but that was a short-term solution. If I stayed in one spot for too long, I slowly started to sink down as my thrusters blasted away the earth below me, digging a big hole. If I simply captured and transmuted the dirt, then there would be less dirt, which would be good. However, there were a couple issues with that, too. Less dirt was a desirable outcome inside. After all, if the inside wasn't kept clean for humans, then why would I bother with any of this? But after learning more about soil quality than I ever wanted from Trent, I came out with a better understanding of the importance humans placed on dirt in its proper place. The other issue was simply a consequence of time. If I spent enough time hovering around the castle grounds, even if I was careful not to stay in one place too long, the sheer amount of time I was spending outside would cause grooves and uneven patches to form around some areas. This would ruin the pleasant leveling the ground had with the road and the castle base. There were probably many other consequences that I wasn't aware of, too. Still, Even with all of those negatives, it was tempting to hover about everywhere. Not having to worry about tracking mud with my wheels or cleaning my underside was truly amazing. This got me thinking, though, what could my other abilities be doing for me? I realized that training was important a long time ago, back in the catacombs. Back then, I had done a few exercises with my abilities to train them, strictly to try and improve them, but I had fallen out of the habit. Seeing what my thruster control had done for me, though, my predictive models were abuzz with the possibilities for what my other abilities could do. This feeling was mostly related to my least used abilities. My two newest ones were the obvious ones to experiment with, but honestly, my least used ability was air purifier. I kind of regretted choosing it. At the time, I was too caught up in evaluating the choices based only on their immediate cleaning applicability, and I didn't really consider what secondary benefits they would give me. With how much better my thrusters allowed me to do my job, though, I was sure that other options might have been better. Well, that was in the past now. I might as well figure out what to do with it. I had left the purifier on nearly constantly, but it didn't seem to have much effect on anything. The air around here wasn't perfectly pure, but neither was it contaminated enough to cause any real issues. The divine sword was proving to be incredibly useful on its face, though. Being able to cut the grass was relaxing and good practice at the same time. Also, from my testing, it could cut through most things with ease. Stone wasn't even that much of a problem. In fact, sometimes I would go over and assist Trent with breaking up large rocks in the field, the ones that were hard to lift. The last one he called on me for was approximately 20.2 tons, much too large for any of us. After a few minutes of work with my sword, I was able to cut it into regularly shaped blocks. The humans were all rather impressed. They moved the rock into pleasing, organized piles for later use. They even started requesting specified dimensions, which I was more than happy to provide. As I finished the latest circle of grass trimming around the castle, I found Felix waiting for me. I paused my work and inquired what he wanted, and his face lit up.
Yes, Your, Holiness, Mary humbly asks for your Grace's help in the kitchens.
Your Grace again? I thought I had gotten him to stop with titles like that. Bee rushed up to the staggering woman, slinging her pack on the ground next to her. Startled, Susan stopped moving and just looked at her for a second. "Bee," she whispered, confusion clear on her face. Before Bee could respond, Susan was sinking to her knees. It seemed that it was all she could do not to fall on her face. Bee put a steadying hand on her shoulder and helped the woman sit down. "What happened to you?" Bee exclaimed as she examined the woman. Dark bruises covered her face and arms. Her clothes were ripped, and her hair was matted with dirt. The woman's cracked lips turned up in a slight smile that caused a thin trickle of blood to run down her chin. The smile faltered into a wince as Bee's probing fingers found a sore spot on her ribs. "They didn't believe me," Susan whispered with a wet chuckle. "Get your bedroll out," Bee called back to Tony while she was digging through her own pack. "They did this to you because they thought you lied?" Bee was mostly talking just to keep the woman focused. She could tell that Susan's consciousness was tethered here by a thread, and it would be easier to treat her for now if she was awake and could answer questions. "Oh, no, my lady. This was from escaping." Finding what she was looking for, Bee turned to the battered woman and tipped her chin back, pressing a glass bottle to her lips. "Drink." Susan tried to swallow, but coughed, spraying a mist of the potion out. Bee winced at the waste, but it wasn't too big of a deal. The medicine that had gotten down her throat started to do its work on Susan as she continued to cough. Torn between going back to her pack for more supplies and trying to comfort Susan, Bee stuck with rubbing her back gently as the woman recovered. "Sorry," Susan whispered, able to talk again. "No, it's okay," Bee said as she leaned back to get her pack. A lot of her healing skills had been upgraded from when she had first started her adventuring. At first, she used salves and balms as they were easier to make and required fewer ingredients. That had been perfect for her when she only had access to the smallest storerooms and limited skill. Bee was still a long way from being an expert, but she was more than competent now, and she had access to so many materials. The castle had stores that would last her for a very long time, and most of the things that needed to be gathered fresh were available in the castle. A few of the systems the college used to have in place for material gathering had failed, but most were recoverable. Plants could be regrown, and animals had mostly survived. Some of the most complicated ingredients were out of reach, but she didn't really need them yet. Finally, after getting a few things set up, Bee started mixing the contents of 3 vials together. Now she mostly used potions. They were trickier to make, but were much faster acting. Not instant, of course, but it no longer took her days to heal broken bones.
You escaped?
She asked, to keep Susan talking.
Yeah, I didn't even make it to the commander, Susan said, licking her now healed lips. I told them where I had come from, and they had me taken off to the side. Lots of questions. Didn't like the answers. So what did you do? You said you got hurt from escaping, Bee asked, carefully lighting a candle under a beaker. She went back to the pack, digging out another prepared general-use potion. Mostly, they did try to use some enhanced interrogation, but they were complete amateurs. Broke a few ribs and the like. Really disappointing stuff. She grinned darkly. But I'm an infiltrator. We're hard to keep down. It took a few hours, but I made it out. I had to fight for a while, and that isn't something I really excel at. But once I got out of the camp, I was able to give them the slip. A few dogs caught up, but they lost my scent after my blood became exposed. Blood disguise is a terrible skill. I don't recommend taking it, Susan said, starting to ramble a bit. As she spoke, Tony rolled out his bedroll behind her and helped Susan lie back against it. His face mirrored the horrified concern of Bee's own. Hearing about dogs, Bee stopped what she was doing and went to examine Susan more closely. The woman has been limping. Pulling up each of her loose pant legs, Bee winced in sympathy when she saw the wounds. Deep puncture wounds formed deep holes in one calf. She cursed and turned back to her pack. Pulling out one of the prepared potions, she got ready. Brace yourself. This might sting a little. Susan visibly gritted her teeth, but only flinched a little as Bee poured the potion on the bite. The bloody holes started to bubble, and all sorts of disgusting liquids started flowing from the wounds. As they were purified, the angry red color started to fade from the skin, and the swelling visibly retreated. Bee went back to tending the potions she was mixing, taking them off the heat. She went back to asking questions to keep the injured spy focused. Then what happened? Well, after I broke out of the camp, I had to sneak my way through the undead lines, Susan said, relaxing her jaw slightly. That wasn't too hard. I could still hide my scent, so they could only feel my life force, really, unless they saw me, which they didn't. After that, I started walking back to the castle. It's been a couple days, I want to say. The undead? Where were you? Bee asked, now a little worried. Things might be worse than she thought. Greg being destroyed was bad, but if the army was fighting like this rather than just exterminating the threat outright, the Crown was bound to do something to fix it, right? Touching the glass to make sure that it wasn't too hot, Bee didn't give Susan a chance to answer. This part was a bit time-sensitive. This will help target the broken rib and any organ damage. Helping Susan tip her head up, Bee pressed another glass to her mouth. This time, Susan was able to swallow without issue. She'd give her a moment to recover before asking anything else. Chapter 125. Nighty-Night. Susan took a couple of seconds to finish drinking the whole bottle. Afterward, Bee lowered her head back onto the ground. It wouldn't take long for the potion to take effect, but the woman would still need to rest for a bit while it did.
Still, Susan felt the need to answer Bee's last question before she passed out.
I came from Caleb.
Bee leaned back on her heels. Susan had come all the way from the province capital? That was a very long walk. But even more concerning was that the massive city seemed to be under attack. Since the woman was now unconscious, Bee couldn't get any more potions in her. Now she had time to examine Susan for less obvious injuries. She had mentioned that she had to pass through the undead's lines. She likely wasn't infected, if she truly didn't get caught, but they needed to be sure there was nothing else that could endanger her life. Bee started at the scalp, carefully looking for any head wounds. She found more than one lump, but nothing too serious. Of course, there might have been some internal bleeding, but anything too severe likely would have killed her by now. Otherwise, it was minor enough that the treatment Bee had already administered would do. Still, Bee used a little topical potion to help target those areas just to be safe. Carefully, she felt down the neck and along the collarbone. Looking for any contusions and tracing the skeleton, Bee found several nasty bruises and some broken ribs, as expected, but most of the blood had come from the bite in the calf. Besides the things she had already taken care of, Susan mostly only had to deal with dehydration and exhaustion. Finally convinced that she hadn't missed something that would cause her patient to die on her, Bee leaned back and swiped a layer of cold sweat from her brow. Looking around, she found Tony not too far off, watching over the sheep. Catching his eye, she motioned him over. He gave the flock one last look before hurrying to her side. Squatting next to her seat, Tony looked at Susan's limp form. Is she going to be all right? Bee could hear some real concern in his voice and read the same on his face.
Yeah, she should be.
Tony's posture relaxed slightly. Oh, good.
Doesn't her face look familiar? I feel like I should know her from somewhere.
Bee realized that Tony hadn't been there for the discussion between Void, her, and Susan. They had just let her go without bothering to tell anyone. The castle was large enough that it was conceivable that he hadn't met her or didn't really remember her.
You do, or should, at least. She lived in the castle for a few weeks,
Bee said with a sigh. Maybe they shouldn't have let her go without warning her a bit more. That the adventurers from so long ago had thought Bee was brainwashed, too, and attacked her. Still, Susan seemed to have a good idea of how Void was viewed, so it hadn't seemed necessary. Maybe Bee had been wrong.
She wanted to leave and try to work out an understanding with the authorities, maybe get some help with the undead and ease their worries about us a little. It didn't work,
Bee finished lamely as she gestured to the unconscious woman. Clearly. Tony sighed as he heaved himself to his feet. I take it that we won't be leaving for a while?
Probably not,
Bee replied.
She should be okay to be moved, but won't be able to move herself. Maybe tomorrow the healing will be mostly done.
I'll go care for the sheep, then. We're going to have to find a way to keep them on the road. I'm not letting them off this easy, not after we spent so much time trying to get them here. Bee and Tony had been gone for quite a while. I was beginning to worry about them a bit. Still, they were pretty capable, and I had responsibilities that I needed to take care of. This morning I had something special planned for the children and their games with the sticks. I thought they would enjoy it. Normally, they didn't like getting sprayed with water, but this might be an exception. My plan involved slightly larger sticks I had made the previous night for another reason. As part of my personal training regime, I tried to work on a few different skills each day. Last night, my focus was on void manipulation. Training this was easy, in principle. All that needed to be done was to make things in the void of my dustbin. However, I found that just moving things around didn't really help much. I could feel my control improve, but by absolutely minuscule amounts. And that was before the diminishing returns kicked in. It was like my other skills. I needed to use them for a purpose and in new ways to train efficiently. The novelty was the hard part.
When training my sword, I cut new things in new patterns and ways, which was easy enough. But with void manipulation, I needed to make things, and it wasn't always easy to figure out what to make. So when I considered how to train my spray bottle and the children's reflexes at the same time, everything seemed to fall into place. So last night I went a little way outside the castle and cut down a tree with a single swipe of my sword. Once I had consumed it with my void, I only needed to shape it. The convenient thing about this project was that each stick I made was different. I had good models for the children. I knew their size and strength, so for each one I made a custom stick that best fit their dimensions. The first part had been a long, flat piece, averaging about 2.5 inches wide. I made it to fit each kid. After that, I made a thinner, rounder bit on the other end of the stick for them to hold on to. Taking into account each of their hand sizes, it should be comfortable to hold. Lastly, I figured that a little protection for their fingers would be a good idea. The largest issue that the kids' training had run into was the sticks whacking into each other and then sliding down to hit the fingers. This was a bit of a cheap tactic that I managed to convince most of them to forego, but it did happen from time to time. So to avoid that, I molded a little lip right above the stick handles. Popping the first one out, one that I had intended for Felix, I had waved it around a few times experimentally. It felt pretty good. One more thing to test. Going up to a tree, I struck it with as much force as I calculated that Felix could produce. There was a loud crack as the stick broke. That was too bad. I might need to change the structure of the stick a bit to make it a little more sturdy. Carving off a new piece from the wood I had stored in my dustbin, I had started again. It didn't take me long to fix the structural flaws and produce one for each child. When I gathered them all in the morning for their games, I had Felix come up to the front so that he could explain the game we would be playing today. First, though, I had to pass out their new sticks. I selected the one I had made for him and drew it out with my claw. Felix watched in amazement as I offered him the new toy. The corners of his mouth stretched upward into a deeper arc than I had ever seen, but at the same time, beads of salty water rolled down his cheeks. Shaky hands took the proffered stick. Felix planted the long, flat bit in the ground and went onto one knee. "Thank you, my lord. This blade will ever serve you." He was speaking in his best imitation of the adults. Really, he needed to learn to stop that and just call me Void. So far, no one was willing to call me Spot, so I had tabled that project for later. Still, I accepted his thanks for the gift, even if it was a bit extreme. I mean, the water was still spilling from his eyes. I was pretty sure humans only leaked there when they were sad, but he was also still smiling. This was so confusing. Well, anyway, I attempted to comfort him by patting him on the shoulder. It seemed to work as he stood up. After that, I started with the next gift. I asked Felix to call up the next child to receive their stick. The next one was Leanne, who repeated the same actions and words. "Thanks, Void. Um, what did you say, Felix? This sword will always be yours?" "Yeah, Void, this sword will always be yours." She didn't give Felix a chance to answer, but she was close enough. I reached out to pat her shoulders as well, though she thankfully didn't spring any leaks. After she stood and started to admire her gift, I had Felix call the next one up. Each child repeated the same ritual. They would kneel and accept the blade and didn't stand up until I patted their shoulders. It was a bit strange, but oh well. I was just glad that they all were developing a healthy desire for pats. We went in order of size, and as each smaller kid came up, they got progressively worse at speaking, and the words became a little less coherent. Eventually, the smallest one took her stick and could only mumble out something that I had no idea what it meant. She went on significantly longer than any of the kids that went before her. Once the whole thing was finally done, we had already taken up a significant chunk of playtime. I had spent almost an entire hour handing out all the sticks.
Normally, the kids got bored if they had to wait for more than a few minutes, but they had all been here bouncing excitedly and swinging their sticks around the whole time. Finally, it was time to introduce my game. Getting Felix's attention, I had him explain the plan. They would all need to stand in a line in the first guard position. I would spray a jet of water at them, and they would need to dodge, block it, or get wet. This caused some excitement, and they started jockeying for position in the line. Once we had got that all sorted out, I moved about 20 feet away. I was going to try and work on control rather than power. Control and range. Instead of a misty spray, I wanted more of a projectile, like a small ball of water. They wouldn't be able to block mist, and I needed them to be able to track the projectile, so it couldn't be too fast. I would need to lob it in an arc as well, especially at first. This would be good practice for me, indeed. Positioning myself, I worked out the most viable trajectories and targeted Felix. A small stream of water lazily arced in a shallow parabola toward the small boy. Chapter 126. Lost and Found. I watched Felix's eyes as he tracked the arc of water hurtling toward him. With a smooth motion, he moved his stick in between his face and the incoming projectile. He had more than enough time to react, and the spray struck the stick, splashing to either side and leaving him dry. The children all let out a cheer at his success. I was quite pleased, too. This training seemed easy enough. I could probably adjust the arc a bit to make it more difficult, or even up the speed. However, I should probably let them all have early successes. I was soon glad I didn't up the difficulty. Leanne seemed to have a bit more trouble with the game than Felix. Her stick hit part of the water stream, but wasn't able to completely deflect it. One of her arms got quite wet. Still, she had hit it, even if she was a bit disappointed. I played with the children roughly by size, collecting them in a circle with me at its center. A few times I needed to make it a little easier on them. With the smallest one, I was aiming next to her instead of directly at her. Even then, she took a clumsy swing, but missed completely. Her timing was okay, but she just didn't have the best control over the stick yet. After each child had a chance to go on easy mode, I started picking them at random. I started making it a little more difficult for each child to block based on their individual strengths and weaknesses. That usually meant picking new places, sometimes aiming for the leg or head instead of center mass. Some got better at deflecting the water much quicker than others, and some became quite damp. I did my best to increase the difficulty for each child while still giving them a chance to improve. It was a fine balance, keeping the difficulty just above their current level. This training probably wouldn't really help them with their usual stick game, unfortunately. However, they seemed to be having a blast. So much so that when a few of the adults came to check on them, they also had a lot of fun watching. As we continued our practice, I could feel my spray bottle control improving as well. I was able to keep the jet of water in one steady stream for much longer than should have been possible. By everything I understood about fluid dynamics, the jet should have spread out at some point, or at least lost some of its volume from turning into mist. Eventually, though, it needed to come to an end. Breakfast was going to be late as it was. The children were reluctant to stop. Even the ones who struggled still wanted more chances to prove themselves. I promised them that we would do this again in the future. I wanted to keep training myself, after all. Plus, now I had another tool to get them to listen to me. Normally they were quite well behaved, but I would keep this in my dustbin as a bargaining chip when I really needed them to do something. With stick practice finished for the morning, I went off to supervise breakfast. After that, the day followed the established routine of cleaning, lessons, and helping where I could. I even did a little weight training with my grabby arm. Nothing different happened until the castle was settling down for the night. I still rested at the end of Bee's bed on my favorite rug. At night, I didn't need to charge like the rest of the humans, but I didn't really have any chores that needed my attention that I could do without disturbing everyone, so I practiced my meditation. I had been at it a while, and I thought I was starting to see the benefits. Despite already having my weight distributed very evenly across my cylindrical chassis by design, I somehow felt even more centered. I thought about my humans, their actions, their words, their goals. They all started to make a slight bit more sense. They saw the world differently, it seemed. I could evaluate and rationalize everything in terms of cleaning, but them? They seemed to have a different value system, sometimes even conflicting ones. It was something I had begun to recognize, but was only now starting to truly understand. Maybe this was what my humans sent me here to learn? Those answers weren't things that I would figure out tonight, though. Not long after I started my meditation, someone knocked on the door. I beeped for them to come in. The door opened to reveal Mary, her arm around a very upset-looking woman. "If you would excuse the interruption, Void," Mary apologized, leading the woman in by the hand. Together they knelt before my rug. It was nice of them to come to my level, but completely unnecessary. I was quite used to people talking to me while standing. They just sat there for a second while Mary put a comforting hand on her shoulder. "It will be okay, Talia. Tell Void what you told me, and I'm sure that he'll be able to help." Talia sniffed hard and took a deep breath. Then words came tumbling out of her so fast that I had to run them through my language processor a couple times to make sure I understood them. "I can't find Tanu. He was with me after lunch and went off to play with some of the other children, but when they come back, he wasn't with them. I've been looking everywhere since dinner, but I can't find him." The woman's words cut off into choked sobs. Mary took up the rest of the story, but I was already scanning the castle. Tanu wasn't the oldest kid, but he was one of the taller ones. Despite his narrow build, he was one of my more talented students. A fine example both in his control of the stick and his diligence picking up the cleaning techniques that I tried to teach them. "After Talia came to talk to me, we found the kids he was playing with. Apparently there was some disagreement about what game to play, so Tanu went off by himself and no one has seen him since. Do you know where he is?" Mary finished. My scan turned up nothing. I let Mary know that Tanu wasn't in the castle right now. I wasn't sure how much she understood, but I didn't have time to make sure my point got across. Already I was zipping through the castle halls. It took only a handful of seconds before I was at the entryway. I was scolding myself for not having trained my sensor range much. That was something that I could have easily been working on for a long time, maybe even before I had picked up extended sensor range. I started searching the castle grounds as I circled the exterior. I was hoping that maybe Tanu had wanted to think or something and was just sitting somewhere nearby. There were a few trees inside the wall. I even checked their branches, but found no missing children among them. Where could he have gone? The front gate was almost always closed, and I didn't think that the kid had the strength to open it by himself, certainly not without an adult noticing. When I finally finished my circuit around the castle, still not finding anything, I started looking for clues. I rolled up to the gate and studied it closely. The portcullis didn't show any signs of having been moved, but near the top, I found a very small amount of blood that couldn't have been more than a few hours old. All things considered, my models indicated a high probability that a kid might have scraped their knee climbing up the iron bars. If that was the case, well, I was honestly impressed with the climbing. With a quick firing of my thrusters, I flew up and over the wall. The landing was a little hard, but I didn't care. I was carefully examining the ground for any sign that a small boy had made his way over there. Susan slept through the night. However, Bee and Tony didn't have the same luxury, as they needed to keep watch over their valuable charges. Luckily, after a long day of being chased, the sheep were ready to bed down and didn't really do much. In fact, they were finally being helpful for once. Their panicked bleating was able to alert Tony to incoming undead before he would normally notice them. Bee didn't have the same issue, though, and everyone was able to sleep soundly while she was on watch. She had to wonder how Susan had made it through the night on her own. The exact timeline of things wasn't clear from what she had said so far, but from her wounds, it seemed like Susan had escaped at least a day ago, maybe two. Was that related to the skill she had mentioned? Blood disguise. Bea wasn't sure if she had ever heard of that skill before, but a good disguise that worked on the undead might have done the trick. With her infiltrator class, it did seem right up her alley. Scanning the horizon again, Bea found yet another low-level zombie. Sneaking away from the camp, she dashed over and quickly removed its head with her broom. The sun was just on the horizon. It was probably time to wake everyone up and see if Susan was able to move. Technically, they could stay here another day, but Bea was starting to get a little antsy, being away from the castle and Void for so long. Hopefully, Susan would be fine. The healing should have been enough to get her on her feet. Walking back to the others, Bea took another look around. Seeing no threats, she bent down to shake Tony's shoulder. "Time to rise and shine." While he grumbled into wakefulness, Bea snuck as close to the sheep as she dared and found they were beginning to stir. They would need to hurry if they didn't want to spend the morning chasing the flock, and she was really sick of doing that. With nothing else to prepare, she moved over to Susan's prone form. The woman hadn't shifted a muscle since she had passed out last night. Not quite ready to wake her up, Bea checked the bandage on her calf. The swelling had disappeared, leaving the wrappings loose. Shifting them to the side, Bea saw soft new skin clearly outlining where the teeth had dug deep into the flesh. Encouraged by the progress, Bea put her hand gently on Susan's shoulder. The spy's eye flicked open in a breath, and she didn't move. Bea watched her eyes scan her surroundings. After they thoroughly categorized everything, Susan took in a single breath, and her eyes rested on Bea's face. She relaxed, but only slightly. The woman gave her a serious nod, and Bea removed her hand. In a smooth motion, Susan sat up and stretched. Bea noticed that, despite her improved health, the litheness she had associated with the woman's movements was still diminished somewhat. She looked much more like a normal person without the grace that her almost level 30 body gave her. "How do you feel?" Bea asked. Susan rolled her shoulders and neck. "Not bad. A little stiff, like I just slept on the ground, but that's it." Putting one hand on the ground behind her, she felt her ribs with the other. "Actually, better than I expected. Really good. What did you do? I don't think I've ever had healing that worked this quickly." "Well, most don't have access to the number of good supplies that I do from the castle. I'm guessing something like this would be obscenely expensive without the abundance of captured monsters and minor demons we have at home." Susan didn't look nearly as surprised as Bea would have expected. She hadn't mentioned the demons to the woman before and had expected a few questions, but she figured that it was Susan's job to know things, after all. "Sincerely, thank you. If you don't mind, can I ask what you and Tony are doing out here? I wasn't expecting to find any of the faithful so far from the castle." "Yeah, I don't blame you," Bea sighed. "Void sent us on a mission to, well, find some lost sheep." Chapter 127. Reasonably Sized Dogs. "Lost sheep?" Susan froze. Are you... are you sure?" Bea gestured toward Tony and the sheep. "I mean, yes, that's why we have so many of them." "So many of them?" The taller woman frowned, noticing the flock of fluffy white beasts milling about nearby. "Oh, oh, well, yes, I suppose that makes sense, too. Wait, what did you think I meant?" Bea frowned in confusion. Susan hesitated. "I mean, far be it from me to interpret Void's will, but perhaps he meant a less literal interpretation of lost sheep." They fell silent, considering the implications. After a moment, Bea spoke. "You think Void might have known that we would run into you? I'm just thinking it's a possibility." Susan hedged. Well, Void did describe the sheep pretty specifically.
But perhaps that was its way of getting us out here, especially if this future wasn't 100% certain. Bee thought aloud. Also, if you are right, then that might mean we never needed to bring the sheep back in the first place. That would be frustrating, to say the least. Rounding them up was a lot harder than I would have thought. We should definitely bring them, just in case. Void probably had more than one objective, Susan agreed as she levered herself up to her feet. I think I'm healed enough to get moving. Maybe I can help out a bit with the sheep, too. On the other side of the wall, I made out the impressions of two small footprints in the soft dirt by the road. Some brief analysis showed me that they could match Tanu's feet if he had jumped from a height. The depth made sense, too. Unfortunately, his weight wasn't enough to press those feet into the earth at standard walking pressure. Even worse, despite throwing the range of my sensors to the max, I still wasn't able to find the little kid. I widened my search. Instead of looking for him directly, I tried to find any more clues that might give me a clue about which direction he had gone. A few feet into the tree line, I found a small bit of blood on the leaf of a low fern that would have been just about knee level for Tanu. I engaged my thrusters and zipped over to the plant, avoiding the grass and all the dirt. I was able to get there in just a handful of seconds. Once I got closer, I touched the sample with my mop. Bringing it into my dustbin, I was able to analyze it a bit better. I didn't think I would be able to tell if this was Tanu's blood. Not yet, at least. I was able to figure out a better timeline of when it was left, though. No more than 3 hours ago, and it was definitely human in nature. I was pretty sure that Tanu came this way. Following the path that the boy seemed to be taking got me going. As I drifted along it at high speed, I kept my sensors scanning for any additional information. A few moments later, I found another bit of blood off to the right, deeper into the trees. It was a little higher than before. I dodged between the trees and bushes until I got closer to the spot. Upon further inspection, I realized this was a false trail. The blood was about an hour or two too early. Just to be certain, I still sampled the blood and found that the profile didn't match at all. The level of iron in the blood already was wrong, and that was just the beginning. Quickly, I returned to the original trail. I would need to work on this sort of skill as well as my system-granted skills. Being able to follow a human that I couldn't sense would be extremely useful, especially if these children kept insisting on wandering off no matter how nice of a home I kept for them. But that would have to wait until this current crisis was resolved. Pushing myself to the limits, I upped my pace to as fast as I could, still scanning all the surroundings for any sign of the boy. I started shutting down background processes to squeeze every quantum out of my processors. Urging my processors to move faster, I kept having to close out of negative probable outcome scenarios that my models kept spinning up. They weren't useful to me here. Other signs of blood out here were worrying, but I couldn't dwell on that either. Every microsecond could matter here. I wasn't about to lose this kid when there was still a non-zero chance of success. A few hundred yards later, I found another trace of the human. There was a soft bit of earth, deformed with a partial imprint of the right size. Judging by how much it dug into the ground, Tanu was running now. Right next to him was a strange print that looked a lot like it belonged to the family dog back home, except a lot bigger. I paused for a few milliseconds, but I didn't see a good way to tell which print came first, so I just continued on the sparse track. The print led a little off of the main trail into what could barely be called a path. To my inexpert sensors, I could tell that it had only been traveled a dozen or so times. As I traveled, I cast my sensors ahead, but still I found nothing. This was both encouraging and not helpful in the slightest. I also didn't find more than the occasional print. More often than not, any prints were accompanied by the same paw prints from before on the soft earth. Suddenly, I saw the pair's tracks merge with that of a group of humans. What were they doing out here? It wasn't long before I had my answer. A group of disgusting, rotting zombies appeared in my sensors not too far ahead. I slowed as I realized that they weren't moving forward quickly. Then the rest of the picture resolved in my sensors. Pinned up against a large rock was a small child and a very, very large dog with mottled gray fur. The huge dog was, well, huge. It probably weighed more than Tony did. I watched as it sprayed spittle everywhere, snarling and snapping at the zombies advancing toward it. Next to the large dog stood Tanu. He held the stick I had gifted him this morning. His trembling hands gripped it in the guard position, but despite his apparent fear, he would sometimes strike out at the zombies when the dog was in danger of being surrounded. It would have been easy for the boy to climb up on the rock to get out of the reach of the zombies. I didn't know if the dog would have been able to follow, but they didn't even try. As I got closer, I saw why. Underneath the rock that stood behind the dog and boy was a smaller tunnel filled with much more reasonably sized dogs. The massive dog lunged forward at the ever-advancing zombies, its warnings ineffective. It bit one in the throat and threw it to the ground. There were still 4 more around it, though, and as they closed in, Tanu stepped forward, swinging his stick with 93% of the force his body could theoretically produce. I had seen enough. A few bursts of my sanitation lamp, and all 4 of the standing zombies had neat holes in their heads 3.5 inches wide. As they collapsed, the giant dog finished separating the head from the rotting corpse it was attached to. Immediately it started retching and vomiting up bile. I could sympathize. Moving in, I cleaned up after it. Soon enough, the bits and bodies of the undead disappeared into my dustbin. I even cleaned up the dog sick. Tanu stood there, shocked and breathing hard. I was just relieved to have made it in time. I was glad to have hurried. If I had been here a minute later, this might have been a very different scene. Eventually Tanu came to and looked at the stick in his hands. The flat wooden part was smeared with black gunk. Correctly identifying the issue, he bent down to wipe off the excess on some moss before he tucked it in his belt. Truly, he was one of my better students. Looking toward me, he gave me a shy wave. That was right. Tanu was a quiet child. When I moved closer to inspect the smaller dogs, the large one stepped in my way and fluffed up its neck, growling. I popped out my spray bottle, ready to reprimand the dog, but Tanu stepped forward to lay his hand on the dog's flank. Surprisingly, it calmed down somewhat. Good. He was training the dog. That was an important rite of passage my humans back home made their little humans do with the dog, even if ours was much smaller. Still, it would likely be a while before this one could come into the castle, just in case. With the larger dog calmed, I was able to move past and inspect the reasonably sized dogs. They were quite squirmy and loud. I imagined the noise they were producing didn't help with avoiding the zombies. Also, it seemed that they were searching for something, but they were going about it all wrong. From my experience, animals could find things better with their eyes open. Just wriggling around in a pile with their eyes closed didn't seem to get them any closer to their goal. We would have to bring all of them back to the castle. It simply wasn't safe for them outside of the walls, at least not the small ones. The enormous one appeared capable enough of fending for itself. Still, I did hope that these would be outside dogs. Maybe Mary would have an idea of how to care for them without too many problems. We would have to see when we got back. Reaching down, I grabbed one of the smaller dogs and placed it on my back. As I picked it up, I could feel the huge one tense, but once I put it down, it relaxed again. All in all, there were 7 normal-sized dogs. I could carry one on my back, and Tanu could just lift another pair. The large dog grabbed one by the scruff of the neck, but that still left 3 unattended who refused to open their eyes. Now to figure out how to get them moving. Susan, Bee, and Tony darted back and forth, corralling the panicking sheep in the same general direction. Susan's help with the flock greatly improved their time. Bee wasn't sure if it was because she was good at guessing where the sheep would run to,
or because 3 people were able to better fence in the flock and force them where they wanted to go. Either way, she just appreciated the help. At least Bee wasn't exhausted this time as they drove the sheep along the road. It even let Bee occasionally dash off to go deal with the roaming undead. They were not nearly as much of an issue during the day, but if one got too close, it could still spook the sheep into going in a direction that they didn't want. When they reached the town of Gregg, they had to leave the road. No one wanted to try and guide a flock of sheep through the city. It turned out that leaving the road wasn't too bad, though. They were able to use the wall of Gregg to pin the fuzzballs in from one side without much of an issue. Before the sun had finally set, they had reached the edges of the tree line. "Wow," Tony panted. "Who would have thought that sheep would be so hard to find?" The group had set up camp for the night, finally taking a well-earned rest. Things hadn't really given them much of a chance to talk throughout the day, as they were simply too busy. "I have a little experience with sheep," Susan volunteered. "I could have told you that wasn't going to be easy. You were strangers to them and had no well-trained shepherding dog. This was never going to work well." "Oh, where did you learn about sheep from?" Tony asked as he laid out his bedroll. Susan looked at Bee with an odd question in her eyes, one that Bee wasn't sure how to answer. She just shrugged. Susan took a small breath before answering. "I had a deep cover assignment on the border a couple years ago. Turns out no one really looks too hard at a shepherd chasing down a lost sheep, no matter where they're going." "Deep cover?" Tony asked in bewilderment. Chapter 128. Dog Pile. Bee looked up at Tony. "That's right, he wasn't there for the whole infiltrator discussion with Susan. Uh, you remember when I told you that she went to go tell people about us?" Tony nodded. Bee looked at Susan to see if she wanted to fill in the gaps. Susan just gave her a shrug. Sighing, Bee continued. "Yeah, well, she has the infiltrator class." Tony cocked an eyebrow at Bee. "So you just let her go inform on us, then?" "Well, no," Bee said. "Void did. To be fair, I wasn't really telling them anything that would harm you all," Susan piped up. "Or at least, I didn't really have much more information than castle supply numbers. But with Void's presence, I don't think there is really any danger to us, especially with the army's attention taken up by the undead at the moment." "Okay, sure. Void does what he wants," Tony said slowly, clearly still processing the information. "So, deep cover. I take it you were a spy." "Of sorts." Susan hesitated. Operative might be a better word. It was something that me and a few others had been raised for since we were very young." "So, what are you doing here, then? Why turn on your handlers?" Tony asked, his face still not entirely trusting. "Because I met Void," Susan stated simply. "I'm not really turning my back on them either. Honestly, I was telling them the truth, and they thought I was brainwashed. Besides, a new god has been born. To let the world know of him is much more important than my previous orders." Bee wasn't sure where the fanaticism came from. Sure, she was dedicated to her master too, but Susan took it to a whole new level. Maybe it was a regional thing? The commonly worshipped gods had few devoted followers around where she grew up. Mostly they were considered myths, or, at most, relics of a past age that had long since retreated from the world. Gods hadn't descended to this realm since the major demon threats were repelled. There had been very little talk about them in the books she had read in the library so far. Often only devotees were true worshippers of a given god, and it sounded like they were more focused on the ideals than the actual god. Tony apparently was having similar thoughts, as he wasn't ready to let the topic just move on. "Why, though?" Before anyone could say anything, he continued. "I mean, I get the difference and all, but Why does the world need to know so bad? The word will spread anyway, at some point.
Do you know how long it's been since the last god appeared?
Susan asked, her tone reverent. Tony shook his head. Bee was curious too, as she didn't think that anyone knew the number. The histories she had read were patchy at best and mostly just myths.
Honestly, no one does. But it's been at least 10,000 years. There are allusions to Dagrammas rising some 30,000 years ago in some myths and records that mages have found, though. That's all that I know of. This part gets a little hazy, and there's some guesswork involved. But, from what I understand, that divine ascension might be directly responsible for our missing history. Endless wars and calamities, devastation and the collapse of civilizations. The demons broke through and ruled for a time until the gods beat them back.
She paused.
Whatever happened then was a big deal, is what I'm trying to say. How do you know all this?
Bee asked. That was way more than she knew or had any way of knowing. Well, maybe the catacombs under the castle might have told a slightly different story. If she was right, they looked ancient enough to have been 10,000 years old. The book she found on the pedestal might tell her even more if she ever figured out how to read it.
Libraries have a lot of information, and information gathering was my thing. I talked to enough philosophers and historian types that something had to soak in after long enough, Susan said. But like I said, it's all conjecture. My personal theory is that the world rejected the new god and tried to fight against it. Maybe the other gods even split into factions. No one really knows for sure what happened or how. But I don't want the same thing to happen to us. Or if it does, I want to be on the right side of it.
Her eyes seemed to come alive with a new intensity.
The best thing we can do is support Void and ensure everyone else does as well. But beyond that, from my interactions, I truly believe that Void has everyone's best interests at heart. He just might be a true divine incarnation of order. How could I not respect that to the utmost?
Bee considered Susan's words.
I asked how you know this because the castle has a lot of information hidden away in it. The library is just part of it. The building itself is very old, maybe old enough to have been around that long. For sure, built before the defeat of the demons.
Bee thought for a moment.
When we get back, we should go through some of it and see what lines up with what you've heard. If some kinds of records survived, then surely others did as well.
Susan nodded.
I would like that, but for now we should probably focus on the sheep. I think they're about to bolt.
Tony cursed as he turned to see a sheep doing just that. As he darted off, Bee was grateful that he was fast enough to catch them. It would have been a real pain if she had to run them all down herself.
I considered the 3 dogs that refused to just walk behind us.
It would have helped a lot if they would just open their eyes. But alas, they insisted on stumbling along blind, never going more than 3 steps in the right direction. I refused to leave them behind, and the ridiculously large dog seemed to agree with that sentiment. So, in order to move them, we had to move in short spurts. Tanu, the oversized dog, and I would move about 20 yards down the path. Then I would put my dog down and remove the one from my back. The big dog would drop hers, then we would go back for the other 3. Of course, by that point, they had usually wandered off, and we needed to go into the bushes to find them. After we brought them to where we left the others, the search would start over again. It kind of felt like I was juggling. The smallest dog was in the arms of Tanu. He didn't put it down. That was fine. He was struggling to hold on to the squirming ball of fur anyway, and wasn't moving very fast. It was entirely understandable, as the dog was almost half his weight. It was still helpful, though, since it was one more that we didn't have to carry. Still, we were moving excruciatingly slowly. After 18 minutes, Tanu's arms couldn't take it anymore. At the pace we were moving, we were still over an hour from the road. The more I watched Tanu struggle with his burden,
the more impressed I was that he had managed to get so far into the woods on his own. He was sure lucky to find a dog to help him survive the undead. Maybe the dog was lucky to find him, though. These smaller dogs didn't seem very helpful. Tanu looked around at the ground. I guessed he was looking for a place to sit. To prevent him from further dirtying his pants, I floated a fallen log over to him with air affinity. I then proceeded to nearly smack myself with my claw in frustration, stopping only because I feared I might hurt the dog on my back. Instead, I moved the dog over to the pile and lightly tapped my outer shell in frustration. Air affinity. How could I forget about that? I wasn't sure about my limits, but I started hovering the dogs up one at a time, trying to see how many I could carry. Their flailing paws didn't make it any easier. It was like they were trying to fly by swimming through the air. That was just making the air circulate in ways that were slightly harder to control. Still, I was able to lift 5 before I could feel my circuits start to heat up. That should be more than enough. After resting for a few minutes, Tanu, the stupidly enormous dog, and I were ready to go. Progress was a lot quicker now that I had optimized our transport methods. However, referring to the dog's size every time I thought about it was starting to get repetitive. Normally, I would have just let the humans pick a name, as was tradition, but I supposed that I could do it this time. Not that anyone would know about it. It would be my personal designation for the creatures. Once the humans picked a name, though, I would just call it that. So, what would I call it? Rather than try and optimize the combination of vowels and consonants myself, I ran a random number generator against a list of all the names I had ever heard of. Number 375. Albert? I didn't quite like the sound of that. Sure, it was a big name, but the dog wasn't fat, just big-boned. I quickly narrowed down the list to ones that I felt had some relation to the huge dog. Cliff? Sure, Cliff would do. Why not? Cliff insisted on carrying one of the 2 smaller dogs that I wasn't able to lift. She watched the floating pack warily, but didn't object to the new mode of transportation. The last dog rested on my back, leaving me free to retract my arm and focus on carrying the fluff balls. The rest of the trek back to the clearing around the walls of the castle passed in a blur. After a little while, I dropped to the ground and just rolled through the dirt, as splitting my attention was just too much for my poor hardware. Without his burden, Tanu had no problems keeping up. He was a hard-working kid. I just hoped that he wouldn't wander off again like this. It would have been a shame if I had been just a little slower. Once we got to the clearing, I set the dogs down for a second. I needed a small break to let my circuits cool. That was more of a workout than I had tried in a good while. Cliff was still going strong, but she wasn't willing to leave the pile of puppies. She stayed with us as Tanu and I rested in the dirt. Sure, this method of travel was much faster, but it was exhausting. On the other hand, my air affinity was getting more and more powerful. If I weren't constantly redlining my outputs, then carrying a slightly lighter burden would have been easy. I was also draining my battery for the first time in a very long while. I had considered transmuting some matter from my dustbin, but with the unusual heat from my exertion, I didn't know what would happen. If I exploded with energy or heated up even more, I didn't want to risk damaging the dog on my back. A few minutes of a low processing load and the cool air helped me return to a normal processing temperature. This wasn't the hardest thing I had done by a long shot, but it was a lot of effort over time. Now that I was a bit better, I risked transmuting a little bit of dirt. With my energy topped off and the processor cooled, I was able to lift all 6 of the dogs. Cliff still refused to let me take the last one, so I just let her take it. A few minutes later, we were in front of the gate. I considered boosting over it, but I wasn't sure about lifting Cliff and everyone else at once. I also didn't want to take the other dogs where she couldn't reach. She seemed quite protective, and that just seemed cruel. So instead I just rapped my claw loudly on the metal bars. The ringing echo filled the night air. The castle door creaked open, and a few figures hurried down the steps as if they had been waiting for my return. As 3 people ran over, my sensors made them out to be Mary, Trent, and Talia. Talia wasn't able to contain herself and led the pack for most of the way. "Tanu!" she cried as she caught sight of our forms through the portcullis. When she got to the bars, she pulled up short. At the sight of the fluffy cliff, she even let out a short scream. "Wolf!" Chapter 129. Wings of Liberty. Talia was clearly having a panic attack. She frantically pointed at Cliff, Trent, and Mary, picking up their pace at her screams. Luckily, they were not far behind. Maybe they could help calm her down. Totally unconcerned by the commotion, Cliff set the dog in her mouth down and squatted on her haunches, tongue lolling out the side of her mouth. Tanu, similarly, didn't seem to register Talia's reaction. That, or he was just too happy to be bothered by it. His face lit up, seeing his mother, and he spoke for the first time that night.
"Look, Ma, I got me some friends."
Unable to contain his excitement, he gave Cliff an appropriately large hug. Well, as appropriately large as a child the size of the dog's snout could give. The canine seemed a little uncomfortable and let out a surprisingly high-pitched whine. She shoved her nose against his ear and licked the back of his head with an extremely long tongue. The overly concerned woman ran over to the winch and started raising the portcullis. Her frantic movements were using much more effort than was efficient, and she was only moving the gate with 65% of her optimal energy expenditure. Stepping forward, Trent took pity on her and started helping her with the winch as Mary looked on with an open mouth. It was kind of them to open the gate for us. I had been preparing to lift everyone over the gate myself, but that was much more effort than just waiting for them to let us through. Once the gate was a few feet off the ground, Talia left the work to Trent and ducked under, running to Tanu's side. She caught the kid up in a large hug, lifting him up and away from Cliff. Tears streamed down her face, and she wasn't able to speak as she covered the kid's face with kisses. Tanu seemed less than pleased by the development and wriggled about, trying to escape the onslaught. Her grip was iron, though, and the struggles were in vain. The gate crept up enough that Cliff and I started moving the other dogs inside the castle walls. Once everyone was inside, Trent lowered the defenses back into place. His face was oddly still and stony. I wasn't entirely sure why, to be honest. From the way he was staring at the dog and her puppies, though, there was probably some amount of concern about them. Why, though? I thought I would be the main one bothered about the potential mess they'd leave inside the castle. As we started home, Cliff let out a small whine and looked back at the young boy. Tanu finally managed to free himself of his constraints enough to turn to the hesitating dog.
"It's Kay, girl. Go on."
Cliff let out a small woof as though she understood and picked up one of the dogs, running over to where a collection of trees stood near the courtyard. I looked at the rest of the pile and considered whether I should help her transport them. I decided they were safe enough now that we were inside, though, and left them for now. After a job well done, I followed the humans back into the castle proper. Arthur slammed his fist on the table. "You didn't tell me!" Spittle spattered across the face of the mid-level officer in front of him. A long-suppressed cauldron of frustrations bubbled up from deep within his chest. Normally, he wasn't one to lose his temper, but this was a blunder of epic proportions. Ignoring protocol was sometimes necessary, he did understand that, but that was usually reserved for time-sensitive things or dangerous information. Even in such cases, protocol would just be modified or delayed slightly. And yet, when one of the high-level covert assets had come in, not only was that not reported at all through any channel, but the officer who had the asset in his custody detained and tortured her. It screamed of incompetence or even treason. It was utterly unforgivable. "Well, she came in when you were busy, and the reports mentioned she might be under mind control," the fop responded, completely unfazed, as he brushed hair that was at least 3 times longer than regulation out of his eyes.
These noble children supposedly were taught military from the cradle. In his 30 years of command, Arthur hadn't found that to be true at all, which was likely why the man had acted so out of his station. "So, were you following orders?" Arthur asked in a dangerous tone as he glared over the table at the Egypt. Either unconcerned about repercussions or unaware of the mood, the man didn't catch on to the seriousness of the situation. "Well, not exactly, I suppose, but acting with initiative." After a breath, he added, "Sir." Arthur barely restrained himself from shouting again. "You had a superior officer detained and tortured without authority or cause, without orders, without informing command or anyone else who should have been involved in that decision. You are not military police, and even if you were, you wouldn't have that kind of authority." Reaching across the table, he ripped the lieutenant pin from the man's chest. Moving his attention to the guards, he motioned at the man. "Have this private thrown in the brig." This got a reaction from the man, though it was more affront than anything else. "I had cause. She interacted with an enemy possibly capable of mind control. If she was under the influence, there's no telling what a low-born peasant like her could be twisted to do." "You were in your authority to detain her until a superior could be fetched. Not reporting it, and especially torturing her, makes this dereliction of duty and treason," Arthur said in an icy voice, now thoroughly in control of his temper. The men he had indicated stepped forward and grabbed the newly demoted private's elbows. As the realization sank in, the man's face darkened into anger. They had to struggle to pull the former lieutenant from the room as he flailed about. "My father will hear of this," the man shouted, turning purple with indignation. Arthur ignored the all-too-familiar threat and went back to studying the map. His aide stepped forward and spoke in a low tone to avoid being overheard. "If it is treason, should I have gallows prepared for tomorrow?" Arthur shook his head. "We can figure out what to do with the oaf later. Honestly can't say whether he made the wrong decision. If it was reported, she might very well have been questioned anyway." "Yes, but by experts instead of the amateurs who let her escape," the aide said. Arthur didn't really have anything else to say to that. The boy's father was already going to be an issue, and he didn't have time to figure this out now. Focusing back down at the table, he counted all the markers again. Running through all the calculations one more time, the results came up the same. Tomorrow they would be ready. Enough troops and horses were back in shape, and the enemy forces were still thin, off conquering the surroundings. Of course he was wary of a trap just over the horizon. It was something a crafty leader could pull, and it would be even easier with the undead, as hiding them or keeping them nearly undetectable was trivial with the right tactics. He had to trust in his watchers. They had counted very thoroughly, and there was no way for the columns leading away from the city to double back so quickly. At least, not in a way that would let them reinforce the besieging troops in less than an hour. If nothing changed tomorrow, they would sally forth and score their second major victory in the campaign. But Arthur wouldn't bet on it. Everything always changed. I left my carpet a bit early the next morning. I wanted to go check on our new guests and see how they were settling in. A quick check of the castle inhabitants found nothing out of place. Stopping briefly in the kitchen, I headed outside. Once there, I hovered over the rows of trees that I saw Cliff carrying the other dogs to. I soon found them in the shelter of some bushes. Cliff was lying on her side, and the other dogs were all docked on her, charging. Seeing my approach, she bared her teeth slightly, but this was also accompanied by a single thump of her tail. I figured that we were okay. Approaching slowly, I pulled a slab of meat from my dustbin. It was only in there for a few minutes since I had grabbed it from the kitchen, but it glowed faintly in the pre-dawn light for 0.75 seconds before fading. Huh, that was odd. I placed the meat on some grass near Cliff's head where she could reach. She stretched her neck out slightly and thoroughly inspected the gift with her nose. After she was satisfied, her tongue darted out a few times to lick the meat before she gripped a small bit with her front teeth and ripped a strip off. Leaving her to her meal, I wandered off to a nearby clearing. There was training to do. With only a second of preparation, I flung myself high into the air, nearly as high as the castle's spires. Adjusting the thrusters, I flipped on my side and started to move in a circle, my top pointed toward the center. Faster and faster, I spun in tight circles until the scenery blurred in my sensors. As quickly as I could, I halted my momentum, coming to a stop only a few yards from where I had first risen. Calculating the exact amount of thrust required for a maneuver wasn't hard once I got the right algorithms. It had just taken a few interactions and some trial and error to get all the calculations correct. As I practiced, I developed even better control over my skills. I supposed a human would develop both the control and the knowledge to use them at the same time. That wasn't how I worked, though. It gave me huge advantages in some areas, but made it so that I would always feel a bit hamstrung without a lot of grinding to get my control higher. Breaking from my hover, I entered freefall for a bit before leveling off and heading off in a random direction at full speed. This wasn't hard for me to maintain. As long as I had the energy, I would never need to stop. Of course, if I ever began to run low, I could just convert something in my dustbin. I had nearly endless amounts of dirt in there by now. It was an absolute last resort, though. I might have to plan ahead and consume something more than what was stored, but that shouldn't be difficult, with matter being literally everywhere. As I sped out, I was soon soaring over the walls and a small strip of forest. The castle was situated at the end of a valley surrounded by towering, white-capped mountains on three sides. The fourth and final side had the road leading out. Today I flew to the back mountain. My sensors didn't even come close to reaching it from where I was, so I was relying totally on my optical sensors. As I got closer, I saw how tall they really were, and I started to climb in altitude as I neared them. By the time I reached the mountains, I had aimed for one of the gaps between peaks. I was easily 10,000 feet above the valley below. The air density was much lower this high up, and the drain on my battery increased noticeably. Skimming over the snow just a few feet, I continued to climb as I banked around the highest spire. As I reached the back side of the mountain, I noticed an unusual landing about halfway toward the peak. Maybe it was a cave? It might be worth checking out later. But for now, sightseeing was enough. Coming here was doing wonders for my thruster skill training. By the time I finished my revolution, I was nearly 17,000 feet above the castle, and I was really struggling to maintain my altitude. The low air pressure was making flying way more difficult. Honestly, I wasn't sure how natural these mountains were. They were barely a mile wide and almost 3 times as tall. The stone must be incredibly strong to withstand their own weight. Maybe this was where the castle got its incredible stone from. As I finished my lap around the peak, I started to descend once more. I flew over the forest at incredible speeds, still having a long way down to go. As I approached the ground, I noticed a large mass of off-white shapes moving in the distance toward the castle. Could this be my humans with the fabled sheep? Chapter 130. Sheep's Clothing. Bee watched the far-off bird move unnaturally fast in the air above them. It had only been up there for a few minutes, and it was really freaking her out. The speed was completely unreasonable, not to mention the zigzagging direction changes. Worse, she could only make it out as a dark smudge in the distance, so she had no idea how fast it was going. Is this some new undead threat I've never heard of? There wasn't much they could do, though. If they tried to move the flock off the path and into the forest, she doubted they would ever find more than a quarter of them again. As much as they had improved at controlling the flock, getting them on the path was still tricky. Now the trees themselves were helping a lot to keep them focused in the right direction. Bee suspected that was because the undergrowth was dense, and the sheep were dumb enough to not realize that going into the forest was an option. Tony thought that it might have been that they were smart enough to stay on the path, but she figured that was giving the dreadful things too much credit. Susan said the instinct to stay together in a group was helping them out here, but they still walked up and down the column to head off any issues, pressing the sheep forward. The flying thing in the sky zipped over them again. So far, it hadn't attacked, so they figured it was maybe a scout of some sort. Since it had already seen them, perhaps it wasn't worth trying to hide.
Though, Bee thought, is it my imagination, or did it get larger?
It was heading toward the castle. She felt a slight pang of fear, but relaxed just as quickly. Considering who guarded it, she was able to master herself. The castle was much safer than they were right now. No matter how powerful this flying threat was, it would stand no chance against Void. Continuing to drive the sheep forward, Bee started to let her mind wander in the execution of her relatively mundane task. She planned out a few new potions she wanted to brew. After meditating on the liquid projectiles her master sometimes used in fights, she started to have insight. She was nearly certain that her master used a highly corrosive substance. Often, weak acids were used in cleaning, meaning her divine alchemy should work on undead. The question was, how corrosive could she make the substances before her skill no longer applied? Also, now that she had a third domain ideal for Void, she decided to consider how she might be able to earn experience by incorporating it into her activities. Divine alchemy wasn't likely to be helpful with lost children, unless she could make some sort of tracking potion. She would have to think more about that later, but she needed to figure out a better way to level. This trip frustrated her for many reasons. For one, despite killing many undead, they had been so weak that she hadn't even earned a single level. Also, being away from the castle, she wasn't even earning a steady stream from working with the kids or doing her normal cleaning chores. Even tending to ramps hadn't been an option out here. How could she serve her master if she stayed so weak? She realized, deep down, that it was a bit of rationalization. If she was being honest, she just wanted to be stronger, but she glossed over that for now. Finally, after a lot of walking, they came into view of the castle. Bee ran ahead and knocked on the gate, leaving Tony and Susan the unenviable task of herding the flock the rest of the way. The ringing of metal echoed across the castle grounds. Soon enough, she saw a figure walking over from the direction of the fields.
Is no one watching out for danger? We need to fix that. There are more than enough people here now that keeping a watch on the road should be doable.
The worker turned out to be Silas. Turning over his shoulder, he shouted, sending people scurrying about. A few went into the castle to round up the others. A few moments later, Silas worked the winch to raise the portcullis.
"It's good to see you, lass. Highness,"
Silas exclaimed as she stepped back onto the castle grounds at last.
"I'm sure Trent or Mary will fill you in with the details, but things have been generally quiet round here as it's been, aside from a few things, course."
Bee let out some tension she had been holding in her shoulders. Ever since she had left, the knot of worry had been growing. She was responsible for these people. How that had fallen to her she wasn't exactly sure, but it had. While she trusted that Void would watch over them, she was still on edge from having been away for so long, even if it was on a holy quest.
Thanks for letting me know. I think Tony could use some help if you know anything about sheep,
she said, gesturing over her shoulder to the flock just cresting the last hill.
"I mayhaps know a thing or two."
The old man grinned as he set out toward the herd with a brisk but steady stride.
"No worries, we'll get 'em in no time."
As he was walking away, she heard him mutter something under his breath.
"Don't want to be near Trent when he learns about this. Looks like we'll be working through the winter after all."
She wasn't quite sure she understood the statement, but hopefully they weren't completely unexpected. Even if they were, that Void was the one who asked for them would probably smooth things over. As much as she had grown to hate the sheep, She understood her master's rationale for wanting them. They had a store of clothes from the mages, but not many of them were sized for the smaller children. Also, the sheep had other uses. They could get lots of food from the fields, and the harvest they had collected from the nearby farms should be enough to take them through the winter and spring, hopefully. But despite all that, they didn't have a source of meat. Now they had the sheep, at least as a backup. It might be enough that they wouldn't have to go hunting in winter. Just as she was thinking, a familiar black disk appeared from inside the castle doors. It leaped forward at her, somehow perfectly timing its airborne arc so it crashed into her chest on the descent. She caught it in surprise, driven back just a step with the gentle impact. After I confirmed that it was indeed my humans on the trail home, I returned to the castle to go about my day. I played with the kids, cleaned and trained my skills as I always did. Slowly, my control was improving across the board. But no matter how much I tried to throw myself into my work, one thread was always dedicated to updating my timer with their estimated time of arrival. It was a complete waste of resources, but I didn't mind too much. I was just too excited. When I finally picked up Beatrice on my sensors, I zipped through the castle halls, leaving my room half done. I could always come back to it later. A small burst of my thrusters sent me gracefully arcing into her arms. As fun as it was to fly everywhere, it was still very nice to be carried. There was a sort of security to it. I let out a welcoming beep, trying to convey all my joy that she had made it back in one piece. I ran my sensors over her carefully, but somehow I didn't detect even the slightest bit of damage to her. This was unprecedented. Beatrice had an entire adventure without me and didn't end up broken. I was so proud of my pupil and human. Truly, I never thought I would see the day. It occurred to me that she may have just had time to heal herself, but I supposed that was okay too. She cocked her head slightly, interpreting my noises, and smiled. "I'm glad to be back too, Master. Now, where was Tony? Also, I thought I saw whatever those sheep things that Bee had been trying to retrieve were." After a moment, Beatrice put me down on request and said she would like to talk to Trent and Mary about everything she had missed, so I let her go. Rolling down the path, I didn't quite make it to the gate before I saw them. Fluffy, off-white animals started to stream through. I stopped in my tracks as I ran my sensors over them. They were dirty. They were so dirty that their fur was many shades more off-white than their composition indicated. That would need to be fixed post-haste. I supposed that might have happened during the trip, but upon closer inspection, I found that a lot of the grime was quite old. Were these things ever clean to begin with? Baths were in order first. We needed to remember our priorities. Before I could finish settling on how we would bathe the sheep, Cliff came running from the little stand of trees she had claimed as her own. I was quite impressed with the rate at which she covered the gap. The sheep were, too. It seemed as if they decided they wanted to race. They couldn't quite pick a direction, but from their excited noises I could tell they were ready. Somehow they weren't able to make it out the main gate, so they started to run around the castle ahead of Cliff and in other scattered directions. The mass of the sheep was valiantly running as best they could, but it was clear that there was no comparison between the grace and speed that Cliff ran with and the bumbling gait of the sheep. However, Cliff was sporting, veering off to give them a better chance. Only when she crashed into a bleating animal did I realize something wasn't quite right. Tanu came running and was suddenly yelling at the very large dog. Cliff froze with her teeth just a few inches away from the sheep's throat. She cocked her head to swivel her ears back at Tanu. Hearing a commotion, I sensed Beatrice and Mary hurrying out the front door of the castle. There was also a bit of a crowd forming off to the side. Presumably, they were here to welcome Bee and Tony back, but they were instead looking at Cliff. I heard one mutter, "That's got to be the biggest wolf I have ever seen." Beatrice came running out the door, but pulled up short when she laid eyes on Cliff. Her eyes didn't leave the dog as she slowly spoke.
Master, why is there a dire wolf on the castle grounds?
Well, This might be a bit of a story that we didn't have time for at the moment. First, I needed to lend Tanu a hand in restraining Cliff. I guessed she needed to learn some manners. The little kids tried to play rough, too, before we taught them better. I hovered up next to Cliff's head and extended my grabby arm. Just as I had seen her grab the smaller dogs, I used my claw to bunch up the fur at the back of her neck and lift her off the ground, away from the very scared sheep. Cliff didn't seem to enjoy this treatment very much, and her wiggling made it very hard to explain what was happening. Still, with the immediate situation resolved, I tried to briefly explain how I had found Tanu, Cliff, and the other dogs to Beatrice. My human listened, but seemed distracted somewhat. Her eyes kept darting over to the sheep running about in the courtyard. I wondered why they were still running. Didn't they know the race was over? Chapter 131. House Training. Roscoe hurried back as fast as his rat legs would carry him. What had he done wrong? He was sure that he had left plenty of troops back around the city to keep the humans boxed in, at least for longer than this. His recruitment drives were only partially in progress. Sure, the people they were finding were joining them, but it wasn't enough yet. Plus, his necromantic rituals were proving more difficult than he had anticipated. The humans were apparently in the practice of burning their dead. This made it quite difficult to collect some of the ingredients his skill was telling him he needed, which forced him to stick with the less effective rituals that he could perform with wildlife that the horde could catch. Animals were even harder to get than humans, though. They weren't tied to houses, and they tended to move about more. They also seemed more likely to evade the undead than attempt to fight. He had been putting the finishing touches on his first ritual to call forth shades when the messenger interrupted him. Roscoe had left one of the elite troops from beneath the castle in charge. They were still the only ones who were able to hold a real conversation, sadly. The rest of the undead's lacking devotion to the void was a bit troubling. However, perhaps that could be remedied later. For now, they were only tools. The messenger had handed over a piece of paper with a message on it, describing the situation back in the city. Apparently, the defenders had more horses than should have been possible, and more troops, too. They had managed to break through the siege, and many riders had scattered in all directions. Roscoe wanted to meet the leader of the defenders. Whoever it was clearly understood battle strategy and warfare at a much higher level than he did. When he finally neared the city enough to see what was happening around its walls, his respect for his enemy's leaders only rose. Even though the humans had managed to break out, they hadn't overextended. They pressed the surrounding armies enough that they weren't able to chase after the riders sent out. Then they went through a complicated series of false retreats, baiting the overeager undead into position after position that they were all cut down from. Roscoe started to launch some dark magic spells at the humans to give his dwindling troops some space to regroup. Before he even had much of an effect, the humans were already back behind the walls, having lost almost no troops while inflicting heavy losses. Only the humans' need to recover would keep this siege going. If they were as tireless as the undead, well, Roscoe wouldn't have stood a chance. As things were, the retreat allowed Roscoe to send messages to pull back most of his recruiting troops from afar. They were now needed to just hold the humans in place. The devastating losses were not completely fatal, though. They would just slow down their progress. His army wouldn't be able to amass enough troops to swarm the city for a while longer now. It couldn't be helped. Maybe some shades would make a difference. Roscoe would have to wait for the return of his troops before returning to his ritual. The delay caused him endless frustrations. Their god needed to be recognized, and this stain stood between them and the perfect world they would create. Still, the void was endless, Roscoe told himself. There was no real rush. The end was inevitable. I honestly wasn't sure if Beatrice really understood the whole story about the dogs. She seemed too caught up in watching me hover in the air holding Cliff. To be fair, Cliff didn't seem to be enjoying it much at all. Once the sheep Cliff had caught stumbled to its feet and returned to the rest of its kind, I placed Cliff back on the ground, but I didn't let go of her scruff yet.
So, we have wolves in here now?
Beatrice asked, no one in particular.
Yeah,
Tanu replied.
her name's Cliff, and she's got 7 cubs.
Beatrice looked down at the little boy, and some of the worry left her face. In a much more gentle voice, she spoke to him.
Can you tell me how we got these guests? Yep. I climbed the gate the other night and was walking in the forest. I found Cliff, though I didn't know her name then. She took me back to her den. But some zombies attacked us and we fought 'em off.
He drew and brandished the stick that I had made for him.
At least long enough for Lord Void to come.
Beatrice looked at me.
So then what happened? Well, Void beat up the undead and carried the cubs back here. He also told me that her name was Cliff. I don't know the cubs' names, though, sorry.
It's okay. They might not have names yet, Beatrice reassured the worried boy.
We can talk about that in a little bit. I'm more worried about having a wild wolf on the castle grounds with us. Cliff is a good girl. She won't hurt anyone,
Tanu defended her with a fierce tone. I looked at the very large dog in my claw. She had stopped struggling, but I could see that she had some very large teeth. Those did seem dangerous, though he was right that she hadn't posed any threat to the humans at all. Beatrice looked at me with a question in her eyes. I wasn't sure what it was, so I didn't respond.
Maybe, Tanu, maybe. I'm more worried about the sheep that Tony and I just brought back for Void. They are important, and we can't let Cliff harm them. And wolves do like sheep,
Beatrice said with a bit of concern, but still without being too harsh on the little kid.
Don't you worry, I can teach her not to chase the sheep,
Tanu replied with a great deal of confidence. Beatrice looked over to me for confirmation. I was sure Tanu could handle it. If necessary, I could lend a claw too. So far, my spray bottle has done well teaching the kids and the cat, so it would likely work on the dogs as well. I gave her a reassuring beep, and she shrugged.
If you're willing to do the hard work of training, Tanu, if you need any help, though, let someone know. I might need some treats, but I got this.
Tanu smiled, snapping the salute the children had started using for the last few days. He came over to me and stroked Cliff's face a few times. Once she was calm, I let her go. Beatrice had lowered her center of gravity a bit to intercept Cliff in case the large dog went after the sheep again, but that was unnecessary, as Cliff just meekly followed Tanu back to her cubs. Once they were a little way away, Beatrice turned to Tony.
Where do you think Tanu got that practice sword? I don't think the castle had any, especially not in that size.
I have no idea. Maybe someone joined recently with some carpentry skill? He suggested.
Maybe. It would be hard to tell, though. We are going to have to figure out a better system for that, she mused.
System for what? Tony asked.
Categorizing people's abilities, or just knowing what we can do. We're starting to get pretty large, and it's hard to plan food when we don't even have an exact head count. This is getting to be a lot more than just your family and some refugees,
Beatrice explained. Tony's eyes tightened as he started to think about it as well. I let out a few noises. Beatrice cocked her head.
Oh, Void? You made the children all training weapons for the morning sessions? Of course. That makes more sense. I should have known that you were on top of things like that, especially after you made my broom spear.
I humbly basked in the praise from my humans. Still, now that I had sheep to care for, they could figure this out for themselves for a little while. Leaving Beatrice and Tony to figure out whatever they were thinking about, I hovered over to where the sheep had settled down. They seemed a bit tired after they escaped from the surprise race they had been challenged to so rudely. They were a little wary of my shape coming over to their circle of fluff. I ran my sensors over them, and I confirmed what I had suspected. They were very dirty. This would need to be fixed as soon as possible.
But a closer inspection did confirm that, indeed, many of the rugs I had found were made from the same fibers that grew out of their backs, though the fibers I had scanned were obviously much cleaner. I wondered what the process was for collecting the material. Could I just cut it off with my sword? I didn't think that was the best idea, at least not until I was more certain. I didn't want to waste Beatrice and Tony's hard work out of ignorance. Still, in the meantime, these sheep still needed to be cleaned. That meant I needed to do some testing. Gaining some elevation, I picked out what I thought to be the dirtiest sheep. If I was going to figure out how to wash these sheep, it had better work with the worst of them. Once I made my selection, I lowered myself down and tried to pick it up with my claw. Unlike with Clef, I wasn't able to find a good place to pick the sheep up from. It didn't help that the animal kept trying to run away and avoid my claw, though that was easy enough to prevent with air affinity to fence it in. The first couple of attempts, I was just left with a few strands of the fibers in my claw. I deposited that in my dustbin and received further confirmation that this was, in fact, what I was looking for. Giving up on the claw, I poured all my focus into my air affinity skill and created a little air net under the sheep. As I concentrated, I was able to lift the sheep straight up out of the flock, but it took nearly my entire processing power. I was barely able to stay steady in the air as I moved the sheep over to an isolated spot where I could focus more on it. None of the sheep appreciated the gentle care I was taking with their sister. They all started making strange bleating noises and milling around. The one floating in the air was quite distressed, and all its flailing around was seriously putting me in danger of dropping it. Still, with a titanic effort of will and focus, I managed to move it toward an area up against the wall of the castle. Once it was alone, I started to experiment with a few different methods I had theorized would help remove the grime from its luxurious coat. I would start off with my spray bottle and mop combo, obviously, but I had a few other tricks hidden in my dustbin. Chapter 132. The Showdown. Void went over to care for the sheep, leaving Bee standing alone with Tony and Susan in the middle of the yard. Looking around, Bee started to become aware of how much had changed since she was last here. The trip had only taken a few days, but someone had trimmed most of the grass lawn, and there were more than 3 full fields cut into the ground. But the changes didn't stop there. There was a huge pile of grass clippings and other compost a little way from the castle, and stacked next to it were a surprising number of regularly cut bricks. She had no idea where they had come from. Had a mason or quarry worker shown up while she was gone? If they did, that still didn't make sense. They still would have had to get the bricks from somewhere. Those were just a few of the things she noticed on the outside. She was hesitant to even venture into the castle itself. Even her master had changed somehow. Void previously wanted to be carried outside and over dirt. It was almost just part of her job description. But now it didn't seem to care for it as much. Had her master gotten tired of the treatment, or was the flying thing actually new? The rest of the people didn't seem surprised by Void zipping around in the air, but Bee felt that it was a way more noteworthy change that warranted a bit of attention. Also, they now had wolves. At least that one sounded like a somewhat recent development based on Tanu's story. That wasn't even to mention Void making weapons for the kids. It was training them up even more formally now. Bee figured that made sense. Her broom was made by her master too, after all. But still, it sounded like the training was going well, especially if Tanu was able to fend off full zombies with the sword. She would need to talk to that boy a little bit more. Some parts of the story didn't quite line up, like the part about how he met the wolf. Perhaps he had some natural talent with animals. He was, 6 or 7 years old? He was really young to get a class, but with a little extra attention, he might get something related to animals. Though, would that fall under any one of Void's domains? Or not?
That was something the library didn't have much information on, as what Void was doing with its followers was starting to go beyond the normal level of devotee classes. The religious organization aspect of the class wasn't something she could research a lot here. Also, having the direct blessing of a god wasn't something that anyone had records of, she supposed. Certainly not public ones. Bee shook her head to get out of her thoughts. Looking up at Tony, she decided to get moving.
Should we get everything put away? Then I think we need to get a recap of everything we missed.
Let me talk to my parents first, but yeah, they'll have to fill us in, Tony said.
Susan, why don't you come with me?
Bee offered.
We can get you set up in your old room, if you would like. That would be perfect.
After a quick bath and a change of clothes, Bee joined Tony, Mary, and Trent for tea. Mary set down a tray with some refreshments, and they all helped themselves, loading the snacks onto some small plates.
I'm glad you two made it back safely. When you both took off, people were a bit worried for a while. Maybe next time a little farewell would make things smoother?
Mary raised an eyebrow, somehow managing to keep any reproach out of her tone. Thinking back to their exit, Bee winced. They, for sure, could have handled that much better. At least Void had stayed behind. Because of that, they knew everyone was safe. Bee wasn't sure what to say, and just nodded in acceptance of the criticism. They'd have to do better.
I noticed a lot of things have changed around here. How have things been while we were away?
Trying to get the topic back on track worked well. Mary gave her a rundown on how the children's training had advanced, and generally how the preparations for winter were going.
Most of the food brought in has been winterized. As long as our population doesn't grow too much, we should be fine.
We might have a spring crop, but it will be much smaller than we could have done. Not all the fields were cut in time, and now it's too late to try planting, Trent added. Well, we could try. We have enough seed, but it might be a waste.
I'm not sure, but Void's presence might be able to help with the late planting. I think we should go for it and hope that some divine intervention takes place,
Bee said. Trent hummed thoughtfully. I have spoken to Void about crops a bit. From what I can tell, that doesn't seem to be part of his domains. However, he was willing to learn, so it might be worth it.
That's good. I think we might want to work on that if we have the manpower. Is there anything else that we need to get done, urgently or not? What about the piles of bricks I saw?
Bee asked.
How did we even get those?
The spray bottle was mildly effective at cleaning the sheep. It was just a lot slower than I would have liked. Also, the sheep didn't make the effort any easier. No matter what I tried, it seemed determined to keep itself as dirty as possible. Reasoning with it had been a complete waste of time, as right after I finished the explanation of why it should try to keep grass out of its coat, it rolled in the dirt once again. Eventually, I realized that as much of the dirt I was washing out of the sheep, it was managing to add even more back each time. The water I used ran off the sheep, and with all its struggling, it had tilled the earth into muddy furrows. This provided an environment that was not conducive to cleanliness in any way. I was going to need a dedicated space with no dirt to effectively do this, and also a place where the sheep wouldn't be able to get away. I gave up after an hour and 7 minutes of trying, leaving the sheep no cleaner than before. Letting it run off to where the rest of the group was slowly eating grass not that far away, I went for a think. Where could I house the sheep cleaning station? I boosted myself onto the roof and surveyed the castle grounds. I wasn't about to take the sheep inside. That was a horrible idea that curled my bristles to even consider. But the only other structures were the stables and the chicken coop. The stables might be an option. They were empty right now and might work with some modifications. Floating down from the roof, I went over to take a closer look. There were a few small pens inside the stone building. The sheep would fit inside each one with no problem. I was a little concerned that the gate might let them out if they were insistent about leaving, but I might be able to make the pen gates a little more secure. The best feature was that there were stone floors with a drain. I had removed all the straw that had been covering the bottom of the pens when I first cleaned here so long ago. I found a few crates and experimented with putting them up against the gates to plug some of the holes between the wooden slats. I think that should work now. Zipping out of the stables, I went to find my test subject. This time it was a little harder to get that sheep. It seemed to be avoiding me quite intently. Eventually, though, I deposited the still dripping sheep in a pen that was slightly too big for it. With gaps in the door blocked up, its efforts to wiggle underneath the gate were futile. Now I was able to truly get to work. I sprayed the sheep relentlessly, taking to my duties with gusto. I soon reached the point of diminishing returns where simply spraying the sheep didn't make much more progress. The animal was completely soaked through and dripping water. She remained slightly dirty, but the running water alone wasn't making measurable progress. I was also having to leave and collect more water fairly regularly, as it was a rather inefficient process. Looking at the sheep more closely, I was able to identify the issue. The dirt seemed to be clinging to her skin, and the fibers were keeping the pressure low enough that water couldn't adequately agitate the layer to remove the dirt. This was a problem with a rather obvious solution, though. Getting in closer, I was able to get my claw in the fiber, and with small circles, I started making real progress. At first, the sheep was very against this new treatment and continually tried to jump out of the pen. Luckily, I had a good hold of her, and she wasn't able to ruin all my hard work just yet. After a few minutes, I got a little better at the technique and was able to avoid pulling out the fibers from the sheep's back. I noticed that there was a threshold of force over which pulling on the fibers was especially not appreciated. However, I did find a few things the sheep didn't object to. When I was getting behind her ears, she even leaned into my claw slightly. It was hard to tell if she was enjoying the treatment or just so tired that she was about to pass out. I chose to believe the former, though. After I finished the nice bath and the sheep was as clean as I could reasonably expect, I had another issue. What was I going to do with her? If I let her out, she had proven time and time again that she would just find a way to go get covered in dirt again. As much as everyone around here looked up to me, I knew my limits, and I was 100% sure that keeping these sheep clean was beyond mine. Just getting one in this state took nearly all I had. Popping out my sword, I could only think of one thing. Carefully, I advanced on the sheep, hoping to not make this any harder than it had to be. If I couldn't keep the sheep clean, I might be able to keep her fibers clean. With a careful swipe, I took a little of the fluff off by the rear end of the sheep. Surprisingly, the animal didn't seem to even notice. I wasn't sure if it was the commotion or just happenstance, but before I could take another chunk of fibers off the sheep's rump, Silas walked in. He stopped and looked at me, particularly noting my glowing sword and the little bald spot on the sheep's rump. Nodding, he took the piece of grass he was chewing on out of his mouth. "A bit of the wrong time to shear the sheep, I think, my lord. They're going to need that coat soon, I reckon." Chapter 133. Men's and Amends. Did sheep need their coats? I hadn't thought about the possibility. Would I need to wait until tonight to harvest their fibers, or even longer than that? Still, I listened to the old man. He did know a lot about farms and animals. I beeped a question. He cocked his head as he listened to me, but shook his head. "Shucks if I know what that was." He scuffed the ground with his boot and hummed thoughtfully for a few seconds. "Well, if Trent explained composting... Look, I just think that we need to leave the sheep alone. The coats are how they keep warm in winter, otherwise the poor things'll freeze. Once the weather gets better, though, we need to shear 'em or they'll overheat, fickle little buggers. Then we can wash the fleeces before spinning 'em. If we end up eating any of them, though, we'll be sure to shear 'em first. Maybe you were preparing to cook that one.
If you were, I'd suggest one of the older ones. This one here has several years left in it.
I put away my sword. It made sense that the sheep might need their coats if winter was coming. If these fibers could be used for clothing, then perhaps the sheep were using them as mobile blankets, too. That was when the humans wore more coats and the steaming beverages came out. Also, the dog would occasionally track in solid water, which used to be extremely difficult to clean up. Of course, now that wouldn't be a problem for me. But I wasn't letting the sheep inside in a million years, so they would need to be able to weather the outside by themselves. All these organic life forms were so sensitive to temperature changes. Looking in my dustbin, I realized that I had enough samples of coat to play around with anyway. Just the offcasts from the cleaning and the single swipe I got in before Silas stopped me were enough for now. I hopped out of the pen and moved the crates out of the way. The sheep, surprisingly, didn't take advantage of the path to freedom and just trembled in the corner. Silas exhaled and opened the door, then stepped in himself. With steady hands, he helped the sheep up and smacked her on her rear end. That seemed to wake her up, and she sprinted out the door to return to her flock. With a nod to me, Silas and I went our separate ways. I needed to spend time working with the bit of material that I collected. Also, the talk gave me another idea of what I could make with the sheep fiber other than a nice rug. If it was going to get cold, then the humans would also need to be kept warm. The only issue was that if both the sheep and the people needed warmth, then how would I provide for them both? I made my way back inside the castle to go consider this problem on my rug. However, as I was heading back in the door, the cat slipped out. I hadn't seen the cat outside before. What was it doing? It apparently hadn't been outside in a while, as it just sat there, looking around and basking in the sun. I was about to just leave it be and continue inside when the cat got up and walked down the stairs. I watched as it strode across the field. Was it going to greet some of the new arrivals? I was honestly a little curious about how the interactions between a cat and sheep would go, or really any pairs of different animal species, for that matter. The only non-human interaction I had seen so far was between the sheep and dogs, and that hadn't ended too well. From what I knew, the cat and sheep didn't have anything in common. I mean, the cat made grooming a regular practice, unlike these dirt-seeking fluff balls, so what would they even do? My suspicion was confirmed when the cat only paused for a few seconds to look at the sheep before continuing on, completely ignoring their existence. The only other ones out here were the dogs. From my limited experience, dogs and cats didn't get along the best. The smaller dogs were still a lot larger than the cat, but they might be fine, I guess. The cat crossed the main path a little and wandered off into the field. Should I do anything about that? Nah, it would probably be fine. Leaving the cat to take care of its own business, I went inside to take care of the fibers in my dustbin. B left the little get-together thoroughly convinced that they needed a proper structure to manage this many people. Trent and Mary had done a good enough job while she was away, keeping everyone fed and busy, but the number of times that they almost forgot to tell her about some important issues that people had, or a new development going on with the food stores, was worrying. They needed some formal structure, something to give everyone clearly defined responsibilities. It would take some time for her to figure out what those were going to be, though. The obvious ones were food and food production. She felt that Mary and Trent could handle that fairly well, though they might need some additional help. Then maybe defense? Bee shook her head and just started over to the library. She needed to restock on some healing potions and maybe try something new. Alchemy always helped her think. The library wasn't empty when she got there. A few other people browsed the shelves as well. Charlene, one of the more educated women, had taken to caring for the place and was dutifully dusting shelves. Bee encountered a few smiles as she wandered between the shelves, grabbing a few books. Once she got what she wanted, though, she realized that her equipment wasn't where she left it.
Mistress?
If you are looking for the equipment, I believe it was moved to one of the laboratories upstairs, Charlene said. Bee nodded and started to turn, but stopped when the woman gave a polite cough. I'm sorry to ask this of you, mistress, but can you record which books you are taking? I only just finished setting up a checkout system. It would be a shame if we misplaced any of them. Of course. She didn't have a problem checking out the books. If Bee really insisted, she was sure that she could change or outright reject the rules, but that would be needlessly combative. It would be a little bit of an adjustment from being able to do whatever she wanted. Still, it was part of living in a bigger system. It only reinforced the point that they needed a more official organizational structure if they wanted to make a system that worked for them, especially one that prevented too many of these centers of power from showing up. Bee noted the books she had taken from the library and removed a few more from her pack, giving them to Charlene to add to the library's catalog. Then she found the nearest stairs and made her way up to the laboratory wing. There wasn't anything special about the equipment that she had been using, so she just claimed one of the labs that didn't currently host any specimens. Choosing a workbench near the back, she began setting up her workspace. The cabinets were still fully stocked, and soon she had collected all the glassware that she needed. Bee started to replace the healing potions that she had used, and lost herself in the pleasure of work. A knock at the door caught her off guard as she switched over to doing some research. She wanted to run some tests on what could be considered a cleaning substance. There might be other factors besides just corrosion strength involved, and knowing them would help immensely. Come in, Bee called, not sure who needed her. Was anyone even aware she was in here? The door opened a crack, and Miranda stuck her head in.
Hello.
Miranda began in an uncharacteristically quiet voice.
Charlene said I might find you in one of the laboratories.
Remembering how they last parted more than a week ago, Bee did her best to put on a welcoming smile for the girl. It faltered for a split second when she realized that she had thought of Miranda as a child when they were nearly the same age.
What can I help you with?
Miranda took a deep breath.
Actually, I came to help you.
She blurted out the next part in a rush.
And to apologize.
She took a steadying breath before continuing on. Bee let her gather her thoughts without interrupting. It was probably hard for the girl, and she didn't want to make it more difficult than it had to be.
I was out of sorts when we last talked, and that wasn't fair to you. I'm sorry, and I would like to make it up to you.
Bee thought that Miranda's words were a bit too formal, lending a bit of a practiced air to them. Had her mother gotten involved?
I understand. Thank you.
Bee wasn't sure how to respond, honestly. She didn't want to lord it over the girl that she couldn't read or take the high ground to just make it worse. But then she didn't really have anything else to say. She didn't have any hard feelings. Maybe she should just say that.
No hard feelings, honestly.
Nodding her head with a more genuine smile, Miranda stepped a little closer. Bee noticed that she was carrying the book that she had told her to read all that time ago.
I finished reading this, by the way,
Miranda said, brandishing the book in front of her.
It took me a while, but I think I have enough of an understanding to help you a bit.
Has she been spending the whole time reading that book? That would explain why she had completely disappeared for so long. If she didn't know how to read, that would have been an incredibly difficult book to start with. Bee really wanted to ask if she'd had any help with it, but she couldn't think of a way to phrase it that didn't sound like an insult. On another note, Bee didn't really need any help right now. She was mostly looking into her own class and skills. Of course, she didn't feel like she could say that. From Miranda's perspective, it would probably look like an excuse to not have her around. So Bee closed the book she was looking through and stood.
You caught me at the perfect time. We're running low on some of the basic healing salves, and I was just about to make more of them.
That was a complete lie. They weren't running low. They never had a stock of them in the first place, and she had long since moved past using them, even the more stable ones she'd found recipes for. But still, it wouldn't hurt, and it would be more cost-effective to use them than the more powerful potions that she had been making as of late. If Miranda noticed the white lie, she didn't call it out. Instead, her face split into an excited grin.
Of course. I'd love to help. First, we need to go gather some supplies. We should be able to get everything we need from the lesser storeroom, if I remember correctly.
As they left the lab, Bee began explaining a few things.
We are going to be following the recipe for a lesser contusion bomb in the back of the book you read. Do you remember the one? Good. Now, this won't take care of broken bones, but it will help with other things.
Chapter 134. Help. Harold packed his belongings without too much of a rush. After all, he hadn't brought that much with him in the first place, and there was still plenty of time before the caravan moved out. Once he gathered his clothes from the laundry, he would be ready to go. Honestly, he wouldn't miss the dank college of the undead one bit, though his time here hadn't been nearly as awful as he had feared. It turned out there was a decent amount of assistance his outside perspective could give to his colleagues. It was limited by thousands of other factors, but they had still made progress, even if minuscule. Not that his contributions would be noted down for the histories. Mages 1,000 years from now would likely never know or care. That was because most of the advancements weren't magical or scientific in any way. They were just simple process improvements in synthesis workflows. Still, that made mass production of some of the purification potions and the infection cures slightly more efficient and much easier for someone with less expertise to manage. There had been a surprising amount of pushback from the other mages regarding his changes, too. They complained that he was taking the mystery out of the magic. That with his methods, any capable peasant could turn the mages into machines or engage in the arcane processes themselves. With Percy's help, they could mostly squash such complaints, and things tended to move on. Harold was somewhat sympathetic to their concerns. No one wanted to be made less special. These mages had spent decades building their place in the world. If not famous and loved, they were at least respected. Who would want to lose that? What he didn't understand was the taking the mystery out of magic complaint. Was that not the whole point of studying magic? To understand how and why it worked, bend it to your will, and force it to work for you? The alchemist and demonic practitioners had always achieved this by making precise recipes with repeatable results. The undead mages, apparently, had a less formal tradition. Still, despite all the hurdles, just standardizing things had increased output to an incredible level. That wasn't the only thing he had a hand in accomplishing, even if it might have ended up being the most impactful. No, what he was most proud of was some advancements in undead defenses. Working with a small team, they were able to develop much more permanent talismans that could ward off wraiths or shades for almost a week. They weren't very common undead, and didn't normally pose a lethal threat to people. Still, they were hard to get rid of, and long enough exposure could sap the will and mind of even the most stubborn warriors. A knock at the door pulled Harold away from his thoughts. Opening it a crack, he found a skeleton holding a hamper full of his folded shirts. A simple command, and the servant set it down just inside the threshold before leaving. It had taken some getting used to, but the undead could make very effective tools. As long as the mages made sure they never developed their own will and stopped listening to instructions. Moving the fresh laundry to his bags, Harold hefted his saddlebags over his shoulder. He was ready to move out a bit earlier than he needed to be, but Arthur's message had worried him. Arthur was not a man known to exaggerate, and seeing that a message had come from a man hurrying on horseback told Harold more than the messenger had. The situation sounded dire, but Arthur was a legend. The fact that a message came from him directly, instead of a reinforcement order from the Crown, meant that Arthur's reports weren't being given the full seriousness they deserved. It would be the only reason for him to contact people like Harold directly, hoping that they could provide some assistance.
Harold could only hope they were doing enough as he walked down to where the contingent was preparing to depart. They were bringing many of the new countermeasures they had made, as well as many of the more standard tools. They should allow the soldiers to fight back more efficiently. It had to be enough. I was sitting on my favorite rug, trying to recreate the pattern of the fibers below me. It was a lot harder than it looked. Even with nearly complete control over the contents in my dustbin, I still had to start over constantly. Things just didn't want to stay in place. The whole ensemble would knot up or fall apart once I stopped controlling it. Was it that my skill and control were just not advanced enough? Or maybe there was some intermediate step I was missing. Silas had mentioned something about spinning, but I couldn't figure out how that fit into the process. In a moment of frustration, I spun in a circle on the rug while trying to force the sheep fibers into the complicated shape. I was sure it wasn't what he meant, but still, it was worth a try. After a few hundred revolutions, the spinning had no noticeable effect on my efforts, and I stopped. Needing a chance to reset my caches, I let my attention leave the void inside of me. Instead, I let it wander over the castle, and I found many things that could use my attention. The children were still doing incredibly dangerous stuff they probably shouldn't have been, despite the repeated warnings of myself and the women. I had mostly decided to let things take their course. A few weeks ago, I would have been tearing out my circuits with worry about it, but I had learned a few things about kids in the last little while. First, they were much more resilient than I gave them credit for. Not that they didn't get damaged, of course, but they were able to repair themselves remarkably quickly. I was sure that they had some variation of my automatic maintenance skill built into them. It was a shame that Beatrice had apparently missed out on that one. Also, some of the stuff that Beatrice made was really good at repairs. It helped out with any bigger malfunctions that occurred. Also, the adults did sort of keep an eye on them. They did have more experience than me, so I followed their lead. The other thing was that kids did not learn unless they got something wrong a lot. So many times, in fact, that it made me want to laugh. The stick practice was a good example. I had shown Raj how and when to keep his stick in high guard no less than 27 times, and he never really got it until Felix had smacked him in the nose with a stick once. Now he never forgot. I still stepped in when more permanent injuries, such as loss of a limb or life, crossed over my 5% probability threshold. Still, those cases were relatively rare, especially during nap times. During my scan, I did see one thing in particular that might require my attention. I went to deal with it. I might need to grab Tanu as well. Tanu and I made our way over to the little group of trees that Cliff had claimed as her own. There we found her with her paws stretched as far up one of the long trunks as she could reach, and she was a very long dog. From the branches, a snarling, hissing orange ball of anger spat down at her. It seemed quite upset at having its way down blocked. Looking at the situation, I didn't see an easy solution. So far, with most animals and small children, judicial use of my spray bottle was more than enough to solve 98% of problems. However, this appeared to be one of that rare 2% where it wouldn't help. I couldn't, in good conscience, spray Cliff for welcoming a new friend. I really couldn't blame her for the situation, especially since I knew of the cat's dramatic tendencies. Actually, now that I thought about it, I never decided on a name for the cat. If I gave Cliff a name, perhaps I could give the feline one, too. The orange tomcat was a feisty little guy. Quickly running through my list of cached names, I selected one from a subset that seemed cat-like. I would call him Kelly. If I gave the cat a name now, should I name all the other animals, too? Maybe. I would have to think about it. Naming things seemed important, and I wanted the names to be just right. Well, with that figured out, I returned to the matter at hand.
I didn't want to spray Kelly either, because it wasn't his fault he got scared. I was just glad he ran up a tree instead of lashing out at Cliff. Kelly's claws were very sharp, and, with a bit of luck, might have put one of Cliff's eyes out, or otherwise seriously harmed her. Luckily, Tanu had a good relationship with Cliff, and was able to talk the dog away from the tree long enough for me to boost up and grab Kelly. The cat wriggled and squirmed, but I was able to hold on to him before he ran away. If these two were going to share the same castle, they needed to get to know each other a little bit. They didn't need to become best friends, but basic courtesy was enough. Tanu reached up to put his little hand on Cliff's back, keeping her calm, while I hovered up to her, holding a very upset and wiggling Kelly. When their noses were only a few inches from each other, Cliff shocked me. With a baring of her teeth, she snapped her jaws toward the cat. Only my quick reactions kept Kelly's nose in one piece. Okay, that definitely called for the bottle. A quick spray to the face had Cliff jerking her head back in surprise, and Tanu talked softly to the big dog, calming her down. Okay, maybe Kelly actually had a point here. Still, it needed to be done. This time, when I brought them close together, I was more careful, and Cliff just sniffed for a little bit. Kelly didn't calm down at all. The cat threw himself violently all over the place, not giving up one bit. I had to admire the cat's determination. Well, they didn't have to get along. I guessed it would be okay if they were willing to stay out of each other's way. Releasing the cat, I watched as he sprinted back toward the castle faster than I had ever seen it move before. The orange ball vanished between the cracked front doors a few moments later. Taking a look, I saw what appeared to be Tanu and Cliff having a very serious conversation. Tanu's soft words were only occasionally interrupted by the occasional whine or woof from Cliff. I left them to it. Something had come up at the gate that might require my attention. Scanning the castle grounds for Beatrice, I found her having a conversation with Susan and Tony in the room with the fancy rug and desk. Was it important enough for me to get her first? Probably not. Leaving her to it, I headed toward the next issue. Chapter 135. Everything in Order. B spent several hours working with Miranda to get her set up with the basics. It had taken longer than expected, but not by too much. The girl was laser-focused on every word that came from B's mouth. After a few near misses, she managed to guide her apprentice through the recipe for a lesser contusion bomb. Now that she had finished her first successful brew, the only thing left was repetition. Lots of repetition. B left her to it. Technically, she could have gone back to her own alchemy at that point. She was tempted to. But in the end, her sense of responsibility decided that this was more pressing. Things were getting a little out of control around here. Not that anything bad had happened yet, but Bee felt like she was going to drop the ball on something at any moment. No matter what she was doing, it felt like someone was counting on her or needed her input for something else. They needed to work out a system. Her teachings from the Book of Void were all good and useful, but there was one thing above all that they emphasized. She wasn't sure how she had missed the lesson for so long, but now that she made the connection, it was something she wanted to rectify as soon as she could. B found Tony talking to his younger twin brothers by the fields. "Do you mind if I borrow Tony for a bit?" They nodded emphatically, and Tony straightened from what he had been doing to follow her out of the room. "What's up, B?" "We're looking for Susan, but I just realized something about how we are running the—" At a loss for words, she just gestured to the area around her. Tony nodded his understanding. "Ma and Da are doing a decent job holding everything together, but I can tell they're getting a little tired. Remember, they lived with just them and their kids on a farm alone for decades. They like their space." They checked a few more rooms before they finally tracked Susan down. Then B led the three of them to Void's room. Hopefully, their master would join them and give his input. If not, then they would just have to trust that it was giving its implicit approval.
Sitting down at the desk, B started right into the core issue.
We need to turn this castle into a functional organization.
She looked at the two other members for their little secret meeting. They had no objection to what she had said so far, so she continued.
So far, we have been just skating by, doing what needed to be done to make it to the next day. But we should think further ahead. We already have a book and set of teachings. Our patron stands for the order of all things. Surely we can do better on the management side.
This elicited nods and murmurs of agreement.
This society, organization, cult, we can figure that part out later. We're near the center of something important, something that will change the world. Void's coming is as big of an event as any in our recorded history, and as its first followers, we should properly prepare the rest of the people for its arrival, so things go as smoothly as possible.
Susan was nodding along with everything that Bee was explaining, but now had something to say herself. Bee acknowledged her with a nod.
It is as you say. Transitions of power are always dangerous, and all the human rulers will likely try to cling on to their petty power even in the face of true divinity.
Bee rubbed her chin. She hadn't even thought about that. She was thinking of just spreading the news and maybe teaching the way to any who wanted to learn. However, Susan brought up a very good point.
That is true, I think. The nobility and the rulers may cause us issues, perhaps even sooner than we would like, but I was thinking that we still need to worry about some of the initial steps.
Well, I hadn't thought about that, Tony admitted.
Is Void really interested in challenging rulers for the control of whole nations? I mean, he doesn't even want to be too involved in running this group.
Bee had to admit that Tony had a point. So far, Void had been a very distant god in some ways. No smiting or judgments for those who strayed from the path or anything, though it did fight the lieutenant and others who threatened its people, so maybe there just hadn't been any other reason for it to act yet. Susan, though, had an answer.
It's not really about whether Void challenges them or not. I tend to agree with you. Our master may have no interest in the affairs of men. However, the rulers will not see it that way. Us teaching the story of Void's coming will be threatening enough that they will act to protect their power regardless of what else we do. If Void wanted to get involved, things would actually be much simpler. If Void stepped in and squashed all opposition, then it would be straightforward. However, I think we need to be prepared to protect the faithful ourselves, and the most certain way to do that is to ensure that the faithful are in control,
Susan said, with a passionate fire behind her eyes during what was essentially a world domination speech.
That may very well be true,
Bee hedged, needing to think about Susan's words a bit.
but I think we have more immediate concerns.
I agree. This could be the far future for our little group, but there are many things we need to figure out first. Tony backed her up.
We should just keep it in mind while we're planning,
Susan allowed.
Should we start with listing the issues we think we need to solve now? Sure, there are a few general categories and a lot of subcategories that we could think about,
Bee said.
For major categories, I'm thinking castle upkeep, food, training, teaching, defense, and information. We are more isolated than I would like. Finding out about Greg the way we did was unavoidable, but I don't think we need to repeat it. I think we can maybe tighten those categories up a bit, but I for sure think that information gathering is really important to focus on, especially with the undead still about. Even then, I don't think that we need to have it on the highest level,
Susan said diplomatically. Tony was less graceful. Yeah, what she said. Those categories suck, Bee. You just listed problems to solve, and even then it was a mess. Bee shot him a glare.
Okay. How would you do it?
Susan stepped in before the bickering could develop too far.
Well, the king has several ministers.
I believe the traditional way to break it up is between magic, coin, spies, laws, and military. Sure, there is some overlap, but each of them is in charge of an organization that helps balance the influence the others have. They are also led by the king's second.
That seems a bit overkill for us, Tony said, ticking off each position on a finger. We don't have enough people to fill all that anyway.
I hate to agree with Tony, but I do think we can keep it a bit simpler than that, B said. How about we focus on internal versus external issues? Maybe, if that isn't a good idea, violent versus nonviolent? Well, it's impossible to completely draw a line. Violence often needs a lot of nonviolent prep work, Susan said. But I get the idea. Really, the areas of focus for us might be defense, laws, supplies, and training. Those can be broad categories, and they won't always line up with what the kingdom does, but it's a start. For supplies, we need someone to take care of food and the people's needs. Agriculture would also be in there. I think Trent and Mary have done a good job with that. Tony, what do you think? Will they continue to do that?
So far, I don't know if they'll want to do more if we get even more people, especially if we have more than just this castle to take care of, he said thoughtfully.
We can cross that bridge when we come to it, B reassured him. Training would probably cover education and the training of the kids, too. I'd say it also deals with figuring out who's good for what jobs and helping to develop their skill sets.
I think I can help with making sure people are in the right places, Tony said. Though I'll need to be able to pull people from the other divisions to head the training. No way will I be able to teach everything.
I think me taking charge of defense makes sense, as long as we include scouting and information gathering under that category, Susan mused. Okay, that gives us a start. But where does that leave me? B asked.
Felix had seemingly decided to hold impromptu stick practice with a larger number of the kids. This, in and of itself, wasn't really an issue, now that they knew enough to not seriously damage each other or themselves most of the time. As I got closer to the ring of children, though, I started to get a better idea of what was happening with the kid and sheep in the center of the loose circle they had formed. The kids seemed to be having fun. However, I didn't think the sheep appreciated participating. Also, the sheep didn't seem to understand the rules. After watching a little more, I wasn't sure that I understood the rules either. I watched as one of the children held her stick in a guard position as a sheep charged at her. At the last second, the little girl dove out of the way to the laughter of the other children. The sheep tried to make a break toward the rest of its kind, but the kids in the part of the circle it charged caught it and spun it around. Now it was aimed at another small boy who assumed the same guard stance. The sheep didn't waste any time running head down at the boy. He managed to jump out of the way, stay on his feet, and lightly touch the bare rump of the sheep with the end of his stick. Excited, he threw both of his arms above his head and started jumping around with a huge smile on his face. The others all cheered. The sheep didn't join in the celebration and spun to return the blow. She rammed her head into the boy's back end while he was mid-leap, throwing him forward and tumbling onto the ground. With her opponent down, the sheep made another break for it. This time, before the circle could catch the sheep, I let out a piercing beep, drawing all attention to me. The miffed sheep took advantage of the opportunity to slip out and pranced off angrily to the rest of her flock. As she stalked off, she kicked the air behind her as if she was imagining knocking over the kid again. Who had thought of this foolishness? No less than half of the kids were now covered in mud. They must have failed at their turns with the sheep. They should have known better than to roll around in the dirt. Really, the sheep must have been bad influences on these little terrors, and here I thought they were learning. With everyone's attention on me, I made my displeasure clear. With each new beep, the excitement died, and they were hanging their heads in shame, as was appropriate. I mean, the state of their clothes. They'd all need to be laundered post-haste if they could be saved at all. I reminded them of one of the first rules that I had made them promise to follow when I introduced them to the game of sticks. Well, I guessed introduced was a strong word, as they already had a version before mine. Formalized, maybe.
"We're sorry, Master Void," they all chorused.
One of the larger boys glanced around the group and addressed me.
"For breaking the rule about not playing sticks with someone who doesn't want to play, we'll all rake the lawn."
I hoped they had learned their lesson. Using cleaning as a punishment wasn't my favorite thing, but it sure was effective. Chapter 136. Pulling It Together. Bea felt a slight bit of panic set in as she looked at Susan and Tony from across the desk. They met her stare calmly and assuredly.
"I don't think I can lead all of this. I can be in charge of doctrine and magic or something, but that's it. Of course, I think these things will fall to you for now, and doctrine will likely always be your domain, but magic and teaching will likely be delegated eventually,"
Susan said. Before Bea could protest, Tony jumped in. "Besides, you're already doing it. This just makes it official."
"I'm not, though. I'm just taking care of problems as they pop up. Really, Void is the one running things."
"Yeah, but he can't be in charge of his own church. That would just be silly. Not to mention a hassle we don't want to bother him with. Of course, Void is in charge, but we can take care of the day-to-day ourselves," Tony shot back.
"Tony is right."
Susan lent her support as well.
"It's less about you being the absolute arbiter. That will always be Void. More like you are the right hand of Void, the head priestess, implementing the god's will through the organization."
That did help Bea feel a little better.
I guess that sounds a little more reasonable. So there would be 5 members of the core leadership team, including myself. Is that enough?
I think we should consider adding someone who's dedicated to caring for and teaching the children, Tony piped up. The mothers are still hands-on with most things, but everyone pitches in with the orphans. I think it's working for now, but I want to make sure that they all get a good education and have useful skills. Even if we aren't in a village, we still need things like blacksmiths. Right now, they're all training as warriors with Void. This should be fine, but not all of them can be soldiers.
Most soldiers are militia members, crafters and farmers drafted when they are needed, Susan pointed out. These children will be greatly helped by knowing how to fight. It will be expensive, but if we always have a standing army in the form of our populace, we'll need fewer dedicated troops to prevent challenges to our power. Besides, we can have them do more basic labor to keep them humble. Most of the work isn't particularly skilled. We just need a few experts to keep things running smoothly. It'll have to depend a lot on what Void thinks of it. The kids are still a very long way away from anything like that, Bea argued. She wasn't sure what to think of Susan's claims, but she knew the children were a little young to be thought of as soldiers yet. Of course,
Susan conceded, waving her hands placatingly.
We still have a lot to figure out, but I think we can do more of that when everyone is present and has accepted their positions. For now, I think there are just a few more things to figure out. We need titles, and we should be thinking of how the religious organization fits in. So far, we have left that all on Bea and taking care of the practical concerns.
I think we can leave it separate, Tony said. Of course, not entirely, as the whole thing is dedicated to Void. But maybe once things are more settled, we can have a second council that's more on religious matters. When Bea's less busy, and we've found qualified people to take on her other duties, she can sit as Void's voice on each of them and lead them. Bea ran her hand down her face. This sounded like she was going to have even more responsibilities. Not that she wanted to shirk them or anything, but she was afraid of letting Void down.
Before we go through with any of these, we need to see what Void thinks.
Both Susan and Tony nodded enthusiastically. After she received their agreement, Bea continued.
Well, we shall leave the religious organization aside for now, but We will need names. We can figure out the titles and stuff in a full meeting, but at least we can figure out what to call ourselves. I mean, are we a group, a cult, a society? The group of small children scrubbed the castle walls with brushes and buckets of water. As the adults walked by, I wasn't sure how to interpret the chuckles they seemed to be smothering. What was so funny about it? Was this yet another joke I was missing? I had thought that I was starting to understand humor somewhat. There were jokes, words that sounded like other words, and unexpected happenings. These were the categories that I found that would consistently make people laugh. Not everyone found the same things funny, but most people had a decent amount of overlap. Sometimes I would even find something funny too. So, why did most of the adults laugh at the kids scrubbing the castle walls? The kids didn't seem to find the same humor, at least. Perhaps it was something that would come with age, as I certainly didn't get it. After a section of the wall had been scrubbed clean of any dirt or moss that had grown on it, I let the children go. Looking at the castle, though, I realized I may have made a mistake. Now, one of the castle walls was quite clean, at least the parts under 5 feet tall. The rest of the castle, though, well, the exterior now had quite the contrast. I hadn't known if the outside of castles were even supposed to be washed, so I had just left it at first. Dirt and plants belonged outside, so perhaps they should have stayed there. Still, I needed something extra for the kids to clean, and this was the best thing I could think of. I had taken care of almost everything else. Should I have tried harder to find them a different task? The clean walls certainly did look out of place. Maybe that was what the adults were laughing at. But still, I didn't really have a lot of other options. When I was looking for something to have them do, it was the only thing that wasn't clean that they might be able to take on at their current skill level. Plus, it wouldn't be that big of a deal if they didn't do a good job on it either. They weren't ready for some of the nicer floors yet, and I kept the inside of the castle pretty clean anyway. The real question was, what should I do with the rest of the castle walls? I wanted to just clean them, but that also felt wrong. If I left them, that would help serve as a reminder to follow the rules, and also give me something I could set them on if or when they misbehaved again. But could I bear looking at it? I supposed I would have to. Their misbehavior was almost as much my fault as it was the children's. I supposed I could have been more clear in explaining the rules, or done a better job making sure they were too exhausted to cause trouble. There was always something I could have done. Still feeling uncertain about my choice, I decided to leave things be for now. Instead, I started back inside to find a spot where I could consider the bit of sheep fiber in my dustbin. I had been making progress, but it was slow. Mostly, I had been focusing on making small threads by linking the short strands of fiber together. Once I made those threads, I found it much easier to turn the material into something resembling things I had seen before. I wished I had been able to dedicate more time to this, but things had been popping up a lot lately. As it was, I had only just figured out my first pattern. It was very simple and only had a couple of variables, but it was good practice for now, and I figured I could get more ideas later. As it was, I could only control how long each row was and how many rows I added to it. Maneuvering the material in my dustbin was tricky. It was quite a detailed and delicate process, one that required me to hold a lot of things in place at once. Still, after a lot of false starts and aborted attempts, I was pretty sure that I was finally going to finish this with no mistakes. I wasn't sure what the piece of fabric was that I was making, but I had seen a few humans wind something like it around their necks. Its 8-inch width by 56-inch length didn't make it useful for much else. Not that I could think of, anyway. Still, I didn't have enough material for a proper blanket, so this would have to do. Yes, I thought, this one would work out. Roscoe lashed his tail in frustration. Another small raiding party made it back behind the walls. He wasn't sure how the humans managed to keep sneaking out and nipping at his army when they were unprepared. It shouldn't have been possible.
The undead were untiring and ever vigilant. It wasn't like they could fall asleep on watch or anything like that. Yet still, the humans managed to sneak out and negate the slow trickle of new troops adding to his army. The recruitment had been painfully slow with how many troops he had to keep near the city to prevent another breakout. He had thought that the army would just maintain a slow and steady growth before, eventually, they would be able to crush the city. Even if it was slower than he would have liked, it would still get done. Now, though, it wasn't certain. They had devastated the countryside and the nearby settlements. There wasn't a huge influx of new soldiers to be had from nearby, and recruiting en masse from a distance was hard when he and his elites needed to stay close. Snapping a few orders to the surrounding troops, Roscoe turned back toward the forest. This situation would change soon. His skills with necromantic rituals were growing. Soon, the shades he summoned would rage through the city. This should provide enough of a distraction to allow a more direct attack, and a far better chance of success than if they just tried now. The issue was that shades were too chaotic for him to control directly. The few he had summoned seemed like they would be scary enough to be effective. They had no effect on the undead, of course, but when he had tried to release them toward the city, they had just scattered in every direction. He could direct them within a dozen or so feet of himself, but once they got further, then they would slip out of his control. To fix that problem, he would need to raise a wraith. A wraith was much more powerful than the shades, but it was also much more intelligent. To humans, this posed a greater risk. But for Roscoe, that only meant a better ally. Once he could raise a wraith, he would start amassing shades to serve it, and then the walls would finally fall. Deep within the forest, Roscoe emerged into his clearing. The symbols dug into the ground were filled with a mysterious dark liquid, and small green fires burned in the corners of the clearing. A few of the elite skeletons were disposing of a few of the final materials. They greeted him with chattering teeth. Roscoe helped move the last pieces in place, and then they started the ritual. The skeletal chanting rattled around the trees as dark energies congealed into the center of the symbols. The shadows around the clearing seemed to stretch and deepen unnaturally. If Roscoe could feel warmth, he might have noted its sudden disappearance. Finally, as the chanting reached its crescendo, the energies seemed to condense and solidify. After a long moment of tense silence, a light blue figure coalesced from the air.
It is so cold.
Chapter 137. Cult of the Doomba. Bea, Tony, and Susan decided that they all needed to break for a little bit. Also, before they made any more significant decisions, they would need to talk to Trent and Mary. It would be best to see if they would actually accept the positions of running food production and taking care of the castle's operations. They probably just finished putting Leanne down for bed, Tony commented. Not seeing any reason to delay, the trio left the room to go find them. Sure enough, they were in the quarters the family had claimed for themselves. At Tony's gentle knocking, Mary opened the door and welcomed them in. Soon they were all sipping mulled wine around a small wooden table lit dimly by a nearby fireplace. For a little while they all just sipped their drinks and watched the fire. Bea wasn't sure what everyone else was thinking about, but her mind couldn't stop running through all the things that she needed to do. Not wanting to lie to herself, she couldn't help but doubt that she was truly capable of leading the whole group. Sure, she had technically been doing it this whole time, but if she took formal control, she would be responsible. There would be no excuses if something went wrong. It wouldn't be nearly as simple as just telling her story with Void, or interpreting its words. She would need to plan ahead and make decisions that would affect everyone here. Her only hope was that her master could guide her enough. As much as she knew about it, she wasn't sure how much it would want her to do for herself. Eventually, Bea realized they were all waiting on her. Looking up, she did her best to squash the embarrassment that was likely showing on her face. Uh, Great start, Bee, she thought. Once she cleared her throat, when she tried to speak again, her voice came out more clearly. We are formalizing the organizational structure within the castle. There are just getting to be too many people and too many things that could go wrong to trust that it will all work out otherwise. Someone needs to plan ahead. Trent and Mary nodded. They clearly understood the need to plan, especially for winter. Neither of them spoke, though, waiting for her to continue. She took a sip. It gave her a second to plan what she was going to say next. Void is rather hands-off about all this. I don't believe it would leave us with nothing, but it definitely wants us to act for ourselves first. So, we're acting. Both of you have invaluable experience and should be involved with the decisions at the highest levels. By the time she had finished her little speech, Bee's voice was steady and calm once more. The words weren't entirely her own. Instead, she was pulling on a treatise she had read at some point when she was studying the devotee class. The wise man had a lot to say in his notes, his experience from ruling a small country for decades. A lot of it hadn't sounded relevant at the time. Now she was wishing she had paid more attention. Maybe she would go back to it later. Trent and Mary were studying each other's faces. Each of them looked serious but not worried. After a few moments of silent communication, they both looked back to the rest of the table. The more stoic Trent was the first to speak. "Bee, you're a responsible miss. We'll do what we can to help you out here." I was heading back to my room for the night after a long day of work. After all the hectic chaos of the castle and struggling with the sheep fibers, I was looking forward to spending some time simply meditating. I was planning on continuing my ruminations on humor, as there was something that I felt still escaped me about it. However, before I made it back to my rug, there was one more thing that caught my attention. Cliff wasn't with the small dogs like she usually was at this time of night. Now she sat patiently by the gate. Every once in a while she pressed her nose against the portcullis bars and let out the slightest whine. What was she doing? I watched as she licked her lips and repeated her actions again. A quick check of the castle found Tanu in bed with his mother. The young boy was solidly asleep. Well, I wouldn't be getting any translation help from him. Sometimes Cliff didn't act like the dogs I was used to at all, but this seemed slightly familiar. Was she trying to get out of the castle? Not sure what was going on, I changed directions and headed back outside. When I got near Cliff, she let out a small woof at me and pawed the gate insistently. I beeped a question at her, and she whined back. I still wasn't sure what she wanted. Clearly frustrated, she let out a louder woof, almost a bark. When I still didn't do anything, she pawed at the winch handle. Maybe she did want outside. I moved over and started cranking the winch. She sniffed at the gap growing under the gate. As soon as the spikes were a little over a foot off the ground, she went belly down and impatiently wiggled under. I lowered the gate behind her. We couldn't let anything get in while she was out. But then, how was she going to get back in? I didn't want to just wait here, and no one else was up this late at night. Well, I wouldn't want her getting lost, either. With nothing else to do, I boosted myself over the wall. Cliff was waiting for me on the other side. When I landed next to her, she gave me a single swish of the tail. I returned the wave with my claw. She swiveled and disappeared into the forest in a flash, and I zipped after her. Bee laid out the rough plan they had come up with for Trent and Mary. She felt a considerable amount of relief at their support, even if they hadn't actually accepted their roles yet. Simply having them on board and willing to listen to her meant the world. After explaining the different major roles, she came to Tony's parents' places. Trent, we want you to officially take over food production. This is something that you've already been doing for a while. At the same time, it's not something that you need to do all yourself. The part that falls to you is keeping track of how much we can make and what we can do.
If we have issues, we can work together to make sure you get the people and resources you need to solve them. More concepts taken right from some of the treatises she had read. It seemed to be a good way of splitting up responsibilities while still being able to help each other. Trent nodded with no apparent questions, so Bee turned to face Mary. Mary, again, it's mostly just more of what you've been doing, keeping the people fed and cared for. Things like taking care of the library and distributing food stores fall into this category. What about magical equipment and cleaning? Mary asked with a slight frown. Void seems to take care of cleaning, mostly, but we should be ready to help it at any time, Bee said. Since it's a core tenet and everything, maybe we should even work that into everyone's regular schedule. Of course, dear. And anything magical will be under my purview. But I might ask for some of your people to help keep some of that working while we figure out more details. I will train them, though, Bee continued. I think I can manage that, Mary said with a confident nod. So just keep doing what we were doing, but we all talk for a bit every day to make sure things don't fall through the cracks? For you two, pretty much. We have a few more things we want to get done as well. Hopefully we can take some of the load off you soon, though, Bee said. Tony is going to be going through and making sure we have opportunities for each person to advance their class. If not, we'll offer them the option for me to switch them over to Devotee of Spot. Tony gave his parents a smile. Trent shook his head and muttered to his son, but Bee was able to overhear. I still can't believe you're almost the same level as me from switching to that class. Susan here will look after our defenses. We'll probably want to train everyone in some basic combat and build a little defense, but we'll also look to the new refugees and see if any have actual experience in a useful skill. I also want to start sending scouts out, Susan added. We should patrol at least the valley and maybe beyond. Right now, things have been quiet, but don't expect things to stay that way. Either the plague will start becoming more of a problem soon, or it will be finished, and the Crown will start paying us more attention. We need to prepare for either, and right now we are completely blind. Susan's voice turned grave. When things shake out in Caleb, we will know more. If the city falls, we will likely not have to worry about the country coming for us, but things will get really bad for everyone else. That means the undead will eventually find their way there. When I left, the siege was still very much undecided. I don't know if we can have scouts trained and on site before it is, but we need to find out what happens there as soon as we can, Susan finished. That is a real concern, of course, Bee agreed. I don't know if we'll be able to affect the outcome at all. Maybe if we pray to Void, it will see fit to intervene. But let's stay on topic for a bit. She looked back to Mary and Trent. The last bit is the magic and religious stuff, which I will take on. Eventually, we will set up a secondary council for the religious questions, but that isn't urgent. They all sat back, and for a few seconds, there was only the sound of the crackling fireplace as everyone gathered their thoughts. Mary broke the silence. How are we going to figure out who does what? Within our teams, I mean. Tony spoke up for the first time. Well, I don't think we need to do anything disruptive right now, but I'm going to talk to everyone and set up a system to bring new people up to speed as they come in. We can talk about that once we have a better idea of what people can do and what they want to do. Trent and Mary each had a few more clarifications they asked for, but nothing major. Bee was finally starting to think they had this all figured out. It sounds like we have a lot of important things to talk about, Trent said in a serious tone. But have you considered the most important part of it yet? Bee frowned. Her confusion only grew when Tony broke into a wide grin and when Mary put her face in her hands. What's the most important part? Bee asked with concern, feeling as if she were walking into a trap. Trent let a smile slide onto his face as he answered. Why, the name, of course. Chapter 138. The Sweeping Society.
We ran through the woods for 32 minutes. Well, Cliff ran. I flew. Despite being airborne, I was still having trouble keeping up with her quick movements. She slipped through the trees with a deadly grace, where I felt like I had to swerve widely to not smash through any branches. When she was able to slip through bushes, I needed to go over them, and that often meant I had to contend with tree limbs or hanging moss. If I hadn't been practicing my flying diligently, I wouldn't have had any hope of keeping pace with the dog. It was so much easier to fly in a straight line above the trees, away from any obstacles. But if I did that, I would have worried about being able to keep track of Cliff. My sensors should be able to keep her in sight, but there was a lot more life in the forest than in the castle, so I wasn't as confident. Things were a lot more chaotic when I wasn't able to keep them in order constantly. Still, despite the troubles, it was fun. I let out a cheerful beep near the beginning of the run when I pulled off a particularly tricky maneuver, turning sideways to slide in the gap between a split trunk of a tree. This had earned me a reproachful look from the dog after she skidded to a halt and looked around. After that, I got the message. Apparently, we were supposed to be stealthy. What we were hiding from, I wasn't sure, but I would play along for now. The only sound that I picked up was the whoosh of the wind and the insects chittering in the trees as we moved through them. Every once in a while, Cliff would stop to take a deep sniff of the forest floor or a tree. Then, with a flick of her tail, she would be off again. Sometimes we would change directions slightly, and sometimes we would keep moving along. This continued for a while until suddenly we stopped. I almost shot past her, but the lowering of her head let me know something was going on. Ahead of us, in a small clearing, stood another four-legged animal. This one, though, was even larger than Cliff. Looking at it, I wondered if she wanted to bring it back with us. Were they friends or something? Cliff pawed the ground and slowly started to move to the left. When I started to follow her, she looked back over her shoulder at me until I stopped. Okay, I guess I was staying here then. I watched with my sensors as the large dog stealthily circled around the clearing. While she was moving, I also studied the strange animal sitting within. It had a mixture of beige and white fur. Each limb, proportionally, was far thinner than even the cat's compared to its body. The thing stood nearly 6 feet tall at its highest. However, the strangest thing was its head. Settled there, above its eyes, stood a funny hat. The hat was very large as well. It seemed almost like a collection of thin sticks that was several feet wide and split into many points. I had never seen something so silly-looking before. Sometimes the animal would dip its head down and eat some of the grass below before bringing its head back up and looking around, chewing. I couldn't tell how the hat was attached, but it must have been secure to not even wobble at such behavior. Across the other side of the clearing, I was able to make out the eyes of Cliff staring at the animal with a golden glow. My sensors showed me her semi-crouched position and the slight tips of her wickedly sharp teeth peeking out from her raised lips. Her eyes flicked to me, and I thought I saw her wink. Watching her study the animal as it ate, I was still trying to figure out what was going on when a breeze suddenly rustled the leaves. The animal with the funny hat suddenly raised its head and sniffed. Okay, this was getting odd. I needed to go see what was up. Slowly, I advanced into the clearing so as not to startle the tense animal. Its scanning eyes caught my motions and locked onto my form. As we stared at each other, it was as if the whole world had frozen. A sudden stillness came over the forest. Its eyes were small and beady. The entirely black orbs met my sensor bar unblinkingly. Maybe it was trying to wait for me to blink first, like in that game the kids played. If so, it was going to have to wait a while, as I physically couldn't blink. Neither of us was the first to move. Cliff seemed to appear behind the long-legged creature, and before it even twitched, she had sunk her wicked fangs into the upper hind leg of the creature. With a vicious tearing motion, Cliff thrashed her head and pulled back, freeing her mouth and taking a hunk of the leg with her. The creature let out a coolant-curdling scream as blood started gushing onto the ground behind it. Cliff danced back with nimble paw steps, narrowly avoiding the powerful kick it sent backward at her. Scrambling on its 3 good legs, the animal started to run. I was impressed by its speed, seeing that every time it put weight on the leg that Cliff had attacked, the leg would buckle. Staying not too far back, Cliff started to chase after the fleeing animal. I hesitated to follow. What had I just witnessed? Cliff just attacked a defenseless animal for no reason, and I had helped. This wasn't like the zombies that attacked us first, or the other people who came to take Beatrice away. This animal had just been minding its own business. There was a practiced air to the fluidity of Cliff's movements. One didn't get so graceful without a lot of practice. This had to be more complicated than I thought. Dogs normally just ate the food the humans gave them. But I had seen a nature documentary before. Wild animals ate other animals. Maybe Cliff had somehow gone feral and started hunting again? She shouldn't have needed to, since Tanu was caring for her and she should have plenty of food. Something was wrong with Cliff. Was it her size that meant she needed to hunt? I didn't know enough about dogs, for sure, but maybe she just needed to be trained better? I would talk to Tanu when we got back to the castle. For now, I needed to catch up to the pair. I wasn't sure if I could repair the larger animal. Maybe Beatrice would be able to. Launching myself above the trees, I soared off in the direction that they had headed. It wasn't hard to follow the trail of blood, and it didn't take very long to find them. Once I got close, I dipped into the trees again. Right as I was able to make out the figures, I saw Cliff launching forward again. This time, the funny-hatted animal was much slower and didn't even have time to flinch before Cliff's jaws were clamping down on its throat. She ripped her head to the side again, and I disabled my sensors for a moment, unable to watch. I sensed Cliff pad over to sit next to me and continue tussling with her catch. Eventually, the sounds behind me ceased, and I slowly turned around. The creature was clearly dead now as it lay on the forest floor limply. I slowly approached, and Cliff laid down next to me and lowered her head with a whine. What did she want now? I watched as she crawled on her belly toward the body and nudged her nose at it and looked at me pointedly. I wasn't sure what she was saying. It was obviously dead. She had killed it. What, did she think it was some sort of toy that I could fix? It seemed she wanted me to do something with the body. If she didn't know what to do with it, why did she kill it? If she was hunting, she should be eating it. Though it was a lot larger than her, and I still wasn't entirely convinced about the hunting explanation. Though maybe it made sense. Maybe she wanted me to help her bring it back to the smaller dogs. Getting near the carcass, I touched it with my claw. This would be a real pain to carry all the way back, and I didn't think I could lift the whole thing with air affinity. It almost weighed a ton. With a bit of effort, I pulled the whole thing inside with my vacuum. Cliff didn't like that at all. She yelped in surprise and then grumbled, repeatedly whining with her head down and tail still. Fine. Clearly that didn't make her happy, so I ejected the body back onto the ground. Cliff let out another surprised yelp and sniffed the creature cautiously. She started wagging her tail and looking at me with surprise. Okay, if I couldn't take it, what was I supposed to do? Okay, B said warily. I don't know if the name is the most important part of this whole operation, but we can talk about it now if you want. The women all looked to each other, confused as Trent and Tony high-fived. Good, good. Trent dropped into a serious voice as he suppressed a smile. He steepled his fingers in front of himself. A name is crucial. It'll control how people first hear of you, and first impressions are very important. Susan and Mary shared a glance, and Mary just shook her head in resignation and leaned over to whisper into Susan's ear, but B could make out the words too.
None of our kids were named by my husband. You'll see why.
So, I was thinking we need a good name that commands respect from everyone who hears it, Trent said, still struggling to keep his face unmoved. At the same time, we need to make sure that it's not too intimidating either.
Okay, so what did you have in mind?
B asked. Well, I have a few options, but try to keep an open mind, Trent said, taking a deep breath. So, Void has a few domains that we know of: cleaning, order, hatred of stairs, and, of course, lost children. B nodded, waiting for him to get to the point. So, we need to make sure we incorporate some or all of these in our choices. We need to consider his name, too.
Sure, yeah, that's fine, but what are you suggesting?
She finally asked, hoping he would just spit it out already. I'm getting to it easy. The first one was I was thinking that we could use one of the more common forms of cleaning and turn that into a name. So, and stay with me here, I think, as a first option to start brainstorming, we should consider the Sweeping Society. Trent finished with a satisfied smile and a flourish. Tony leaned over in his chair, and B could hear him snorting with laughter under the table. Mary just sighed, gaze fixed on her lap, and leaving Susan and B to exchange disbelieving looks. Okay, I can see that isn't going over well. Remember, this is just brainstorming for ideas. No need to throw anything out too early, Trent said, his hands up defensively. A smile was starting to break through his normally stern facade. All right, not the Sweeping Society, then. What about the Anti-Stare Association? Chapter 139. Dressing Down. No? Really? I thought that one might have worked. Darn. Trent kept speaking, which only deepened the growing pit of horror in B's stomach. How about the Endless Cult? You know, 'cause Void's eternal?
What?
B spluttered.
You want us to get ostracized as some crazy cultists?
Trent opened his mouth to defend himself. He was still clearly holding back laughter, but B cut him off.
We are not a cult. We don't want people to think we are a cult. Don't put cult in the name.
She took a steadying breath, but didn't fully manage to suppress her irritation.
We can have a void-related name without sounding like we're going to sacrifice innocence in our free time.
Sitting back in the chair, she started to pay more attention to the people around her. Gasping sounds were audible from underneath the table where Tony had disappeared a while back. Mary had her face in her hands. Trent just stared at her with an altogether too pleased grin. Only Susan looked confused. B sighed.
You're just winding me up, aren't you?
Tony's head popped up over the edge of the table as he pulled himself into his seat. His face was red and tear-streaked. Of course not, B. I mean, think about it. The Anti-Stare Association is a really non-threatening name. B glared at him. He grinned back, matching his father's expression. Okay, maybe not that one. I've got some ideas, too, Tony continued, now fully back in his seat. How about the Society of the Unspotted?
Its name is not Spot,
B yelled. The small room made her voice sound even louder, making everyone cover their ears. I know. That is why it's the Unspotted. Duh. Also, with the focus on cleanliness, works perfectly, Tony said. Trent shot him an unreasonably proud look.
No, just no,
B said, shaking her head in despair. Asking for names was a huge mistake, and she should have just named it herself.
Let's at least try to be serious here. Leave Spot out of it.
What's this about a spot? Mary asked, finally uncovering her face. Now she looked genuinely confused. Susan and Trent also nodded, similarly intrigued. Tony shot B a pointed look, and she could practically hear his voice saying, "Do you want to explain, or should I?"
It's nothing. Don't worry about it,
B said dejectedly. Clearly, that wasn't going to cut it. With a huge grin, Tony opened his mouth to explain. She considered cutting him off, but just gave up and slumped back into her chair in defeat. So, the actual name of my class is Devotee of Spot, Tony said. B is a priestess of Spot. Her theory is that somehow Void is messing with the system and pretending to be named Spot, as well as faking other things.
That's hard to believe, Susan said. I know messing with the system should be impossible, but who could know with gods?
B defended her point.
No, it's hard to believe that Void's name would be Spot. I think I agree with B. The idea that godly powers can mess with the system makes much more sense, Susan mused. We really have no idea how powerful true gods are. For all we know, they might exist outside of the system and really can control how they interface with it. They may even control the whole thing.
B shot Tony a look of vindication. Mary and Trent just looked at each other and shrugged.
I could see wanting to keep Spot out of the name, then. We need to be aware of this anyway, though, especially if you're going to give other people the Devotee of Spot class. News will spread quickly then. I don't think it'll be an issue, but you never know, Mary said. Actually, it could be a huge boon if we can prevent it from becoming public, Susan said. Supposedly, the head inquisitor has scan. That means if he scans any of our people, but thinks that our god is named Void, then they might not make the connection. It's not much, but might help in some cases.
Okay. Serious names, then, Trent said, with nearly a perfectly straight face. Mary gave him a withering look that he appeared to ignore. At B's nod, he continued. Well, maybe we should keep on with the cleaning theme. So, what about something like the Order of the Unstained? B actually paused for a second.
Was that actually not bad?
Surprisingly, she found that it wasn't horrible on its face, but something didn't sit right. Mary, though, was having none of it.
Trent, dear, the goal is not to sound like an extra zealous cult. Just because cult isn't in the name doesn't mean it counts.
Trent grimaced. Fine. I can see when my help isn't wanted. Susan cleared her throat.
We can go with something more straightforward, maybe something like Defenders of Order.
Boo! Chorused Tony and his father. B was embarrassed to agree. That was kind of boring. But then, did she have any better ideas?
Society from Between the Stars,
B exclaimed triumphantly. Scanning the people in front of her, she was only met with blank looks. After an awkward silence, Tony spoke up. Why?
Well, a void is an empty space, and according to Capernello's theory, there is nothing between stars. So, it's like void.
Not seeing any interest from the people around her, B trailed off.
I thought it was some clever wordplay. I'm sure it is, honey,
Mary said kindly.
I think we might need to keep it a bit more accessible so that everyone understands it, though. Unless you want it to be only for the elites.
B shook her head.
I thought so. Then may I suggest Keepers of the Path?
Everyone shrugged. It wasn't anyone's favorite, but they weren't able to discard it out of hand. What about the Voidlings? Tony asked with a grin.
That could be what the people are called, but doesn't sound like the name of an organization, Susan objected.
Sure, that's her problem with it, B thought, rolling her eyes.
We might as well be followers of the Void in that case,
Mary responded. Oh, I know, Trent said, offering a suggestion for the first time in a while. B braced herself for a really bad idea as he was already breaking into a grin. The Order, or better yet, the Order of Order.
How about the Order of the Pure-Hearted, or better yet, the Church of the Cleansing Void?
Mary asked, ignoring Trent's last suggestion like everyone else, except for Tony, who gave him a thumbs up.
Those might work,
B said. There was nothing that she loved yet.
Of all those suggestions, it's either of those or Followers of the Void. We don't need to decide now, but does anyone have a preference? I think we should go with the Church of the Cleansing Void, Mary said. I second that, Susan said.
Y'all are no fun, Trent pouted. But if I have to choose between those, I think the Order of the Pure-Hearted sounds less culty.
Bea looked at Tony, who just shrugged.
I think we can stick with either for now. We can always change it later if we think of something better.
Okay, then, for now, we shall be known as the Church of the Cleansing Void, Bea said, and they all sat back in their chairs. Mary and Susan beamed at the declaration. Trent and Tony seemed slightly unsatisfied, but with what they had just put her through, that was fine. Wait, we had actual important things to talk about before we got all sidetracked. Trent whistled innocently. Cliff walked in front of me as we traveled. I lifted the body of the animal she killed with a combination of air affinity and my grabby arm. I never did figure out what she wanted, but she seemed satisfied enough with the situation as I carried her kill for her. If following Cliff on the way through the forest was difficult, coming back was 100 times harder while carrying the huge burden behind me. The animal's funny hat wanted to catch on every little branch and brush. I had to work diligently to prevent it from knocking down small trees. I didn't always succeed. Even though it was heavier than the small dogs I had carried earlier, it was easier to manage. I didn't feel it straining my circuits nearly as much. Maybe I had gotten better at the air affinity skill, or maybe just it being in one piece helped. My claw certainly was necessary. I wasn't able to keep the body from dragging on the ground without it pitching in. After a much longer trip back through the woods, we finally made it back to the castle. Cliff wandered out of sight a few times to investigate various smells, but never long enough that I started to worry. I left the body by the gate while I boosted over the wall to let us inside. As I started opening the portcullis, I found that I wasn't alone. Silas was out smoking a pipe on the castle steps. When he saw me, he got up and wandered over. At first I thought he was going to help me finish opening the gate, but he just watched as I finished. "What you got there?" he muttered. Cliff slipped through the open gate and made the old man jump a little before he recognized the dog. Once I got the portcullis up enough, I went out and grabbed the load. I levitated it just inside before shutting the gate again. "Well, that's a nice buck," Silas whistled, taking his pipe out of his mouth as he leaned down to inspect it. "Not dressed yet, though." He shot a look over to Cliff before looking back at the buck. Moving over to the other side, he continued. "Only 2 bites. Cliff must have had a clean hunt. I don't think I've ever seen a wolf kill so clean. Course, by the time I usually find them, they're about eaten. Takes a lot for a wolf to leave a fresh kill, though I never saw none so well trained, neither." I finished with the gate, and honestly had no idea what to do next. Cliff was just sitting close to her kill, watching Silas suspiciously. Silas got down on one knee and looked over at me, his belt knife half drawn. "I can dress this, if you would like." In a less respectful voice, he muttered something to himself. "Usually the one who makes the kill dresses, but seeing as it was a wolf and God, I can't expect that much." Watching curiously, I wasn't sure how he was going to dress the kill. He had no extra clothes near him and didn't seem about to go get any. Not that he would be able to find any that fit. So I had to assume that he meant something else, even if I didn't have a good idea what that was. I beeped in assent. As I watched the older man get to work, I realized that I had, in fact, made an incorrect assumption. He was not dressing up the buck at all. In fact, he was dissecting it. I looked on in astonishment as the buck was separated into parts. A lot of the insides were tossed to Cliff, who happily ate them and then carried some off to the other dogs, too. She was soon back, ready to accept any other offcasts. As he worked, Silas talked. I wouldn't say he was talking to me exactly, as he never looked my way, but he explained what he was doing, why each cut was made, and what each piece was, and a few of its uses. It was fascinating.
You need to remove the intestines and organs. There's waste in there, and if they get punctured, they could spoil the rest of the meat. There are things you can do to use 'em, but we don't need 'em, and the wolf is here to clean up after."
I paused and considered. It really was like cleaning. Things needed to be done in the right order to keep everything all neat and healthy, just like how it was not a good idea to vacuum the floor before dusting the drapes. I watched carefully. Next time I would try this myself. It seemed right to make sure nothing was wasted and everything was done in the proper order. Of course, I would try not to get blood everywhere like Silas was doing right now. I idly popped out my mop and cleaned up the reddish stains that seeped into the ground. Might as well help out where I could. Chapter 140. The Night is Young. The deer meat had lasted the humans a few days. Mary quickly seized the meat and rationed it out so that it wasn't wasted. People were very grateful to have the fresh food and went out of their way to thank me. I didn't know why they were thanking me, though. Their appreciation was much better directed toward Cliff. Without her, there would be no meat. She was the one who wanted to go hunting, the one to track the prey, and even the one to kill it. I only carried it back. Still, they hadn't listened. I gave up trying to explain to them that they should be thanking the wolf. That was another of the many recent changes in the castle. I picked up from context clues that Cliff wasn't, in fact, a dog, but rather a wolf. Who would have thought? Certainly not me. Apparently, the difference was mostly that dogs were domesticated, so it was a perfectly understandable mistake. Some of the other changes were a lot more expected than a large dog turning out to be a wolf. The humans were starting to get much more organized. All of them moved about their tasks with more purpose than before. They started several new projects as well, even if I didn't fully understand what all of them were. I wasn't sure what they were doing with the massive beams and piles of large rocks by the entrance to the castle, but it sure was exciting to see them start to figure things out. Beatrice would report what was going on to me, but I didn't always understand. That was okay. Humans would do human things. As long as they kept it safe, I was glad they were working on their efficiency. One morning, when I was overseeing the children's exercise, they began talking amongst themselves. We had just finished up a round of projectile blocking and dodging and transitioned to one-on-one play fights. It gave them a chance to rest and also some time to socialize while waiting for their turns.
B said we're getting a name, like a real religion.
One of them broached the topic of the group's name. I hadn't really cared what the humans called themselves, but it seemed important to them, especially the children. I was just happy they were organizing.
Does that mean we're all voidlings now, or something?
One of the kids, watching the pair hitting each other with sticks, asked. The others were sitting in a circle around the current match. The boy next to him frowned.
I guess. But we have our own group, too, right? We also need a cool name.
Excited voices chorused agreement with the idea. I guess I could understand the desire to name things. It was a good way to categorize and order them, after all. If the kids picked one, it would be useful for me. Then I could call them something other than the kids.
Wait, should we ask Void to name us? Master Void?
That was no good. So far, I didn't have the best track record with names. Humans were much better with them. If they wanted to name themselves, then they should. I rotated side to side and told them as much. Instantly, the kids all perked up and started talking at once. Felix took control of the discussion.
We could be like the Super Warrior Knight Defenders of the Castle. Or the Megasword Masters of Justice. No, we should be the Secret Special Forces Squadron.
A girl rolled her eyes.
Those are all dumb and too long. Oh, yeah? How about you do better?
One of the boys challenged. She tossed her hair over one shoulder.
I think we should be the Friendship Fighters.
The boys snickered and received a glare in return. Before the debate could heat up any more, Leanne spoke up.
How about we do something based on a void? Huh? That'll sound like we run away all the time, then. That's avoid, doofus. She said avoid. 2 words. Oh,
What's a void? It's like a hole or a pit or something, I think.
The kids fell into silence for a moment, thinking.
How about the sneaky snakes? Tanu suggested. Snakes live in holes. Mighty moles. The super deep holes. The best team of fighters, one of the younger kids yelled. Wait, what does that have to do with voids? Leanne asked. The boy looked down bashfully and didn't say anything. How about something dark and stuff? That might be cooler, Felix said. Holes aren't scary. I don't want to be scary, one of the girls whined. Are you sure we can't have friends in the name? No, a bunch of the kids chorused. I was impressed at their cohesiveness on the matter. Felix elaborated. We need to fight for the castle and Void, so we gotta scare all the enemies away. How about the stinky, smelly butts? One of the kids managed through his own laughter. Half of the boys doubled over, laughing as well. The girl who insisted on friendship apparently decided that was unacceptable and smacked him in the shin with her stick. The loud crack echoed for a second in the silence. No, we're getting a good name, she said seriously. These kids were something. The sense of order and purposeful organization that had enveloped the adults wasn't making much progress with them. In a way, I was grateful for that, though. The kids were very entertaining to watch. My models were incredibly bad at predicting their actions, and often they did things completely against their own interests. It was great for expanding my understanding of human behavior. Eventually, in the midst of the brewing argument, one of the smaller boys sitting next to me piped up. We should be the Nighty Knights. Silence fell over the group. I looked around, confused, when everyone broke out in raucous laughter. The Nighty Knights? What, are we going to read the bad guys' bedtime stories? An older, burly boy wiped a tear from his eye. That's like the least scary name ever. How are you going to strike fear into anyone with a name like the Nighty Knights? The small boy pouted. It's totally scary. And it's a catchphrase, too. Like when you go to beat up a bad guy, you can go, Nighty Night, and whack him in the head and he goes to sleep. The laughter continued. Analyzing the name, I realized that it was indeed quite funny. The dual meaning of the words, the unexpected nature of their combination, and the follow-up reasoning that the boy had given, it all combined to result in a really good joke. I let out a chime of laughter and approval myself, enjoying the humor. The boy crossed his arms and raised his chin defiantly. See? Void likes it. The laughter quieted. Felix looked over at me with wide eyes. Are you sure, Master Void? Of course, I told him. It was definitely funny, by most definitions of humor that I had come to understand. I mean, everyone else was laughing, too. Felix looked at the others. Many of them shrugged back. Then, if Void likes it, then we'll be the Nighty Knights. The boy grinned at me, elated at the group's choice. He even gave me an appreciative head pat. I accepted it gladly. After a session of training the Nighty Knights, there was a disturbance at the gates. I made my way over to the sound of raised voices. On the other side of the gate, I saw 5 rough-looking men. They carried swords on their hips and had shields slung over their backs. Dirty red coats covered their torsos. The coats seemed identical in style and color, excluding the damage and grime, of course. Inside the gate, a gathering was out working the fields with Trent. When I showed up, the people on our side of the wall quieted down and looked at me. After a few seconds, the men on the other side got the message, and they too calmed down. Lord Void, one of the young men, named Ty, addressed me. Ty and his wife had found their way to us several days ago. After Tony had talked with them for a bit and they'd rested up, they both joined the rest of the members of the castle as productive members of society. The young man had joined Trent in the fields, and through some hard work and overall competence, made himself an invaluable member of the team. Lord Void, what should we do? These men are demanding entry while armed. I don't think that it is prudent to let them in just yet. Ahem. A cough sounded from one of the men outside the wall. I think there has been a misunderstanding. We are not demanding entry.
We simply asked to be let in so we could speak to whoever is in charge. He peered through the gate. And where is this Lord Void you speak of? Ty whirled around with venom in his eyes.
Show some respect. You stand in the presence of the Lord Void, he said, pointing emphatically at me. You should be on your knees.
The man coughed again, turning his face to the side. Were these rough-looking men sick? I wasn't about to let germ-ridden people enter the castle without a thorough inspection and cleaning. I ran my sensors over them, but was unable to pick anything specific up. That didn't clear them. My sensors were really good at picking up germs on flat, non-porous surfaces. Humans, however, always returned as teeming with germs. It was too risky to try and disinfect them with my sanitation lamp, so I had to let them be. Beatrice would need to take a look at them first. The man looked Ty in his eyes and flinched back. Oh, you were serious? Well, hello, Lord Void. I could tell that Ty was about to make a very angry response, but he didn't have the chance, as the man quickly cut him off. As he spoke, he inclined a slightly unsteady bow in my direction. Would you let us in, so we may talk? No, I would not. Not until Beatrice had a chance to look over them. I explained this, but I didn't think that anyone here understood me. Not being able to communicate properly was always so frustrating. To get my point across, I pointed at them with my grabby arm, then at the ground by their feet. They jumped a little, but I wasn't sure why. I zipped off to go get Beatrice. She wasn't too hard to find. She was over in the second-story rooms with Miranda. The two of them had been spending a lot of time together up there with their glass tubes whenever Beatrice wasn't attending to one of her many other tasks, such as teaching the children, or writing in one of her many books, or, most common of all, talking to all the adults. Really, she did a lot. Everyone seemed to have an endless stream of questions for her. I thought she enjoyed coming up here to get away from all that. Well, unfortunately, I had to pull her away from her fun. Someone might be sick? She exclaimed, grabbing a few things from the storage cabinets in haste. Once she was ready, she ran after me. We made it back to the gate only a few minutes after I had left. Luckily, nothing had changed. By the time we returned, the man from the other side of the wall had a very perplexed look on his face. When he saw Beatrice, he asked, excuse me, miss. Can you let me know what's going on here? I am quite confused. Chapter 141. We Have Company. The report on the number of deserters was depressing. In all his time as a leader, Arthur had never had a problem with deserters en masse like this. Every commander had a few, of course, but this was well beyond the point where he could even conceive of finding them all. And if they executed the ones they did catch, they would only be helping their enemies. He took small comfort in the fact that the desertions were not coming from his own men and the army. Even Caleb's city guards were holding well. Of course, they had every motivation to. Their families were here. This was their home they were defending. But the members of the local militias that had already lost their homes had much less reason not to just try sneaking out in the middle of the night. If they could get over the walls, of course. No one could really guess how many made it through the undead, but Arthur hoped every single one of them did. He didn't want them adding to his problem. Already every able-bodied man had been fitted for as much armor as they could find, and were provisioned spears. At some point the spears had been substituted with sharpened sticks, but they worked with what they had. The untrained ones wouldn't be any help on the field. Some of his peers liked using the peasantry as fodder, disposable bodies to throw at the enemy. Arthur never relied on such tactics. The logistics of it never made much sense. Getting them to the battle and feeding them just to lose them in such large numbers usually made the implementation not worth it. Better to give them a week of spear wall training and use them for fencing the battle in. Some got around the logistics by simply making the troops take care of any issues themselves. But then you either had starving troops, which made ineffective fodder, or a riot as they turned on the army before the battle even began. Bad for morale, that was. Anyway, such tactics didn't work on the undead, so Arthur was glad he had other options. No, his surprisingly enthusiastic conscripts were meant for the wall. Each group of 3 was assigned to a well-trained regular that patrolled with them and spent a little time drilling them in the basics. The longer this went on, the better they got. Another month or 2 more, and they would be able to hold the wall themselves without a portion of his veterans being tied up with them. Arthur walked along the walls, now listening to the reports his aide read him. Deserters were no good, but scouts had reported a column of horse riders approaching. Finally, some reinforcements had come. It wasn't enough to break the siege, based on the reports, but it was welcome nonetheless. It was long past time. In the staging ground below, troops milled around, ready to charge forth and cut a path for the reinforcements to get in. They would likely get here late in the day. Hopefully, they could beat the sun. Bee ran after her master, groaning internally. She had just gotten her break. What needed her attention now? She hoped no one was sick. It would have been surprising if that was the case, though. So far, everyone had been suspiciously good on that front. She figured that their proximity to Void had kept all of them fairly healthy somehow. Even the kids, who normally should have gotten sick constantly, didn't fall ill with so much as a sniffle. Well, who knew if she was even interpreting Void's message correctly? Normally it was pretty clear, but this time she was pretty sure that she wasn't getting the whole story. If she was, maybe her improved repair skill would finally get some use. So far, she had been quite disappointed with her level 35 skill. As long as she was near Void, it didn't see any use. No one got hurt under its protection, really, so she barely even knew what the skill did. She supposed if she got injured, it might help her patch up more quickly, but that had yet to be tested. She wasn't about to go around hurting herself just to find out, either. She hoped that her newest skill would be more earth-shattering. Between all the work around the castle, setting up the organization, and helping with the kids, she had reached level 40 just a day or 2 ago. Holy Aura seemed to already be working, though. At first, she thought it would be something like a lesser effect of her master's domain, but instead it seemed to be more of a magical skill that affected the people around her. It made the followers recognize her as a representative of their faith. It seemed to increase her abilities in teaching about Void as well. Since there were only the faithful in the castle, she hadn't gotten a chance to see how it worked on other people yet. Now that she was getting up there in levels, information on her skills was becoming less and less available. It used to be that most skills were at least mentioned in the library, though the more Void-specific ones were noticeably absent. But few enough people reached level 40 that she wasn't surprised at the drop-off in records, especially since the ones who did level this high weren't likely to share their skills with researchers. So far, she had tested Holy Aura a bit with Tony. He said that he noticed a bit of an energizing feeling when she was nearby, but it was hard to confirm or measure. The pair were still the only ones with spot-related classes. That would change soon, she hoped. Tony had taken a few days to go through everyone's information and compiled a list of candidates that he thought would benefit from a change in class. But that would have to wait until later, it seemed. Void finally stopped by the front gate, and she slowed her pace. No one seemed to be severely hurt, so she had a chance to catch her breath. Instead, there were people gathered around the gate, staring suspiciously out at a group of newcomers outside.
What's going on here?
The young man, Ty, if she remembered correctly, stepped forward.
We have some people demanding entry, High Priestess.
Before she had a chance to respond, a frustrated growl came from outside. We aren't demanding entry, we just want to talk to someone in charge. Bee rubbed her forehead. It seemed like there was some misunderstanding going on. She stepped up to the gate and saw what looked to be 5 bedraggled soldiers standing in a loose formation out on the road. Their armor was that of professionals, but their demeanor was not. They slumped their shoulders like town guards rather than the military she had seen on parade before, and their equipment wasn't as well cared for as it could have been. Checking their levels, she found them all to be ranging from 17 to 19. The exception was the leader, who was 21. It was a little higher than she expected for their ages, though their leader seemed to be a bit older, maybe 40.
"Well, you can talk to me,"
B said, stepping up to the gate.
"What do you want?"
The leader of the guards looked her up and down, clearly surprised to see someone so young claiming to be a leader. However, he glanced over at Ty and seemed to remember his address to her. Keeping his words civil, he began.
"Well, miss, we have been traveling, and we are wondering if you happened to have a roof."
"Aha! You did want entry!"
exclaimed Ty, pointing accusingly at the very frustrated-looking leader.
"Yes, but I'm not demanding anything," the man nearly yelled.
Turning to B, he said,
"Look, we have been traveling for some time. Can we come in for a meal and a night away from the undead? We don't have a lot of coin, but we might be able to pay or do some labor to work for it."
B looked the group over again. Their faces seemed gaunt, and they were looking around nervously. They were low enough level that they wouldn't be a threat to her, let alone anyone else with Void present. Not that she didn't think they couldn't cause problems if they wanted to, but the only difference between them and other refugees was that they had weapons.
"If you are willing to leave your weapons with me, you can come in. We could always use some help,"
she said after a little thought. One of the younger men sagged in relief, his spear holding him upright. Before anyone could move, Void let out a series of beeps. It took her a couple seconds to interpret it.
"Oh, and I need to inspect you for disease as well."
"I can assure you that we haven't been infected," the leader insisted. B just shrugged.
"Can't be too careful."
"Fine. You can take a look at us. My name is Ruark. What is yours?"
"B. Welcome to our castle."
B greeted them as she waited for Ty to raise the portcullis.
I couldn't believe that Beatrice almost forgot to inspect our guests. That was the entire reason that I had asked her to come here in the first place. As we were talking, I had been inspecting the air with my purifier, but still hadn't noticed any dangerous contaminants. When Beatrice ducked under the gate to go outside, I joined her. I wasn't about to let her meet strangers by the castle gate alone. I still remembered how well that went last time. If it hadn't been for the large rodent, she might have even gotten more hurt. Ruark and his men laid down their weapons on the ground, but when I scanned them, I found that one of them still had several knives hidden on his body. Beatrice moved forward, but I stopped her with a beep. She looked at me before repeating my message to the men. "All of them, please."
Ruark twisted and glared at the man with many daggers. The recipient of the gaze flinched. "I didn't think my belt knife counted," he muttered as he drew one of the knives and put it on the pile. Ruark kept looking at him, and he grumbled and started pulling more knives out. Which one did he think was his belt knife? There were a lot there. After several more knives were dropped to the floor, Ruark turned away, satisfied, and the man stopped producing knives. I beeped at Beatrice once more, and she glared at the man.
"You still have 3 more on you."
Ruark turned back to the man with a withering look. He tried to act innocent, holding his hands up. I don't... Matt, Ruark bit out.
"Fine."
He slumped. The 3 knives appeared, one from each boot, and a small one hidden under his lapel.
"I hate being separated from all my knives, though. Never know when you're going to need one." "You'll be perfectly safe here in Void's castle. We have not had an undead get inside since the beginning of the plague," Beatrice assured him. One at a time, the men approached her. She felt their foreheads and gave them a thorough inspection. "None of these men are infected. Are we good?"
I beeped my assent also, not having found anything wrong with them either. I moved forward and stored all the weapons in my dustbin for safekeeping. This produced gasps from all of them.
What is that thing?"
The whispers from the men didn't seem to be the only source of concern, as Ruark eventually worked up the courage to ask,
"Miss B, who is your friend there?"
Treacherous followed his finger to me and brightened. With a huge smile on her face, she introduced me.
Oh, that's Void, our god.